Chapter 1666, Senator Marriage and Inheritance Law I. At the same time, they would clean up the concurrent positions of senators. Currently, the Senate had established too many offices and divisions. Senators often held multiple positions, sometimes even randomly assigned forced marriages of concurrent posts. Under the new system, divisions lacking responsible full-time senators and beyond the capability of naturalized cadres to handle alone would be merged or revoked to reduce the number of concurrent positions held by senators, focusing on reducing cross-departmental concurrent posts. Certain important positions would become full-time, no longer concurrent. These measures could not completely prevent senators from privately greeting others to exercise personal influence, but at least they would significantly increase the cost of intervention for senators, reducing their interest in interfering with other departments' work. In the document, Ma Jia further proposed that in order to reduce personal intervention by senators in the personnel matters of naturalized citizens, the organizational personnel regulations should be compiled and published as soon as possible, clarifying the specific processes and procedures for the selection, appointment, transfer, and reward or punishment of naturalized cadres. This matter has to be handled by Comrade Ming Lang from the Organization Department, Ma Jia said at the internal meeting. Comrade Yang Yun comes from a human resources background. The employment system of enterprises differs from that of officialdom. On this side, Wu De and Zhan Wuya were surrounded by senators from the industrial sector. The abolition of the manufacturing inspectorate had left these senators who had been working in the industrial sector confused. The current Ministry of Production and Economy was equivalent to merging the industrial and commercial sectors. In particular, listing all current state-owned and joint venture enterprises as national policy companies and merging them under the management of the planning agency. These shifting adjustments had left the industrial sector senators, who rarely concerned themselves with systemic issues, thoroughly bewildered. I'm not distrusting Wu De. We've cooperated quite well these past few years, but the planning agency is not an industrial department after all. I'm afraid there will be barriers in communication. If the Ministry of Production and Economy gets a senator from the commercial sector as leader, how do we communicate if they don't understand the business? I declare, if old Lady Li becomes this high official, I won't work in the industrial sector anymore. Inspector Zhan, you can't leave. Factories all go to the planning agency. What does the Ministry of Production and Economy actually manage? Isn't this one woman marrying two husbands? Work in the industrial sector will continue normally according to existing procedures, Wu De explained patiently. The process is the same as your previous relationship with the manufacturing inspectorate. The planning agency manages capital or shares and does not directly intervene in the production, operation, and management of enterprises. Specific production operation management is still handled by your respective counterpart industrial departments. According to the system reform draft, existing state-owned enterprises, except for Level I national policy companies with strategic significance, would all adopt mixed ownership, issuing large and small non-tradable shares. Besides being open to senators, shares would also be issued to naturalized citizens and indigenous people in the future. At the same time, to reflect the spirit of benefits tilting towards frontline senators, the planning agency would implement a policy of shareholding for senators serving in enterprises. Senators working on the front lines of enterprises could hold dividend rights to a certain amount of corporate shares according to their position. These shares could not be sold or taken away and would not be enjoyed after leaving the enterprise. The chaotic discussion lasted until nightfall before the meeting adjourned. Various amendments were collected. Qian Shuiding led the conference secretariat to copy these amendments overnight and sent them to the printing factory. Under Zhou Dongshan's supervision, they were delivered to the labor camp printing house for typesetting and printing. The workers there were all prisoners sentenced to death or life imprisonment with hard labor. The next day, the meeting was held as usual. First, the amendments proposed by senators the previous day were distributed. In the feedback for the First Amendment, Zhao Zishan proposed that the Senate should be granted certain intervention rights over the personal lives and families of senators. This was to avoid events damaging senators' rights and families, and simultaneously maintain the overall prestige of the Senate. The senators naturally knew what Zhao Zishan's proposal meant. Although this matter had not been officially announced, senators privately knew more or less about it. Many were indignant. Some even publicly clamored to abolish old Zhang's senator seat, drive this shame of the Senate out of the Senate, and demote to native status. Others questioned why the general office and powerful departments had not intervened in time, and why the criminal was not executed by slow slicing, or burned to death in public, immediately after such an event occurred to warn others. The answer from the general office and the arbitration tribunal was that they were restricted by the regulation that senators' person and freedom are not interfered with or infringed upon by any party. The final power of judgment over a life secretary offending a senator lay in the hands of the senator himself. Without his consent, neither the general office nor powerful departments could take any action. Given old Zhang's own ambiguous attitude, there was still no formal disposal result for this matter. Zhao Zishan's proposal was simple, roughly stating that, after an event infringing on a senator's person and family occurs, when the senator involved cannot normally exercise senatorial power for various reasons and cannot correctly maintain the interests and image of all senators, the Senate authorizes the Senate General Office and the arbitration tribunal to take all necessary measures for disposal. When taking action, a representative dispatched by the Senate shall accompany the whole process. This proposal passed quickly, leveraging the old Zhang's Maid event, and was listed as a formal clause of the First Amendment. This regulation not only holds great significance for protecting the legitimate rights and interests of senators, but conversely, it is also a constraint on certain senators, a constraint proper for a human being. Jaizin spoke with fervor on the podium. Our Senate is the most powerful group in this spacetime, possessing immense capabilities that others do not. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. We must more strictly abide by the bottom line of basic human morality and must not do whatever we want under the guise of senators being sacred and inviolable. Senators' freedom is deprived by yet another point. Shan Liang was heartbroken. He cursed old Zhang 10,000 times in his heart. You like kneeling on a washboard. Fine, but don't drag your daughter into it. If not for you, how could the Senate pass such a super SB amendment regulation? With this, the General Office, which used to be submissive before senators and appeared as a purely service organization, now has the power to directly interfere in senators' lives. In the future, when I drip wax on Shan Huixiang, as long as a few senators who like to kick stones complain, like that senator do, the General Office can grandiosely come to interfere. How can I play happily with maids anymore? Jaizin also put forward a proposal suggesting revision of the clause senators do not bear any legal responsibility in the original Common Program. This had already been stipulated in the Senate disciplinary regulations, but Jaizin's proposal went a step further, proposing to write this clause into the First Amendment to the Common Program, changing the senator's legal privilege to senators enjoy automatic pardon rights and need not bear any criminal responsibility, clarifying that senators are bound by various laws promulgated by the Senate, and any illegal behavior can be prosecuted, convicted, and pursued for civil liability. Senators discussed this proposal and finally passed it after modifying certain clauses. The modified part first reiterated that the power to investigate, prosecute, try, and execute senators belongs to the Senate. Cases involving senators adopt a one-case, one-discussion system. No individual or department may act arbitrarily. No naturalized citizens may participate in the investigation, trial, and execution stages of cases. Public announcement must involve protective measures such as approval by the Senate. According to the opinions of some senators, certain modifications were made to the subordination of the Ministry of Justice. After modification, the prosecutorial system was fully merged into the Ministry of Justice, establishing the procurator rate. The arbitration tribunal was abolished, and the Supreme Court and subordinate court systems were placed directly under the Senate. The Arbitration Tribunal Investigation and Execution Bureau was merged with the CHECA, renamed the Senate Audit and Anti-Corruption Investigation and Execution Bureau, abbreviated as CHECA. This bureau would be responsible for audit, anti-corruption, and the implementation of Senate disciplinary regulations, directly under the Senate. The clause that cabinet members are nominated by the Secretary of State was modified to allow free nomination by the Senate. The main subject of the second day's discussion was the senator marriage and inheritance law, which was also a matter with quite high demand in the Senate. It was already the 5th year after D-Day. Although most senators were still in their prime, in this spacetime with much poorer medical conditions and shadows of war, production accidents, and political assassinations, the predictable lifespan of senators would probably not be overly long. Living a life, the most important thing is nothing more than continuing one's DNA. Senators were no exception to this. Now most senators had children, some already possessing 3 or 4. With only one senator seat, how to arrange inheritance became a matter right before their eyes. The old Zhang family maid event that caused such a huge uproar was essentially an inheritance issue as well. In the view of Ma Jia and others in the Law Society, the old Zhang family maid event fully reflected the conflict of concepts under different cultural backgrounds. The biological mothers of senators' offspring were mostly from this spacetime. Regardless of their poverty or wealth and cultural level, they inevitably carried many deep-rooted traditional concepts of this spacetime, such as the distinction between legitimate and concubine offspring, preference for sons over daughters. This could not be simply changed by study in maid schools or introducing modern living habits. Jai Xin had once cooperated with the General Office to conduct a survey of senator family conditions and had many contacts with senators' life secretaries, understanding their thoughts quite well. In his view, Ms. Cheng's palace intrigue theory was not nonsense, especially when a senator had multiple life secretaries but no formal wife. This secret competition would be very intense. Some child injury accidents were not necessarily all accidental. Life secretaries were mostly from poor backgrounds, some even saved from the brink of death. Once becoming a senator's pillow companion, it was tantamount to a sparrow turning into a phoenix. The material and spiritual difference was no less than clouds and mud. Regardless of how much true affection they held for the senator, life secretaries would definitely strive to maintain and improve their status. End of chapter. Chapter 1667, Senator Marriage and Inheritance Law. Beauty fades, and those who rely upon it for position find that position precarious indeed. The earliest life secretaries, maids pressed into service during the lean years, could scarcely be called beauties in the first place. Now, as the Senate's power expanded, the pool of available maids had grown both larger and finer. Competition came from every direction. Polished Fangqiati graduates steeped in modern education, and accomplished daughters of wealthy families across East Asia who brought connections and refinement in equal measure. Against such rivals, the original life secretaries found their footing increasingly uncertain. The senators had, of course, grown attached to their first companions. Years of shared hardship had forged genuine bonds. Yet affection did not prevent quiet complaints that these women were plain, lowborn, or uneducated. When Du Wen proposed treating these long-term relationships as de facto marriages deserving legal protection, his motion was crushed in the vote. Most senators had already fixed their ambitions on more advantageous matches. A FiveYear graduate, perhaps, or a daughter of mainland gentry who could supply both prestige and political utility. Only a rare few, Wu Nanhai and Wu Du among them, had actually wed their life secretaries as legal wives. The life secretaries understood their position with bitter clarity. They knew the title of legal wife would never be theirs. Children then became their sole guarantee of status, security, and a future within the household. For newcomers among them, lacking even the tenuous advantage of being an original companion, offspring were doubly vital. Without exception, these women treated their children as talismans against misfortune, indulging them as a matter of survival. Those fortunate enough to bear sons naturally maneuvered to secure their boys' advantage in any future competition for the senator's seat. Jai Xin surveyed this landscape with a strategist's eye. At present, most senators had only one or two children by one or two life secretaries. The numbers remained manageable, but once the mainland campaign commenced, both wives and offspring would multiply exponentially. Without clear rules established now, today's quiet domestic tensions could tomorrow become bloody feuds. The proposed senator marriage and inheritance law defined two categories of spousal relationship: legal marriage and de facto cohabitation. The distinction carried significant weight. Legal marriage required formal procedures, recognition by the Senate Court of Honor, and official certificates. Divorce likewise demanded proper process. De facto cohabitation required nothing more than registration with the general office. A senator who married another senator automatically entered a legal marriage regardless of when the union occurred. There were no restrictions on gender. Female senators could maintain multiple male life secretaries. Homosexual unions received equal legal acknowledgement. A spouse within legal marriage was formally recognized as husband or wife under Senate law, entitled to all corresponding rights, including priority in inheritance upon the senator's death. Those in de facto cohabitation received none of this. Whether such a partner could inherit anything, and what share, lay entirely within the senator's will or the discretion of its executor. This amounted to a legalized hierarchy of primary wife and concubine. A small faction led by Du Wen denounced the draft as reactionary regression. The Law Society, however, offered a coolly technical reminder. In legal terms, senators had no concubines. Whether the step be large or small, it remains a step forward in human civilization, Jai Xin urged during deliberations. Though the opposition was proportionally small, he addressed their concerns with transparency. Comrade Du Wen, I understand your ideals and share them in principle, but our present circumstances make full realization impossible. Rather than cling to absolutes and achieve nothing, let us bend a little to move incrementally toward the goal. If spouses occupied different legal tiers, children did not. The marriage and inheritance law decreed that any child registered with the heraldry court, legitimate, illegitimate, or adopted, possessed equal legal standing. There was no cap on adoptions. An adopted child could even inherit a senator's seat, though only if the senator had no biological children or those children were incapable of succession. As for inheritance method, by merit, seniority, or other criteria, each senator decided individually. By law, all legitimate children were eligible regardless of gender or maternal background, though children whose mothers were themselves senators enjoyed priority. During a senator's lifetime, the chosen inheritance method and designated heirs were to be sealed and entrusted to the heraldry court in the presence of a witness. Upon death, the Senate Funeral Committee would oversee the reading. Once read, the decision became final and unappealable. For senators who made no arrangements, the default was primogeniture. If there were no children or those children were incapable, the Senate would arrange adoption of another senator's child. A senator's personal property, beyond nationalized shares and Senate-owned assets like houses and vehicles, followed the senator's will. In its absence, the Senate presided over distribution, with the seat inheritor as principal heir. This system balanced interests sufficiently to pass without major controversy. Some, however, advocated blanket primogeniture for stability. So-called appointment by merit is raising venomous goo insects, one senator argued. A senator with 5 or 6 children will inevitably stage full palace intrigue. How does one demonstrate worthiness? Through framing, slander, every conceivable trick. We should adopt the European model, primogeniture, the eldest legitimate son taking all. This eliminates competition and directs ambition outward. Wu Nanhai, championing merit-based succession, fired back. Does primogeniture work? Everyone destroys the crown prince, then tears each other apart. Or the second son murders the first. We Chinese lack nobility complexes. We believe our kings born of special breed. Primogeniture carries no magical protection. Let them raise goo, the survivor will be no weakling. Another proposed cushioning defeated heirs. Senator children who inherit nothing may become destabilizing. The Senate Foundation should provide housing and allowances. You would turn them into 8-banner parasites, Wu Nanhai objected. If we guarantee children, what of grandchildren? The numbers grow geometrically, Ma Jia agreed. We cannot cultivate a senator clan. Senator children receive equal opportunity and finest education. If a man still amounts to nothing with such advantages, he deserves no further attention. Primogeniture found insufficient support. The clause permitting individual decision remained. To mitigate palace intrigue, limit maternal interference, and reduce cultural contamination from this era, the law mandated all senator children be enrolled in the academy's kindergarten at age 3 and primary school at age 6. Full boarding was required. Children could return home only on rest days and holidays. In final deliberations, someone raised succession for elderly senators. Since adopted children could inherit, even senators past reproductive age might use adoption to perpetuate their lineage, potentially passing seats to grandchildren. Treating elderly senators differently would violate equality. After heated debate, elderly senators could adopt heirs, but cross-generation adoption was forbidden. They could adopt other senators' children or naturalized citizens, but no one older than 3. The adoptee must take the senator's surname. A 60-something auntie raising a child under 3, this is the rhythm of killing her, someone muttered. Plenty of 60-year-olds raise children, Ma Jia observed. Senators have wet nurses, this poses no difficulty. The age restriction minimizes bonds between adopted child and biological parents. Additionally, to prevent adoption becoming a tool for expanding family power, a senator could surrender only one child for adoption. End of chapter. Chapter 1668, Senator Marriage and Inheritance Law, III, Section 9. The group discussions on the marriage and inheritance law swiftly devolved into fierce rhetorical combat. Primogeniture versus merit, technical safeguards for testamentary intent, the flourishing of family dynasties, the millennium prosperity of the Senate. Quotations from classics and precedents flew thick from every faction. Ma Jia stood apart, dazed. His discussion group happened to be near the great library contingent, and Senator Cheng's voice carried clearly. Concubine mothers, mistresses, poisoning, murder, slander, patricide. The Jingnan campaign, the fourth prince, Xuanwu Gate. The words drifted in an unending stream. From another direction rose Wu Nanhai's piercing tenor. History proves the Manchu Qing's secret designation system represents a very advanced inheritance mechanism. Ma Jia sighed with quiet melancholy. He had known it would come to this. What everyone truly cared about was the immortality of their own DNA. In the view of legal professionals who had drafted this law, both the organizational structure and inheritance framework concealed serious vulnerabilities. Ma Jia's concern was not accusations of dictatorship. In legal circles, the Senate's fundamental problem was not autocracy, but the extraordinary premise of senatorial sanctity. As long as that binding spell remained, latent dangers were inevitable. The Senate system was, in his estimation, if not the worst possible, certainly among them. Of course, senatorial sanctity was political correctness. The principle might be refined at margins, but its root could never be denied, not without ending his career. And his position was already precarious. The arbitration tribunal's abolition during structural discussions foreshadowed his faction's declining influence. "You hate law so much," he grumbled silently, yet failed to understand that every nation surviving a century develops a mature system and implements the rule of law. Executive Ma, the executive committee discussion is about to begin. And Zai appeared beside him, looking apprehensive. With the tribunal abolished, his position as director would cease to exist. His qualifications were insufficient for a judgeship. Administrative work remained available, but status would be vastly diminished. And Zai's fate and his own were not so different. Ma Jia gazed skyward. "Those who know me say my heart is troubled. Those who do not ask what I seek." The executive committee session had already begun. Besides committee members, Wang Liubin sat among them, freshly returned from Sanya. Ma Jia entered, exchanged greetings, and studied the assembled gentlemen. Engineer Zhan frowned. Everyone else maintained expressions of careful neutrality, placid as chrysanthemums, faintly smiling. Each heart as treacherous as mountain passes, each breast as deep as a fortified city. Power was indeed a fine instructor. Ma Qiongzhou was speaking. "I have no objection to the inheritance law itself, provided everyone agrees it serves our purpose, the premise being stability within the Senate, especially unity among the next generation." Ma Jia sat beside Wang Liubin. Years of construction work and daily swimming in Sanya had transformed the man into a dark, robust figure. Word was he had just fathered his fourth child. "Engineer Wang, what approach do you favor?" Ma Jia asked quietly. "Me, eldest son, takes everything, saves the headache. Having princes and princesses clawing at each other sounds exhausting." While the two murmured, a note passed in from outside and circulated quickly. Senator Yuleahu and 10 co-signers had submitted a motion demanding immediate drafting of senator retirement regulations. Specifically, that senators reaching 60, upon request, need not participate in active work but would continue enjoying all privileges until death. Si Kaid frowned. "Thinking of retirement already? Isn't it early?" Zio Zishan laughed dismissively. "People grow old eventually." Ma Jia glanced around. Everyone understood what the motion signified, yet no one seemed willing to address it, when Daisy smiled. "Retirement regulations. This is Qiongzhou performing his sword dance. The true intent lies elsewhere. Some comrades are deeply dissatisfied with the inheritance law. Comrade Ma Jia, perhaps you could comment." Ma Jia nodded. "Chairman Wen, you are correct. Frankly, I am not entirely satisfied myself. But the clauses were not drafted according to my preferences. They reflect collective sentiments." "Those sentiments are unreliable," Wen Daisy replied. "Everyone knows what this clause is truly about. To prevent one family from commanding 4 votes, people conveniently forget other families already hold 3. This feels inequitable. Moreover, we have several unmarried female senators. Director, you seem to have 2 or 3 visiting your residence regularly. That means acquiring 3 votes immediately." "Chairman Wen, I must reiterate, my relationship with comrades Du Wen and Tang Tang is purely professional," Ma Qiongzhou interjected. "Any single male senator marrying a female senator instantly becomes a 2-vote household. The leverage is considerable. Should we prohibit intermarriage? Otherwise it's unfair to those marrying naturalized citizens. I have said many times that our Senate has developed a tendency to regulate heaven, earth, and reproductive organs. These are senators. You forbid them from passing seats to grandchildren, insisting they adopt strangers. Who could accept this? Young senators may designate heirs, yet the elderly may not. What twisted logic!" "The issue was debated previously," Ma Jia explained. "The consensus was that elderly senators already have children, so awarding additional seats seemed inappropriate. This view commanded a clear majority. On a bill affecting vital interests, shouldn't we provide more options?" That is precisely why this remains a draft. Senators may freely propose amendments. Final form will be determined by vote. I can state clearly, my colleagues and I oppose any discriminatory policies. The problem is, if elderly senators receive unrestricted inheritance rights, is that not unfair to single senators? No, I believe we place too much weight on family and forget these are first and foremost senators, Ma Qiongzhou said. We should speak less of family, more of individual. Every senator strives for our great cause. Viewing someone with suspicion merely because they belong to a certain bloodline is counterproductive. It strengthens clan consciousness, which we should discourage. Zhan Wuya added, our older comrades hold traditional morality in high regard. If this regulation passes, leaving aside female senators, male reproductive capability can persist into old age. Men originally content to live quietly may find younger relatives instigating them to acquire life secretaries. Is this not destroying families? Kai chimed in. With ingenuity, there are plenty of circumvention methods. Besides, adoption is problematic. It effectively becomes political marriage alliance. Regarding older comrades, Ma Qiongzhou said, even ordinary anti-senators have contributed greatly. The tasks were humble: cooking, washing, cleaning when everything awaited rebuilding. Now many distrust natives and naturalized citizens, so childcare falls to these aunties. On that basis alone, we should not constrain their rights. People age hoping for descendants. I propose amending the draft to reassure them and uphold equality among senators. No further objections arose. Majia asked, what about the retirement regulations? Those can be added as well. Retirement is human nature, but enforcement depends on individual will. As long as someone can contribute, we will not compel retirement. When Daisy paused, administrative positions may carry age limits to prevent 80 or 90-year-olds serving on the executive committee. Let us avoid long-lived theatrics. The senator marriage and inheritance law ultimately passed harmoniously. Inheritance rights for elderly senators were freed from blood restrictions. They could adopt anyone as heir, the sole requirement being that the adoptee take the senator's surname. Whether succession followed primogeniture or merit remained unresolved, left to each family. Technically, a full black box approach was adopted. Both inheritance mode and heir list were classified as top secret, held by the heraldry court. Upon death, the General Office would retrieve and publicly read the document under Senate supervision. If no specific list existed, a standing committee would select an heir according to principles the senator had left. The senator retirement regulation likewise passed. Everyone understood it to be merely a gesture. End of chapter. Chapter 1669. The second five-year plan to solve chronic water scarcity. The Senate had commenced construction of Hainan Island's principal reservoir upon the conclusion of Operation Engine, the Songtao Reservoir. It would be the island's largest, total storage capacity reaching 3.125 billion cubic meters, irrigating 3.122 million mu of farmland. Upon completion, Lingao, Danzhou, Chengmai, and Qiongzhou in northern Hainan would all benefit, with Lingao receiving the greatest share. Beyond agricultural gains, the reservoir would ease industrial water shortages plaguing the manufacturing sector. Yet the project's scale was immense. In the original timeline, construction began in 1958, and the dam was not finished until 1961. Supporting irrigation canals came online only in the 1990s. Against the Senate's ambitious industrial blueprint for the next five-year plan, Songtao was a drop in the bucket, distant water that could not quench the immediate thirst. The Pearl River Delta surpassed all alternatives. Whether measured by transportation, water resources, manpower, or markets, it stood as 17th-century China's premier location. Expanding productive forces demanded industrial relocation. The planning agency's second five-year plan reflected this reality. Nantou Iron and Steel Company would not expand further. The center of gravity for the Senate's steel industry would shift to Guangzhou, where a second machinery manufacturing center would rise in Guangzhou. The following industries and projects comprise the plan's priorities. Power. Complete sets of self-contained power station equipment. 220V and 380V low-voltage transmission and distribution systems with associated instruments. Incandescent bulb manufacturing. Machinery. Focus on equipment manufacturing. Complete self-replication of basic industrial mother machines, lathes, milling machines, planers. Trial manufacture 100-ton hydraulic presses. Expand professional mechanical equipment production for metallurgy, machinery, and chemical industries. Increase investment in process equipment, improving output and quality of standard parts, gears, and bearings. Precision instruments. Increase R&D for optical devices, instrumentation, and measuring tools. Prioritize hand-cranked mechanical calculators. Chemical industry. Expand 3 acids and 2 alkalis production. Scale up synthetic ammonia via combined carbon process. Focus on salt and coal chemicals. Begin preliminary organic chemical exploration. Key projects: pharmaceuticals, pesticides, reagents, pyrotechnics. Search for rubber substitutes. Metallurgy. Launch a second steel complex in Guangdong. Expand output and increase grades and profile types. Pursue breakthroughs in critical special steels, silicon steel, stainless steel, manganese steel, tungsten steel. Expand electrolytic copper, improve non-ferrous metal output and purity. Power equipment. Enhance boiler and steam engine performance. Explore medium and high-pressure boilers under strict quality controls. Steam engine development to emphasize multiple expansion, high-horsepower designs for ships and power stations. Batch-produce small diesel engines, trial-produce gasoline engines. Transportation vehicles. Standardized production of steam locomotive heads and wagons. Promote iron-ribbed wooden hulls for vessels. Expand inland river motor vessels. Trial-build iron-hulled ships and piston aircraft. Light industry. Promote silk weaving, garment manufacturing, and food processing. Electronic appliances. Pursue vacuum tube R&D and radio component manufacturing. Batch-produce fully self-sourced transceivers, radios, loudspeakers, and first-generation manual exchange telephone systems. Transportation and communications. Complete a simple highway network encircling Hainan and crossing it in cruciform pattern, plus wired telegraph lines. By plan's end, all Hainan counties connected by highways and telegraph. Construct Guangzhou Sanshui Railway, Haikou Port Phase I, Sanya Port Phase II, Kaohsiung Port Phase II, Changhua Port Phase I, Changhua Shilu Highway, Sanshui River Port, Guangzhou Wireless Broadcasting Station, Sanya Time Service Station. Mining, Tiandu Iron Mine Phase II, Xiaogyuan Coal Mine Phase I, Honghe Coal Mine Phase II. Oil exploration in Southeast Asia. Water Conservancy. Complete Songtao Reservoir and supporting channels. Ensure industrial, agricultural, and domestic water needs in Lingao by plan's end. Construct coastal dikes in Kaohsiung and Lingao to resist seawater intrusion. Culture and education. Complete primary schools in every Hainan county. Junior primary schools in counties below 10,000 population. 10-year national demonstration schools in Guangzhou and Kaohsiung modeled on Fengqiadi. Kaohsiung and Jeju, junior primary schools at 1 per 16,000 residents. Higher education, Naval Academy in Hong Kong, Army Academy on Jeju, Comprehensive Polytechnic College and Higher Normal College in Lingao. Tom Liu held the document, scanning the long roster. Xiaogyuan Iron and Steel No. 1 Blast Furnace, No. 1 Open Hearth Furnace, Xiaogyuan Coal Mine No. 1 Shaft, Xiaogyuan Central Coal Washing Plant, Hong Kong Shipyard No. 1 Large Dry Dock, Lingao Optical Equipment Factory, Guangzhou No. 2 General Machinery Plant, Honghe Coal Mine No. 2 Pit, Honghe Central Coal Washing Plant, Lingao Instrument Factory, Lingao Electronics Factory, Lingao Cable Factory, Maniao Ferrotungsten Alloy Factory, Maniao Metal Structure Factory, Guangzhou Glass Factory, Guangzhou Meat Processing Plant, Guangzhou Silk Factory, Guangzhou gas plant, Guangzhou motor factory, Qiongzhou building material cement plant, Changhua cement plant, Wencheng coconut processing plant, Haikou seafood processing plant, Jeju meat processing plant, Lizhu sugar factory. This was genuinely go big and go fast, and Tom Liu felt both elation and anxiety. The difficult birth of silicon steel sheets had stalled the power sector. Beyond self-contained stations for non-ferrous smelters and salt chemical plants, Lingao's prime movers remained dominated by steam and gas engines. Tom Liu sensed the electric power party held diminishing influence within the planning agency. Yet the plan's language suggested the Senate still affirmed electricity as development's direction. With such policy support, the great leap forward in electric power would no longer be a slogan shouted by enthusiasts in the Nanhai coffee house. The IT senators felt profoundly sidelined. Rebuilding a modern IT system within their lifetimes was a fool's dream. At best, they could maintain dwindling devices from the other spacetime. Their brightest hope was vacuum tube mainframe computers, the Lingao ENIAC, someday. Until then, they would satisfy themselves with mechanical computers in the second 5-year plan, paper tape punching, organizing punch card indices. Secretary of State Ma Qiongzhou was enthusiastic, but engineers knew these projects required fitters more than programmers. Technical senators threw themselves into heated discussion. The venue hummed with rare excitement. Many projects merely expanded scale and improved quality, but relied entirely on the spacetime's industrial capabilities, without support from products carried over from the old world. This was a severe test of 5 years' industrialization efforts. Precisely because of this, passing the test would mean genuine capability for industrial self-maintenance and self-upgrade, mastery of the highest technology and strongest productive forces of the 17th century. After that, conquering the mainland, and eventually the world, became merely a matter of time. With so many port and road projects, I worry our construction company cannot cope. Mei Wan was caught between delight and concern. The general construction company will definitely expand, Ma Qiongzhou assured him. Senators must embrace roles as industry leaders and managers, giving naturalized citizens free rein. You cannot forever serve as contractors yourselves. Besides, after we conquer Guangdong, all indigenous construction enterprises in the province will be unified and incorporated. Carpentry, bricklaying, they handle it, perhaps better than workers we trained ourselves. Good, that relieves me, Mei Wan nodded repeatedly. Also, do not be intimidated by Phase II projects. Old spacetime civil engineering concepts do not apply, the difference is vast. Wu De laughed. Sanya Port Phase II is just a breakwater and trestle bridge, do not overthink it. Regarding oil, where is our target, Brunei or Taiwan? The long-suppressed oil party members finally spoke. Given enormous resource consumption in oil shale mining, the second 5-year plan focused on shallow oil field exploitation rather than Danju or Zhejiang deposits. Taiwan's Miali County contained shallow oil resources, small quantities mined during Qing and Japanese eras, wells maxing at 120 meters, suited to the Senate's modest drilling technology. But output was minuscule. Larger reserves lay buried below 2,000 meters. Brunei's fields combined shallow burial, large reserves, and excellent quality, ideal targets. But distance was considerable. Development required an entirely new base. End of chapter. Chapter 1670, Colonial Plan. The planning agency favors developing Brunei's oil fields, Wu De said. Initial investment is substantial, but the technical threshold is low and output stable. Fellow senators are free to share alternative views. The petroleum faction was almost universally aligned with Brunei. From a professional standpoint, Brunei crude vastly outperformed Taiwanese reserves. Internal combustion engines are the future direction for prime movers. A petroleum senator began expansively, but Wu De cut him off. We do need oil primarily for diesel and kerosene, especially kerosene. With reliable supply, the kerosene lamp industry has enormous potential. Focus your attention there. Shouldn't we prioritize electric lights, or at least gas lamps? Gas lamps are not the direction of development. Electric lights require a power grid, and that cannot be achieved overnight. In the old timeline, most rural areas received electricity only in the 1980s, with remote regions waiting until the 1990s. Given our industrial level, popularizing kerosene lamps within a generation would be exceptional. Before cheap, sufficiently bright nighttime lighting existed, the vast majority of humanity slept as soon as darkness fell. The sole nocturnal entertainment was procreation. Lighting a lamp for work or study was a luxury only meager assets families could afford. If affordable kerosene illumination could be popularized, it would liberate the night for countless people, creating conditions for evening labor and education. The meeting granted everyone a full day for group discussions. The newly elected cabinet members likewise engaged in their own sessions. Though the cabinet contained fresh faces, nearly all continued their previous work, possessing intimate knowledge of their domains. Naturally, they each attempted to insert personal priorities into the plan. Discussions convened in the Nanhai Coffee House and various ministry conference rooms. The Senate Hall's single open-air venue sufficed for plenary sessions but not smaller gatherings. The Executive Committee General Office's conference room was packed. Those present were all ministers, with one exception, Cadre. Though no longer Minister of Colonial Trade, foreign trade remained among the Senate's most critical departments. This cabinet meeting expanded to include him. Cadre seemed psychologically prepared for his departure. Despite competent work, he had swum against the current on every major policy debate, tilting left then right, or getting attacked from both flanks simultaneously. His reputation had only deteriorated. Stepping down was inevitable. After the election, when Daisy told Ma Qiongzhou, Cadre is a good comrade. His foreign trade work deserves affirmation. Cadre consoled himself. Stepping down had advantages. He had been tarred black enough. Since the Senate rotated positions like emperors taking turns, resting a term posed no problem. Besides, he retained his role as People's Commissar for Trade. At present, he was reporting on next year's foreign trade supply plan. The plan was vital because many projects depended directly on what goods the Trade Department could procure. In an era of profoundly underdeveloped supply chains, where trade mostly concerned luxury goods, many industrial raw materials unavailable in controlled territories required immense resources to locate. Some simply could not be obtained. Senator Ping writes that the next trade fleet will ship 100 tons of copper and 100 tons of sulfur from Japan. The South American wild rubber and cinchona bark shipped by the Dutch should also arrive next year. Dinshi, sitting with eyes closed, suddenly looked up. Repeat that. Cinchona bark, how much? Cadre scratched his head. I cannot give exact figures, but definitely tons. Whether long-distance transport affects efficacy remains uncertain. Additionally, the British East India Company will ship saltpeter, graphite, asbestos plus opium from India. Zhan Wuya clapped Cadre on the shoulder. Little C, outstanding work. I never expected you to secure rubber, graphite, and asbestos. We must get the electric furnace operational next year. With that, silicon steel, 45 steel, 65 manganese steel, stainless steel, calcium carbide, and electric welding all become feasible. Electric furnaces aren't in the plan, are they? I left them out thinking we couldn't obtain suitable raw materials. Certainty was low, Zhan Wuya said. But the electric furnace is a hurdle we must cross. Without it, many things cannot begin. It is the critical industrial chain link. The sooner conquered, the better. Besides continuing slave shipments, Courtyard will complete horse contract delivery next year. The European and Indian breeds we purchased will all arrive, though mortality rate is expected high. Regarding horses, only Wu Nanhai showed much interest. Since capturing Jeju Island and opening trade with later Jin, Mongolian horses, however unsatisfactory, had filled the demand gap. The army barely covered its needs. The upcoming mainland campaign would unfold across water networks where boats outperformed horses. Yet Mongolian horses' limited traction still blocked certain large implements Wu Nanhai hoped to deploy. His desire for breed improvement remained urgent. We are launching the Liangguang campaign. To display military prestige and senator officer dignity, senior army officers should be equipped with tall, impressive mounts. The speaker was Zai Yazhu, newly appointed army chief of staff. Wu Nanhai snorted. Old Zai, if you want horse-meat sausage, wait for the transport ship, you can eat your fill. Stop invoking prestige. Old Wu, I did eat chickens and ducks back then, but I was seriously wounded on Juhua Islet and needed nourishment. Must you always hold this against me? Look, Nick. Zai Yazhu suddenly realized his slip. Regarding Nick's mysteriously vanished pigeon, he maintained an unwavering stance. Beat me to death, I will admit nothing. He fell silent. Wu Nanhai had been about to mention vanishing rabbits and a suckling pig that somehow flew from the pigsty to grass outside, but sensing the mood was wrong, let it go. Cadre continued. I have a letter from Senator Zhu Ruiwang, consul in Batavia. You have seen his proposal. Working alone in Batavia is difficult. The rubber, cinchona trees, all secured by him. He proposes a Palembang plan in Sumatra, an experiment in establishing the Senate's first colony. Initially, large-scale plantations growing rubber, cinchona, oil palm, and tropical cash crops, while preparing Palembang oil field development during the third five-year plan. Colonial personnel would be drawn primarily from Hakkas. Conflict between local Cantonese and Hakkas runs sharp. Armed feuds are commonplace. We also hold pirate leader Liu Xiang. His followers are mainly from Chaoshin, and Chaoshin people do not get along with Cantonese. From a stability perspective, I suggest migrating a portion of Liu Xiang's group there. Accomplishing nothing, yet proposing a new colony. Never mind manpower. How much material and transport capacity will this require? Wu De frowned. Tropical plantations are necessary, but investment is substantial. Moreover, it is Dutch-controlled territory. What if the Dutch emulate the Spaniards and conduct a Batavia massacre? We would have another Vietnam debacle. If that happens, we bloodwash Taiwan, Cadre replied flatly. The Spaniards dared the Manila massacre because they saw the Ming would not retaliate. With the Senate backing the colony, the Dutch will not be so blind. Investment need not be overwhelming, Ma Qiongzhou said calmly. Plantation economy is cruel. Sending our people to burn themselves out is inadvisable. Use local materials, introduce slavery. Chinese immigrants can serve as craftsmen, merchants, overseers, technicians. This can follow government supervision, merchant operation. Liu Xiang's private wealth is probably several million plus his subordinates. Let them invest in a colonial development company. Ran Yao frowned. Is that appropriate? You are cultivating a new power block overseas. If it becomes too large to fail, dismantling it later requires great effort. And dealing with an old fox like Liu Xiang, I fear Senator Zhu will be devoured without bone residue left. We only asked them to provide capital. We did not say they would run operations. Cadre had planned thoroughly. Immigrants will comprise three groups: Hakkas at 50%, Chaoshin people from Liu Xiang's subordinates at 30%, Fujianese from Zheng Zhilong's Gaoxiong followers at 20%. This ratio ensures mutual restraint. It also makes mutual slaughter considerably easier, Ran Yao observed. I suspect the Dutch originally had no ideas, but someone among these groups will rush to collude with them first. End of chapter. Chapter 1671. Controversy over the colonial plan. Surely it won't come to that. Old C, you truly do not understand Guangdong's folk customs. Cantonese, Chaoshin, and Hakka may all be Han Chinese of Guangdong, but their relationships are water and fire, far worse than not getting along. Armed feuds escalate to family annihilation. And this pattern persists through migration. The Manchu Qing relocated Guangdong Hakkas to Hainan to diffuse tensions, only to see the same conflicts replicate there. Beyond that, Hakka and Khaosan people are famously clannish. Putting these two groups together is already dangerous. Mixing Fujianese into the equation, is it because you think they won't slaughter each other enthusiastically enough? You mean none of these people are usable? I mean this. Until we systematically transform society, demolish old structures, and instill modern civic consciousness, simple manipulation, using barbarians to control barbarians, is useless. It will only intensify contradictions, possibly inviting wolves through the door. In the old timeline, how many cases occurred of Southeast Asian Chinese playing, using barbarians for self-advancement, seducing natives to massacre compatriots? Those who harmed overseas Chinese most savagely were, more often than not, themselves Chinese. In the 17th century, the problem will be worse. Ran Yao's denunciation was scathing. Zhu Ruoang's plantation ambitions are not impossible, but Palembang is the wrong choice. That is Aceh Sultanate territory. The Dutch have marginal influence. Aceh is formidable. If we insert ourselves, small investment cannot hold it. Large investment is not worthwhile. Little Zhu is stuck in Batavia and cannot oversee Palembang. We would need another senator as supervisor. Since we are already preparing a Brunei base for oil extraction, locate the plantations there. Wu Du effectively vetoed the proposal. As for Little Zhu, his Batavia work remains important, especially pressuring the Dutch to properly cultivate our rubber. Wu Nanhai, whose primary concern was tropical agriculture, declared his position. I support tropical plantations 100%. Where we establish them, I have no preference. The Dutch are probably unreliable. No one in this era has operated a rubber plantation, so they must learn as they go. Handling it ourselves seems more dependable. I have Senator Zio Oheju who has long wanted to pursue rubber cultivation. How about giving him the Brunei operation? Zio Oheju used to fry chicken cutlets in the cafeteria, decent coconut crisp cutlet, but I heard he did finance. Does he know rubber? He left the cafeteria long ago. Now he is an agricultural technician in our tropical crop garden, also working at the food factory. Besides cutlets, he knows fish floss. Never mind that. As for rubber expertise, I do not know rubber either. We all start from scratch. He is highly motivated. If he is willing to go to Brunei himself, I see no problem, Ma Qiongzhou said. Sending senators to take independent charge is the hard truth. Public recruitment should proceed. If more suitable candidates appear, they may join. Seeing no objections, Ma Qiongzhou turned to the next page. Now let us discuss agriculture, especially grain. If grain is insufficient, people's hearts become unstable. To conquer the mainland, we require vast quantities to win hearts and protect manpower. Wu Nanhai cleared his throat. Briefly, our directly operated land in Hainan, Taiwan, and Jeju, including state-owned farms and Tiandahui contracted land, totals approximately 1 million mu. Next year, 500,000 mu of paddy fields will yield 2 rice crops plus 1 green manure crop. Average yield is roughly 600 caddies unhusked per mu, equivalent to about 450 caddies brown rice. At 30 caddies monthly per person, rice alone feeds 620,000 people. This covers only directly operated land, excluding peasant and landlord harvests. Feeding populations of Hainan, Taiwan, and Jeju poses no problem. Is that yield estimate high? Ma Qiongzhou asked. Pesticides and chemical fertilizers have never been sufficient. Not all state-owned land has undergone improvement. A portion has received improvement. A portion consists of paddy fields with originally superior conditions. Combined with seed and management advantages, this average is achievable. In agricultural counties like Qiongzhou and Wencheng, single-crop late rice in ordinary paddies during normal years exceeds 2 shi per mu. Wu Nanhai spoke with confidence. The others nodded. Years of governance had taught them grain's centrality to national security. The remaining 500,000 mu are mainly dry land and poor condition paddies. Apart from a portion for cash crops, I plan potatoes, sweet potatoes, and miscellaneous grains. That portion can feed another 400,000 people. 1 million people, roughly the total population of Senate-controlled territory. Farmers fed themselves and paid land taxes. The Senate could import rice from Tonkin and Siam as supplements. This grain was capital for the Liangguang campaign. Our agriculture's main problems remain the same. Modern farming has 3 magic weapons: seeds, fertilizers, pesticides. We have seeds, but breeding cannot keep pace. Even on directly operated land, improved variety sowing rate does not reach 30%. Fertilizers are scarce. We rely on green manure and night soil to substitute for nitrogen, guano, and fish meal for phosphate. Low efficiency, high labor intensity. Pesticides are worst. We basically cannot produce chemical pesticides, relying on indigenous plant-based ones. Mass production requires large-scale planting, consuming land and labor, while efficacy is poor and preservation short. Modern improved seeds were not optimized for pest resistance, so pesticide demand is particularly high. We hope the chemical sector achieves breakthroughs soon. Zhan Wuya reflected, chemical industry is our weakness. Breakthroughs require starting with materials. Processing technology is overcapacity, but raw materials are short. If the electric furnace succeeds, gates for chemical and power industries essentially open. Hainan has manganese and a small tungsten mine with trace molybdenum. We plan mining after New Year, but critical gaps remain, primarily chromium and nickel. Without them, chemical industry cannot start. Petrochemical, coal chemical, ammonia, pesticides, all hopeless. Chromium and nickel are extremely difficult. Not that refining is hard, but no 17th century location mines or refines either. We must build supply chains from scratch. Neither ore is easily found domestically. Isn't Nantou handling this in the Philippines? The Philippines, yes. Just thinking of jungle mining makes me shudder. Wu De frowned. Tropical primeval forest. If ore lies by the coast, fine. If inland, merely locating the vein alive would be miraculous. Hainan possessed nickel and chromium reserves. Shilu cobalt copper mine held reasonably abundant nickel. But both suffered from small reserves, low grade, and substantial mining costs. Classic chicken rib resources. The Southeast Asia Company should no longer be satisfied with trade. Add exploration and development, Magia proposed. We want mixed ownership, and the company already operates under it. We can move with larger steps, absorb more private merchant capital, grant greater autonomy, emulate European practices, support adventurers. Do not fret about losing control. Given our strength, how far can minor colonial enterprises slip? Fully utilize private initiative to locate resources. Do not intervene excessively. Currently, we handle everything ourselves. In technical areas we must, but mining can be entrusted to private capital. The key is proper legal regulation. You cannot speak 3 sentences without invoking your profession. Wu De laughed. An exploration law, colonial law. Your law society has labored for years and produced, besides security regulation, marriage regulation, and general principles, not a single formal statute. Every trial you produce some Australian precedent as cover, pure conviction by whim. Magia flushed. Law is serious, requiring consideration of all angles. Besides, our work integrates with this timeline circumstances. We cannot be imprudent. We have completed drafting the marriage law and criminal code. The civil code is nearly finished. The marriage law contains basic civil law centered on the nuclear family, providing legal guarantees for new social atmosphere. Criminal code and civil code prepare foundations for suppressing clan powers. With these, we possess the foundation for rule of law. Zio Zishan asked, "How are senators positioned in your law?" Magia answered, "Every law's first article reads, senators are sacred and inviolable. Senators are state pillars. Senators are not restricted by this law, and so forth. All legal matters involving senators are handled by the Senate according to the common program." End of chapter. Chapter 1672. Agricultural Onsite stay Ma Qiongzhou suspected the pettifogger was peddling his rule of law ideology again. This is inadvisable. Even the great Ming superficially declares if the prince violates the law, he is punished the same as the commoner. Writing the exception so explicitly, I fear that cannot be justified. Director General, it should be done precisely this way. The rule of law requires defined laws to follow. We had far too much ambiguity in the past and excessive latitude for political maneuvering. This contradicts the spirit of legality. Ma Qiongzhou replied, I have no objection to codifying this. My concern is whether mentioning it in every law is appropriate. The clause on senator status could be listed as a constitutional section. There is no need to insert it into each statute. Speaking of which, you have not even drafted a constitution. The common program is only a party constitution. It cannot be conflated with a national one. I agree, Wu Nanhai interjected. Otherwise, naturalized citizens will be tormented by curiosity about the common program's contents. Besides, leaving this clause displayed for 30 or 50 years is clearly provocation, inviting resentment. Even 2 less, 1 lenient, which was never an actual legal article, drew criticism for decades. If we preach equality with one breath while proclaiming senator superiority with the next, we appear schizophrenic and hand future opposition parties a potent weapon. Confucius's ambiguous maxim about punishment and rituals has been used to attack Confucius II endlessly. Creating a senators are more equal clause serves no purpose but painting a target on our backs. In my view, this should not appear even in the Constitution. Let everyone operate in the black box. Any senator with legal troubles will never see an ordinary courtroom. Why write it down? Ultimately, the decision was to omit the clause. Instead, the Constitution would enshrine the Senate's exalted status as creator, leader, defender, and guide of the state. Discussion then turned to relocating certain factories to Qiongzhou. Bapu Port was not a natural harbor, and current cargo throughput had reached saturation. Further increases would require major port construction. Steam coal imports from Honghe now reach 120,000 tons annually, not including coking coal. Cargo is already detaining ships and clogging ports. Industrial enterprises in Lingao must be dispersed. Because an industrial relocation plan for Guangzhou already existed, the primary focus was the shipyard. Except for a small contingent retained at Bapu shipyard for repair and minor construction, the rest would relocate to Hong Kong Island. Additionally, the Lingao glass factory and ceramic factory, heavy coal consumers whose materials and products alike came from abroad, plus the paper mill and wood processing plant would move entirely to Qiongzhou County. This would exploit Haikou Port's capacity, reduce Lingao's non-agricultural population density, ease housing pressure, and facilitate local food sourcing. Qiongzhou and Wencheng were major agricultural counties. I have no objection to relocation, but the factory buildings and kilns that cannot be moved are a pity, Cheng Dong said with regret. There is nothing to regret. Most kilns were makeshift, with low standards and significant hazards. Remaining buildings can house other factories. Zhan Wuya was unconcerned. Besides, after so many years, major repairs would be necessary. Relocation provides opportunity for industrial upgrading. Discussion moved to mainland campaign details, then finally to arrangements for countryside squatting investigations. The general principle: senators in industrial and mining enterprises will not normally be assigned squatting, mainly visits concluding within 3 days. Senators in administrative departments will be grouped for week-long social investigations. Those who apply personally may stay longer. Zishan has prepared a schedule, who goes where for how long. Each department must maintain senators on duty. Ma Qiongzhou explained. Everyone must go. All must go. Roughly 1/5 are assigned each rotation, with everyone taking turns. Ma Qiongzhou continued. We should see conditions on the ground more often and not become intoxicated by report numbers. The autumn wind turned gradually chill. In Hainan during the Little Ice Age, cold wave mornings brought thin frost. Now, as the busy autumn harvest wound toward completion, a convoy of freight wagons, including a 2-wheeled carriage reserved for senators, traveled the LingaoChengmaiQiongshan highway. Countryside squatting in such weather was pleasant, clear skies, comfortable temperatures. A trip out, a few days in villages, senators would not resist too strongly. Few senators willingly traveled during sweltering summer, when only Lingao offered ice blocks and water-cooled air. Even now, those assigned to distant, sparsely populated locations grumbled. Yun Suji had been delighted to hear he was assigned to Qiongzhou. For 3 or 4 years he had been stuck in Lingao, laboring in nearby water conservancy projects or falling asleep to food factory whistles. He had never even visited Haikou. Although attached to the Ministry of Light Industry, his work at the food factory and concurrent role as Tiandahui agricultural technician had forged close ties to agriculture. He had asked Wu Nanhai to propose an investigation project, inspecting state-owned farms in Haikou and immigrant conditions, and approval came smoothly. Before departure, he said, "Old Wu, we still have much to accomplish in Haikou." He referred to the agricultural reclamation blueprint for Taiwan and Hainan, carefully designed by the Ministry of Agriculture. Historically, the Hainan state farms established in 1952 became the country's third-largest reclamation system. 1.05 million total population, 213,000 employees. Production bases across the island cultivated over 20 tropical cash crops and fine fruits, coconut, betel nut, pepper, coffee, sisal, cocoa, oil palm, cashew, southern medicinal plants, lychee, longan, mango, pomelo, jackfruit, in addition to rubber and tea. Exactly. What we want is a single-crop economic belt as in America. Wu Nanhai became energized. After 3 years, the Tiandahui, focused on improving traditional agriculture, had matured operationally. Though the system held potential, reaching the next level required patient effort. Once planning cadres could independently carry on, surviving agricultural senators began contemplating another direction: large-scale plantations, essentially replicating the Hainan state farm model. Plantations are large-scale intensive commercial agriculture growing single cash crops in tropical regions. They operate on vast scales with comprehensive production and living facilities, not merely machinery, but road systems, processing plants, repair shops, power and water supply, education and health. This integrated approach is beyond smallholder capacity. For the Senate, transporting people southward was not to perpetuate traditional farming, it was to create human resources. Plantations employ managers and staff directly, differing fundamentally from family farms. What emerges are industrial workers, not peasants, valuable whether for factory labor or colonization. This was why human resources used agriculture as a manpower reserve after Operation Engine. When the first commune was established at Bairn Beach after landing, the state-owned farm model with enterprise management was promoted. But limited conditions meant that even today, those farms, aside from Nanhai Demonstration Farm, including later Kaohsiung establishments, did not qualify as full-scale plantations. Additionally, policies advocating enterprise specialization and prohibiting enterprises running society left plantation support facilities incomplete. Though the Tiandahui was established as substitute, under various restrictions the supporting infrastructure had far to go. This was something Wu Nanhai brooded over. This plenary session merged state-owned enterprises under the planning agency, resolving ownership questions. Enterprise specialization was no longer mentioned. The policy of non-tradable shares under mixed ownership proved conducive to absorbing private capital. It was the moment to go big and fast. In his view, the Tainan Plain was ideal for plantations, followed by Hainan's southern counties with abundant land, sparse population, and favorable conditions. Given limited resources, the sector had just established several large plantations in Sanya and settled 30,000 immigrants in northern Hainan counties using scattered settlement. End of chapter. Chapter 1673, LingaoChengmaiQiongshan, the vast wastelands flanking the Nantou River, had also drawn agricultural interest for plantation development. This trip, I intend to survey Haikou and plan the first demonstrative farm in northern Hainan. Wu Nanhai nodded. Then have Dugu Qiyuhan accompany you. He mentioned wanting to visit Wencheng, to review immigrants allocated to agriculture and select future employees. Dugu Qiyuhan spent his days knee-deep in paddies transplanting rice, but nights were filled with dreams of coming ashore. If the agricultural sector built a state farm system, commanding people and territory, it would become a steel fortress of the planned economy, aligning significantly with a certain faction he supported. Naturally, it would be a highway for upward mobility. He threw himself into the work with enthusiasm, proving himself capable in running for the ministry. Both understood Dugu's ambitions yet refrained from calling him out. His efforts benefited the department. At first light, Yun Suji and Dugu Qiyuhan departed Lingao with 4 carriages. By the time the sun stood 3 poles high, they were resting at the Chengmai County Courier Station. Following the Lingao Defense War's victory, the Transportation Department had organized a POW brigade investing over 3,000 laborers as part of the Grand Cross Road Plan. In 2 months, following the old timeline's Hainan West Line Expressway alignment, they completed the cinder and gravel road from Chiangmai to Qiongzhou Prefecture. Courier stations were renovated. Flame trees, Delonix regia, were planted roadside. In the old timeline, flame trees grew tall with broad, drooping canopies, ideal shade for tropical regions. Here they served the same purpose, flourishing along roads in Lingao, Sanya, and elsewhere. New scenery now lined the roadside. Black telegraph poles had risen. The first phase of the island-circling wired telegraph project was essentially complete. Wired telegraph from Lingao westward already connected Chiangmai, Qiongzhou, and Wencheng. Throughout the journey, Yun Suji saw harvested fields everywhere. The paddies were now planted with green manure, Chinese milk vetch. As far as the eye could see, dots of green were emerging. With a veteran technician's keen observation, he noticed immediately that farmers in the fields were remarkably few. Good men don't earn money in June, he mused silently. Though it was not June, the busy seasons had passed. Farmers had stored their grain and entered the slack season. Yun Suji had once mocked Southeast Asian natives for idling all day, assuming the proverb was mere lip service. But 3 years in Hainan had taught him the pure gold truth the phrase contained. The year the Senate landed, villagers had swarmed toward cash like mosquitoes to blood. Under heavy incentives, construction speeds broke records. But with the Tiandahui's help, once rural life improved, many became satisfied with modest prosperity. Though the future old dad tea culture had not yet emerged, in a dozen or so wealthy villages around Eastgate Market, people had grown addicted to Australian lifestyle and senator enjoyment. These prosperous farmers idled away drinking tea and wine at Eastgate Market, or boasting in Bapu. They knew harder work would yield better lives, yet were already satisfied. Some simply stopped participating in winter corvée for water conservancy, directly hiring new immigrants instead. This was not merely his observation or the Tiandahui's. Senators on frontlines and in civil affairs all commented on it. Finance senators proposed increasing agricultural taxes and widening industrial agricultural price scissors to reduce farmers' disposable income. This was near universal practice among late-developing industrial nations. Building an industrial system by maximizing exploitation of rural surplus value in the absence of overseas markets. Though the Senate possessed vast overseas markets, its appetite for capital and labor remained insatiable. From the finance sector's perspective, farmer living standards under Senate rule had improved too rapidly. Increased disposable income prompted lifestyle improvement, human nature. Yet the industrial system remained fragile. Massive accumulation must be directed toward export production and infrastructure investment. Satisfying private demand and maintaining circulation coupon stability now required increased commodity production in local markets. The proposal sparked fierce controversy. The Senate wanted Lingao's new society to exert a beacon effect, and improving farmer conditions was the most effective method. Forcibly suppressing income would damage the policy and affect public sentiment. Some enterprising souls then posted on the BBS a development history of the Hainan state farms, staffed mainly by Sichuanese and Hunanese employees. That post stirred deep empathy in Yun Suji, reinforcing determination to run for the ministry and demand a larger share from the Operation Engine immigration pool. Regarding agriculture's request for manpower, the planning agency was generally forthcoming, though some questioned whether northerners could cultivate rice and tropical crops. LingaoChengmaiQiongshan replied, "Plantation discipline requirements are no less than industry. We have sufficient whips and gallows." No one questioned that. Northern immigrants in northern Hainan were integrated in interspersed manner, mixed with Fujianese, settled according to the standard village model. Lingao established 50, Chengmai 35, Qiongzhou 12. What vexed them? The satisfied with small wealth mentality prevented standard villages from maximizing efficiency. Wu Nanhai was highly dissatisfied. He had boasted before the administration council, and failing to boost output meant failing to deliver. He urged thorough observation during this investigation. The traditional mentality must be broken by state farms. Yun Suji thought privately. Out of respect for the Qiongzhou establishment, the Senate had not directly entered the prefecture city. Instead, a new town was built in Haikou, along with an army base, Haikou Fort. As for Tang Yunwen's naval forces at Baishishuazhai, they had become decoration. Shortly after the Chengmai disaster, Assistant Regional Commander Tang dispatched people to Guangzhou seeking transfer. Now he neither patrolled nor attended duties, merely collecting 800 yuan allowance monthly while awaiting reassignment. Remaining soldiers subsisted on Senate assistance pay, earned through labor. Many able-bodied men had defected to the Australians, leaving only the old, weak, and disabled. The Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism converted the Chengmai Courier Station into a horse-changing post. Yun Suji and LingaoChengmaiQiongshan switched horses and continued. Mongolian horses adapted poorly to Hainan, suffering high mortality. They required careful handling. The 4 carriages each carried a senator guard on either side, 8 total. They wore tropical pith helmets, short-sleeved shirts, straw sandals, and pistols. The carriages appeared identical from outside. The 2 senators rode in the 4th, while the first 3 carried accompanying staff. Luggage was neatly bundled atop each vehicle. Passing through Shishan, Yun Suji asked LingaoChengmaiQiongshan about the agricultural vehicle detachment that pursued routed Ming soldiers in this area. Though Dugu had not participated, he had visited the battlefield shortly afterward. Speaking with evident pleasure, he produced a notepad to sketch a tactical map. At the time, it was a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The agricultural vehicles chased relentlessly, corpses covering the ground, rivers of blood. He immersed himself in memories. Look, that is the Requiem monument built afterward for fallen Ming officers and soldiers. Under the hill are remains and ashes. He pointed to a stone monument standing solitarily on a small hill. What about our people? All buried at Qiongzhou. This side is the Chengmai Battle Monument. He pointed to another mound. Those are the ruins of the Earth City built back then. Facing the county city, on the collapsed embankment's ruins, still roughly showing its shape, stood a tall cylindrical monument. At the top stood the double-headed eagle military emblem cast from captured bronze cannons, standing on gears and wheat ears. Yun Suji noticed the hill was lush with green but free of weeds and shrubs. Surrounded by crisscrossing farmland and woods, a small path wound straight to the foot, obviously maintained. Seeming to know his thoughts, Dugu said, "The Chengmai County office manages this. Fangqiati students come here for camping and field training annually, tidying the surroundings. That is the right way. Educating the next generation inherits our cause." Educating the next generation is easy. Hardest to educate is this generation. Dugu said, "Do you know which number military emblem that is?" "The third," Dugu smiled. "Because it is made of copper, actually a wooden frame covered with copper sheet. The culprit was sent to labor camp. I suggested dismemberment by 5 horses directly under the monument, but the legal sector disagreed. Result: the second emblem was installed and lost again within months. This time the circuit court sentenced death for lèse-majesté, hung him in front of the monument. After the third one was installed, it has been peaceful. In the end, it is still poverty. No, actually they are not poor anymore, not to the point of needing theft to survive. Before we came, they did not have enough to eat. Now, the few thieves caught all had stable incomes." End of chapter. Chapter 1674, Qiongzhou Prefecture City, because they got used to poverty. Old habits are hard to break. Yun Suji said. Social civilization has prerequisites. Only when granaries are full do people know rituals and etiquette. We cannot yet speak of full granaries. We just let everyone eat their fill. The road of civilization is still long. The whip and gallows remain the most reliable for promoting social progress. They talked until they stopped outside Qiongzhou City. Dugu Qiyuan summarized. Consumed so many motorcycle hours, and the army still has not settled the bill. He said only this puzzling sentence before naturalized cadres from the Qiongzhou County office came to welcome them at the courier station. Dugu Qiyuan did not enter the city. He took 2 carriages and drove straight to the Nantou River ferry to cross to Wencheng County. The next morning, Yun Suji woke to thrush song. He stayed at the Qiongzhou County office guest house. According to the second 5-year administrative plan, the future Hainan regional government would be located in Qiongzhou County, so this place would soon become the regional guest house. The guest house was located in Ren Ward inside the prefecture city. From outside, it appeared a grand residence with deep courtyards, but inside was a different world. The Class A guest rooms where Yun Suji stayed were independent courtyards, renovated by Guangzhou Purple Label craftsmen according to senator reception standards. Cooks serving in the canteen had trained in modern culinary arts at commercial hall restaurants in Lingao. Since clean government regulations were issued, reception had shrunk. Last night the senator director of Qiongzhou County office gave him a welcome dinner, but it did not reach the 4 dishes and 1 soup standard. Many famous local dishes were missing. "Chief, you are awake." Jin Zishan's voice came from the washroom. Splashing water sound suggested she was washing clothes. Following the voice, she quickly came to the bedside, picked up his clothes from last night and attended to him. "There are attendants here. Just put clothes in the laundry basket." "These are intimate garments. How can I let them wash them? Besides, there are your clothes, Chief. Their work is rough. It would be a waste to ruin them." Jin Zishan nimbly changed him into a cotton shirt. Yun Suji stood still, enjoying her service. Not only Jin Zishan, but his proper wife Liu Meilan also served his daily life decently. He felt this place was truly paradise for men. He wondered how old Zhang had managed to mess things up. After dressing, Yun Suji moved to the washroom. It was completely Australian-style decoration. Basin, flush toilet, shower all available. Jin Zishan had prepared mouthwash, tooth powder, and water. Yun Suji picked up the horsehair toothbrush with ivory handle, dipped it in tooth powder from a rhinoceros horn box and brushed his teeth before the mirror. He sighed secretly. Where could one enjoy such a life in the old space-time? Except for his mother, no woman would treat him, a petty clerk, so well. From the corner of his eye, he saw Jin Zishan waiting respectfully with a towel and felt a little guilty. Senator Yun had enjoyed a harmonious family these past few years. Although Liu Meilan had self-awareness of a lady and could be called virtuous, it was also thanks to Jin Zishan being submissive, always lowering her eyebrows and pleasing the eye before Liu Meilan. Therefore, he always felt he owed her. Coming for this investigation, he conveniently brought her for sightseeing and relaxation. The newly formulated senator discipline regulations clarified that senators could bring life secretaries on Hainan business trips, so people would not gossip. He spat out mouthwash, and a hot, wrung towel was handed over. Yun Suji glanced inadvertently and saw Jin Zixin with black hair combed into a ponytail, tips on her forehead curled into bangs, wearing a neatly ironed maid uniform. There was a unique sense of clean, efficient beauty. Involuntarily, his heart stirred. Although wife is not as good as concubine, he had cohabited with Jin Zixin for 3 or 4 years, and freshness was long gone. Liu Meilan never created conflict over which bedroom the man slept in, but Jin Zixin's looks and figure were inferior to Liu Meilan, and her opportunities to receive favor were fewer. This was one reason he felt he let Jin Zixin down. However, today he found that this southern girl bought for carnal desire years ago had unknowingly grown into maturity and beauty. Her slightly dark skin highlighted healthy beauty. He could not help pulling her into his arms, one hand around her fragrant shoulder, the other lifting her skirt hem, groping inside, kissing her forehead, eyes, cheeks. Jin Zixin was startled, instantly turning soft under his caress, whispering, "Chief, don't." "What chief? Call me master." Jin Zixin was not used to calling him chief when first receiving his favor. When lost in passion, she always called him master, a boudoir secret between them. Master, under broad daylight people will hear. Hear what? It is only 6 o'clock. Besides, outsiders cannot enter this courtyard. Come, let master love you properly. Eating breakfast an hour later than scheduled, Yun Suji took people out to visit the prefecture city. Before getting into the sedan chair, he saw an old well with rope-worn grooves at the mouth, named Danai Well. The accompanying Cadre said that since ancient times, the city had a saying of 7 wells, 8 alleys, 13 streets. This was one of the 7 wells. Yun Suji's first stop was the 5 Lords Temple, also known as First Tower of Hainan. Built in the Wanli period to commemorate 5 famous officials banished to Hainan during Tang and Song: Li Deu, Li Gang, Zhao Ding, Li Guang, and Hu Quan. Nearby were Zupu Hall, 5 Lords Vihara, Guanjia Hall, Sugong Temple, Arch Bridges, Lotus Ponds, Wind Pavilions, and Qiangyuan Garden, a group of Lingnan-style ancient buildings. Wherever Yun Suji went in the 5 Lords Temple, it was quiet. Those managing the ancestral hall waited respectfully. He was a senator. For natives who realized Qiongzhou Prefecture had changed dynasties, his weight was understood. Someone immediately led and introduced. However, the temple was merely a courtyard with no magnificent scenery. It was in disrepair, with dilapidated parts everywhere. Yun Suji felt uninterested. Walking out, the Cadre said that among 7 wells, 8 alleys, 13 streets, every street and alley had history and legend. Many neighborhoods were famous because people lived there. Dashi Alley was named after famous gentry like Zheng Tinghu, a Ming Dynasty Ministry of Works director, and Zhang Fang, the great Confucian of Lingnan. Jinhua Village and Zhujulai attracted mainland tourists because Qiongzhou and Hai Rui came from there. Yun Suji toured the prefecture city cursorily throughout the morning. Originally a county seat, Qiongzhou was upgraded to a prefecture in the 2nd year of Hongwu when Vice Minister of War Sun and led soldiers to station on the island. The prefecture governance was located in the city, with jurisdiction over all Hainan. The city expanded its enclosure and built walls again. 9 years later it took shape. Circumference 1253 zhang, height 2.7 zhang, thickness 2.8 zhang, 1843 battlements, 57 storehouses, 3 gates in east, south, and west. The east gate was originally Kayang Gate, later Yangta. The south gate was Jingnan. The west was Shunhua. Like Lingao County City, there was no north gate, instead a wall tower called Wangai. In the 17th year of Hongwu, commander of Hainan Guard Sang Zhao added an earthen sub-city of 380 zhang outside the west gate. He walked to the drum tower on Gyulu Street between the south gate and prefecture yamen. The Cadre spoke briefly to the gatekeeper, and he swaggered up the stone steps, touching the moss-covered, scarred walls and dilapidated house on top. Seeing the sea of roofs before his eyes, He found it hard to imagine this used to be where local literati climbed high and recited poetry. The Cadre reported, calculated in the new system, the wall was more than 4,100 meters long, more than 9 meters high, more than 6 meters wide, with 3 gates in east, west, and south, 4 corner towers, subsidies, barbicans, and moats. He pointed out small alleys and streets, East Gate Street, West Gate Street, South Gate Street, and so on. Yun Suji noticed that the Eastern District gathered institutions like Prefecture Humen, County Governance, and Prefecture School. Its functions were political, cultural, religious. So there were Beatty Alley, Shangshu Street, Renhu Ward, Xianqian Street, Xianhu Street. There were also uniquely named roads like Man Street, Dady Street, Ziuyi Ward. "Where is Qiongzhou Academy?" Yun Suji asked. As Hainan's cultural center for 1,000 years, the prefecture city's refined atmosphere nurtured countless literati and heroes. 3 worthies in 1 li, 3 jinchi in 5 li, aptly described talent emerging during Ming and Qing dynasties. Famous figures enthusiastically promoted education. The city had prefecture schools, county schools, charity schools, and private schools. Qiongzhou Academy was established in the Kangxi period as the highest institution. Last year, the Senate supported the Moli studio model in Haikou and built it in advance. Chief, in the north, outside the city wall, the Cadre handed him a telescope. In the lens, he saw white walls and red tiles by the sea, appearing to occupy an area even larger than Fangqiati. What Yun Suji did not know was that Mei Wan originally wanted to build at the Haitian campus of Hainan University's original location, but Qiongzhou cadres planned an industrial zone for Haitian, so it was changed to the south of Haitian, facing it across the river. Built and enrolling now, it could accommodate over 500 boarding students. The Cadre emphasized, construction standards are the same as Fangqiati. Where is Ziling Port? Where is Baishishuzhai? He looked around, ordered someone to take out the map for comparison, and could not help planning the future farm location. This farm, let us call it Evergreen Park. End of chapter. Chapter 1675. Roadside chat. Yun Suji made a request. First, visit a standard village. On the map, numerous standard villages were distributed in a cross pattern along the Nantou River and Chengmai Highway. He asked the county office to recommend a relatively progressive village. The naturalized Cadre flipped through cards and said Boring Village south of Pingshan Ridge was a model village. According to regulations, the county office should send a messenger to notify the village head and resident Cadre to come to the county for a meeting and introduce Senator Yun. However, Yun Suji said village cadres were busy, and a city trip took at least half a day. Not worth it. Used to dealing with Tiandahui farmers in Lingao, he traveled with light luggage. He changed clothes, skipped the carriage, sat in a sedan chair, wore straw sandals, took a boat to the village edge, and walked in on his own. 4 guards disguised as ordinary farmers followed far behind. More than a li separated the ferry from the village. The road into the village was dirt but repaired neatly and compacted smooth. No pits or hollows, some small trees planted. Though thin, they were green and lush, showing careful maintenance. No wonder the county office called this an advanced village. Yun Suji walked slowly. Not far along, he saw a big tree by the roadside. Under it rested an old man with a load beside him, smoking. Yun Suji had a thought. Rushing straight into the village meant meeting only public officials speaking polite formulas. He would hear nothing useful. The countryside was an acquaintance society. No one dared say much to a rash stranger. This old man resting by the roadside must know much about Boring Village, whether from this village or a neighboring one. He took out a cigarette and walked up. Old man, borrow a light. He spoke new speech, unsure of the old man's origin. Zhang. The old man was straightforward and handed over his pipe bowl. Yun Suji leaned the cigarette close to light it and took a drag. You look like a Cadre, don't you carry an Australian lighter? Left in a hurry, forgot it. Yun Suji heard his accent was Central Plains Mandarin and felt closer. Old man, are you from Henan? Right, Henan Prefecture. Yun Suji knew this meant Luoyang. He sat down beside him. Then we are half fellow villagers. I am from Dingfeng. He unconsciously added Henan accent to his speech. You are also from Henan. The old man sounded closer. Where are you going? Over there. Seeing the tobacco in his pipe bowl was used up, Yun Suji took out a cigarette. Here, smoke mine. The old man waved repeatedly. That stuff is precious. A pack costs a whole yuan circulation coupon. I smoke my own leaves. Yun Suji suddenly realized a problem with his cigarettes. What he carried was special supply holy ship brand. No naturalized citizen or native smoked this. Fortunately, the old man did not smoke paper cigarettes, otherwise he would have noticed something wrong immediately. What are you polite for? Just smoke. Yun Suji stuffed it into his hand and lit it for him. The old man took a puff. Ye truly not bad, just the kick is small. Yun Suji smiled, seeing the guard drop significantly. He asked, Old man, are you from this village? I am from this village. The old man smoked. Went to the fair today, sold goods for oil and salt. Looking at you, you are a cadre. I am from the county, going to Boli village to handle business. He deliberately named a neighboring village. So you are from the county. The old man flusteredly wanted to get up. Don't be polite, we don't do that. Fellow villagers meeting fellow villagers, speaking intimate words. Don't fuss with false etiquette. Zhang. The old man nodded, looking Yun Suji up and down. Did you also come from Shandong with the chiefs the year before last? Me, Yun Suji equivocated. Long time ago. I came when the chiefs first arrived in Lingao. Then you are an old person. What old person, new person? Yun Suji laughed. How is life for you here? That goes without saying, heaven and earth compared to the past. Back home, let alone oil and salt, getting bean dregs to stick on cakes was a good meal. How many mu of land does your family have? When registering residents, they allocated 30 mu. I did not want a single mu, just asked for 1 mu of private plot to grow vegetables. I am not a cropsman. The old man laughed. Cannot do farm work. Back home I ground tofu, wanted to open a tofu shop with my wife, but village cadres forbid it, said opening a shop in the village is not allowed, have to go to the county for approval. I'm a small commoner, how dare I enter the county yamen to speak? I cannot speak new speech fluently. One mistake, 40 strokes first and these old legs would be gone. Look at you, the Senate's county office is not the great Ming's county yamen. If you want to go, just go, what is there to fear? Common people dare not breathe loudly seeing a cadre, let alone dealing with officials in the county. Not opening is fine. Anyway, I still have skills, will not starve doing anything. Yun Suji could not figure out why opening a tofu shop was forbidden, thinking the food factory needed tofu. Looking at the stacks wrapped in Chinese iris leaves and tied with straw on his load and 2 oil paper baskets, he got curious. What are you selling? The old man chuckled. Pancakes. Construction sites are everywhere in the county and laborers are everywhere. My pancakes smell good and are filling. The oil paper baskets hold watermelon sauce my wife made this year. Took them to sell together. More than 100 caddies of pancakes, 2 baskets of sauce sold out in half an hour. You know how to make pancakes too? Yun Suji was surprised. Henan people love wheat food, especially steamed buns, but he had not heard of them making pancakes themselves. I did not know how, but this village is full of Shandong people. I learned by watching. What is rare about that? Pushing millstones and mixing batter are things I am used to. What I make is only better than theirs. The old man smoked. The weather here is warm, things to eat are all over the ground. Even gardening is easier than in Henan. Grind everything together, tasty and saves grain. Laborers get full bellies, I make money. My son has not taken a wife yet. Yun Suji smiled. You have a son. Why does not he do small business with you? The old man smoked the cigarette butt until it almost burned his hand before reluctantly throwing it away. Raised 4 sons, 3 daughters. Arrived here with only the youngest son left, just 16. His sister died only after reaching Hainan ruined. Otherwise, marrying her out could have swapped a daughter-in-law back. If I knew earlier, I would have picked up a little girl on the road while fleeing. The bride price here is too expensive. Yun Suji saw he spoke lightly, but the knife-carved skin and dark face told the hardships of the journey. He heard him continue. Son is an apprentice in the brick factory getting wages. Becoming a worker made his heart wild, let alone coming home, does not even send a message. His mother is worried, heard accidents happen in the factory killing people. You are not worried. What is the use of worrying? The old man picked up his pipe bowl. Yun Suji handed him another cigarette. This time he did not decline, lighting it directly. Life and death are fated. Fleeing from home, who could have thought to come here and live peaceful days, he sighed. How many people kicked their legs on the road and fed wild dogs? Being alive to live peaceful days is earning profit, do not you say? Yes, yes, Yun Suji nodded. It was no wonder they were satisfied with small wealth. People who have circled before the gates of hell and seen too many separations of life and death easily adopt an attitude of enjoying wine today while drunk. He asked about village matters, how the land was farmed, whether grain was sufficient. I do not understand farming matters. Looks like it is farmed well, better than back home. Grain is enough to eat. Families with many children and weak labor lack grain, but eating more pumpkin gets them through. Have not heard of anyone unable to open the pot. Just too much corvée labor, cannot catch a breath. Just as they talked, a young man came running from the village side. He was in his early 20s with thick eyebrows and big eyes, not tall but fierce and energetic, wearing a blue cloth double-breasted Cadre suit. Seeing him running over, the old man flusteredly got up and threw the cigarette butt aside, trying to dodge, but was caught. Good you old man Ming. Don't think I dare not manage you because you rely on your old age. Called you to go to the construction site to prepare the advance station. You dodged and did not go, saying you were going to the county to see your son. Turned out going for small business. Saying so, he raised his hand and punched, knocking old Ming 4 feet to the sky, then kicked him again, knocking the load over. The pancakes wrapped in iris leaves rolled all over the ground, the 2 baskets overturned. Yun Suji, seeing he wanted to kick the baskets again, quickly stopped him. Speak properly if you have something to say. Why hit people? These are all food, cannot stimulate waste casually. Seeing an unexpected interrupter burst out, looking like a cadre too, the young man's voice softened slightly. Who are you? I am from the county, coming to do business nearby. Since you are from the county, you should know the county just issued a notice to strengthen winter water conservancy construction support, mobilizing strong labor from over a dozen villages to the site. Latecomers get no good fruit. He is an old man, I don't expect him to work hard, just go cook at the advance station. But he lies and shirks. Yun Suji understood. Just as he was about to mediate, the young man shouted at old Ming again. You better carry your load back to the village to prepare early. Go to the construction site to prepare the advance station today, or tomorrow I will ask the militia to tie you to the labor reform team to dig sand. Old Ming dared not speak, packed up his load and went towards the village. The young cadre followed behind. Yun Suji thought Qiongzhou did not have a prison. Where did a labor reform team come from? Fei Si said some cadres beat and arrested people at will. It seemed true. End of chapter. Chapter 1676. Entering the village, seeing them walk far away, Yun Suji stood up and patted the dirt off his buttocks. The guards behind had caught up. Chief, are you okay? I am fine, Yun Suji said. Look at this cadre, quite majestic. The guard said. Is it not like this in the countryside? If you do not have some majesty who listens to you? Yun Suji said nothing. He had been a Tiandahui agricultural technician for several years, spending more than half the year in related villages, and married a small landlord's daughter. He knew what the guard said was largely true. Let us go, enter the village. Standard villages were all built according to unified models, neat and uniform. Since Qiongzhou belonged to the yellow zone with no military defense needs, the village did not adopt the fortress earth building style designed by President Wen. However, for public security management, the village was still enclosed. The outermost houses had walls built between them to connect into a block, leaving only 4 exits in the cardinal directions. Yun Suji walked into this standard village. There was a wooden sentry box at the village head. Several women sat outside stitching shoe soles and talking. Hearing their Shandong accent, he nodded secretly. Just about to enter, a woman asked, "Comrade, which village are you from?" Yun Suji stopped. The questioning woman was 25 or 26, tall, with a few slight pockmarks on her oval face, wearing a blue cloth jacket with carefully rolled red edge, old but tidy and neat. He said, "I am from the county, coming to handle affairs. Do you have a road pass?" "Yes, yes." Yun Suji took out the letter of introduction. The woman took it, examining it upside down and downside up. Yun Suji knew she probably could not read and was comparing the shape of the official seal. The county's naturalized cadre had said literacy rate in this village was over 80%. It seemed there was much exaggeration in that. After a long while, the woman handed back the letter. "The seal is correct. You go in, sir." Yun Suji praised. "Your security here is quite strict." Several women looked at him and said nothing. The one who asked for the letter spoke. "Village rules, strangers entering and leaving must have a road pass." Yun Suji originally wanted to say more, but they all fell silent, sitting down to stitch shoes. Seeing he could not strike up conversation, he had to ask for directions to the village office. "Walk east along the road. You will arrive when you see the big banyan tree," the young woman said. Yun Suji thanked her and walked into the village. The roads were clean, without garbage or debris. The walls were not snow white but were clean, with no urine stains, feces, or garbage at corners. Slogans were painted one by one on white walls along the street. "Don't plant red flowers today, go down the mine pit in Sanya tomorrow." "One person steals electric wire, whole family goes to labor reform." "Hygiene not done well, whole family gets malaria." "Women don't unbind feet, men bind small feet." "Fight across the strait, liberate all China." Yun Suji saw many such slogans when going to the countryside and did not mind. But the cleanliness of this village truly exceeded expectations. It reached the level of the few best model villages in Lingao. There were few people on the street, probably all gone to the fields. A few who saw him quickly hid by the roadside without a word. Yun Suji felt somewhat strange and walked straight to the village office. There was a big banyan tree outside, probably there for a long time, with a stone mill underneath. Such places were where villagers gathered to talk. Now in the slack season, yet unexpectedly not a single villager was there. He felt even more strange. Standard village offices were all the same. Outside was a bulletin board posted with various notices. Yun Suji stopped to look. Most were policy notifications. Standard notices printed by the county printing house and some written with brush on rough paper, village affairs. The latest was a notice for corvée labor, followed by a detailed list. Which family, how many people, names and surnames, very detailed. There was also a newspaper reading board pasted with yesterday's Lingao Times. Just looking at this bulletin board, let alone the 17th century, it was rare even in 21st century Chinese rural areas. Yun Suji wondered secretly, this grassroots governance level, still relatively advanced. What would the most advanced look like? He stepped in. Inside was also very tidy, a yard in the middle rolled flat and smooth. 3 main rooms were office areas. Left and right were wing rooms hanging with padlocks, probably warehouses. Inside the village office, he met 2 village cadres playing chess. Because they were arguing over a move, they did not see Senator Yun enter. Yun Suji waited for a while. Still no one spoke to him, so he asked amidst their argument, "Which one is the village head?" The 2 looked up. Seeing him wearing a bamboo hat, gray cloth cadre suit, dark blue homespun trousers and straw sandals, he looked like someone who went to the fields often. Though they did not recognize him, hearing his accent, it was not the southern tone of naturalized cadres but had northern accent. Judging from the clothing, the older cadre thought he was a messenger from some village, so he asked lazily, "Which village are you from?" Yun Suji replied, "From Lingao County." The village cadre asked again, "What are you doing here?" The other cadre was about to lose and urged, "Move quickly." Yun Suji was somewhat impatient. "You are very busy. Talk again when you are free later." He threw his backpack onto the steps and sat on it to rest. The first cadre saw his tone was off, stopped the chess game, and leaned over, wondering where the honored guest comes from. Yun Suji saw he was a village cadre but deliberately asked again, "Where did the village head go?" As the cadre answered with a blushing face just as Yun Suji was about to give him the letter of introduction, suddenly there was commotion outside. Someone shouted, "Village head fan! Village head fan!" Village head fan frowned, pushed the chessboard away. "Go see first, what is Yuanhu tossing about again?" Ignoring Yun Suji, he lifted his foot and went out. Yun Suji said nothing, quietly got up and stood by the window. He saw 7 or 8 people in the courtyard, men and women, old and young. The leader was the young cadre who beat old Ming. His chest was open, revealing white undershirt inside, hands on hips, looking very majestic. Behind were several young men carrying sticks, crowding around a middle-aged man. This man wore homespun short jacket, tied up solidly with ropes, looking terrified. A woman followed behind, crying and wanting to get close but pushed by the young men. At the very back was a girl of 11 or 12, wiping tears bashfully, supported by a woman. Yun Suji wondered what drama this was. Just as he pondered, he heard the young cadre say loudly, "Village head." Yan Leiwu bound his daughter's feet again. "Let us not talk about his wife's feet. She bound them all her life and is not used to walking with released feet, so we turned a blind eye. He binding his daughter's feet behind backs like this clearly shows he does not take the county and central instructions seriously." He waved his hand. Several young men carried things to the steps. A disemboweled rooster dripping with blood, several broken bowl pieces, a roll of foot-binding cloth, all things used for foot-binding. Yun Suji thought this young man learned slogans proficiently, just his temper was not very good. Village head fan frowned. "Old Yan, regarding foot-binding, the county's preaching team came several times, right? Let us not talk about your wife. You secretly binding your daughter's feet like this is clearly ignoring instructions." Hearing, ignoring county and central instructions. Yan Leiwu was so scared his legs went soft. He knew Australian chiefs hated this most. But for a girl not to bind feet, Yan Leiwu could not simply imagine, in his common sense, only down-and-out households with uncertain meals or beggars did not bind daughters' feet. As long as there was food and land, everyone bound daughters' feet. When home, he heard knowledgeable people say southern barbarian women planting rice did not bind feet. He thought it a fairy tale. Unexpectedly arriving at the southern barbarians' territory and learning to plant rice, the chiefs forbid foot binding. Not allowed to bind, and those bound must be released. Yan Leiwu panicked. In his common sense, a woman going out without bound feet equaled going out without pants. Moreover, without a small foot to knead during intimacy at night, he could not get aroused. Seeing his daughter was 12, if not bound now, it could not be bound later. Though girls here did not worry about marrying, those without bound feet weighed lighter in bride price. Yan Leiwu and his wife calculated and secretly bound their daughter's feet. Afraid the village would know, he did not let his daughter go out or let people come. Unexpectedly, his daughter could not bear the pain and cried at night. Eventually, it reached Militia Captain Liu Yuanhu's ears. Militia Captain Liu Yuanhu was an orphan, lost parents before the mutiny. Before he could work to support himself, he was a beggar in the Dengzhou countryside. He started herding cattle for a landlord at 13, knew all farm work, had good strength. The master liked him, saying he would assign a maid to keep his heart. Before this pie in the sky could be realized, the master's whole family was killed by disorderly soldiers. He himself was tied and dragged away, almost dying in the chaos. The Senate saved him from the pit of the dead and let him, an illiterate person, become a cadre and human being. In Lingao, he opened his eyes, knowing how real humans lived and what the Australian world looked like. The chiefs wanted to turn this world into the Australian world. In the Manao Agricultural Cadre Training Institute, Du Wen instilled the consciousness of serving the Senate and the people into his mind. Thus he became a person who feared nothing in heaven or earth and regarded Senate's instructions above everything else. End of chapter. Chapter 1677, Village head Fan tries a case now that the Senate had decreed no foot binding. Liu Yuan, who had become the most zealous anti-foot binding crusader in the village. Old Yan V, something of a literary scholar with a shameful taste for the lotus obsession, had always agreed outwardly while opposing the policy in secret. His household was already notorious as a foot-binding difficulty case. His wife's bindings remained intact, and now he'd been caught doing the same to his daughter. The moment this reached Liu Yuanhu's ears, the man sprang up as if galvanized, mustered a few militiamen, and dragged old Yan V from his house. Yun Suji watched the scene unfold from behind the window. Seeing the half-old man trembling with terror stirred a twinge of sympathy in him. He considered stepping out to mediate, but then recalled the abhorrent nature of foot binding, and decided the man had brought this upon himself. Besides, intervening would only obstruct the village's work. Better to first observe how the local cadres handled matters. Before village head Fan could even speak, dozens of onlookers had materialized from all directions. Yun Suji noted with approval that they were reasonably well dressed, their spirits passable. Village head Fan gave a theatrical cough. The spirit of the Senate was conveyed at the last General Assembly. Everyone knows it. Everyone pledged their commitment. This village will be the first foot-binding free village in all of Qiongzhou. Any man whose daughter or wife refuses to unbind, that man will be punished. The assembled villagers stood in respectful silence. When he finished, they chorused their agreement. That's right. Yes, indeed. Village head Fan thrust out his belly with evident satisfaction. Old Yan V's wife still secretly binds her feet to this very day. The village has yet to pursue this matter, and now he goes and binds his daughter's feet too. Such behavior cannot go unpunished. The state has its laws and families have their rules. The Senate is the emperor. If you dare defy what the emperor commands, that's the crime of deceiving the sovereign. Off with your head. Old Yan V and his wife felt their legs turn to jelly. They collapsed to their knees, kowtowing frantically and pleading for mercy, crying that they would never dare bind feet again. Yun Suji was secretly amused, thinking this village head certainly knew how to leverage powerful connections for intimidation. Now he was even more curious to see how the man would render judgment. Village head Fan waved his hand imperiously. Since that's how it is, we'll handle this according to the old rules. Auntie San, bind him up. A middle-aged woman squeezed through the crowd. Her expression was reluctant, clearly loath to participate. She sidled up to old Yan V with an apologetic smile. Old Fifth, this is official business. Please bear with it. Hurry up, Liu Yuanhu snapped impatiently. As he spoke, he shoved old Yan V down onto a long bench. Old Yan V clearly hadn't anticipated this. His face cycled through gray, white, and crimson, a tortured expression worse than someone desperately holding back a bowel movement during a meeting. When he saw Auntie San bending to remove his shoes, he jerked upward as though seized by a cramp, frantically clawing at his own footwear. Hold him, Liu Yuanhu barked. Several militiamen surged forward, seized old Yan V and pinned him firmly down while stripping both shoes from his feet. Yun Suji watched with puzzled fascination. Auntie San moved with practiced efficiency, half kneeling on the ground to cradle one of old Yan V's mud-blackened feet. She placed his right foot on her knee, dabbed alum solution between his toes, squeezed the 5 digits tightly together, then bent the instep forcefully into a curved bow. Cloth strips followed. After only 2 layers of wrapping, she produced needle and thread to stitch the binding shut. The work was ruthless and thorough. 4 militiamen held the man fast while 2 others immobilized his foot. He couldn't move at all. By the time the procedure was complete, his foot burned as though filled with smoldering coals, waves of agony washing over him. Caught between pain and humiliation, he wailed piteously. Yun Suji watched with his heart in his throat. He truly hadn't expected the village head to possess such a creative approach. Now put these lotus shoes on him too. Very pretty, village head Fan commanded. Auntie San bent at the waist. Old Fifth, forgive me, this is official business. She picked up the pair of diminutive shoes sewn by old Yan the Fifth's wife and attempted to fit them onto his feet, an obvious impossibility. Liu Yuan, who drew a knife, slit open the heel of the shoe and forced it onto old Yan the Fifth's newly created golden lotus. Village head Fan continued his judgment. Old Yan the Fifth bears fault in this matter, as does his wife. Yuanhu, give her 40 strokes with the carrying pole. Don't remove her trousers. She's a woman, so leave her some dignity. Liu Yuanhu acknowledged the order and led his men to drag old Yan the Fifth's wife to the ground. The carrying pole rose and fell in steady rhythm. Old Yan the Fifth's wife howled for mercy, crying to heaven and earth that she would never dare again. When all 40 strokes were delivered, Liu Yuanhu instructed Auntie San to remove the wife's shoes. Sure enough, inside her capacious outer shoes, her feet were still bound, stuffed with cotton to conceal the truth. The foot binding strips were immediately unwrapped. Yuanhu, fetch a foot Kang and lock old Yan the Fifth to the stone mill for 3 days. Let everyone in the village get a good look at his dainty little feet. You like telling others to bind their feet. Now taste the flavor yourself. Don't just concern yourself with your own pleasure after the lamp is blown out while ignoring the suffering of your wife and daughter. Everyone, am I right? Everyone agreed he was right. Village head Fan then addressed old Yan the Fifth's wife. Originally, I intended to lock both your golden lotuses to the stone mill for public display, but your family still has sons and daughters waiting to be fed, so I'll spare you this once. No more foot binding. Take your daughter and go home immediately. Old Yan the Fifth's wife, too pained to care about her burning backside, kowtowed hurriedly and scrambled to her feet. Her daughter rushed over to support her, and mother and daughter limped away together. Yun Suji watched this impromptu trial with mixed feelings. Honestly, his impression of village head Fan and Liu Yuanhu wasn't particularly favorable, but to dismiss their methods as simply crude and rough didn't seem quite right either. Take today's foot-binding case. It contained a certain peasant-style wisdom. The village's title of Advanced Village evidently had some genuine substance behind it. While he was still pondering, village head Fan walked in and bowed. My apologies for the unseemly spectacle, my apologies. If we don't handle things this way, it's impossible to get anything done. It's no matter, Yun Suji replied, and only then presented his letter of introduction. Village head Fan accepted it and read, hereby the Tiandahui technical instructor, Senator Yun Suji, proceeds to Qiongzhou for inspection and supervision of agricultural grassroots work. All parties are requested to provide assistance. Having read the letter, the village head's legs turned to water. Good heavens, it's actually a chief. He ushered Yun Suji into the inner room, offered a few polite phrases, and suggested that Yun Suji come to his home for tea. With an ingratiating smile, he said, Chief, this humble one hails from Leizhou. It was Chief Lu who saved this lowly one's life and elevated this lowly one to this position, gave me land to farm. The chief's kindness is vaster than the sky. You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? I'll have someone prepare it at once. No need for formalities, Yun Suji said, and don't rush to feed me. First, brief me on the village's situation. The village head attempted conventional courtesies, but Yun Suji cut him short. This is system protocol. It cannot be broken casually. Seeing this rustic-looking visitor speak with such firmness, the village cadre couldn't immediately think of how to handle him. Very well, Chief. Please rest a moment while I fetch the village archives. With that, he left the public office to find the village accountant. The accountant was a Zhejiang refugee who had once been a shop assistant, quick with the abacus and smooth as oiled silk, the village head's trusted strategist. The village head typically followed his counsel. He first showed the accountant the letter of introduction, then described how this visitor dressed in such rustic attire. The village accountant said, I heard Chief Liu mention such a person a few days ago. You absolutely mustn't underestimate him. Chief Liu reportedly has to consult with him before handling certain matters. The village head nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Now that you mention it, I remember. During that Tiandahui meeting in Lingao County about scientific farming, the chief convened a preliminary session, and I believe this man was there, wearing blue clothes, eyebrows and features just like that. The village accountant said, I think we should entertain him generously and not give offense. The village head walked to the door, then turned back to ask. I invited him to eat at my house, but he refused. He wants to see the archives. What should I do? The village accountant grew impatient. If the chief wants to see archives, just show them to him. Our ledgers are all complete. But how can we show them now? Dozens of different forms, large and small, more than half remain unfilled. Now isn't the official inspection period. Chief Yun is a central government cadre. What would he know about the details? Just bring out whatever's finished, speak persuasively, and muddle through, the accountant advised. Did anyone come from the county? 4 guards came along. They're resting under the banyan tree outside the village office. That's nothing to worry about. Now then, go get the archives. I'll go beat the gong and summon the group heads of each jia to meet the chief. Oh, and be sure to tell Liu Yuanhu to have the militiamen watch those old troublemakers closely. Don't let them come out and cry grievances. Yun Suji waited for some time before the village head returned, face wreathed in smiles. He opened the file cabinet in the wing room and brought out the ledgers, stacking them on the table one pile after another. These aren't quite complete yet. Chief, which categories would you like to see? The village head smiled ingratiatingly. I'll bring out everything you need. No need. Yun Suji clicked his tongue inwardly. Just these ledgers piled on the table, and the collection still wasn't complete. Setting aside the bureaucratic implications, given the actual competence level of the naturalized cadres, one should probably thank the effective cadre education program that they hadn't repurposed the forms as toilet paper. Yun Suji asked, how many households are in your village? Where are they from? What's the total population? How many able-bodied laborers? Seeing that Chief Yun merely flipped casually through the various booklets, the village head felt slightly relieved. When he heard the questions, he quickly rose to his feet. Sit down and talk, Yun Suji said. The village head settled back down. We have 84 households here. The whole village totals 431 people. Most are from Shandong, with some from Shanxi, Zhejiang, and Fujian. 192 able-bodied laborers. Yun Suji nodded. Your village really does have plenty of laborers. Chief, most of us here are refugees, many young and strong, few old or young. Yun Suji continued his questioning. Fortunately, when he asked about paddy fields, dry fields, yield per mu, water conservancy, soil moisture retention, and pest control, the village head could answer everything coherently, rattling off data with apparent ease. Chief Yun seemed quite satisfied. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums erupted outside. Chief Yun started. What's that for? The village head explained this was to notify each jia to assemble for a meeting and greet the chief. Chief Yun laughed. No need to be so formal. Let me eat something first to fill my stomach. The village head seized the opportunity. What would the chief prefer for a simple meal? We have chickens, ducks, fish, shrimp, and vegetables. Chapter 1678, Eating Arranged Meals. Have you implemented the arranged meal system? Yun Suji asked. Let's do the arranged meal then. Remember, I want to eat at a villager's home, not a cadre's home. And by the way, everyone here is from Shandong, correct? Just cook according to Shandong custom. No need for rice on my account. The village head assented, but unwilling to trust anyone else, went to make the arrangements personally. One of the chief's soldiers followed close behind to ensure the chief's food safety. While Yun Suji waited to meet the group heads from each jia, the village head went door to door issuing instructions. Zhao Xinjia's family, arranged meal today. Kill a chicken at your house quickly now. What? Where should you send it when it's done? Woman, send it to the number 1 family. Liu Qiuan's family, arranged meal today. Cook fish at your house. Don't think I don't know you've been fishing in the river. Your third son just walked past with a fish basket bare-bottomed. Use good live fish or it'll be your hide. Send it to the number 1 family when done. Kai Pai, go to your uncle's place and gather porcelain from those households. Send it to the number 1 family. Official reception. He then explained to the soldier following him. The number one family is our designated household for arranged meals. I don't trust the others. But the soldier replied, the chief's safety comes first. We can't have food sent from various places, nor use local tableware. Everything must be prepared in one location. Good heavens, how can we possibly manage that in time? Just follow orders. That household up ahead, I see dried fish hanging by the door. We'll use that one. I checked it just now. It's clean and tidy. As for ingredients, we can't use just anything either. Keep it simple. I'll supervise the entire process. The village head looked at the indicated household and muttered, bad luck. But the soldier had already walked in on his own. The village head had no choice but to follow. Qiongzhou, arranged meal at your house today. He punctuated this announcement by glaring fiercely at the householder. The head of this household was also from Shandong. Only he and his wife were home. The Kong family had never participated in this system before. First, they didn't understand that an arranged meal simply meant cooking on someone's behalf with payment afterward. They assumed it was no different from corvée labor or forced levies. Second, they didn't realize that ordinary home cooking would suffice. They imagined government officials required fine cuisine. Holding these misconceptions, they panicked enormously. When they saw the soldier enter, look around the house, and then carefully inspect the grain cabinet and rice jar, their anxiety intensified. This family had few laborers and harvested little grain. Unaccustomed to eating unpolished rice, their daily fare consisted of coarse grain pancakes with scallion sauce, or, for variety, coarse grain steamed buns. The householder thought neither option was presentable. Flatbreads would be proper fare, but he had no white flour, so he had to borrow a ladle of whole wheat flour from a neighbor and told his wife to knead the dough. He also fished out a few eggs from his chicken coop, discovered there wasn't a drop of oil in the house, and had to borrow some sesame oil from another neighbor. When Yun Suji arrived at the Kong household with his guards, he found a winnowing basket of neatly arranged flatbreads on the main room square table, a coarse glazed clay pot filled with unpolished rice porridge, a plate of scrambled eggs with dried shrimp in the center, and 4 small dishes arrayed around it. Pickled mustard tuber strips, cucumber with sauce, pickled chive flowers, and fermented bean curd. One glance told him he was being treated as a guest. Wheat flour was a rare commodity in Lingao. The village head must have given special instructions when arranging the meal. He washed his hands and sat down. Qiongzhou respectfully presented a bowl of cloudy wine with both hands. Please eat, chief. In our poor household, there's nothing worth eating. Please have some sugarcane wine. The more obsequious the courtesy, the more uncomfortable Yun Suji felt. While accepting the wine, he said, I'll help myself. Honestly, friend, if we're eating from the same pot, why cook separately? To tell the truth, chief, we hadn't planned to prepare food at all. With the rice harvest in and winter rest approaching, we normally skip lunch, Qiongzhou explained. Kong's wife added, Chief, there's really nothing here, just a few cold vegetable dishes, not even a meat course. Back home, we couldn't have put together a meal like this even for New Year. It was only after coming to Hainan Island the year before last that we could scrape this much together. Yun Suji nodded, sensing this family was quite sensible. He sat down and ate slowly with his 4 guards. The Kong couple stood attending to them. Unable to tolerate this, Yun Suji insisted they sit as well. The couple couldn't refuse and reluctantly dragged bamboo stools over to perch at the side. Between bites, Yun Suji asked, You still eat only 2 meals a day? We do indeed. During the busy farming season, we eat 3. The work demands it. You can't hold up without more food. Qiongzhou pulled out his pipe tobacco, then put it away again. It's no matter. Go ahead and smoke. I enjoy a few puffs myself. Qiongzhou packed his pipe bowl and bowed slightly. Please forgive me, sir. He struck a match against his shoe sole and lit up. Seeing his expression had relaxed somewhat, Yun Suji pressed on. Does everyone in the village eat 2 meals a day? Everyone still eats 2. Life seems just average then. Qiongzhou couldn't quite parse the meaning behind these words. He drew thoughtfully on his pipe before replying slowly. Nowadays, During the busy season we can eat 3 meals, some light, some substantial, and we even have white rice. In the past I never dreamed of such things. These past few years back home, we couldn't even manage proper grain. During the spring famine, even households with some reserves had to gnaw on steamed corn bread. Pain flickered across his weathered features as he spoke of the past. Yun Suji suddenly stood, walked to the stove, and lifted a bamboo cover. Beneath it, as he'd suspected, lay a stack of pancakes. Though not from Shandong himself, he was well acquainted with Shandong commoner customs. They typically made large batches of pancakes and stored them in a pancake stack to eat gradually. The stack was about 80% full. The grain reserves were evidently ample. Kang Xiaode panicked and jumped to his feet. "Chief, chief!" Disregarding the protest, Yun Suji picked up a pancake, returned to the table, tore off a piece, piled some pickled shepherd's purse on top, and ate heartily. The pancake was sour, and the coarse texture indicated a high proportion of sweet potato flour. He chewed for a long time before swallowing, then washed it down with a mouthful of porridge. "That's peasant roughage," Kang Xiaode said hastily. "Don't let it damage your teeth, sir. If there's not enough, we'll bake more flatbreads." "If you can eat it, why can't I?" Yun Suji smiled. "It makes for a nice change of taste, trying something different." Kang Xiaode couldn't fathom what this chief, wherever he came from, found appealing about coarse grain pancakes. Remembering the village head's fierce glare, he dared not say more, only smiling apologetically and continuously. As they talked, a little girl appeared at the doorway. She looked about 5 or 6 years old, with 2 braided pigtails and a coarse cloth jacket. Watching them eat flatbreads, she put a finger in her mouth and drooled, her face a picture of longing. Yun Suji found her charming and called out, "Come in." He called several times, but the girl wouldn't enter. Kang Xiaode said, "Hai Nai, come inside. The chief is calling you." Hai Nai was evidently familiar with the Kang household and entered at his words. Though a bit dark-skinned, her features were regular and she was chubby and adorable. Yun Suji couldn't help thinking of his own daughter. He took a flatbread from the table and offered it to her. "Hai Nai, eat." The girl still didn't dare accept. Kang Xiaode spoke again. "The chief gave it to you, take it and eat." Only then did Hai Nai take the flatbread. She stood by the table staring with bright dark eyes, looking from one person to another, utterly endearing. Yun Suji teased her while asking, "Is this your child?" Kang Xiaode sighed. "How would I be so fortunate? This is the daughter of old Yang next door. When she got on the ship, she was bare-bottomed, thin as a skeleton, barely a breath in her body. But at least that one breath remained." He drew on his pipe again as he spoke. Yun Suji noticed tears glistening in his eyes and understood that sad memories had been stirred. While they were talking, old Yang arrived looking for Kang Xiaode. Entering the doorway, he encountered Yun Suji and his own daughter. Seeing the important official eating with evident relish while Hai Nai ate alongside him, he froze in surprise. He first bowed to Yun Suji, then scolded Hai Nai. "You little corpse, what are you doing coming here to scavenge food?" He raised his hand to strike her. Yun Suji quickly intervened. "What are you doing? Children are greedy. What does a few mouthfuls matter?" He turned to Hai Nai and added, "Eat, don't be afraid, there's more right here." Old Yang then addressed Kang Xiaode. "Old Kang, everyone else has already applied ammonia water to their grain. My son's been pulled out for corvée again. Could you help me apply it this afternoon?" "I have to apply ammonia water this afternoon too," Kang Xiaode replied. "Then I'll help as well." "We'll do yours first. I'll come late and then we'll do mine after. That works too?" Yun Suji asked. "Old Yang, what corvée is your son doing?" "The organization sent him to the reservoir construction site to repair canals. Every family must send at least one strong laborer. I only have one son. When he goes, I'm the only one left to do the farm work." Even with only one son, he's still assigned corvée. "Who cares whether you have one son or several? When they tell you to go, you go. Otherwise, they say you're anti-production or dragging your feet. Getting tied up by the militia and made to dig sand is something I can't bear. Anyway, these old bones can still manage. I just ask neighbors for help to cope. These days, life is peaceful, and having rice to eat is considered pretty good. Qiongzhou sensed something improper in this conversation and winked at old Yang. But old Yang happened to be a garrulous sort, and once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Never mind that there are no strong laborers. Even if a family has only women, they still get called to the construction site. Last winter, Chief Du insisted on building some 1,000 women embankment, requiring each village to send women to the work site. Something about women can hold up half the sky, specifically calling women to repair embankments, unheard of since the beginning of time. Southern barbarian women have it easy, never bound their feet, blessed with big natural feet. Our women are half crippled even after unbinding. Being able to work the fields at all is an accomplishment, yet they're made to carry heavy loads. It's not just that they went. Every household in the village lost its cook, the whole family with nothing to eat or drink, and the work on site was grueling too. After a few days, some injured muscles and bones, some vomited blood from exhaustion. Good heavens, when they came back, they needed people to take care of them. I have no idea what this Chief Du was thinking. Yun Suji's smile faded. This 1,000 women embankment was a water conservancy project personally championed by Du Wen. The executive committee had approved it at the time, believing its symbolic significance was considerable and that infrastructure genuinely required manpower. He hadn't expected the actual situation to be like this. Chapter 1679, Applying Ammonia Water. Wanting to hear more but fearing trouble, Qiongzhou interrupted old Yang. Go prepare the ammonia water first. I'll come after I've finished serving the chief. All right, I'll go now. We'll do your family's first, then mine when yours is finished. Old Yang called Hai Nai to leave with him. Only then did Qiongzhou relax. After the meal, Yun Suji had originally intended to find the village Tiandihui director, but based on what people had said, he already suspected the work wasn't solid. He therefore wanted to investigate among the common folk first. After eating, he said to Qiongzhou, I'll help you apply fertilizer. Though Qiongzhou protested, dare not, Yun Suji shouldered the tools and set off for the fields with them. The so-called ammonia water, Yun Suji knew, was a locally produced chemical fertilizer that Tiandihui had launched in a few areas using indigenous methods. Synthetic ammonia production was still very low, making wide-scale promotion difficult, so it was only implemented in areas with better conditions. However, applying ammonia water was extremely inconvenient. The Tiandihui promoted local method for Lingao involved using oxen or donkeys, or simply having several people pull a small cart loaded with containers of ammonia water, either jars or buckets. The containers were filled with ammonia water that stung the nose and eyes. Through a thin bamboo tube, this connected to a hollow implement shaped like a sickle with a long wooden handle. During operation, the long-handled implement was inserted into the soil, and the trickling ammonia water flowed directly into the ground. Working this way meant walking countless back-and-forth trips across each mu of land, from one end of the field to the other, while being fumigated until tears streamed down one's face in an expression perfectly resembling profound grief. Consequently, this ammonia water application work was deeply unpopular at first. Only after everyone truly witnessed its effects did acceptance begin to grow. Yun Suji had served as a Tiandihui agricultural technician in Lingao for several years. He knew everything about field work and could use any tool he picked up, especially ammonia water equipment. He had trained Lingao's ammonia fertilizer applicators personally. Nevertheless, he harbored some doubts. Along the way, he had observed that the fields were all planted with Chinese milk vetch, a nitrogen-fixing crop meant to enrich the soil. Why would you apply nitrogen fertilizer to green manure? When he reached the fields, however, he discovered the crop was actually winter wheat. Neither the Kong nor Yang households owned oxen, and local Hainan farmers didn't raise horses or donkeys either. They had to haul the ammonia water barrel by small cart. Normally one person towed while another applied. With Yun Suji present, the two old men pulled the cart from the front, which made the work considerably lighter. Yun Suji asked while applying fertilizer, "You didn't tether a draft animal for farming?" "Didn't want to." Kang Xiaode pulled the cart while still smoking his pipe, puffing clouds of tobacco. "My family is just me and my wife. Farming is only to get enough to eat. The land here is easy to work and taxes are light. Why bother with a draft animal? Raising a small calf is more exhausting than raising a baby. Besides, what's the point of farming well? Can't leave behind a family fortune anyway, extinct household." Before Yun Suji could respond, old Yang was already teasing. "Old Kong, your body isn't bad besides the age. Your wife hasn't stopped menstruating yet, has she? Just have another child. I'm a bag of old bones half buried in the earth already. If something happens, who would raise the child?" Kang Xiaode sighed. "Don't want to think about it. Life is good now, every extra day is a gift." Yun Suji sensed this kind of fatalistic resignation wasn't healthy and offered some words of comfort. "Actually, I did want to tether a large draft animal, but I have no money. Can't afford a big ox and I don't dare buy a small one." Old Yang bent forward, hauling the cart with effort. "Doesn't Tiandahui offer draft cattle loans? Borrowing usury to buy cattle? I don't dare," Old Yang said. "If the ox dies, do I keep this land or not? The whole family depends on it for survival. Back home, we lost an ox once. One ox dying collapsed half the sky. Better to save slowly and buy one. The draft cattle loan interest is only 1.5% annually, and you have 3 years to repay. Your family has 2 laborers, your wife can help too. In another 2 years, Hainai can also help cut grass and herd cattle. Grass grows here year-round, so fodder costs little. Why would you fear not paying it back? As for cattle diseases, the county has a veterinary station. From here to the county takes at least half a day. The doctor isn't necessarily there either. I went to that veterinary station on official business once. 3 people total, all of them busy every day with their feet never touching the ground. By the time I'd wait my turn, the ox would be long dead." Old Yang continued. "Although my family has 2 laborers, we can't keep up with all the corvée assignments. County, township, village. Whenever a notice comes, you have to report for duty. Once you go, it's at least half a day. We can barely finish the farming in time. As for female laborers, Hainai has an older sister, 15 this year, who could count as half a worker, but she's useless now." "Why useless?" Yun Suji had already gathered from the conversation that excessive corvée labor was burdening the grassroots population. But assigning corvée to a 15-year-old girl, what was that about? Once summer ended, she was sent to Lingao for some study class. Something about joining the league. Old Yang shrugged. "Farm folk have no idea what joining the league means. Whatever order comes from above, we just follow. She's been gone over 3 months now. Last I heard from the village head, she won't be back until before New Year." Yun Suji asked another question. "Isn't Chinese milk vetch planted everywhere here? Why plant wheat as well? Everyone wants to plant wheat. We're not accustomed to eating rice." Kang Xiaode stopped the cart, straightened to pummel his aching back, knocked out his pipe ash and refilled it. "Rice is expensive grain, but eating it doesn't keep you full. Always feels like you haven't eaten anything." Old Yang agreed. "That's exactly right. But the village doesn't allow wheat planting, says the harvest is too small. After rice is harvested, you must follow it with Chinese milk vetch to build up fertilizer." He explained that now every household in the village, like with other miscellaneous grains, planted a little wheat randomly on the edges and corners of fields, letting it produce whatever it might, just to satisfy the craving. "Then, how is it allowed now?" "This is care from above. Our village is permitted to plant some winter wheat, not exceeding 500 mu." Old Yang added. "Whether we get to eat this wheat is still uncertain." "Why?" "From what the village head implies, this wheat is to be offered as tribute to the Senate." Yun Suji felt uncomfortable hearing this, but it was probably the truth. The flour supply issue had prompted senators to raise complaints many times before. Presumably this was arranged by the general office. No wonder there was an ammonia water quota here. It was all preparation for growing the Senate's specially supplied wheat. Yun Suji chatted with the 2 old men while working. He not only helped the Kong family but also guided old Yang and several other families. Everyone praised him as truly a good crop master. After working for a while, the chief had his guards take turns continuing the labor while he sat down to talk with the common folk. Once an ammonia application session concluded, everyone gathered under the old tree at the field's edge to rest, drink water, and eat their provisions. They squatted in a circle around Yun Suji, peppering him with questions. Only Kong Xiaode remained standing respectfully, not daring to speak freely. Old Yang said, "Chief Yun, you really are a good master. You must farm a lot back home, right? My family originally had no land, but I've done plenty of farming. I provide all the technical guidance for the entire Lingao Tiandihui. No wonder you're so skilled at farming." Old Yang spoke with genuine admiration. "We only learned there was such a way to farm after arriving in Hainan. The chiefs are truly like immortals." "Not quite that divine," Yun Suji replied. "Farming is also scholarship. There are specialized programs for it in Australian schools. Farming needs to be studied. Of course it does. Do you think Tiandihui's agricultural technicians were born knowing how to farm? Farming is complicated." Yun Suji thought a little popular science education would be beneficial. Take Chinese milk vetch, for example. Does everyone know what it's for? "I know this one, it's green manure. You plow it directly into the soil as fertilizer during spring plowing. I've seen the local southerners who grow rice do it. True, it is green manure, but why not simply let the land go wild and grow weeds, then turn those under as compost instead? Why insist on planting this grass like it's a proper crop? This grass is probably more fertile." "Exactly right," Yun Suji laughed. "Chinese milk vetch is a treasure. What makes it so? Everyone knows whatever you plant in the ground grows, but without fertilizer the land grows thin after a few harvests. The soil strength is depleted. Chinese milk vetch is different. Not only does it not consume soil strength, it actually adds fertility to the land. That's why we want to plant it." "Chief, you mean Chinese milk vetch can fertilize the land on its own?" "Yes." Yun Suji nodded. "The ammonia water we just applied serves the same purpose as Chinese milk vetch. Both add strength back to the soil." The surrounding villagers listened with surprise and conviction. A woman spoke up. "The chief really does explain things well. Just a few sentences and everything's clear. Not like our village head, who only knows how to shout wildly and tie people up." Yun Suji recognized her as the young wife who had interrogated him at the village entrance that morning. He was about to respond when her husband scolded. "Woman, what nonsense are you babbling? Is there a place for you to interrupt when men are talking? Is your bare backside getting itchy after a few days without a whipping?" The young wife fell silent. Kong Xiaode hurried to smooth things over. "Liang Zhu, don't scold her. She was just quick-tongued for a moment. The chief won't take offense." He bowed to Yun Suji. "Isn't that right, chief?" Yun Suji laughed. Yes, everyone's just chatting casually." Liang Zhu felt his wife had caused trouble and implicated the villagers. He believed since ancient times that officials protect officials. A smiling official was even less trustworthy. Everyone knew they turned hostile faster than flipping a page. If this Yun Suji went back to the village office and mentioned what happened, there would be immediate consequences. In his anxiety, he slapped his wife and cursed. "Can't you be mute? When we get home, see if I don't whip your bare bottom to shreds." Old Yang quickly pulled him away. "You unreasonable lout. What are you so afraid of, a woman saying a few words? Chief Yun himself said it's nothing. What's got you so scared?" Liang Zhu, cowed by the rebuke, quieted down. Seeing the atmosphere had grown awkward, Yun Suji laughed again. "Since ancient times, people with even a little power have indeed been untouchable. When I was back in Australia, I used to go to the countryside too. Hearing farmhands talk about petty officials who get drunk on their tiny bit of authority, they made up a little jingle." Chapter 1680, chatting. Everyone was drawn in by his words. Yun Suji paused, then recited in a sing-song drawl. "Offend the secretary, can't survive. Offend the team leader, get the hardest work to strive. Offend the accountant, get stabbed by the pen. Offend the storekeeper, get cheated by the scale again. Offend the manure digger, 3 scoops become 2 in the end." The moment he finished, Everyone burst into hearty laughter. These farmers didn't know what a secretary or team leader was, but they could taste the meaning all the same. Yun Suji reflected, there is truly nothing new under the sun. With this, the distance between them closed. Yun Suji asked about everyone's production situation and whether they had enough grain to eat. They answered eagerly, voices tumbling over one another. Grain is enough to eat. Farming here is more than 10 times better than back home, one said. Crops grow in the fields year-round. Even families who aren't doing well can fill up just eating pumpkins. It's truly thanks to the chiefs for bringing us to this paradise. There's land to farm, enough to eat, and it doesn't freeze in winter. The only thing is, we don't really know how to farm paddy fields. Tiandahui's agricultural technicians come too rarely, and they don't visit the fields of small households like us. They only go to the big grain households. There's too much corvée labor. Growing rice is already more exhausting than dry land farming. Busy all year and not even allowed to rest in winter. Yun Suji had heard villagers mention the corvée burden more than once and had witnessed it himself, so he asked, "You all say there's too much corvée labor. What kinds of work are we talking about?" "Everything," Old Yang said. "Building dams, digging canals, leveling land, paving roads. You name it. Even when materials arrive at the dock for the brick and tile factory, they call us to unload. When construction runs out of sand, we're called to dig. When rafts on the Nantou River reach their destination, we transport them too. Building reservoirs and water canals is a good thing," Yun Suji said, puzzled. "The land all becomes irrigated. What's bad about it? Suffer first to enjoy later." "Chief, what you say is correct, but the reservoirs and canals the county has built these past few years have nothing to do with our village. The water doesn't reach our fields. We suffer for others to enjoy. Our village's irrigated land came from the village organizing villagers to contribute labor and materials ourselves. Life in the refugee camp was fine back then. Couldn't eat the chief's grain for free. But now everyone has a household and livelihood. How can we farm with all this corvée labor on top? The corvée labor is unfair too. Last time we did corvée transporting grain and fodder for the army. The big and small grain households with carts and animals didn't have to work, but they called us to push wheelbarrows. Some households have many laborers but only send one. Some have just one laborer and they're still assigned. Even without corvée, there are plenty of levies. Last month, we were assigned to make military shoes. Regardless of whether your family has women, they assign by head count, 2 pairs per person. Where does a bachelor like me find someone to make them?" a young man complained. Yun Suji smoked a cigarette and listened to the torrent of grievances. Rural affairs were truly extraordinarily complicated. He was certainly aware that village cadres at the grassroots level were bound to engage in all manner of abuses. The most common complaint among the villagers before him, unfair distribution of corvée labor, alone was sufficient proof that village cadres had problems relating to economic interests, not to mention the rough tactics and casual violence against villagers he had witnessed with his own eyes. According to the Law Society's standards, all of this was breaking the law. Yet the village administration he had observed along the way, roads, houses, sanitation, water canals, had all been built through the village organizing villagers. Then there were the decisive reforms in changing customs, like banning foot binding. In that regard, the title of model village was well deserved. Let alone the 17th century, even in 21st century rural China, village head fan would qualify as a capable and responsible grassroots cadre. He concluded that the biggest problem was the corvée labor the villagers kept raising. Evidently, requiring villagers to perform unpaid labor had become standard practice. They were called to do everything. While conducting farmland water conservancy work during winter made sense, having villagers unload cargo and dig sand on ordinary days treated their labor as worthless. Such arbitrary commandeering of the workforce also disrupted agricultural production. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "How many grain households do you have here?" "Not many," Old Yang said. just 4 of 5 families. When refugees were resettled, all those placed in standard villages along both banks of the Nantou River were allocated wasteland according to the standard of 30 standard mu per laborer. Tiandehui's tractor team helped clear the land. Refugee families with more laborers naturally received more land. Although the Senate had not intended to cultivate a class of small owner peasants with extremely low risk resistance, the material resources commanded by the Lingao regime at that time were insufficient to convert all refugees into agricultural workers on intensive farms. They had been forced to adopt this land distribution approach for refugee self-sufficiency. Now it appeared the method had been quite successful. From statistical data and observations along the way, most refugees in standard villages could support themselves while serving the Senate's cause. The surplus agricultural products they provided were one thing. The sheer amount of corvée labor contributed each year was itself great wealth. However, Yun Suji was well aware of the economic fragility of small owner peasants. Their current prosperity rested on several factors: the Senate's relatively light squeeze on agriculture, the less acute tension between population and land in Hainan compared to the mainland, with fewer floods and droughts, plus a series of agricultural technology promotions by Tiandehui. Only this combination had achieved such comfortable conditions. In the long run, individual small owner peasants could not last. Yun Suji was eager to understand the true situation of the grain households emerging among the immigrants. He knew that new large farming households had appeared in every village. Villagers called them grain households. How had they made their fortunes? What were their specific production and operation situations? No clear investigation report yet existed. He was about to ask about the grain households when he suddenly spotted village head Fan hurrying along the field ridge toward them. The village accountant had already organized the group heads of each jia to gather at the village office to meet the chief, but they couldn't find him anywhere. They checked Kang Zio's house, and his wife said he had followed Kang Zio to the fields, so Fan 12 rushed over. Though he knew Chief Yun had been observed from a distance in Kang Zio's field, he saw no idle person there now. Searching from the east end to the west, then back again, he finally found him. The moment he approached, everyone stopped talking. He addressed Yun Suji, "Chief, let's go back to the village office." "All right, you go ahead, I still want to talk with them." "What's there to discuss with people like them?" "Let's return to the office. The group heads of each jia have all arrived, waiting for the chief to speak." Seeing the contempt in his manner, Yun Suji wanted to rebuke him. He spoke half gently, half firmly. "Talking with them is my job. Go first. I'll come shortly." Sensing the shift in tone, village head Fan didn't dare insist but wanted to hear what they were discussing, so he was reluctant to leave and stood outside the circle. Everyone saw he wasn't leaving. No one dared open their mouth. Like the 18 Arhat statues in a temple, they all became mutes. Observing that no one dared speak because of his presence, Yun Suji guessed they feared his authority. Wanting to drive him away, he asked, "Who are you still waiting for?" Fan 12 mumbled, "Not waiting for anyone." With that, he slunk off. Yun Suji had considered deflating his prestige further, but decided that doing so would undermine grassroots work, so he held back. When the conversation turned to grain households, everyone said these were capable people, either because their families had many laborers and the head of household knew how to manage, or because they had made money trading local products. With surplus cash, they hired Tiandehui's tractor team to clear new wasteland and expanded their landholdings. The one with the most already possessed 400 standard mu. With so much land, who farms it? They tether animals and buy machines. One set of machines equals several workers. If they're still short-handed, they hire laborers. Old Yang added meaningfully, "There are always families doing poorly." Then who does the corvée labor? Yun Suji found this strange. If hired workers are assigned corvée duty, doesn't the employer lose out? Crops wait for no one. Once you become a hired worker, you don't do corvée labor. Old Yang smiled knowingly. Those around him laughed. Some young men joked, I'll go be a hired worker next year too, won't have to do corvée then. This conversation strengthened Yun Suji's belief that the new landlords in Borang village had mutually beneficial arrangements with the village head. Yun Suji and the guards returned to the village office, where village head Fan and a dozen group heads were waiting in the courtyard. According to the Senate's standard village organization method, every 10 households in the village were organized into a jia with a group head, similar to the local constable or Bayajia system leader. Seeing the chief arrive, village head Fan hurriedly led the group heads in bowing their respects. Yun Suji waved his hand. No need for ceremony. I've come to the countryside this time to observe conditions and hear everyone's opinions. He had village head Fan bring some long benches so everyone could sit in the courtyard. They all protested we dare not, but after repeated urging, they finally perched on the benches. Yun Suji pulled over a bench and sat down as well. Seeing everyone still somewhat constrained, he smiled. Don't be stiff, everyone. I didn't come here as some blue sky grand master on a secret investigation, nor to guide work. I came to listen to your thoughts and opinions. Say whatever you have to say, hold nothing back. Despite his words, the group head still hemmed and hawed, not daring to speak. Those who did speak offered only platitudes. Life is good in Hainan, all thanks to the Senate, and we will never forget the Senate's great kindness. Noticing several people glancing at Fan 12 as if waiting for his signal, Yun Suji said, Old Fan, you speak first. Fan 12 had a guilty conscience. He didn't know what Qiongzhou had told Chief Yun, nor what those villagers at the field's edge had said. Lost in suspicious thoughts, he suddenly heard Yun Suji call his name. He couldn't help but flinch and blurted out, I didn't do anything. Only after speaking did he realize he'd given himself away, and his face flushed crimson. Yun Suji was secretly amused. You know perfectly well what you've done, he said sternly. First, tell me what problems exist in the village's work right now. Chapter 16, 81 Symposium. Fan 12 detected hidden meaning in the chief's words, yet his face remained wreathed in smiles. A bad omen. The 4 personal guards standing at the courtyard gate meant that if the chief shouted seize him, he'd be hauling his luggage off to dig sand. Hot and cold sweat broke out simultaneously. He stammered for a long while without uttering a single coherent word, his body trembling involuntarily. The village accountant, quicker-witted, jumped in. Village head Fan is having a malaria attack right now and can't speak clearly. Allow me to explain. And you are? Yun Suji asked. I am the village accountant, Han Daeguo. The accountant rose with an obsequious bow. Ah, the accountant. Yun Suji knew that in grassroots organizations, though the accountant wasn't technically an official, he was a pivotal figure. Cadres relied on him both to do work well and to play tricks. His understanding of village conditions far exceeded that of ordinary cadres. Observing this accountant's demeanor, clearly from a shop assistant background, speaking the new language with a southern accent, he said, Very well, let's hear what you have to say. Yes, Chief. Han Daeguo bowed, cleared his throat. Our village is a model village in the county. This is entirely due to the excellent leadership of the Senate, the county, and the township. He glanced at Yun Suji's expression and quickly got to the point. As for problems, there are quite a few. Currently, the biggest complaint from everyone is that there's too much corvée labor. How much is too much? Han Daeguo produced a small notebook from his pocket, licked his finger to turn a few pages, and replied, Reporting to the chief, take last month for example. Our village contributed a total of 1,566 labor days. Last month was still the busy farming season, so assigned labor was relatively light. In ordinary times, it exceeds 2,000 labor days. Yun Suji calculated silently. The village had 192 full laborers. That meant last month, on average, every laborer contributed more than 8 days of labor. If ordinary months exceeded 2,000 labor days, that would be more than 10 days. Even during the busy farming season, laborers in this village had to contribute 2 days of labor per week. In ordinary times, it approached 3 days per week. Yun Suji had studied political economic history, which discussed how corvée labor exploitation of peasants by landlords in serfdom manors generally reached a threshold at 3 days per week, exceeding that essentially made life impossible for the people. Moreover, from his earlier conversations with villagers, he knew labor distribution here was unequal. Some people evaded their duties, so their share inevitably fell on other villagers, making the burden far heavier than these numbers suggested. The farmer's complaints were entirely understandable. He nodded slightly. That does seem excessive. Seeing no objection, Han Daegu grew bolder. As for this month, it counts as the slack winter season, though actually, Chief, as you've seen, it's not that slack. A county notice has transferred half our village's laborers to the construction site for a full month. Excluding winter slack and busy farming seasons, how much corvée labor is there on average per month? Around 2,000. Yun Suji pulled out a fountain pen and noted the data in his notebook. He asked again, what kinds of work are assigned? Everything. Repairing water conservancy and building roads are the bulk. Han Daegu continued. Planting trees, unloading cargo, transporting timber, digging sand, moving soil. If it's physical labor, we get conscripted for it. Where do the assignments come from? What procedures are followed? Fan 12 had calmed down somewhat by now and hurried forward to answer. The county assigns, the township also assigns, and so does the mine. The procedure is just sending a notice. Yun Suji knew the mine was the Jiazi coal mine, a state-owned enterprise directly under the planning committee. This mine not only supplied low-quality lignite to Lingao, but also shipped large quantities of mining byproducts like coal gangue to Qiongzhou for processing into building materials, substantial cargo throughput. What about the counterpart department? Which department issues the work orders? In the county, it's the Human Resources section. The township just issues notes with an official seal, that's it. Fan 12 added. At the mine office issues notes. Once the notice arrives, people must be arranged. Not going isn't an option. Yun Suji thought this was far too casual, a textbook case of abusing civilian labor. Are meals provided for corvée labor? Meals are provided. It's just hard on clothing. Fan 12 explained. One set of clothes gets worn out after a single trip to the construction site. Now for county labor, the county provides some subsidy which helps compensate somewhat. Have there been any accidents during corvée labor? Fan 12 hesitated before answering. Yes. How many casualties? Any permanently disabled? 1 death, 3 disabled. Fan 12 quickly added. The county gave compensation. Life is manageable. Can the disabled still work? Yun Suji pressed. What arrangements has the village made for them? This put Fan 12 in difficulty. He stammered, arrangements. There's always something. Han Daegu swiftly intervened. For these families, the village decided to arrange people to farm on their behalf. During holidays, the village supplements with grain and cloth. Life is manageable. We definitely won't let them freeze or starve. Yun Suji thought such arrangements seemed acceptable, but Fan 12's vague responses made him suspicious of Han Daegu's claims. He decided to visit these households later. Just then, a group head stood up tremulously and spoke. Chief, seeing it was an elderly man, Yun Suji said, Grandfather, sit down and speak. Please sit. Thank you, Chief. The group head settled back. Corvée labor, we accept it. Tighten our belts a bit and we can still finish the fieldwork on time. But now there are all these additional tricks. What tricks? The old man glanced at Fan 12 before continuing. First, there's night school. People are sent from the county to eliminate illiteracy. Classes at night. Literacy is a good thing, but everyone works all day and must work again the next day. Everyone wants to rest early. Yet attendance is mandatory, studying from lamplight until the first watch. It's fine for children, but for an old man like me, couldn't I be excused? I see. What else? There are too many various study classes, the old man said. My son spends 7 or 8 days a month studying and meeting at the county. Farm work at home piles up. His wife has fallen ill from overwork. Going to meetings is worse than corvée labor. Corvée labor at least provides meals, but study sessions require bringing your own pancakes. What work does your son do? He's the village's Tiandahui liaison. Yun Suji nodded and turned to ask Fan 12. Are there many people in the village who regularly attend meetings and training sessions? Originally, not many. Recently, the county organized training for village children, mostly 14 or 15-year-olds. Batch after batch, gone for half a month or a month at a time. 14 or 15-year-old children, regardless of gender, counted as half a laborer in the countryside. Being gone for half a month or a month was indeed a real loss for household labor. Yun Suji asked the old man to sit down. Others then mentioned various disguised forms of corvée labor, making military shoes and washing or remaking old military uniforms, collecting castor beans, preparing meals for troops and laborers by having women make pancakes. There was also annual militia training and countless other demands. We really do work all year round, busy from the moment we open our eyes, and when we go to sleep, a pile of corvée awaits. The group heads complained in chorus. The common folk aren't willing, but the county and township push hard. There's no refusing. Seeing the chief absorbed in conversation with the group heads, Fan 12 said, I'm going to relieve myself, and walked out of the courtyard. He didn't actually go to urinate, but instead called Liu Yuanhu, who was maintaining order outside, and spoke urgently. Yuanhu, hurry to those accident households and get them prepared. Find them good clothes to wear, fill their grain stores, and make sure they don't talk nonsense. The chief might visit shortly. Liu Yuanhu acknowledged the order, then said, the other families are easy to handle. What about the cow household? That old hag has always opposed us and definitely won't say anything agreeable. Fan 12 decided. Lock her up somewhere for now. When the time comes, just say she went to visit relatives. There's no one else in her household anyway. Liu Yuanhu was about to leave when Fan 12 stopped him again. Remind the neighboring families not to talk nonsense. Also, you must coach the families who rent these people's land. Don't say rent, say substitute farming. After harvesting grain, only keep 30% as a labor fee. The rest goes to the original owner. Understood? Don't get it wrong. Got it, Liu Yuanhu agreed and hurried off. Having briefed Liu Yuanhu, Fan 12 returned to the courtyard. He heard Yun Suji smiling and saying, so you're a grain household. I was actually hoping to speak with a few grain households. Getting rich is a fine example to follow. Fan 12 saw that Yun Suji was addressing Bai Putin and relaxed considerably. Old Bai was not only extremely tactful but also habitually cautious. He wouldn't talk out of turn. Supreme Tao Jewel Heavenly Worthy, Bai Putin was a devotee of New Taoism. He was fervently grateful to this religion that had saved him from death's door and delivered him to the blessed land. Whenever he spoke seriously, such phrases emerged. Here in Hainan, the world is peaceful, and making a living and getting rich is easier. This is all due to the blessed fortune of the Senate. How many people are in your household? How much land do you farm? Replying to the chief, the family consists of my wife, 2 sons and 2 daughters. We farm over 200 mu of land. 80 mu was distributed by the Senate and the rest was cleared with Tiandahui's help. I cleared some myself too. A flourishing household indeed. Yun Suji nodded. How old are the children? The eldest son is 20, the youngest 17. The eldest daughter is 13, and there's a little daughter born here in Hainan, only 2 years old. Bai Putin's voice caught as he spoke. Originally there was a younger son who died on the road alongside my mother during the Exodus. Yun Suji nodded. No wonder he could prosper. With 3 males in the family, all able-bodied laborers, the daughter counting as half a worker and a wife still young enough to bear children, there was no burden of elderly dependence. Has your son taken a wife? A match has been arranged. Having just harvested the grain, funds are tight, so we couldn't produce the full betrothal gift at once. We put down a deposit first. After selling grain and local products, she'll join the household after the first lunar month. Chapter 1682, the Buttocks problem. You farm over 200 mu, you're a grain household, and yet you still can't gather enough betrothal gifts to get your son a wife. Yun Suji found this incredible. Grain households don't have surplus grain either. Bai Putin smiled, his expression a complex mixture. Betrothal gifts here are too expensive. One woman costs 5 or 6 oxen, tusk. Betrothal gifts are that expensive. Yun Suji knew current betrothal gifts were high, but he hadn't expected this degree. Acquiring a large draft animal often required a farmer to save frugally for 1 or 2 years. If marrying a wife cost 5 or 6 oxen, it would essentially eliminate the possibility of marriage for most men. He knew that historically, Lingao's betrothal gifts had always been elevated due to the surplus of men over women. The engine plan, besides importing labor, was actually partly intended to balance the gender ratio. According to civil administration statistics, the gender ratio in Hainan had indeed improved. While there were still more men than women, the disparity was no longer so dramatic. Yet at the grassroots level, the betrothal gift phenomenon had actually intensified. Yun Suji realized that the improved living conditions brought by economic recovery had not only failed to suppress the betrothal gift market, but had pushed prices even higher. In the past, marrying a wife was merely about having or not having one. Now that life was stable and land was available, a wife also meant an additional laborer for the household, greatly benefiting production. For the family marrying off a daughter, the loss was doubled. No wonder betrothal gifts were so expensive. Chief, don't laugh at me, but nowadays everyone says it's useless to only raise sons. You need daughters, a group head interjected with an apologetic smile. Otherwise, you can't afford to marry a wife. What's there to laugh about? Boys and girls are equal. Yun Suji responded firmly. If everyone only wants sons, where will wives come from? You're all counting on other families to give birth and raise them. Last time the county tried a case of drowning a female infant, the man still stuck out his neck claiming daughters were useless, money-losing merchandise, better drowned and done with. I said, if daughters are money-losing merchandise, where did you come from? Isn't your mother, your grandmother, money-losing merchandise? How come they weren't drowned but instead gave birth to a piece of goods like you? Only then did he have nothing to say. The group heads chuckled awkwardly. Yun Suji then asked Fan 12, how many bachelors are there in your village? This question stumped Fan 12. The numerous ledgers and statistical forms issued by the county were truly overwhelming. Just looking at them was annoying. He'd had Han Daeguo fill them in randomly and submit them to meet the quota. But even so, there didn't seem to be a specific ledger for counting bachelors. He thought for a long while, mentally reviewing all unmarried men in the village, and answered vaguely, there are many unmarried men plus some whose wives have died. Yun Suji felt his question hadn't been rigorous enough and rephrased. Focusing only on full laborers in your village, how many don't have wives? Quite a few, including widowers, close to 100. So more than half the men here are wifeless. Yun Suji found this number significant. Men without wives was a social problem. Moreover, the countryside differed from cities. In towns, they managed male workers' sexual needs through licensed prostitution with yellow tickets, which addressed certain issues. But in rural areas, marrying a wife wasn't merely about satisfying sexual needs. There was also the necessity of organizing household labor. Yun Suji then asked Bai Putin how production was going and what difficulties or opinions he might have. Seeing the chief was approachable and polite, Bai Putin grew considerably bolder. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Chief, there's something I don't understand about the Senate's public grain collection. Please don't take offense at what I'm about to say. Oh, go ahead and speak. Yun Suji was immediately interested. Currently in the newly controlled Hainan territory, following completion of the land remeasurement, the old tax collection model had been completely abolished and replaced with a progressive tax. This new system was very popular among the masses because the burden was transparent. This lowly one, Bai Putin suddenly felt he had misspoken. Since ancient times, imperial grain and national taxes had been set by emperors and courts. For a common peasant like himself to say he didn't understand could easily lead to accusations of recklessly commenting on state affairs. That would not do. Yun Suji encouraged him. If you have an opinion, just say it. I definitely won't blame you. Putin steeled himself and said, "This, Chief, isn't it somewhat inappropriate that the more land you have, the higher the tax rate? How is it inappropriate?" Putin swallowed and continued, "Chief, actually I want to clear more land. Speaking frankly, farming 500 or 600 mu would be no problem for me. I also want to take out a loan to buy a big machine like Tiandahui's tractor team has and tether a few more oxen to pull it. Farming becomes faster, more fertilizer accumulates, and it doesn't consume manpower." Chief Wan from Tiandahui also said clearing more land would bring more support policies. But the more land you farm, the heavier the tax. I've calculated that farming more wouldn't be worthwhile. When he said this, several group heads chimed in with their own grievances. This progressive system impoverishes hardworking people and just benefits the lazy. There are families with little land and few people who barely manage their fields after planting rice. Whatever harvested rice there is barely requires any tax. Enough for the family to eat is good enough. Meanwhile, we're out there digging mud, cleaning pens, and cutting grass everywhere to accumulate fertilizer. We work ourselves to death farming well, but have to pay several times the tax. Ask them to do a few extra work days and they act like martyrs. Not doing corvée, they just sleep at home. Fan 12 grew anxious upon hearing this. The corvée labor issue was supposed to be covered up, but unexpectedly, this thoughtless group head had blurted it out directly. Fortunately, Chief Yun didn't pursue it. He understood that something fishy was going on with labor distribution here. He questioned several other group heads about their production and living conditions, and found that most of them were families with more land, stronger labor, and better production situations. These people sat in different seats than ordinary villagers. Their interests lay elsewhere. When these people arrived in Hainan, they had all been propertyless, dependent on the Senate's relief for food and clothing. In just over 2 years, wealth differentiation had already emerged. Small farmer consciousness, landlord thinking, all had surfaced. Yun Suji sighed inwardly. It seemed the state council's proposal to vigorously develop intensive farms was quite necessary. He asked some other questions and felt it was enough, then said, "Let's go see the difficult households in your village." Fan 12 quickly agreed. Yun Suji came out and saw the young man who had beaten old Ming earlier hiding behind. He had already learned from the Cadre roster that this was the village militia captain and security committee member Liu Yuanhu. He called out, "Liu Yuanhu, what are you hiding from? I'm not a tiger. Besides, even if I were a tiger, I wouldn't eat you, another tiger." Liu Yuanhu was so embarrassed his face turned completely red. He had to come forward and mumble, "I made the chief laugh." Yun Suji looked Liu Yuanhu up and down. In his early 20s with broad shoulders and dark skin, he was obviously a strong farmhand at a glance, very youthful and energetic, unlike the old fox Fan 12. With proper cultivation, he would make a decent cadre. Even for Fan 12 and Han Daeguo, he didn't feel they were hopeless. Fan 12, as a village cadre, was quite capable, and on the Senate's major policies, he could be described as firmly standing and executing forcefully. Although Han Daeguo inevitably played tricks, being able to organize all these ledgers and data so neatly was already impressive. "I see you're a capable person, but your methods are too crude. You still need to use your brain more." Yun Suji pointed to his own head. "You can't just rely on impulsiveness." "Yes, Chief. Lead the way." Seeing the chief hadn't reprimanded him for his impudent offense, Liu Yuanhu felt mostly relieved. What he said later made him a bit apprehensive, but there was no time to ponder now. He quickly led the way ahead. They first came to a household on the west side of the village. Fan 12 introduced that this household was an elderly couple with a small grandson. Originally there was also a son, but not long after settling down, he injured his foot while working in the fields, and soon after suddenly died. Yun Suji thought this must have been tetanus, but the only place in Qiongzhou that could inject serum was the county health station, let alone the fact that the vast majority of people didn't even know about tetanus. His family's land has no one to farm it. The old man has asthma, his grandson is small and needs to be looked after by his wife. They can only make do with growing some vegetables and minor grains. Fan 12 introduced. Then what do they live on? The land is given to others to farm on their behalf. The substitute farmer takes 30%, the rest goes to their family. What about the public grain? Yun Suji's sudden question disrupted the speech Fan 12 had prepared. He hadn't expected the chief would ask this at all. Without time to think, he blurted out, "The public grain is also paid by the substitute farmer. I suppose the substitute farmer also does corvée labor on their behalf." Yun Suji smiled. What a living Lei Feng. Fan 12 didn't know who Lei Feng was, but from the chief's tone and smile, he knew the chief didn't believe it at all, just hadn't exposed it to his face. Yun Suji looked at this elderly couple wearing obviously just taken out new clothes, looking at him with fearful faces, and couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Looking at the child again, only 5 or 6 years old, not quite sallow and emaciated but with a very dull expression, completely lacking the liveliness of peers. Looking at this cold and cheerless house, apart from some basic furniture distributed when they moved in, there was almost no furniture or daily necessities. Yet the room was excessively tidy, like the clothes they wore, all just freshly prepared. He didn't bother looking at the pancake stack or grain cabinet. Needless to say, they were all full. Yun Suji casually asked some questions like whether there was enough grain to eat and how life was. The old man also vaguely said, "Life is okay, the village looks after us." "Let's go outside," Yun Suji said. Once outside, Yun Suji said, "Village head Fan, you didn't tell the truth." Fan 12's heart jumped. He originally wanted to deny it, but thinking of the scene at the public trial in the county last year, he quickly said, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die, I confess. We're not a blue sky grand master on a private investigation. Just tell me, how much grain does the substitute farmer actually give his family?" Fan 12 knew he couldn't hide it anymore and had to say, "The agreement is regardless of good or bad harvest, 800 caddies of unpolished rice per year. Public grain and corvée labor are all borne by the substitute farmer." Chapter 1683, Ingrained Habits. Yun Suji calculated. Not counting the child, it came to 400 caddies per person. The elderly were old and didn't participate in labor. This number wasn't low. But children ate more as they grew. Moreover, this could only satisfy food needs. Daily life still required expenses. He worked out another calculation. According to Fan 12's report, the village's grain yield per mu, converted to standard mu, was about 300 caddies for double-season rice, so 30 standard mu would produce 9,000 caddies. 800 caddies was less than 1/10 of the harvest. Even accounting for seeds, fertilizer, public grain, and corvée labor, the substitute farmer still came out very well. What's more, the substitute farmer was equivalent to one family covering 2 tax registrations. They occupied more land but paid taxes at the basic rate without progressive increases. A shrewd calculation indeed. He visited a few more compensation households. Apart from old Lady Cow's family, whose son had died and who was supposedly visiting relatives, and not at home, all households gave similar accounts. Yun Suji saw their complexions were not bad, with no signs of hunger or freezing. He was fairly satisfied with the village administration. Regardless of what tricks village head Fan was playing privately, he had at least done the most basic work. Yun Suji also randomly entered several farmer households along the road to inspect conditions inside. Generally speaking, each household's situation was passable. Sanitation was also well managed. Fan 12 explained that these standard villages all had unified public toilets and manure collection stations, which not only made it easy to maintain sanitation, but also benefited fertilizer accumulation. Basic production tools were also generally complete for each household, mostly using improved agricultural implements promoted by Tiandahui. Fan 12 said everyone generally reflected that the new tools were light and easy to use, just expensive to buy. As the first batch of distributed tools gradually began to break down, purchasing new tools had been put on the agenda. He saw basically no large animal-powered agricultural machinery. The families he entered also had no tethered animals. Evidently, the production scale was very small. What do families without oxen do during spring plowing? The old way, Fan 12 said. Those with money rent oxen, those without exchange labor. Yun Suji asked again. Tiandahui has draft cattle loans. Does anyone take them out? Few. Everyone says now that we have enough to eat and wear, life is peaceful, we have our own land, we dare not act recklessly. Yun Suji thought they all sang the same tune. Looking at each household's living standards, some families' conditions were obviously better than average. Not only did they have more tables, chairs, and furniture, but they had also acquired daily industrial products like thermoses. Bedding was no longer just a simple straw mat and thin blanket, but bed sheets and pillows made of kapok or bean shells, quite elaborate. Many families also had mosquito nets. He asked about grain consumption in the village. Han Daegu said each person ate about 330 caddies per year, because a lot of corvée labor was levied, and meals were provided at construction sites during corvée. Grain consumption was relatively low. Yun Suji learned that the staple food here was mainly coarse grain pancakes, with a very low proportion of fine grain, not even 30 or 40 caddies per person. The reason was that various coarse grains and vegetables could be utilized, and many people were also not accustomed to eating unpolished rice. Apart from paying public grain, most of the harvested unpolished rice was sold at markets for living and production materials because farmers lacked cash. The Shandong immigrants here originally mostly had the sideline of growing cotton, spinning yarn, and weaving homespun cloth. Coming to this local countryside without cotton planting, naturally this sideline was gone. Because local ready-made clothes were cheap, farming households had now generally begun wearing ready-made clothes, further increasing cash expenditures. Buying tools, buying clothes, buying salt, tethering animals, all need cash. Everyone feels money isn't enough. Who do you sell grain to? Fan 12 said basically all to DeLong. Besides DeLong's fair grain procurement and not cheating on scales, having collection points spread throughout various markets was also a major factor. Besides farming, are there other incomes? What about sidelines? Some families go out to work, bringing wages home to supplement the household. Fan 12 said, speaking of the fields, there are vegetables year-round. There are fish and shrimp in the river, firewood and wild fruits in the forest. But here is far from the county seat and market towns. Making trips to sell isn't worthwhile, turning tofu into the price of meat. Tiandahui promotes raising chickens, but eggs laid still have to be sold to exchange for salt. You can't spend half a day going to market for a few eggs and a handful of greens. Don't small peddlers come to the village? Yes, but prices are too high, Fan 12 said. They also don't collect goods, only want cash. How can farmers have that much cash? Yun Suji laughed upon hearing this. You really don't use your brains. Of course it won't work with everyone looking after themselves. Why don't you find someone who can write and calculate, whom everyone trusts, to go to market specifically? Yun Suji had read Fei Xiaotong's Peasant Life in China before and knew there was a special type of farmer in the Jiangnan countryside engaged in the boat business, going into town on behalf of villagers to sell agricultural products and bring back daily necessities. Fan 12 said, Chief, how much can one person carry on a shoulder pole or push on a cart? If more people go, it's not worthwhile either. Yun Suji's face flushed. He was really taking things for granted. In the Jiangnan Water Network region, one person rowing a boat could transport several hundred or even over 1,000 caddies of goods. But here didn't have the good shipping conditions of Jiangnan. He thought for a moment and said again, why not just hitch an ox cart? How many large animals are there here? Not many families tether large animals. Besides, whether people are willing is another matter. Fan 12 was uncertain. As long as there's money to be made, why wouldn't they be willing? It's just about whether the village takes the lead, Yun Suji said. I can see you're a very capable cadre. Fan 12 quickly nodded. All right, I'll think about how to do it when I get back, Yun Suji said. Speaking of sidelines, why isn't making and selling tofu allowed? Fan 12 was stunned for a moment, thinking that old Ming fellow. What nonsense had he been making up in front of the chief? He quickly said, making tofu wasn't said to be forbidden, but the county has regulations that tofu workshops must comply with certain sanitation standards. I don't understand them either, so it's best not to do it at all, to avoid making mistakes and having trouble explaining to the township and county. Recently, sanitation and epidemic prevention matters have been caught very tightly. County health police come to the village every 3 or 2 days to inspect sanitation. Definitely can't let any slip-ups happen. So that's how it is, Yun Suji said. That's an easy method of yours. Although it can't be called wrong, it's not a good method. There are several hundred people in this village, and everyone grows coarse grains, so beans are indispensable. Grinding into soy milk and making tofu gives everyone something to eat, and there's also bean dregs for feed and fertilizer. What's bad about it? Yes, the chief's teaching is right. I'll have old Ming get the tofu workshop going when I return, Fan 12 said. Yun Suji was just about to say something more when suddenly a woman's shrill cry came. Don't hit me anymore. I won't dare anymore. I won't dare. Oh, father, please spare me. Yun Suji frowned and asked, what's going on? It's Liang Zhu disciplining his wife. Fan 12 was nonchalant. He has a bad temper and his wife happens to have a sharp tongue. Yun Suji's mind conjured the image of the young wife sitting at the village entrance making shoes. He shook his head. Seeing Yun Suji frowning, Fan 12 quickly said, I'll have Yuan who go over right away. No need. Yun Suji thought he wasn't here to be a matchmaker. Domestic matters like this were better left alone. He asked, is wife beating common in your village? Fan 12 saw his expression wasn't good. He roughly knew that in Australia, women had high status and wife beating wasn't practiced. He couldn't help but secretly curse Liang Zhu for having nothing better to do than beat his wife after eating his fill, causing nothing but trouble for him. He said with an apologetic smile, old habits are hard to change. It's inevitable. The customs where we're from aren't good. I'm not afraid of you laughing, Chief. The old folks have a saying, the wife you marry and the donkey you buy, you can ride them and beat them as you please. If you don't beat your wife for 10 days or half a month, neighbors all laugh at you for having no balls. Even those who truly love their wives still have to shut the door and slap a broom on the edge of the kang, letting their wives wail a few times. Don't look at her howling loudly, sir. Whipping her bare bottom with a broom a few times won't cause any real harm. Yun Suji didn't speak, deeply aware of the difficulty of changing customs, but he was very clear that the issue of women's status was fundamentally an economic issue. How to attract women to participate in more social labor and share in the distribution of labor results seemed to be an important social issue. He recalled Zhao Yingong mentioning in a report, in some areas of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, women's family status was somewhat higher than in other places due to their involvement in silkworm raising and silk reeling. In late Qing Guangdong, a large number of female silk reeling workers emerged who could earn money to support the family, and their family status also rose significantly. He thought, we talk about industrialization all the time, but in reality, the scale of industry is still too small. The prosperity and civilization of Lingao is like an isolated island in a vast sea, just like Kabul in the 1970s and 80s, wearing just a thin veil of modern civilization. On the broader Hainan Island, the traditional production mode and social order were still being maintained. Come to think of it, wasn't failing to rely on state farms to settle immigrants, and having to create many self-cultivating peasant villages with land distribution precisely the compromise between ideals and meager productive forces. Yun Suji strolled along the village road. He sensed that some farmers had an urgent need to move upward, wanting to expand production. But no one was pointing the way for them, and support wasn't enough. There were even some policies hindering them. As for most farmers, they hadn't changed at all, still holding that small producer mentality. Because these standard villages, apart from having neater houses and better sanitation, were essentially no different from the old homes they had abandoned while fleeing. They were still content with the status quo, believing that destiny meant stability and having enough to eat. Even after experiencing storms and separations of life and death, their thinking carried a nihilistic sense of slack, always feeling that enjoying the present was enough. Yun Suji thought for a moment and asked, "Where is Bai Putin's home?" Fan 12 was taken aback. "You want to go to his house?" "Yes, I want to take a look." Bai Putin was chopping grass in the courtyard when suddenly Han Daeguo came in flustered and shouted, "Old Bai! The chief is coming to your house. Hurry and prepare." Chapter 16, 84, Courtyard Economy. Bai Putin had originally thought meeting with the chief for conversation would be the end of it. He didn't expect the chief to come in person. Having never entertained a high official like a senator before, he couldn't help but panic. He quickly ran back into the main room and told his wife to bring out the guest clothes. He also called repeatedly for his eldest daughter to chase all the chickens into the coop and sweep the courtyard. While they were still busy, Liu Yuan who brought tea leaves. These were no ordinary leaves. They were Limu Mountain Oolong bought from the county. It was said this tea was the chief's favorite drink. Fan 12 had specifically bought it to entertain visiting rural cadres. Unexpectedly, it had actually come in handy. Han Daeguo frowned. "Yuanhu, I told you to watch that old hag. What are you doing here? What if she gets out?" Liu Yuanhu said. "This was sent by the village head. I'm going back right now." Go quickly, watch her closely." Han Daeguo was afraid old Lady Cow would make a scene like blocking the sedan chair to cry grievances. That would be a great embarrassment. And if this chief liked playing Blue Sky Grand Master, it would be even worse. Liu Yuanhu ran off, and by then Yun Suji had already entered the door. Seeing the courtyard swept spotlessly clean and Bai Putin dressed neatly, he said, "You've gone to too much trouble, there's no need for this." Bai Putin bowed. "The chief coming to my home, that's virtue accumulated by my ancestors. This makes my humble home shine." Yun Suji laughed. "Didn't expect you even know idioms." Yes, I attended private school for a few years as a child." Yun Suji surveyed this grain household's courtyard. It was indeed different from other families. Speaking of courtyards, this one wasn't actually that large. Standard villages were all built uniformly according to several blueprints. Houses were roughly the same in area, structure, and style. The only difference was that residences came in 3 types: large, medium, and small, according to household population. The Bai family had many people and was assigned the largest type, with a lot area of about 150 square meters. The courtyard walls of standard villages were neither brick, stone, nor wooden boards, but hedges made of fast-growing shrubs. After 2 or 3 years, they had all grown to about a person's height. These shrubs were all carefully selected. Trimmed branches served as firewood. The courtyard space wasn't large, but the design was very compact. In the center, facing south, was a row of 5 or 6 rooms, all brick and tile houses with gleaming glass windows. The front yard had no wing rooms. A gravel-paved path for walking ran through the middle of the yard. The open ground on both sides was turned into garden plots. The larger side grew various vegetables, while the other had only mounded soil. Yun Suji knew this was an earthworm bed, specifically for raising earthworms. Even the central path wasn't wasted. Pillars were erected on both sides of the road, and bamboo poles were used to build a shade trellis above, growing loofah. On both sides of the road, wooden boards and bricks formed 3-tiered stepped flower shelves holding many flower pots, planted with honeysuckle, jasmine, and daylilies. Yun Suji had entered about a dozen households in this model village, front and back, but hadn't seen a single courtyard so carefully tended. Although the courtyard layout and planting had obviously received Tiandehui guidance without the householder's meticulous care, there would definitely not be such a flourishing scene. In front of the main house was a small brick-paved open space with a small plain wooden table and several bamboo chairs, all washed spotlessly clean, very comfortable to look at. Yun Suji nodded. Good, really well kept. He noticed a well curb under the eaves and went over with interest to take a look. It turned out to be not a water well but a water cellar. The rainwater collected by the rain gutter under the eaves was drained into it. Yun Suji praised. Good, this method is good. Having a water cellar makes watering the garden much more convenient. Why don't other families have them? Fan 12 quickly said. This was built by Old Bai himself. It wasn't distributed when houses were built. Yun Suji nodded and asked. Must have cost quite a bit. Building a water cellar required cement, which only Tiandehui could provide, and the cost wouldn't be low. Hearing the chief ask about money, Bai Putin became somewhat nervous and mumbled vaguely. Quite a bit, quite a bit. Fortunately, the chief didn't ask further. Bai Putin wanted to invite him to sit in the main room, but Yun Suji waved his hand. No rush. You have a backyard here too, right? Let's go look at the backyard. Bai Putin had originally thought the chief would just sit down and chat, but didn't expect him to look so closely. He couldn't refuse, so he had to lead Yun Suji around from one side of the yard. The backyard was smaller than the front yard. Along the hedge, a few trees like Chinese tun and jujube were sparsely planted. On one side was a chicken coop enclosed by bamboo fencing, with pumpkin vines climbing all over the fence. On the other side was a cattle shed. This was Yun Suji's first time seeing a cattle-raising farmer household in the village, so he walked quickly over for a look. The cattle shed was built according to standards, not skimping on materials at all. Inside were one large and one small crossbred Simmental and local yellow cattle. Simmental cattle were multi-purpose cattle suitable for meat, dairy, and draft work. The crossbred variety with local yellow cattle was a key promotion target of Tiandehui. However, due to small numbers and high prices, ordinary farming households rarely raised them. Many people still raised water buffalo from the Li area, which were strong and could thrive on coarse feed. Because it was winter and the temperature was low, the cattle were both draped with cattle coats woven from rice straw, slowly chewing their feed. Yun Suji leaned in for a closer look. The cattle hair was smooth and sleek, muscles firm, obviously very carefully looked after daily. He casually picked up some feed from the feeding trough and smelled it near his nose, a sour, grassy scent. He put the feed down and asked, "You're using silage?" "Yes, yes. The Tiandehui agricultural technician taught me how to make it. The cattle love it and put on weight." "What do you use to make the silage?" "Wild grass cut from wasteland, Chinese milk vetch grown in the fields, aquatic plants scooped from the river, and stalks of coarse grains. It's just more labor-intensive," Bai Putin said somewhat regretfully. "My place is a bit small. The silage cellar can't be dug big and the cattle shed can only be this size. If I could raise 3 or 4 more cattle, it would be worthwhile. With more cattle, you could use the big agricultural machinery you want. That's not the only benefit," Bai Putin perked up when talking about production. "Just the cattle manure from cleaning the pen would be much more. Composted first in the earthworm bed to raise earthworms, then taken out to apply to the fields, makes excellent fertilizer. Can raise chickens and harvest much more grain too." Saying this, he shook his head again. "Too bad there's no room." Yun Suji also looked at his family's silage cellar and the biogas pit for composting. The Bai family's investment in farming was really not small, but it also showed indirectly that this household's income from farming was much higher. Returning to the front yard, Bai Putin still wanted to invite him inside, but Yun Suji said, "I think let's just sit here." He pulled over a chair under the gourd trellis and sat down. "Good ventilation and bright. Speaking here is also refreshing." Fan 12 and Bai Putin exchanged courtesies a few times and also sat down. The Bai family's eldest daughter brought tea. Yun Suji saw that in front of him was a fine porcelain-covered cup, still giving off the fragrance of oolong tea. Knowing they were treating him as a guest, he said, "Why do you bother with this?" He pushed aside the covered cup in front of him, picked up a coarse porcelain tea bowl, poured a bowl from the teapot himself, and took a sip. It was hawthorn leaf tea. He laughed. "This tea is good cooling and brightens the eyes." Everyone followed suit and agreed it was good tea. Yun Suji said, "Old Bai, I can see you know your way around crops. You must have been skilled back home, probably also a grain household." Mentioning the past, Bai Putin couldn't help but sigh. "Can't really call myself skilled. Had a few hundred mu of land back home. Though the land was plentiful, farming was far worse than here. Starting from my great-grandfather, generation after generation scraped a living from the soil to accumulate some family property. Called a grain household, but actually quite pitiful. In a good year with good weather, and mu only harvested around 100 caddies or so. How can that compare to here? Your courtyard economy is well developed. I've been to demonstration farms, and their courtyard economy is about the same as yours." Yun Suji praised. "If every household could be like this, that would be a model village truly worthy of being first in the whole county." Fan 12 laughed awkwardly and was about to speak when Bai Putin said, "This was all done with Tiandehui's help. Otherwise, how would a farmer like me know so many tricks? Take the silage for feeding cattle. Back home, not only had no one done it, no one had even heard of it. Raising cattle, wasn't it just eating green grass when there was green grass and dry grass when there wasn't? Who could have thought you could store green grass to feed and the cattle would love it? Taoist Zhang was right. The chiefs are truly living immortals who know heaven and earth. Of those in your village, how many spend their own money like you to hire Tiandehui for guidance?" "Not many," Bai Putin said. "Ordinary families can't afford it, though that's secondary. Tiandehui has loans. I took out a loan at first. But everyone is unwilling to borrow, afraid of not being able to repay and losing their land. Many families here were originally tenant farmers without their own land. Having finally been given land by the chiefs, they treasure it like their heart's core. You still have guts and drive. I don't have much guts. I just feel, how much future is there in farming the old way?" Bai Putin felt this chief Yun spoke very practically, all in terms farmers understood, so his words came more freely. "When we all went to the county to visit the Tiandehui demonstration farm, I thought, Tiandehui people are people, and I'm a person too. Why can they do it and I can't? When Tiandehui promoted agricultural loans, everyone was afraid of taking on debt they couldn't repay. I had a different thought. The chiefs went through countless hardships to rescue us from the ice and snow, gave us food and clothes, sent us to Hainan Island, built houses and distributed land. What would they gain from cheating us? Don't you agree, sir?" Yun Suji laughed. Right. Thinking no wonder this person could be a landlord back home and became a big household here too. His mind was a cut above ordinary farmers. He asked again, "Do you still owe Tiandehui agricultural loans? Paid off last summer?" Bai Putin was in high spirits. "If not for this progressive tax, I'd want to take out another loan and clear a few dozen more mu of wasteland." Chapter 1685. Filing a complaint without the progressive tax, you could still clear wasteland and farm more land. Not worthwhile. Bai Putin shook his head repeatedly. With more land, expenses are also big. After paying taxes on top of that, whether it's profit or loss is hard to say. Besides, more land means hiring workers. There's no place at home for long-term workers to live either. He, Yun Suji laughed. "Your calculations are shrewd. Don't worry, I'll definitely study your problem carefully when I return so that hardworking people don't lose out." "Thank you, Chief, for your concern." Bai Putin nodded repeatedly. "Where is your little daughter?" "She's inside. She's still a child who doesn't understand things, dare not come out and disturb the chief." "Bring her out for me to see." Bai Putin wondered to himself why the chief wanted to see his little daughter. What was there to see about a child just over 2 years old? But since he said so, naturally he couldn't refuse. He immediately called, "Da Niu, bring Niu out." Da Niu answered and went in to bring Niu out. Yun Suji saw the child was fair and chubby, wearing an old floral cotton jacket, her head shaved smooth into a peach cut. Country custom was for girls to not start growing their hair until 11 or 12. Very cute. He took the child in his arms and said, "Quite heavy." Bai Putin said, "That's her good fortune to be born in such a good place." He couldn't help but think of the little son who died on the road, tears almost falling from his eyes. Yun Suji played with the child for a while and asked, "What's the child's name?" "She's just a little girl, what name to give? Everyone just calls her new second girl." "Does her elder sister not have a name either?" "Right," Bai Putin smiled. "A girl can't be recorded in the family genealogy. What's the use of giving a name?" Yun Suji smiled. "How about I give her a name?" Bai Putin quickly stood up. "Chief, you're overwhelming me. A farmer." Yun Suji laughed. Sit down, sit down. It's just a name, what's the big deal? I see your eldest daughter doesn't have an official name either. I'll give names to both. The eldest daughter will be called Bai Li, and the little daughter will be called Bai Ya." As soon as Han Daegu heard he was going to name the Bai family daughters, he had already prepared brush and ink. He still maintained the habit from his early days as a shop assistant of always carrying an ink box. Yun Suji took the brush and wrote down the two names on white paper. Bai Putin never dreamed the chief would actually give names to both daughters. This was truly smoke rising from the ancestral grave. He was both happy and regretful. If only his youngest son were still alive. Wasted this good fortune on two girls. He stammered, not knowing what to say. It wasn't until Fan 12 kicked him that he woke as if from a dream and shouted repeatedly, "De Niu, hurry and hold your sister and kowtow to the chief." De Niu answered. She had just knelt down holding her sister when Yun Suji waved his hand. "No, no, the Senate doesn't do this. Stand up and speak." He then asked De Niu how old she was, whether she could read, and whether she could read newspapers. 13 years old. I can recite 100 family surnames and 1,000-character classic. I can recognize more than half the characters in newspapers and generally understand the meaning. De Niu was somewhat shy. At her age, she already understood human affairs. Seeing the chief give names and ask questions, she couldn't help but wonder, had he taken a liking to her? "Can you write?" "I can write a few characters, but my writing is ugly." De Niu's face turned red. "Who taught you to read?" "The teacher at winter school." "Do you like going to winter school?" Yun Suji asked. The Bai family's eldest daughter had the typical face of a Shandong girl, eyes black and bright and quite tall too. "I like it. Winter school is lively and you can learn things." Bai Li nodded, then stole a glance at her father. Yun Suji knew what was going on and asked Bai Putin, "Did you not let your daughter go to winter school?" Bai Putin was startled. The chief was truly prescient. He dared not deny it and said with an apologetic smile, "How would I not let her? It's just that this year there are more people at winter school, men and women, old and young, all mixed together laughing and chatting. This isn't quite appropriate. She's still an unmarried girl." "What's inappropriate about it? I think it's very good," Yun Suji said emphatically in a very affirmative tone. "Not just a little good, but very good." Bai Putin was startled, not knowing which nerve of the chief he had touched, and quickly said, "Yes, it's very good." Yun Suji said to Fan 12, "You must grasp the winter school matter tightly and well. For those unwilling to study, you must push them. For parents who don't want to study themselves and don't let their families study, you must educate them well. I see you have quite an effective approach to banning foot binding." Fan 12 nodded repeatedly. "Please rest assured, Chief. I will definitely run the village's winter school well." Just as they were talking, suddenly there was a heart-wrenching scream from outside. The word injustice had just left someone's lips when it was abruptly cut off. Yun Suji paused. Fan 12 and Han Daegu's faces instantly turned white. Bai Putin, who had been smiling, also suddenly became unsettled. At this moment a guard ran in through the door, saluted Yun Suji and leaned down to whisper, "Chief, we caught an old woman trying to climb over the back wall. She says she has grievances." Yun Suji nodded and said quietly, "Take her to the village office first and keep her there. We'll talk later." Fan 12 couldn't sit still. He stood up and said in a trembling voice, "Chief." "It's all right," Yun Suji stood up and said. "I see it's getting late. I'll stay the night here with you. For tonight's arranged meal, I think I'll go eat at old Yang's house. You all go about your business first. I'll chat a bit more with old Bai. Fan 12 had no choice but to leave with Han Daeguo first. They hadn't gone far when they saw Liu Yuanhu outside making frantic throat-cutting gestures at them. Fan 12 spat and said, "What good is pulling faces now? You were supposed to watch her." Liu Yuanhu's face was full of grievance. "The old hag needed to use the toilet. I couldn't follow her in, could I? Who knew that at her age her legs were still so nimble? She climbed out through the toilet window." Fan 12 wanted to scold him more, but Han Daeguo persuaded. Forget it. What's done is done. Let's stop blaming each other and think about what to do." Liu Yuanhu was young and said, "We didn't do anything against our conscience." Fan 12 cursed. "Nonsense. You think only murder, arson, and stealing wives counts as going against your conscience. Old Lady Cow is no pushover. If she spouts nonsense in front of the chief, we might as well all pack our luggage and go to the Cheka for tea." Only then did Liu Yuanhu get nervous and said, "What do we do then?" "The old woman has been taken to the village office. 4 guards are watching her. There's no way at all." Han Daeguo was calmer. He said, "Don't panic. If blessings come, they're not disasters. If disasters come, there's no escaping. What's done is done, and there's no way to fix it now. We can only brace ourselves and go to court. Let's first reach an agreement among ourselves. Chief Yun will certainly question us. Let's think carefully about how to position ourselves and how to answer. Otherwise, if we panic when questioned and each says something different, saying things that shouldn't be said, that's what will really cause trouble." While they were discussing, Yun Suji chatted with Bai Putin about some production matters, then came out and headed to the village office. He told the guards to bring old Lady Cow over for questioning. The guards brought an aged woman who, upon seeing Yun Suji, threw herself to the ground with a thud and cried out, "Injustice!" Yun Suji quickly said, get up. Just sit down and speak." However, the old woman obviously couldn't understand his Mandarin. She opened her mouth and spoke in Shandong dialect. Yun Suji couldn't understand either and was already feeling somewhat displeased. Fortunately, one of the guards could understand her speech and served as an interpreter. From her words, Yun Suji roughly learned that the old woman's surname was Cao, and her husband's family name was Huang. Her husband and his family had all died in the Dengzhou Rebellion. She and her son and daughter-in-law had escaped with their lives and were settled in this village. The old woman's son thought farming earned too little money, so he recruited to work at the county timber factory. Last year, he died in a workplace accident. The county civil affairs section said there would be compensation paid out, but to this day, she hadn't seen a single cent. "I'm an old woman without a son, all alone. The village swallowed my compensation money and even locked me up," Old Lady Cow said through gritted teeth. Fan 12, Han Daeguo, Liu Yuanhu, those 3 bastards, heartless, swallowed this old widow's money and took my land too, said substitute farming but never gave me even a single cup of rice. Yun Suji had long known there was something fishy about the substitute farming, but hearing that even the compensation money wasn't given, his expression changed. The Senate's compensation payments, though modest, only a one-time payment except for families of fallen soldiers, were still an important social stabilizer. Although the amount of money involved here was limited, the social impact was extremely bad. In the old timeline, the credibility of grassroots government institutions was eroded bit by bit like this. He couldn't help but become serious and asked, "Is this all true? If this old woman speaks half a word of lies, may heaven strike me with 5 thunderbolts." Old Lady Cow's expression was resolute and certain. Yun Suji felt she was unlikely to be lying. Fan 12, Han Daeguo, Liu Yuanhu. "They're all rotten to the core," she continued. "Oppressing the villagers. Anyone who doesn't go along with them, they say you're opposing the Senate, tie you up and beat you with carrying poles. Beating until skin splits and flesh is torn is common. Last year they even beat someone to death." Yun Suji quickly asked upon hearing this. "Beat someone to death?" Old Lady Cow nodded. "Beat him to death, wrapped him in a mat and threw him in the river. Truly lawless." Yun Suji found it somewhat hard to believe, but he knew that when grassroots went lawless, it really did exceed ordinary people's imagination. He quickly asked, "There's actually such a thing? Who was beaten to death?" "Old Meng's son." "Old Meng? Which old Meng?" "The old Meng who makes tofu." Old Lady Cow's voice grew louder and louder. "Old Meng still thinks his son is working in the county. It's all Fan 12 and them lying to him. I've told him several times, but he doesn't believe me." Yun Suji was half believing, half doubting. Could old Meng really not know about something this big at all? This was too incredible. Could this boring village really be a fake progressive, truly reactionary village? Chapter 1686. Investigation. However, he remembered that old Meng had indeed mentioned his son worked at the county brick and tile factory. His heart has grown wild. Let alone coming home, he doesn't even send word. Could it really be as old Lady Cow said? Yun Suji thought about it. Verifying whether old Meng's son was alive would be easy. Just ask at the factory. Unfortunately, the village had neither telephone nor telegraph, so someone would have to be sent. Just as he was thinking, old Lady Cow was crying and complaining again that Liu Yuan who had taken her daughter-in-law. "My son hadn't been dead for 2 years when that bastard Liu Yuan who snatched my guy Feng away. After my son was gone, the two of us depended on each other for survival, closer than mother and daughter. Who knew Liu Yuan who would just barge into my house in broad daylight and snatch her? Oh, my son," speaking to her grief, she threw herself to the ground, crying to heaven and earth, mumbling complaints in a rhythmic, melodic way. Yun Suji thought, there's this too. He felt things were getting complicated. He asked, don't cry, don't cry. If you have any other injustices, just say them all." Old Lady Cow's wailing stopped the moment she wanted it to stop. While wiping her tears, she told many more stories of the gang of 3, mistreating and bullying her and her daughter-in-law as widow and orphaned mother-in-law. She said Liu Yuan who had long had improper thoughts about her daughter-in-law, often getting handsy with her. Once he even tried to rape her but failed because she came back just in time. Speaking to her emotional moments, there was inevitably another bout of wailing, extremely pitiful, which also moved Yun Suji. She also exposed many more bad deeds of the village cadres. How cadres didn't participate in labor but assigned corvée laborers to farm on their behalf. How they arbitrarily assigned labor in the village. How old man Min in the village's north had said that Fan 12 was a ladle shaker becoming an official, that's a thief holding the seal. And also said, if the cook doesn't steal, the 5 grains don't grow. And was seized by Liu Yuanhu and beaten 40 strokes with a carrying pole. Not to mention being continuously assigned 3 months of corvée labor, which tormented old man Min so badly he couldn't farm for half a year and could only survive on pumpkins and sweet potatoes. Seeing she had nothing new to say anymore, Yun Suji said, I've noted everything you've said. Go back and rest for now. I will investigate the matter clearly and give you justice. Thank you, Chief, Blue Sky Grand Master. Old Lady Cow threw herself to the ground with a thud and kowtowed several times, saying, But I dare not go back. If I go home, tomorrow it will be a case of sudden illness and death. Please, Blue Sky Grand Master, make a decision for me. Yun Suji thought this indeed needed to be guarded against. If the grassroots had completely rotted, they could do any desperate thing. He nodded and said, All right then, you can stay temporarily at this village office for 1 night. My guards are here and we definitely won't let you come to any harm. He got up and went outside, calling the guard captain over and ordering him to watch old Lady Cow well tonight and not let her be harmed. She eats with you all. When it's time to sleep, you guard the door outside. Understand? Yes, Chief. Yun Suji stepped outside and immediately ran into Fan 12. He saw him standing at the village office door somewhat absent-mindedly. Seeing him come out, he forced himself to appear nonchalant and came forward. Chief, Yun Suji nodded. I know what you want to say. You don't need to say it. I have a clear picture. The Senate's policy has always been, don't let any bad person go, don't wrong any good person. I can see all the work you do in the village. Fan 12 was pondering the meaning of the chief's words when Yun Suji continued. I'm going to eat dinner now. After dinner, I'll talk with you again. Saying this, he went to old Yang's house for dinner, leaving the somewhat bewildered Fan 12 pacing at the village office door. Hearing the chief was coming to eat dinner, old Yang's house also fell into a flurry. He felt Chief Yun was straightforward, a common man's own person, so he was very warm. His family was originally one of the better-off ones. He had his wife bring out the white flour saved for New Year's and rolled noodles. Following the trendy Australian style, he simmered a pot of tomato and egg sauce. As soon as Yun Suji entered, he smelled the fragrant aroma. The main room was steaming hot. On the center table were already laid out noodles and sauce, and old Yang's wife had also mixed a few cold dishes. Old Yang respectfully presented the meal box sent over earlier by the guards, filled with hand-rolled noodles. Yun Suji felt somewhat embarrassed when he saw it. Local farmers rarely got to eat white flour. It was truly a precious ingredient. This pot of noodles had undoubtedly used up all the flour saved for New Year. "This is really too kind. I could just eat pancakes and porridge." "What are you saying?" Old Yang was very pleased. "I'm happy to give it to you." Old Yang's wife also smiled. "There's no meat either, just making do with eggs." Yun Suji saw their sincerity and didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down, ladled on the sauce, and started eating. Old Yang's wife served noodles for herself and Hainai and was taking her bowl to eat in the yard when Yun Suji said, "You can eat here too." Old Yang's wife smiled apologetically. "I'm a woman. How can I sit at the same table as the chief to eat? We're all our own people eating. No need to be so formal." Yun Suji had specifically chosen to eat dinner at old Yang's house for a reason. He had already noticed that old Yang was a very straightforward person. Eating and talking with him would certainly yield a lot of truthful information about the village. Old Yang's wife couldn't refuse, so she had Hainai go eat in the yard by herself and sat at the table too. Old Yang liked to drink a little wine with dinner. He thought the sugarcane wine sold at the market was too sweet, so he brewed some local wine with the yellow millet he grew himself and poured a cup for Yun Suji. Yun Suji ate and chatted with the Yang couple, talking about harvests and life, and gradually asked about Old Lady Cow. Old Yang sighed. "Old Lady Cow is also a pitiful person. I heard she was widowed young and struggled mightily to raise her son until he was grown and married. Her family fled here and settled, got land and a house. Originally their little life was going quite well. Who knew her son would suddenly be gone, didn't even leave behind a grandchild. No wonder her mind can't come around. How did her son die? Went to the coal mine for corvée labor. Wasn't careful while pushing the ore cart and got hit." Old Yang sighed. "It was truly terrible when they carried him back. The upper body was all bloody and mangled, couldn't even make out the head." "Without a son, who farms the land to support her?" Yun Suji asked. "I saw she looked presentable, not lacking food or clothing." "The village, of course," Old Yang said. "Hers is an extinct household. The village has to support her. Of course, good food and drink are out of the question." "What about her family's land? I heard someone is farming it on her behalf." "Of course someone is." Old Yang was naturally talkative, and once the wine reached his belly, he really opened up. "Hers is extinct household land. Who wouldn't want to farm it? After paying public grain and giving 30% to the village, the rest is your own. Without some connection to Old Fan, you want to farm it but couldn't get the chance. I don't think that's a good deal." Yun Suji calculated. "Public grain is a bit more than 15%. Another 30% to the village leaves about half for yourself. You still have to cover seeds, fertilizer, and labor. The important thing isn't those 5/10 of grain. It's having a tax-paying household registration," Old Yang said, his face flushing from the wine. "The substitute farmers are all big grain households. Originally, with lots of land, they pay lots of taxes. Now with 2 tax-paying registrations, they can shift some grain produced on their own land to the substitute farming account." Yun Suji understood now. So that's how it worked. He couldn't help but secretly admire the wisdom of the common people. He asked again. "The harvested grain isn't given to her. Old Lady Cow is now a lone old woman." The village counts her as a social security household, so food and clothing are provided by the village. The harvest from substitute farming is considered money for supporting her, Old Yang said. As for how much actually gets used on her, everyone acts according to their conscience. But I heard her son died and the county gave compensation money. That, I don't know. Who can figure out county affairs? Old Yang said. Besides, money coming down from the county, layer by layer, who's to say every layer doesn't skim some off? Could old Lady Cow get much of it? Doesn't she still have to depend on the village to support her? Yun Suji wasn't clear on the compensation disbursement process and couldn't discuss it further, so he asked, "Has old Lady Cow never mentioned the compensation money?" Old Yang shook his head. His wife said timidly, "I've heard something." Then she looked at her husband. Old Yang said, "Whatever you heard, just say it. Why look at me? Today the chief allows you at the table to speak. Even if you say something wrong, he won't whip your bottom." Only then did Old Yang's wife say she had once heard Old Lady Cow cursing her daughter-in-law for running off with her son's blood money, saying she was utterly heartless and sooner or later, the adulterer and adulteress will both go to the execution ground together. "I thought this blood money must be the compensation, right?" Yun Suji nodded. What Old Yang's wife said was probably true. So the compensation was paid, it was just taken by her daughter-in-law. He asked again, "What happened with Old Lady Cow's daughter-in-law? I heard she was snatched away. But then how is there an adulterer?" "Snatched," Old Yang smiled. "Ran off herself is more like it. So Liu Yuanhu didn't snatch her." Liu Yuanhu, that hot-headed kid, though he's overbearing and always causing trouble, snatching widows, something that would mean having sons born without rear ends, he wouldn't do. Old Yang had finished about a pot of wine. He ladled sauce onto noodles, held his bowl and ate while talking. Old Lady Cow didn't treat Gai Feng well. She was a child bride, raised from childhood to suffer and be beaten. After settling in the village, things were no better. Day in and day out she egged her son on to beat his wife. Beating a wife is nothing special, but beating like this, trying to beat her to death, was quite rare. Old Yang's wife chimed in. "AI, truly sinful, taking a bamboo switch soaked in water and whipping, pressing her on a long bench and beating with a carrying pole. Beat until she couldn't get up or sit down, but still forced her to carry water and do chores. Both legs were all bruised." Yun Suji frowned. "However you look at it, she's still your own wife. What's the point of hitting so hard?" Old Yang said. "That family's jealousy is something fierce. When they first came to the village, we didn't know. Only later did we realize. As long as it was a man, young, strong, or old, as long as he got close and said a few words to her, she'd get a good beating when she got home." Chapter 16, 87 Investigation continued. That much jealousy. She couldn't bear a son, even manage a daughter. Old Yang threw his head back and drained the last dregs of gravy from his bowl, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Wouldn't that mother and son be frantic? And beating a wife somehow makes her fertile. Yun Suji wondered at the twisted logic. Old Yang's wife spoke up hesitantly. "The women say that Gai Feng's man was incapable, that's why she couldn't conceive." "What nonsense," Old Yang snapped. "Wagging your tongue without proof is your backside itching for a whipping." His wife fell silent immediately. "That's not right, Old Yang," Yun Suji interjected. "You just claimed you never beat your wife. Are you going back on your word already? What kind of man does that make you?" Old Yang hastened to retreat. Yes, chief, I misspoke." Yun Suji reflected that this meal had proven rather fruitful. What Old Yang's wife said was likely the truth. Women knew women's affairs best. He turned to her again. "What else do you know?" She didn't dare speak. Yun Suji reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll make the decisions here. I absolutely won't let your husband whip your bare backside, otherwise I'll have my guards take a carrying pole to his." Old Yang forced a laugh. Go on, I'll pretend I didn't hear." Only then did his wife continue. "They say it was an illness left over from fleeing the famine. When you think about it, it's pitiful too. Did he never seek medicine?" Yun Suji thought of Runchitang, that venerable establishment specializing in tonics for masculine vigor. "Listen to yourself, chief. Farm folk like us endure when we get sick, and how could he speak of that kind of ailment to anyone? Old Yang's wife went on. Pitiful as he was, isn't Gei Feng even more so? We women talk amongst ourselves. Gei Feng was a living widow, and on top of everything, her mother-in-law is a shrew. When Gei Feng's dead wretch of a husband was away on corvée labor and she went alone to the fields during the day, old Lady Cow would give her. She stopped. Yun Suji frowned in confusion. Give her what? She smiled awkwardly. Women's matters, it would soil your ears to hear it. It doesn't matter, tell me. She would sew her trousers shut with needle and thread. If a few threads were broken when Gei Feng came home at night, she'd be pressed onto a bench and beaten. Gei Feng was so terrified she didn't dare drink an extra mouthful of water. Every evening she came home with her face blue from holding it in. A few times she even wet herself right there in her trousers. She sighed heavily. Truly a sin against heaven. This was monstrous cruelty. Yun Suji sat stunned, a peasant's version of a chastity belt. He had thought only European nobles played such games. Old Lady Cow came from poverty herself, didn't she? How could she treat a daughter-in-law so viciously? If not a poor family, where would there be child brides? A child bride in a destitute household has a life more bitter than gold thread root, truly worse off than a rough servant girl in a petty landlord's home. Old Yang sighed. Back in our hometown, during the spring famine when we couldn't go on, someone proposed marrying off Blackie as a child bride. I said I'd rather watch her starve at home than be tormented to death by strangers. At least now the world has changed. His wife continued. After Gei Feng's husband passed away, the old woman was terrified she'd remarry and watched her even more closely. Not only did she sew her trousers shut when going out, she even followed her while eating and to the latrine and made Gei Feng sleep on the inside of the bed at night. After dinner, old Yang's wife cleared away the dishes and brewed a pot of sour jujube leaf tea. Yun Suji asked, with her son gone, what use is a daughter-in-law? Why guard her so closely? A young widow is valuable, old Yang chuckled. These days marrying one costs a hefty betrothal gift. Someone like Gei Feng, young, no children to drag along, she'd fetch at least 3 cows. If she's after the betrothal gifts, why not hurry up and find a match? Can holding on to her produce a grandson? How long can 3 cows last? Old Yang said. She's thinking long-term. What long-term plan? Recruiting a husband to support her in her old age. Old Yang slapped his thigh. Chief, you predict things like a god. Old Lady Cow wanted to bring in a distant nephew from her maiden family. No sense letting good water flow to outsiders' fields. Yun Suji smiled. Since she wanted to recruit, how come it never happened? The man is serving as a soldier on Jeju Island. Who knows when he'll return, Old Yang said. And that's when Liu Yuanhu took a fancy to Gei Feng. Wait, didn't you say Liu Yuanhu didn't snatch the widow? He truly didn't snatch her. Gei Feng went to him willingly. Old Yang's wife cut in. Liu Yuanhu has no in-laws to answer to. He's a cadre himself and a strong young buck besides. How could Gei Feng not be pleased? She then launched into enthusiastic gossip. How the two had caught each other's eye, their secret meetings, stolen kisses hidden in the woods, dry wood and raging fire, she called it, as if she'd witnessed every moment herself. Yun Suji thought, women's capacity for gossip was truly extraordinary. Last month, I think, Gei Feng gathered her belongings and slipped away while Old Lady Cow wasn't watching, running straight to Liu Yuanhu's house. By the time the old woman realized what had happened, the two had already gone to town for a marriage certificate and returned, made it official, out in the open. Liu Yuanhu's political instincts aren't bad, Yun Suji mused. Rural areas had always been indifferent to registration. Even in the 21st century, plenty of couples simply held a banquet without filing papers. By obtaining a marriage certificate immediately, Liu Yuanhu had solidified the legal relationship. He hadn't served as a village cadre for nothing. Old Lady Cow must have been furious. Naturally. With anyone else, this affair would never have succeeded. Old Lady Cow is a master of making scenes. But Liu Yuanhu is a bachelor with no kin, a rash fellow accustomed to throwing his weight around as a village cadre. Never mind a lonely old woman. I think he'd dare beat his own parents. What good could old lady Cow gain by making trouble? After suffering losses a few times, she didn't dare confront Liu Yuanhu anymore. She went to Fan 12 to complain. But think about it, Chief. Liu Yuanhu and Fan 12 are practically joined at the hip. Would he help her? Besides, back during the foot-binding business with Gei Feng, Fan 12 and Old Lady Cow had plenty of disputes. So not only did she fail to recover her daughter-in-law, she ended up with smaller shoes to wear, sent off to the 1,000-women embankment construction site for several months. Old Lady Cow couldn't swallow this insult, so she went directly to the township to lodge a complaint. Oh, she took it to the township as well. Yun Suji thought, so there are petitioners in this timeline too. She went several times. The township said since her daughter-in-law's husband had died, she could marry whomever she pleased, nothing they could control. Compared to old Yang, his wife was far better informed. When she couldn't get satisfaction at the township, she went to the county, and the county ignored her too. This time she was dizzy with fury. Now she goes around the village every day saying the village swallowed her pension money, snatched her daughter-in-law, and she drags out things Fan 12 has done and broadcasts them all over the street. Old Yang felt this wasn't quite appropriate and winked at his wife. Yun Suji caught the gesture. What? Still worried about something? Old Yang looked embarrassed. Truth be told, Fan 12 and his lot, sometimes they do things unethically, act rashly. But we're still fellow villagers and he's accomplished a great deal for everyone. Some things, when they first happened, nobody saw the point and everyone cursed. But afterward we realized they were truly useful. Our vision just wasn't far-sighted. If we really raised a fuss and sent him to the labor reform team, I wouldn't feel right about it either, Yun Suji said. So Fan 12 has done good for the village after all, Old Yang nodded. If you asked whether he has no selfish motives and is wholeheartedly devoted to everyone, he's no saint. He has selfish motives, eats more and takes more, that's inevitable. Playing the tyrant, tying people up and beating them, that happens too. But our village can't do without someone like him. Just take the roads inside and outside the village, the water channels, the biogas digesting pits for collecting fertilizer. Without him worrying over it all, none of that would exist. Surrounding villages all envy us for having a capable village head. Yun Suji asked, "What's this about Old Lady Cow claiming the village swallowed her pension money?" Only she and Fan 12 would know the truth, Old Yang said. The pension money was indeed collected by Liu Yuanhu from the township and handed over to the village office. As for whether Old Lady Cow received it or how much she received, she says one thing, they say another. I can't make heads or tails of it. Did Gei Feng ever receive any pension money? How could she touch a single copper coin? Old Yang sneered. Gei Feng was just a slave in her husband's family, worse than a slave, really. Masters still give slaves monthly rations and pocket money. For her, getting a few full meals was considered fortunate. Old Yang's wife added, since marrying Liu Yuanhu, her complexion has improved quite a lot. She even has a smile when working alongside everyone. Yun Suji had come to understand the full picture. This was entirely different from his original assumptions. Listening to only one side clearly wouldn't suffice. Bitter suffering and deep hatred did not necessarily make someone just. Though Fan 12, Liu Yuanhu, and their circle could hardly be called clean and honest, neither was Old Lady Cow some innocent victim of persecution. The truth was always more complex than appearances. Feeling he had gained much at Old Yang's house, he stayed to chat further. Seeing his keen interest in conversation, Old Yang added another wick to the oil lamp, unaware that the night had grown deep. Suddenly, rapid footsteps, thump, 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 sounded outside. A guard rushed in drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Yun Suji, he didn't even salute properly, gasping for breath. "Ray, report, Chief. Cow, cow." Yun Suji's heart clenched. "Old Lady Cow," the guard nodded frantically. Hanged herself." Yun Suji shot to his feet. "Let's go quickly." When he arrived at the village office, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance, craning their necks and making noise as they jostled to see. Liu Yuanhu and several young men were trying to maintain order. Fan 12's face was ashen. He stood at the door looking utterly lost. Seeing Yun Suji approach, he spoke in an almost pleading tone. Chief, it truly has nothing to do with me. If it has nothing to do with you, what are you panicking for? Yun Suji said. Come, let's go inside and see. End of chapter. Chapter 1688. Talk. Entering the courtyard, he saw old lady Cow had already been laid out on a door plank. Several people surrounded her while a guard performed chest compressions. Yun Suji asked, how is she? The captain of the guards replied, she's been revived, barely. When was she discovered? Just moments ago, the captain said, still shaken. She hadn't made a sound. If you hadn't ordered hourly checks, Chief, she'd likely be stiff by morning. Hearing she wasn't dead, the color slowly returned to Fan 12's face. Yun Suji nodded. A woman entered carrying a bowl of ginger broth and carefully poured it down old lady Cow's throat. Seeing her face flush pink again, confirming she had regained her breath, he ordered her carried to the side room to rest, with 2 women assigned to watch over her. Old lady Cow had tried to take everyone down with her, the fish dying to break the net. Yun Suji lit a cigarette, unsurprised. In the old days, this was common practice, hanging yourself at your enemy's door to ruin their family. The authorities didn't distinguish between suicide and homicide. By custom, whoever's doorstep bore a corpse was treated as the murderer or prime suspect. Even if innocence could eventually be proven, it would still mean a ruined body and a broken household. Even in 20th century rural China, it wasn't uncommon for women to barge into an adversary's home and drink pesticide over various disputes. Trivial matters, a sulk, a family quarrel, could drive women to take their own lives. In surveys of suicide populations in China, rural women had always shown the highest rates. This was meant to humiliate Fan 12, Liu Yuanhu, and their whole circle, he thought. He turned to Fan 12, who had followed him in trembling the whole way. Go fetch Han Daeguo and Liu Yuanhu. I have questions. Fan 12 acknowledged the order and was about to leave when Yun Suji stopped him. Bring Liu Yuanhu's wife too. Watching Fan 12 depart as if his soul had fled his body, the guard captain asked, Chief, shall I send someone to accompany him? Yun Suji shook his head. If he runs, there's nothing left to ask. That would prove a guilty conscience. He instructed the captain to guard old lady Cow's door and prevent her from coming out to make a scene. Before long, Fan 12 had gathered everyone. Yun Suji ordered them brought in one by one for questioning. He was intimately familiar with grassroots work. Within a few exchanges, he could tell whether there were abuses and whether cadres were telling the truth. From his visits and discussions throughout the day, Boring Village had no major problems, but a heap of minor ones. To use a cliché, the general direction was sound. As for village cadres eating and taking more than their share, pressing villagers into labor for personal errands, being rude, beating or scolding villagers, these weren't considered critical issues at the current stage. Yun Suji believed that the simplest measures of grassroots administrative competence were just 2 things: livelihoods and infrastructure. Whether cadres were dedicated and how capable they were could be judged from these. On both counts, Boring Village was doing reasonably well. The county did provide some financial support for the infrastructure of model villages, but the bulk still depended on villagers investing their own labor and materials. Without a certain degree of appeal and practical ability, village cadres couldn't possibly accomplish all this. As for anti-foot binding campaigns and improved sanitation, while not major livelihood issues like food and clothing, they were genuinely related to people's well-being. They also served as important benchmarks for testing whether cadres applied themselves seriously to their work. Therefore, he didn't dwell too long on the details of village administration, focusing instead on old lady Cow's case. He asked Fan 12, I know you came from Shandong with Senator Liu and are a long-standing naturalized citizen who has proven himself. So give me the bottom line. What exactly happened with her son's pension? Old lady Cow keeps saying she never received it. Did she or didn't she? Fan 12 said, Chief, heaven and earth as my witness regarding this pension matter, we didn't embezzle her money. After her son's accident, the pension was indeed collected by Yuanhu, and when it reached the village, it was entered into the official public account. It's all recorded in black and white. Yun Suji said. If the money was collected, why wasn't it distributed to her? Why enter it into the village's public account? Fan 12 swallowed hard. Old Lady Cow's pension had long been spent. Fortunately, they had discussed this matter beforehand, and Han Daegu had found a policy basis at the time, so he wasn't too nervous. There's a reason. Old Lady Cow lost her son and has no grandchildren. This makes her an heirless household. According to the civil affairs document issued to us by the county, this is called a social security household without descendants, and the village is responsible for her support. As he spoke, he rummaged through a cabinet and produced a crumpled red-header document, explaining that according to its provisions, the land of heirless households was to be uniformly managed by the village, which would recruit people to farm it on their behalf. The pension would be managed by the village and reserved for major expenses. Yun Suji took it and examined it. The red-header document was genuine. The clauses about substitute farming and pension trusteeship were also authentic, but the section about village management of the pension included the word may. In other words, handing it over to the village wasn't mandatory. Yun Suji's heart was clear as glass. Fan 12 and his cohort were eating the heirless household. This wasn't unique to the Ming Dynasty of the 17th century. It was common even in 21st century rural China. A single word like may in an official document could become a masterwork of bureaucratic interpretation. For villagers who were essentially illiterate or semi-literate, how could they grasp such subtleties? But this still wasn't the worst of it. At least Fan 12's group was exploiting policy loopholes and playing word games, demonstrating some semblance of a rule of law spirit. Your definition of heirless is a stretch. The Cow family still has a daughter-in-law. You must know about recruiting a husband to support the parents-in-law. Yun Suji shook his head. That's one thing. Secondly, Old Lady Cow and Gei Feng both have shares in the pension. Her portion should be distributed to her. Fan 12 had never imagined the daughter-in-law would also count for a share. At Yun Suji's words, panic flickered across his face. Yes, we didn't grasp the policy accurately. As for this heirless question, I won't haggle too much with you, Yun Suji said. Gei Feng has remarried now, so recruiting a husband to support parents-in-law is no longer relevant. I'll arrange to distribute Gei Feng's share to her tomorrow. You must issue Old Lady Cow's money as well. If you don't understand what may means, ask Han Daegu to explain it. Yun Suji smiled faintly, then grew serious. Additionally, the rice given to social security households by substitute farmers is insufficient. 400 jin per person, that's barely enough for basic rations, he said slowly. People still need clothing. Even with vegetables from their own plots, they must buy salt. Families with small children need fish and meat occasionally. The substitute farmers are taking far too much advantage. The tax benefits alone are endless, don't you agree? Fan 12 started, realizing his little tricks had been seen through. Yes. Go summon Gei Feng. Right away. Before long, Fan 12 led Gei Feng in. She appeared to be about 25 or 26, wearing an indigo tie-dyed cotton jacket, tidy and clean. Her features were unremarkable, but though her complexion was dark, her skin was full and lustrous with a rosy flush. She seemed to be living well with Liu Yuanhu. Yun Suji noticed she walked with a slight limp. Upon entering, she curtsied first, called out "Chief," then lowered her head and fell silent. Tear stains lingered at the corners of her eyes. With Old Lady Cow's commotion, she couldn't have had a peaceful night either. His heart filled with pity for all she had suffered, and he spoke gently. You are Gei Feng? Yes, this servant is. What was your maiden name? Gei Feng looked up at him briefly, then lowered her head again. This servant's parents died when I was young. I don't know the family name. My husband's family is surnamed Liu. You were Old Lady Cow's daughter-in-law before. At this, Gei Feng's body trembled. She whispered, yes. How did they treat you? Gei Feng kept her head bowed. Though Yun Suji couldn't see her expression, he could tell from her slightly trembling shoulders that great waves were surging in her heart. After a long silence, he heard her whisper, There was always a mouthful of rice to eat. He asked again, "You are husband and wife with Liu Yuanhu now. How does he treat you?" Geifeng answered almost immediately. "He treats me well. I went to him willingly." She seemed terrified that Yun Suji might drag her back into connection with her former husband's family, and added quickly, "Whether it's eating chaff and wild vegetables or being beaten and cursed, I'm willing. Even if he goes to prison, I'll bring him meals and wait for him to come out." Yun Suji now knew with certainty that everything old Yang's wife had said was true. But he was puzzled. Why would she mention prison? He smiled and asked, "Who said he's going to prison?" "Ever since you entered the village, people have been saying so," Geifeng whispered. "Your husband hasn't committed any crime. Why would he go to prison?" Geifeng glanced up at him, then lowered her gaze again. "He's a petty official. There are always times when he does things wrong. He's usually fierce with the villagers too. Village head Fan just uses him as a club." "If something really happened, wouldn't everyone pile onto the falling wall?" Yun Suji nodded. "You're quite perceptive. This servant dares not presume. Liu Yuanhu has some problems with his methods, but his work is still done quite well," Yun Suji said. "Prison and such, those are just rumors. Nothing of the sort is happening." "Yes, thank you, Blue Sky Lord." Geifeng's tears were already rolling down her cheeks. "What happened to your foot? Did Liu Yuanhu beat you?" Geifeng shook her head and replied flatly, "This is left over from before. Pressed on the bench, they broke 4 or 5 bamboo switches on me. That night I had to crawl onto the kang." Yun Suji felt his heart ache with sympathy. "I've investigated the matter of your former husband's pension thoroughly. It was wrong for the village to withhold it. It will be issued tomorrow." "By rights you should have a share of it too," Geifeng shook her head. "I don't want that money. It's your former husband's pension. You were husband and wife after all. Both emotionally and reasonably you're entitled to it." Geifeng spoke with resolve. "I won't touch a single thing from his family, dead or alive. Whoever covets it can have it. I don't want a single copper." Yun Suji nodded silently. This woman had clear principles. "You may go, send in Liu Yuanhu." End of chapter. Chapter 1689. Summing up, Liu Yuanhu came in with his head lowered, called out "Chief," then stood at attention without another word. Yun Suji observed him. "What, gone mute? I saw you looking quite formidable in the village earlier." Liu Yuanhu's face flushed crimson. "Chief, no need to explain. You were indeed a bit too formidable around the village, but to get the job done, a man can't do without some authority." Yun Suji lit himself a cigarette. "Still, your authority was mostly shown in the course of work, so I don't fault you for it. We're all laboring for the Senate's great cause." At these words, Liu Yuanhu's eyes instantly reddened. He lifted his head. "Chief, I dare not say I haven't a single selfish thought, but I am truly loyal to the Senate, heart and liver, guts and all. If you wanted me to rip them out for you to see, I would." Yun Suji waved a hand. "Don't get worked up. What's a perfectly good grown man doing getting red-eyed? As a cadre, first rule, don't be afraid of people talking. If your heart cowers after hearing a few rumors, how can you accomplish anything significant?" "Yes, I'll remember. Now then, how should we handle this business with old Lady Cow?" "Give her the pension." Yun Suji shook his head. "Returning the pension is simply what should have been done. I'm talking about her hanging herself at the village office." Liu Yuanhu scratched his scalp. "Well, since she's fine now, perhaps we can let the matter rest." Yun Suji said, "You're the militia captain, which also makes you the village public order commissioner, correct?" "Yes." "How thoroughly have you studied this public order commissioner handbook?" Yun Suji shook his head. "Is there a copy here? Fetch me one." Liu Yuanhu hurried to dig through the bookshelf. Yun Suji took the handbook and looked it over. Apart from the red, boring village office stamp on the cover, it appeared brand new, never opened. This practice of producing and distributing handbooks was foolproof guidance designed to accommodate the low level of grassroots civil servants. The effect, it seemed, was minimal. He opened the book, turned to a particular page and pointed at the text. "You can read, yes. Attended literacy class. Can read, can't write very well. What does this section say?" Anyone who engages in behavior that hinders the work and environment of office premises within government agencies and public institutions shall be punished under the crime of disturbing government and public institutions, with penalties corresponding to the severity of circumstances. Understand it? Liu Yuan, who read it through several times. His eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, Chief, I understand. Where is the resident police officer responsible for your village? Our village is small, so we share a resident police station with Boli village nearby, Liu Yuanhu said. It's not far. Since a suicide case has occurred, it should be reported and handled through proper channels. Have him come first thing tomorrow morning to take statements. Yes, Chief. Liu Yuanhu was about to leave when Yun Suji stopped him again. I hear there's a labor reform team in the area. Who runs it? The county does. People caught from the various villages serve a few days of labor there. Each township has a squadron. Yun Suji nodded. Good, I understand. Yun Suji spoke with the village cadres one by one, deepening his understanding of the village's situation. Because the air had been cleared, the three cadres spoke more candidly than the day before. He also gained a rough picture of the village finances. Han Daegu explained that in recent years, the push to become a model and achieve advanced status had driven extensive road and water conservancy construction. Since the village had no economic entities and no real income to speak of, they could only raise funds from villagers. But fundraising hadn't gone smoothly. Coercive means were needed to collect the full amount. Even so, the village had run a deficit. We still owe the Heaven and Earth Society project payments. Money has already been collected once this year. Collecting again would spark widespread complaints. This little reserve is all we have to work with. Han Daegu offered this as justification for withholding the pension money. Yun Suji knew there was water in these words, but he wasn't an auditor and couldn't untangle the threads in a short time. So he listened in silence, mentally noting key points for his later records, reference material for the Cheka's annual audit. Han Daegu continued his grievances, saying the village office was given no operating expenses. The county had allocated 30 mu of office land to the village, tax-free land cultivated by the village cadres themselves, with the agricultural output serving as operating funds and subsidies for their public service. The income from this 30 mu isn't even enough for village expenses, let alone subsidies for us. Han Daegu rattled on. Though corvée labor could be conscripted for village work, conscripting labor meant providing meals, and every meal had to be solid food. With so many projects, just feeding the corvée laborers was a significant expense. When work is completed, there's also a celebration feast to put on, white flour and pork. Where does the money come from? All scratched together from the soil. I won't lie to you, Chief, the deficit we incurred last year still hasn't been paid off. Yun Suji smiled. So you're all serving the public on empty stomachs then? Han Daegu's face reddened. He stammered, it hasn't come to that. Yun Suji stood and paced a few steps. Let's leave aside this office land. Just speaking of your own family's land, who among you actually farms it yourselves? Isn't it all planted for free using conscripted village labor? Do you think I don't know? Otherwise, how could you be playing chess in the village office in broad daylight? Han Daegu's face went from red to white. He couldn't utter a single word. Those little games of yours, I can figure them out with my eyes closed. Save the sloppy work. Yun Suji's voice hardened. I'm not interested in those matters right now. First, explain the true state of the village's finances properly. Only then did Han Daegu become more honest. He admitted the village accounts truly had a deficit, and a substantial one. The cause was as he described, capital construction expenses. But regarding village fundraising, 3 rounds had actually been collected this year, and villagers harbored strong resentments. Fan 12 was afraid of pushing them so far that someone would go to the county to file complaints, so he hadn't dared launch a 4th round. How did you run up such a large deficit? Doesn't the county provide subsidies for these construction projects? Yun Suji asked in surprise. Chief, subsidies are indeed given, But there's also a self-raised portion. We're a model village. Visitors and delegations come to learn from us in an endless stream all year round: the county, the township, the Heaven and Earth Society, and various inspection teams. Just feeding the visitors is a huge expense, Han Daegu lamented. For those coming to the village on official business, isn't it supposed to be arranged meals where they pay cash directly to the farming households? Doesn't your county issue meal subsidies for official travel? Chief, that's because you're a saint. Can officials from the county and township really be dismissed with a bowl of sweet potato porridge and a few flatbreads? At the very least, you have to bake proper pancakes, cook a bowl of noodles, failing that, white rice with pickles and salted vegetables. Han Daegu said. Assigning it to villagers to prepare. The villagers find it troublesome, and the travelers don't eat well either. So the village designated one household to specialize in cooking. So the officials coming to the countryside pay the money for sweet potato porridge and flatbreads but eat pancakes rolled with eggs. Han Daegu hurriedly said. Chief sees clearly. Our village office is the smallest of small yamen. If we don't entertain properly, many things can't be secured. The model plaque might even be lost. This is all necessity, not choice. Enough, no more. Yun Suji grew angrier the more he listened. He hadn't expected that in less than 2 or 3 years the grassroots had already reached this state. Magistrate Liu, and you call this a model county? He understood immediately. This phenomenon was definitely not isolated. Perhaps some officials weren't even paying for sweet potato porridge while eating pancakes rolled with eggs. After finishing the questioning, Yun Suji rested in the village office. There was a kerosene lamp inside, and he wrote up his observations by its light. He went to the countryside often, but he had never completely immersed himself like this, eating, living, and working together with the farmers, truly feeling the pulse of rural life. This day had been extraordinarily beneficial. This was still a model village. In an ordinary village or a backward one, who knew what conditions would be like? Yun Suji reflected that grassroots work had many problems, and farmer sentiment was deeply troubled. A sense of muddling through, of comfortable stagnation, could be felt clearly among the majority of villagers. Meanwhile, the few grain-producing households couldn't develop due to various restrictions, and their enthusiasm had been crushed. From today's observations, farmers without appropriate management and education displayed the traits of extremely short-sighted opportunists. Scheming, undisciplined, with no concept of time, workdays measured only by morning and afternoon, no organizational discipline. Such farmers were useless to the Senate's cause. Excessive corvée labor was certainly a problem, but what was obvious was that it didn't actually affect normal production. What truly affected production were those grain households with large sowing areas and extensive sideline businesses. How to balance these competing interests was a question requiring serious discussion. Yun Suji strongly opposed proposals by some to replace the current labor conscription system with labor redemption. Ming Dynasty China was a textbook negative example right before their eyes. The single whip law had good intentions and temporarily produced certain results, but in the end, it became one strand in the noose that tangled late Ming farmers to death, perfectly illustrating Huang Zongxi's law. Corvée labor conscription must be scientific, quantitative, and standardized. He wrote this line in his notebook. We must develop a scientific standard to identify the limit of burden, to provide as much labor as possible without affecting production. He thought of the women sitting in groups of 3 or 5 by the village entrance making shoes and doing needlework, the men who beat their wives at every opportunity, the elderly and children idling at home. All of this demonstrated that their free time remained excessive. The most important resource, human beings, must be fully utilized. He further reflected that the village had too few sideline businesses. Aside from raising draft cattle and a small number of chickens and ducks, hardly anyone raised pigs. Many people reported that homestead plots were too small. The breeding area reserved in the initial design was insufficient. If a pigsty were built next to the main house using traditional methods, the county health police would object, claiming it violated regulations. Additionally, commerce within the village was virtually non-existent. For a village of nearly 500 people, having at least a small shop selling oil, salt, and daily necessities seemed only proper. End of chapter. Chapter 1690. Resident police. Not only was there no commerce in the village, but culture, education, and healthcare were also blank, though these were limited by objective conditions and couldn't be rushed. However, various commercial sideline businesses absolutely should be launched. Old Meng's Tofu Workshop was a model worth following. The Cooperative General Society could also establish a sales agency here to peddle daily necessities like oil, salt, soap, and matches, while purchasing sideline products, enlivening the market in ways beneficial to both the state and its people. As for village administration, he felt the current management was too detailed, obviously exceeding the actual capabilities of grassroots cadres. Even when they barely managed, the data showed significant distortion. The sheer volume of data also exceeded the Senate's present calculation and statistical capacities. It should be streamlined, focusing on a few key metrics. He considered the practice of allocating office land to be deeply flawed. First, land yields were unstable. Second, village cadres abusing villagers' labor easily bred resentment. Corresponding operating expenses and subsidies should be provided directly. The problem of cadres eating and drinking on countryside visits hadn't been completely solved even in the 21st century, typically improving briefly after crackdowns, then rebounding the moment pressure relaxed. For now, he could only think of controlling the number of inspection delegations and tour groups. Yun Suji thought and wrote this way, losing all sense of time. Eventually, a chill crept over his body. He rose and draped clothes over himself, then glanced at the window to find dawn already breaking. An entire night had passed, yet he wasn't sleepy at all. Feeling the indoor air had grown stale, he pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. The moment the door opened, a gust of cool but refreshing air struck his face and his spirits lifted. He noticed a two-story lookout tower in a corner of the courtyard, standard equipment for a standard village, with a bell hung atop to summon villagers in emergencies. Feeling adventurous, he climbed the steps to the tower. One of his guards was standing sentry on the platform. Seeing him arrive, the guard snapped to attention. "Chief." "At ease, I just came up to look around." Yun Suji waved him off. He performed a few chest expansions and several deep breaths. Pulling his slipping jacket tighter, he gazed out from the tower. The houses and courtyards of the standard village spread out neatly beneath him. Beyond the village lay vast patches of fields crisscrossed by paths, dotted with clumps of miscellaneous woodland. In the distance, the Nantou River flowed like a satin ribbon through 1,000 li of fertile plain, morning mist drifting across its surface. Suddenly, sunlight broke through the thin haze, 10,000 rays of morning glory. A half-disk of red sun rose slowly from the river, instantly dyeing the sky crimson, magnificent with rosy clouds. Yun Suji couldn't suppress his exhilaration and hummed softly. "The sun comes out shining in all directions. The revolutionary people have a roadmap." After eating breakfast prepared by Liu Yuanhu's wife at the village office, the resident police officer from Boli village arrived. The policeman had been assigned here 2 years ago, also a Shandong refugee. Hearing the chief was present, he hurried over to report. Yun Suji observed him, a man of fully 50 years, face covered in stubble, black uniform wrinkled. Probably because he'd rushed over, he hadn't even put on his armed belt. How does Ranyao select police? He wondered. What use is staffing resident posts with the old, weak, sick, and feeble? After speaking with him for a few minutes, though, Yun Suji saw that he expressed himself clearly and handled matters in an orderly fashion. His impression improved. When the matter of old lady Cao's suicide at the village office came up, the policeman smiled bitterly. "That old lady, I truly admire her." "How so?" "She's famous around these parts. I've brought her back from the county twice myself and probably 3 or 4 times from the township. She files complaints everywhere. If Liu Yuanhu hadn't intercepted her here, she'd probably have run to Lingao to petition before the emperor long ago. The policeman shook his head. Really, it's just a breath of anger held too long that she could never let go. I'm afraid her mind has grown confused. She claims old Meng's son, the one who makes tofu in this village, was beaten to death by Liu Yuanhu. Is there any truth to that? How could there be? The policeman shook his head. Does Liu Yuanhu have such audacity? That would make us police nothing but freeloaders. Besides, I know old Meng's son's situation clearly. The brick factory processed his formal employment paperwork just last week. He came to me himself to transfer his household registration. Can a brick factory transfer papers and process employment for a dead man? Yun Suji hadn't believed it to begin with. Hearing this confirmation, he put the matter entirely to rest. This time she courted death herself. She must be properly handled for the crime of disturbing government institutions. The resident police seemed to have accumulated his own grievances against old Lady Cow, rubbing his fists together with evident anticipation. She went to the township and county so many times without being punished. If we'd wanted to deal with her seriously, she'd have been arrested long ago. At first, everyone pitied the old and destitute. She's a widow in her 50s who lost her son while her daughter-in-law ran away. Truly pitiable enough. The resident police sighed. The first time I brought her back from the township, the station officer told me, "Old Lady Cow is very unfortunate, treat her politely on the way." Later, when picking her up at the county, Chief Liu even specially used the county's official carriage to send us back. So that was how it went. But eventually, it wouldn't do. After she went a few more times, everyone grew irritated. Besides, the things she complained about were either non-existent or not illegal, yet she insisted the leaders handle them. Who could welcome that? But the old woman is cunning too. She doesn't barge into the yamen to beat the drum and cry injustice. Instead, she petitions on the ground outside the gate. At most, the police can charge her with setting up a stall in violation of regulations. Even arrested, she can't be sentenced. Sentencing her to caning, she's in her 50s, probably couldn't withstand it. In the end, they always call me to bring her back. This had become a genuine headache for the resident police. A round trip took at least half a day, leaving no time for other work. Yun Suji chatted with him about the local public security situation. The policeman said criminal cases were essentially non-existent locally. The Senate was severe in punishing petty crimes. Not only would offenders be sent to labor reform if caught, but 3-time repeat offenders would be exiled to hard labor camps for life. Thus, the loafers habituated to the petty thefts common in rural areas had quickly been purged. There had been many cases of telegraph wire and pole theft in the first few years, but after a special crackdown, very few remained. Is gambling common around here? Extremely, the resident police nodded. Especially now during the slack farming season, men have nothing to do and gather to gamble. Quarreling and fighting are very common too. This was the result of a severe lack of cultural entertainment and pastimes, Yun Suji thought. The village had no cultural facilities. The vast majority of people were illiterate. Besides going home at night to f*ck their wives and beat them, there was scarcely any entertainment to speak of, and the problem was, not many men even had wives. Besides gambling, there's a good deal of extramarital affairs too, the resident police continued. We have more men than women here, and plenty of bachelors driven mad like red-eyed roosters. As long as a woman loosens her waistband even slightly, she can always obtain some benefits. Widows are one thing, but quite a few married women too. Over this business, families fight and feud until things turn irreconcilable. It's nearly caused cases involving human lives. Some widows, finding that sleeping around brings such rewards, simply refuse to remarry. There's a widow Yang in my village. Plenty of matchmakers came, but she refused every offer, no matter how large the betrothal gift. Besides the land distributed by the Senate, she's cleared 70 or 80 mu of wasteland. 5 or 6 wild men carrying on with her help farm it all, and she's amassed a huge family fortune." He shook his head as he spoke. Yun Suji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He read the official publications every day, and when they spoke of rural conditions, it was all excellent progress. He had never imagined such bizarre situations existed. The resident police was still chattering. In the old days, clans controlled the villages, or at the very least, elders from the same lineage maintained some face. Things wouldn't devolve into such disorder. Now the villages are full of unrelated outsiders. Without parents and in-laws to restrain them, many people have grown shameless, saying things like, "I'm master of my own body. I use it however I please." Listen to that, chief. Is there any sense of propriety, righteousness, integrity, or shame left? Someone asked me to step in and manage it, but the handbook given by the Senate has no clause for catching adulterers. I don't know what to do. Having affairs is still better than red-eyed roosters coming out to rape young girls and housewives, wouldn't you say? Yun Suji replied. This was far from a problem solvable by a few laws. Without addressing root causes, simply cracking down couldn't reduce such phenomena. It would only drive them underground. Furthermore, having affairs might even serve as a release valve for social pressure among the lower classes. Yun Suji chatted with the resident police for quite some time, gleaning more grassroots realities. Because the police operated under vertical leadership rather than village authority, his relationship with the village was more detached, and he spoke more freely when discussing problems. His work naturally brought him into contact with many dark corners. Situations impossible to learn from villagers and cadres could be obtained from him. The policeman also mentioned that village household registration was unreliable now. Many young and able-bodied people had gone out to work in enterprises, but neither the enterprises nor the individuals came to transfer their registrations locally. Thus, many empty hanging registrations remained on the books. Now, if anyone asks me to produce resident population statistics, I'm in a bind. The numbers in the household registration book and the people actually in the village simply don't match up. The resident police complained. If an inspection comes down and accuses me of false reporting, I can't shoulder that blame. Why don't they transfer? Too much trouble. Factories probably find it troublesome. As for individuals, they don't want to lose the land under their names. Yun Suji recalled that every full laborer was allocated 30 standard mu of arable land upon settlement, with half laborers receiving 15. This farmland carried only surface rights, not bone rights, meaning farmers had usage rights but couldn't buy or sell. Once a farmer stopped cultivating, the land would be reclaimed and redistributed. According to the rules, once someone's household registration leaves, the land must be taken back. But now, with registrations not transferred, they rent the land to fellow villagers to farm. Public grain and corvée labor all count against someone else. The rent they collect isn't much, but it's still extra income. No wonder, there really are quite a few twists and turns in all this. The more Yun Suji listened, the more he felt that rural work carried a heavy burden with a long road ahead. Unconsciously, he began forming the idea of writing what he had seen and heard into a newsletter for publication in the official papers, to let more people recognize the importance of rural work. End of chapter. Chapter 1691. Excerpt from Rural Notes Lingao Times Editor's Note. As the first 5-year plan enters its concluding year, agricultural and rural work faces unprecedented challenges. This newspaper is publishing a serialized account from notes from staying in the village by Comrade Yun Suji, a senator active on the Senate's agricultural front. Through the vivid examples he records, we feel more truly the current reality of agricultural development lagging behind, rural grassroots governance remaining weak, and farmers' lives falling short of expectations. These observations deepen our understanding of Secretary of State Ma's important instruction at the 12th State Council meeting, that the policy of transforming rural areas and transforming farmers cannot change, and its intensity cannot be reduced. Main text. Only by being grounded can one gain confidence. Facing the myriad threads of rural work, only by settling one's heart and going deep into the front lines can one understand the thoughts and hopes of the farming masses, grasp the truth of current conditions, and seize the initiative in agricultural, rural, and farmer-related work. To resolve the difficulties in rural development, we need more such down-to-earth investigations. Recently, I have frequently gone to the countryside, sometimes visiting 5 or 6 villages in a single day from dawn to dusk. But too often it was merely looking at flowers from a galloping horse, arriving and departing in a rush, learning little of the truth, never thoroughly researching the difficulties. This recent stay in a village in Haikou rural area has allowed me to remedy the regrets of previous investigations. Weather sunny turning to cloudy, northwest wind force 3/4 rising to 5/6. Early this morning I made my way to Tankou village, Longtang town, a new immigrant settlement beneath Pingshan Ridge. This time I traveled light, only 2 guards taking a Heaven and Earth Society fishing boat upstream along the river. To avoid the layered accompaniment of officials and not interfere with county and township comrades' work, I gave them no advance notice. I wanted to plunge straight to the bottom with a single pole, quietly stay in the village, and do my utmost to achieve village undisturbed, county officials undisturbed. Just past 9 in the morning, we arrived at Tankou. This is a standard village west of the Nantou River. The villagers' houses stand as neat as military barracks. The whole village comprises over 160 immigrant households with more than 500 people. Dry land mainly grows sweet potatoes. Irrigated paddies yield double-cropping rice plus a season of green manure. Various miscellaneous grains fill the marginal lands. According to county cadres, the economic level ranks lower middle among immigrant villages, not the poorest, but far from prosperous. I had expected more people in the village during the slack farming season, but after entering I hardly saw anyone. Only upon finding the village head did I learn that most villagers had gone out for corvée labor. Rather than seek lodging first, I made my proposal immediately to village head Old Hugh. Now is exactly the time for farmland water conservancy construction. Eating and lodging aren't urgent. Let's go to the construction site first and see the situation. Village head Old Hugh is in his 40s, honest and straightforward, an outstanding cadre we selected from among the Shandong immigrants. He resisted. The construction site is all water and mud, chief. You can see it from here. I insisted. It doesn't matter. What's the point of going to the countryside if one fears dirt and hardship? I'll stay in your village tonight. We have plenty of time. Along the way, Old Hugh mentioned that the village was surrounded by too many low-lying wetlands, prone to waterlogging whenever summer rains were heavy. Perfectly good land that can't be planted. Only after walking some distance did I realize just how much low-lying land there was. This was alluvial soil deposited by a backwater bend of the Nantou River, truly deserving of the name Water Village. Ponds and pools lay scattered like stars across a chessboard. After quite a detour, we arrived at the Water Conservancy Project site. The first thing I saw was a young man in his 20s driving a Simmental-breed yellow ox to pump water. Many people were gathered above and below the ditch, all digging earth and carrying it with shoulder poles. Tools were relatively simple, essentially human digging and shoulder carrying. There weren't even many wheelbarrows. The groundwater level here is high. Though it was the dry season, accumulated water still submerged the workers' calves at the ditch bottom, necessitating constant ox-driven water pumping. All the laborers had rolled up their pant legs to work in the water. Although the weather here is much warmer than on the mainland, winter water temperatures remain quite cold. I couldn't help feeling how difficult it is for farmers. Directing the construction from the embankment was a young woman who looked barely 20, yet displayed considerable experience in her work. I inquired and learned that she had designed the project herself and was presiding over its construction. I was secretly surprised that someone so young was doing design and supervision work. Further questions revealed she was a senior student of the architectural planning Grandmaster Senator Jai Runjai, having studied under Senator Jai for 5 years. She is that rare thing, an all-around naturalized citizen construction engineer. She and her senior brother Jai Shu have been engaged in design and construction work since they were 16. Projects designed and built by them span Hainan, Taiwan, and Jeju. Truly, heroes have emerged young since ancient times. I asked about the specifics of the construction. Jai Yuan explained that this was a drainage system, including channels and supporting sluices and ponds. Upon completion, it could drain excess water from approximately 1,000 mu of land. Currently, the terrain at Tangkou is unfavorable for agricultural production, Jai Yuan told me. Part of the cultivated land lies in the hilly area by the river, high ground requiring water lifting for irrigation. Another part by the riverbank is low-lying, requiring drainage instead. Listening to her, it seemed clear that for agricultural production here to take a new turn, considerably more labor and resources would need to be invested. Seeing the scene of labor in full swing, I couldn't restrain myself from participating. I asked the accompanying guard to lead the ox from the front while I drove it from behind. Before long, I was drenched in sweat. I took off my coat and tossed it in the grass at the field's edge. The young man immediately picked up my clothes and held them carefully. This small detail touched me. The Simmental ox pulled the water wheel with steady effort, very obedient. An old woman boiling water nearby told me, "This ox is going to calve in another 10 days or so. Can't let her walk too fast, afraid of tiring her out." I asked whose family the ox belonged to. The old woman said it was jointly hitched. Most villagers were too poor to afford a large animal alone. Eventually, under old Huo's proposal, 7 or 8 households pooled resources to raise such an ox. Even so, they had to apply for a partial loan. Care for her more meticulously than ancestors, the old woman said. Just counting on her to give birth to a calf so we can pay back the loan. Hearing this, my heart ached. I hadn't expected farmers here to still be this poor. The situation couldn't compare at all with the several advanced villages I had visited. The gap between villages had already opened wide. Because it was still within the New Year holidays, work stopped after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I returned to the village with everyone. Tangkou village is also a standard village built uniformly by the Senate to resettle refugees. Houses and streets are very neat, but the level of cleanliness is unsatisfactory. Some households let pigs run wild through the streets foraging for food, not only unhygienic but a vector for disease. I discussed the villagers' living conditions with old Huo. Land yields here are on the low side. The village generally still eats 2 meals a day, solid in the morning, liquid in the evening. During the busy farming season, it becomes 2 solid and 1 liquid. Total grain consumption is similar to other relatively good villages, but the proportion of fine grain is even smaller, and even the proportion of coarse grains has dropped. Old Huo reported that quite a few farming households frequently consume pumpkin as a vegetable substitute for grain. I wanted to know how much grain reserves the farmers had, so I walked into the village's collective granary, only to find a brand new small steam water pump stored inside. When I asked old Huo about it, he explained it was intended to support the irrigation system for the high-ground dry fields. Following this lead, I followed him to the north end of the village. The terrain there is high, but the land is level. Old Huo said this area spans over 200 mu. The land has been graded flat, and the pipes connecting to the irrigation canal below the hillside are neat and intact. Even the concrete pad for installing the water pump has been constructed, but there were no traces of use. I asked, why hasn't the water pump been installed? The accompanying village cadre glanced around. We don't know how. Later, old Huo told me that after this Qiongzhou agricultural demonstration red flag, divert water uphill project was built, it had never been used, because installing a steam water pump requires skilled labor and users must undergo training before taking up the work. But Qiongzhou has no master who knows how. they have to wait for Lingao to send one. This wait has been several months already. Who knows when they'll come to install it? Standing on the cement base for the water pump, I spotted a water conservancy project by the Nantou River that also seemed never to have been put into use. That's the 1,000 Women Embankment. Last year the county organized 1,000 immigrant women to build it. Even the central government sent people, reporting in newspapers, making propaganda. But in the spring the canal broke, and the supporting sluice gates never arrived either. The Heaven and Earth Society applied for materials allocation, but the superiors haven't approved it yet. Without cement to repair it, without sluice gates, we can't use the water even when there is water. Old Hugh's frustration was written plainly on his face. The awkward predicaments of divert water uphill and 1,000 Women Embankment exposed a blind spot in our work. Project construction must solve problems of supporting facilities, usage, and management. Otherwise, it amounts to wasted labor and squandered resources. Although Qiongzhou is a rare major agricultural county in Hainan, problems of water scarcity for engineering purposes and poor utilization of water conservancy projects exist simultaneously. This is a common issue. Implementing the Senate's agricultural vision requires not only increasing investment in construction projects, but also improving and perfecting management systems and mechanisms. Coming back from the fields, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The village head's wife had boiled sweet potato porridge in the kitchen and fried a pancake flour with oil, salt, and chopped green onion. Having worked all morning, walked many li on paddy field paths, and having no side dishes, I drank 2 bowls of sweet potato porridge and ate a large bowl of pancake flour, but still didn't feel full, so I ate 2 more local eggs. No one accompanied me. There were no polite formalities. Lunch took scarcely 10 minutes. By contrast, in some official activity settings, eating becomes a burden that wastes both time and money. Such burdens are uncomfortable at both ends. Changing the method of official hospitality can be very simple. First, don't require people to accompany the meal. Second, firmly enforce the principle of paying from one's own pocket. With these 2 points achieved, the chronic illness of eating and drinking can be solved easily. After the meal, I came to the village office. All the main village cadres had gathered. The militia captain had served as a soldier in Shandong and returned after being discharged due to age. Honest and sincere yet shrewd, he also spoke the new language quite well. The accountant is a young man we cultivated ourselves. The ledgers here are incomplete. At my request, old Hugh dug out several notebooks from a cabinet, records of village cadre meetings, Heaven and Earth Society work registries, and records of Red and White Council activities, among others. End of chapter. Chapter 1692, excerpt from Rural Notes, continued. I am particularly interested in these authentic local texts. Seeing the activities of the Red and White Council, I recalled that this council was jointly promoted by the Catholic Church of Lingao and the New Taoism. Curious about their work, I inquired further. Old Hugh explained that the Red and White Council had indeed accomplished a great deal, especially the Australian rites they promoted in the village. Because the ceremonies were solemn and the costs low, they had become increasingly popular among villagers recently. When I asked about the specific methods, it emerged that the council operates on a believer-volunteer system. Catholic and New Taoist adherents in each village provide volunteer labor whenever weddings or funerals occur for their fellow villagers. The various materials and props needed for ceremonies are supplied free of charge by the council. The master of ceremonies presiding over rituals and the chanting for salvation are also provided without cost by both religions. The program has been well received by the masses. Turning to the records of the village committee's most recent democratic life meeting on June 15th of this year, I found that the township had randomly organized villager representatives to conduct a secret ballot evaluation of the 3 village cadres, including the village head and deputy head. All three received 15 votes affirming work achievements, indicating that the village committee is trusted. I turned a few more pages backward and found a record of an earlier democratic life meeting. Participants included not only village cadres, but also the heads of the Pi and Jia groups within the village. I noticed the recorded speech of a group head named Gu Jin. I was frequently transferred and borrowed by the township this year, rarely participating in village work, let alone playing a leading role or helping the masses. I hope everyone will offer me valuable opinions and criticism. Following this was a speech by a women's committee member named Hu Xiaoying. As a female cadre and also a contact object of Director Du of the Social Investigation Department, I too rarely participated in village work. I only thought it sufficient to handle the central tasks directly assigned by superiors, especially Director Du, and rarely concerned myself with matters in my own village. I must work harder in the future. The straightforward words of these two grassroots cadres objectively reflected the current situation in which rural cadres in some places are stretched across too many concurrent duties. Seeing that there was a women's committee member in the village, I felt somewhat surprised. I had visited many villages, and apart from some in the old liberated area of Lingao which had such positions, most villages did not. Tangkou is neither a model village nor an old area village, so how did it come to have one? I asked old Huo and learned that this village was one where Du Wen, director of the Social Investigation Department, had personally stayed to work. Consequently, conditions related to foot binding, beating and cursing of women, and female illiteracy were better here than in surrounding villages. Foot binding in particular, after several campaigns of concentrating forces for a war of annihilation by the Social Investigation Department, had been completely eradicated. It seems our women's work still encompasses many tasks urgently needed to eliminate harmful customs. Pursuing 3 harmonies and 1 less won't suffice. In certain key backward areas, we must cook more half-cooked rice and fully utilize the weapons of law and dictatorship. I proposed to meet this women's committee member, and old Huo quickly summoned her. It turned out Huo Xiaoying was a distant niece of old Hu's clan. From her appearance, she was just over 20, yet already a widow. The evil Kong Yaod mutiny had killed her family members, and now she had no relatives nearby. Yet from her face, one couldn't detect any despondent emotions. She was evidently full of enthusiasm for life and work here. I noticed she had cut her hair short, worth noting, since although rural women here mostly no longer styled elaborate buns, very few cut their hair short. This way, the time for washing and combing hair is much reduced, Hu Xiaoying explained. The extra time is perfect for studying and working. Through our conversation, I learned she was a women's cadre personally selected and mentored by Du Wen, a student of the Maniao Peasant Movement Institute, and had recently attended a 3-month special training class for women cadres. Speaking with her, I found that she not only spoke the new language well, but also possessed a strong grasp of the Senate's policies. She discussed village work logically and clearly, with an added touch of feminine attention to detail. When the topic turned to women's work in the village, Huo Xiaoying said that after Chief Du had brought people to rectify matters several times, the practice of wife-beating had somewhat abated. But most villagers neither understood nor approved of this work. Most people considered it busybodyism, a dog catching mice, and many women shared this view. Some women are frequently beaten and cursed by their husbands themselves, yet make cynical remarks about our work. Huo Xiaoying's expression turned helpless as she recounted this. Some even joke about me, saying I'm leaping around happily now, but just wait until I have a husband's family. Then I'll likewise be pressed onto the kang by a man and whipped on the bare bottom. Though she spoke in a joking tone, it was clear that great waves surged in this woman's cadre's heart. Changing customs and habits in rural areas, it seems, is no simple matter. Subsequently, we discussed other issues, including many livelihood concerns repeatedly raised across various villages I had visited: bride prices, extramarital affairs, bachelors tearing down outhouses in frustration. She also mentioned women's childbirth issues, a topic male cadres rarely addressed. Now that everyone's life is stable with food and clothing secured, many women are giving birth. Even women nearing menopause are getting pregnant. The town came to the village several times to promote giving birth at the hospital, and midwives must hold a midwifery license. But there are only 3 licensed midwives in our township, nowhere near enough. Besides, traveling to the county seat isn't easy. Most women still hire waist-holding old women, traditional birth attendants, for home deliveries. Childbirth is dangerous for women. In recent years, several women in this village have died in childbirth, and some cases were 2 lives lost in one corpse. At this point, the women's cadre's eyes reddened. I felt deeply that in the field of healthcare, we still have a great deal of work to do. Through our conversation, I came to appreciate that this women's cadre's work attitude was extremely serious, with a spirit of drilling down into problems and seeing them through to the end. At my request, the accountant then produced the village's land and household registration files. Not only were there detailed land registrations, but also sketch maps. The cultivated land blocks throughout the village were very neat, typical works of our surveyors. The accountant said, these cultivated lands were measured by the chief's apprentices. The area of each mu is exactly the same. There's no longer any distinction between large mu and small mu. Because the area of a mu is now standardized, land distribution had to account for differences in quality. The general principle at the time was determine quantity by yield, roughly meaning those who received good land got less, and those who received poor land got more. The idea was that this would roughly equalize the total income of each household, but the accountant said this had proven problematic in practice. Farmers allocated poor land had to invest more labor to produce anything, which instead aggravated their burden. Without large livestock, farming 20 mu of good land is already strenuous, let alone some families allocated poor land who have to farm 30 or 40 mu, the accountant said. Many people, to save trouble, just plant sweet potatoes and miscellaneous grains that don't require much care. Because of this land quality issue, quite a few people in the village have strong opinions. If we followed our hometown customs, where good land, poor land, paddy field, and dry land each had different mu sizes, it would actually be fairer. I have heard village cadres and villagers reflect on this situation more than once. It seems there are still too many decisions made by slapping the head in our work, with insufficient estimation of the complexity of actual conditions being faced. Beyond land distribution issues, farmers' personal enthusiasm hasn't been fully mobilized. Many immigrants are unfamiliar with rice cultivation, and the Heaven and Earth Society doesn't organize the production of wheat, millet, and sorghum that they know, nor does it provide corresponding seeds and technical guidance. Many farming households have adopted extensive cultivation methods, resulting in very low yields. The accountant said that at first, immigrants had strange words to say. They'd farmed their whole lives, and now they needed southern barbarians to teach them how to farm. These days there's less of that talk, but villagers still very much want to plant wheat. These vivid situations remind me that immigrant education is not something achievable overnight. Rural work must start from reality and provide classified guidance, not one-size-fits-all. Especially the point about the actual area of each mu not being uniform. I realize that numerical concepts in rural areas have great elasticity and can even be established by convention among villagers. This doesn't conform to standardization, but it does possess certain rationality in rural contexts. How to balance this rationality while persisting in standardization seems to be a topic testing our governing capacity. Because the household registration files hadn't been reviewed by anyone in half a year, many pages were stuck together. Flipping through them, I couldn't trace the flow of rural population. Aside from births and deaths, there had been no changes since the village was established. But upon specific inquiry, more than a dozen farmers had been recruited to work in Lingao and Qiongzhou and no longer resided in the village. Because they hadn't transferred their household registrations, the files failed to reflect this in a timely and accurate manner. Next, I visited several households in the village. The first was the village accountant. His family numbers 5 people, including 3 daughters. The eldest and second were brought over by his wife when she remarried. Only the youngest was born locally. Such blended families are very common in the various immigrant villages. His family was distributed 30 mu of land, including both paddies and dry fields. Annual sweet potato yield exceeds 500 jin per mu. Annual rice yield is approximately 300 jin per mu. Combined with the subsidy for serving as accountant, they are considered well off in the village. Consequently, the family possesses more daily industrial products, and the proportion of fine grain in their diet is higher. Coming out of the accountant's house, I randomly visited 3 more farming households along the way. One was a middle-aged couple with 2 sons. The eldest is 20. After injuring his shoulder while working at Jiazi coal mine years ago, he was retired due to illness and returned home. Now farming at home, his income is greatly reduced because he cannot do heavy work, and without money he can't find a wife. The younger son was initially at home, then recruited to Sanya last year, but he didn't accumulate any savings either, returning empty-handed to the village before the spring festival. The old couple's greatest hope is for both sons to find wives, but due to the bride price problem, prospects are slim. The condition of this family is a small microcosm of rural areas. I have investigated some farming households before. Most unmarried young people who go out to work provide almost no financial assistance to their parents. It's considered fortunate if they can start a family and establish themselves. It goes without saying that the calculations regarding farmers' income need to be revisited. We must not be blindly optimistic and must take measures for multi-channel, comprehensive income growth. End of chapter. Chapter 1693. Excerpt from Rural Notes III. After visiting the farmers in the village, I felt that governance here remained too soft, with many policies not implemented in place. Old Huo enjoys good popularity in the village, but his authority is insufficient. Villagers universally describe him as easy to talk to. Having good popularity and being easy to talk to should technically be advantages. But in grassroots rural work, these traits instead become weaknesses. The fact that many policies failed to take hold in Tanku fully illustrates that the governing consciousness of grassroots cadres is insufficient. In policy execution, failure to implement and distortion of intent are universally existing problems. I learned that Old Huo and most villagers came from several villages close to one another in Huang County, and quite a few people in the village are relatives or old acquaintances. These relationships cause, considering human feelings, and feeling embarrassed because of being fellow villagers, to intrude into specific work. This is a problem requiring focus and overcoming in our education and training of grassroots cadres. Grassroots cadres should speak less of human feelings and more of principles. Especially in implementing policies, they should strive to be uncompromising. During my tour, I discovered a relatively large-scale breeding farm at the village's edge, with Heaven and Earth Society intensive pig farm project painted on the wall. It occupied more than 10 mu. However, it had not been put into use. A rusted lock barred the door. I asked Old Huo to open it, and stepping inside, I found the place overgrown with weeds and strewn with trash, not a single structure built. There was only a large pit said to have been prepared for a biogas digester, now filled with stagnant water. Old Huo seemed to harbor some dissatisfaction himself. The county told us to do this. The county allocated part of the funds first to set up the framework, saying that would make it easier to secure Heaven and Earth Society projects. but the village's self-raised portion couldn't be fully collected. Our village is economically weak. Asking everyone to contribute funds is too difficult. In the end, the whole thing fizzled out and was left here. This abandoned project illustrates that the success rate of Heaven and Earth Society agricultural projects in previous years has not been high. Some projects were poorly managed and operated, leading to wasted investment and lost assets. I believe the reason some of our comrades had good intentions but failed to accomplish good deeds is mainly that two problems are often ignored. First, how can government investment projects be transformed into collective economic entities? Second, how can farmer cooperative economic organizations undertake government investment projects? I discussed with county comrades that we must find every means to activate these unsuccessful projects, to revive their function and generate benefits as far as possible. In the afternoon, the sun grew hotter. 3 or 4 people wearing straw sandals, local people typically go barefoot on ordinary days, red armbands and bamboo hats walked in from outside the village. One was even a policeman. These turned out to be people from the township conducting a health and epidemic prevention inspection of the village. While we talked, one of them recognized me. It was the village head of Borang village whom I had met before. This cadre had been temporarily drafted to participate in Longtang Town's township-wide inspection. He was very surprised to see me and turned to criticize old Huo. "A central chief has come, and you didn't report it to the county." Old Huo apologized repeatedly. I said, "Don't blame old Huo. I forbade him from telling you." Since the comrades in Longtang Town now knew I was here, I might as well go to the town government to conduct some research. The road from Tangkou to Longtang Town is not far, only 3 kilometers, and we arrived after a short walk. The main cadres of the town had all gone to neighboring villages to do countryside work. What I was most concerned about was farmers' production and income. I found the cadre responsible for statistics in the town, reviewed some reports, and inquired about relevant situations. To tell the truth, the town's statistical work is done poorly, reports are incomplete and filing is messy. This further reflects our current situation of severely insufficient qualified grassroots cadres. I asked about statistical methods. The responsible comrade told me that statistics on immigrant village farmers' income mainly come from 2 channels: sampling surveys by the Rural Investigation Team and level-by-level reporting by villages and townships. On one hand, sampling scope is narrow and data coverage is poor. On the other hand, data reported by townships, and even counties and cities, are susceptible to human interference. For example, to launch high-yield satellites and strive for red flag recognition as advanced units, figures would be intentionally inflated. This was expected. Regarding the problems in this area, the Agricultural Department is designing a new target assessment system focused on strengthening the policy orientation toward increasing farmers' income and striving to improve the accuracy of statistical data. About an hour later, several main naturalized cadres of the town hurried back to the town office. Obviously, colleagues in the town had passed along the news. This discounted my intention of not disturbing officials. I said to them, "Go quickly and get busy with your work. My purpose in staying in the village this time is to experience rural life personally, not to cause trouble for grassroots comrades, let alone to require your accompaniment." Several cadres still wanted to accompany me for dinner in town. I said, "If you truly want to accompany me, then come tonight to the Villager Symposium where we'll discuss the plan for doubling farmers' income. We'll dissect the Shandong sparrow of Tangkou village together." My landlord for the night was also surnamed Huo. Dinner had slightly more content than lunch. Besides rice and sweet potato meal, there was dried fish. Without anyone accompanying me, the farm meal tasted delicious no matter what. At 6:30 in the evening, the symposium was held in the central room of the farming household where I lodged. The landlord had specially borrowed an Australian oil lamp from the village office, illuminating a room full of people. Though everyone was tired from the day's work, spirits ran high. Villagers spoke enthusiastically. They all reflected that coming south from Shandong was the great grace of the Senate, and they wanted to work hard to repay it. Regarding how to develop the countryside, most said that the climate and soil in Shandong and Hainan are different, and they are not skilled at rice cultivation. They need support from the Heaven and Earth Society. But there are too few Heaven and Earth Society agricultural technicians, visiting not even once or twice a month. When crops encounter problems, they won't wait for people. Some villagers have developed blind faith in Heaven and Earth Society technology, wanting to ask the society to help solve everything. Others reflected that summers here are too hot, with many mosquitoes, and many people suffer from malaria. Though the township health center provides free medicine, traveling to town to get it is troublesome. Could health workers be sent for mobile treatment? Concerning the farmer mutual aid associations being promoted by the Heaven and Earth Society and the concept of intensive farming, villagers had numerous questions, both policy-related and economic. I could roughly understand the local dialect spoken by the villagers. Their greatest concern seemed to focus on two aspects. First, after the establishment of the Agricultural Association, does the land joined into the association still belong to them? Second, in intensive management, how is the harvest distribution calculated? From these 2 points, it was clear that everyone was interested in increasing income through intensive management. Farming households in this village generally have low economic capacity. Though they have achieved warmth and sufficiency, the level is relatively low, and the proportion of households using vegetables as grain substitutes is large. Their motivation to improve their situation is actually greater than in several model and advanced villages. At the meeting, everyone discussed many issues related to improving production. Whether intensive management or sideline businesses, after much discussion, the hardest part always came back to lack of startup capital. Each family basically has no savings. Mosquitoes and insects were plentiful at night. I asked the guard to give each fellow villager a bottle of floral water, and they were very happy. The symposium continued until past 10 o'clock, with occasional arguments and occasional laughter. Village cadres and villagers formed a consensus on emphasizing production and promoting development. I promised to help Nantou village coordinate the implementation of the water pump installation project and complete the supporting engineering for the 1,000 women embankment as quickly as possible. The task of driving implementation of these 2 projects weighs heavily. This was a fine sunny day. At past 4 in the morning, the gong for going to work sounded in the village. We ate breakfast with the landlord, rice porridge and salted vegetables. After the meal, I paid 2 days' board according to regulations. My stay in the village this time covered both a specific point and a broader surface. Just past 8 in the morning, I departed Nantou and set off by boat along the river to conduct surface research on 3 other villages in Longtang town. Near noon, I arrived at Maibao village. Because the town mayor accompanied our research, lunch even included a small plate of heavenly kitchen pickles produced in Lingao, probably purchased hastily from Qiongzhou. This meal was not as comfortable as those in Nantou. With someone accompanying, even arranged meals changed flavor. 6 kilometers east of Maibao village, I arrived at the area of the Tropical Crops Institute in the original timeline. From the Great Library's materials, I found and read some development documents about the Tropical Crops Institute and its Qingfeng class, Team 6, Team 4, Team 1, and Reform class. Here, I unexpectedly encountered students from the Senate Communist Youth League Cadre training class. After speaking with the leading senator Lin Zicki, I learned they were conducting field inspections, an important course of the Senate Communist Youth League Cadre training class. Although the students are almost all children of peasant families, they rarely leave their own villages. Some have never even been to the township seat, Lin Zicki told me. Such inspections help them broaden their horizons and expand their knowledge. They had already inspected Qiongzhou for a week. Their next destination was Wencheng, where they would compare the similarities and differences of the natural and social environments of the two places and prepare an inspection report. Seeing these young boys and girls so full of thirst for knowledge, I felt deeply that our future rests upon them. After bidding farewell to the students, I climbed Lingao Ridge and sketched the landscape of the Tropical Crops Institute area. When I finished, I came to a spring said to have been famous since the Song dynasty. Women were washing clothes beside it. I asked, was the spring water larger in the past than now? They eagerly replied that when they were young, the spring water was much more abundant. When they were young, during the Wanli era, it never snowed on Hainan Island. But since the Tianqi era, winters have grown colder and colder, and it has actually snowed. The spring water has diminished too. Standing by the spring, my sense of the extreme climate of the Little Ice Age at the end of the Ming Dynasty deepened. If Hainan can feel the extreme climate, how terrible must it be in the Nine Borders region? Thus, I became more determined and confident in accelerating the development of modern agriculture and building a disaster prevention and relief system. The sun was about to set. I bid farewell to the fellow villagers and took a boat back to Qiongzhou along the Nantou River. This village stay of 2 days and 1 night was short in duration but great in harvest. Goodbye, Tangkou. Goodbye, Longteng. I will come again in a few days, striving to help Tangkou translate rural development into reality. End of chapter. Chapter 1694. Summary. Little Yun, Du Wen pushed the black-rimmed glasses up her nose, rose from behind the desk, and paced hurriedly across the office. Your report is excellent. I've already spoken with the Truth Office. Morning Star will publish the full text, not those 8-legged essays in the Times. As she spoke, Stalin's gaze from the plaster bust on her desk seemed to bore into Yun Suji. He felt slightly uncomfortable, not because of the Iron Man's stare, but because the address Little Yun truly spoiled his appetite. It's decent enough, Yun Suji masked his feelings. Go down and look around more and you'll have everything you need. The problem is that no one's willing to go down and look. Every last one of them dreams of being a bureaucrat, of being a lord, Du Wen said bitterly. I knew this bunch of petty bourgeoisie couldn't accomplish anything. Yun Suji didn't want to wade deeper into this discussion. He leaned forward slightly. If there's nothing else. No, I still have things to say. Du Wen sat back down. This time, senators going to the countryside has more symbolic significance than practical significance, in my opinion. But even so, it's enough to show senators what the real countryside looks like. Keeps them from building carts behind closed doors all day. Right, Yun Suji nodded. What I worry about most now is that after senators visit the countryside, every one of them will break out in Holy Mother disease. Du Wen adopted a look of concern. After a symposium or two, senators' ears go soft. They return blathering about farmers are suffering too much, burdens are too heavy, and try to constrain our industrial society's reasonable capital construction requirements. They start wanting pastoral poetry, letting nature take its course. Yun Suji nodded again. If this continues, we'll just see a resurgence of old ways. The whole village idling, squatting at the village entrance after eating with big bowls for half a day. Girls and young wives gathering to stitch shoe soles while chattering about the Zhang family's long and the Li family's short. Until clouds of gossip rise, men gambling, fighting, beating their wives. I know rural life very clearly. Traditionally in our part of the country, with 2 crops a year, planting, harvesting, and field management together, only add up to about 2 months of actual busy work, and 10 months of idle rest. Giving them a bit more corvée labor is just right to leave them no time for wife-beating. Perhaps she noticed the trace of a smile at the corner of Yun Suji's mouth. Du Wen continued, Comrade Little Yun, don't think I oppose wife-beating out of feminist thinking. Wife-beating is a shameful manifestation of patriarchal society, but its rampancy in rural areas fully proves that farmers are still far too idle. Look, worker families rarely have this problem. Didn't you mention that the villages you visited had many cases of wife-beating and adultery? Therefore, the corvée labor provided is still insufficient. Yun Suji said, "Personally, I believe the amount of corvée labor is open to question. The current total may not have reached the lower limit yet, but there are still considerable problems in labor distribution. Abuse and unfair assignments occur. In addition, some labor arrangements lack scientific basis. Take the assigned production of military shoes by head count. I've communicated with the Joint Logistics Department. The quality of assigned military shoes is universally poor, with serious corner cutting. Also, corvée labor should still be performed nearby. If locations are too distant, not only does travel consume time, but farmers must bring dry rations and luggage for the journey, increasing the burden on farm households. These are all details and can be fine-tuned," Du Wen said. "But the keynote of rural work cannot change. We must educate them to transform old concepts, customs, and backward lifestyles. Otherwise, once dilapidated habits and concepts resurface, sufferings like famine, death, displacement will immediately reincarnate. The true meaning of life is one must work upon birth for days to be prosperous and guaranteed. Adding bricks and tiles to the faith guidance of the Senate saves and leads the whole world. Some senators are already saying that my running study classes and organizing movements is simple and crude. Indeed, there are individual cases of going overboard, I admit, but the general direction is not wrong. For the Senate to realize the technology rapid, rise second five-year plan and territorial expansion, we must transform society. Efficiency must be prioritized in development." Yes, I feel the same," Yun Suji said, seeing Du Wen growing agitated and involuntarily shrinking back a bit. "So our viewpoints align. On the issue of rural work, my view is the same as yours." Yun Suji nodded. This wasn't mere agreement. To realize the various grand ambitions conceived at the time of the crossing, they had to work more efficiently than competing systems. Whether in the efficient extraction of surplus products, in constraining the alienation and expansion of bureaucratic corruption, in inhibiting the involutionary tendencies of grassroots control, or in climbing the technology tree and expanding industrialization, it was all the same. Our Secretary of State Ma has said, "A large portion of the surplus products occupied by the upper society is still consumed by the upper society itself, and much wealth is even embezzled by officials and lower aristocrats during collection. But from the general trend, the surplus products collected are directly proportional to the stability and expansion capability of the upper society. Therefore, long-term competition between systems favors those that collect as many surplus products as possible." Du Wen's enthusiasm for discussion was running high. How can we collect products as effectively as possible? How can we improve labor efficiency more effectively? These questions need serious discussion. In the end, there must be a combat-effective grassroots organization. Yun Suji expressed agreement with this. Unfortunately, the existing human resources won't do. They are too infected by the old society. Their outlooks on life and values are difficult to reverse. Hope still has to be placed on the young. Indeed so. Yun Suji rarely found common ground with Du Wen. Current village cadres like Fan 12 are already considered rare talents. Old Hu's type is merely passable. Most can only be described as unusable. But for young people to shoulder major responsibilities, they still need sufficient education. Du Wen nodded with satisfaction. So we need a strong social group to unite, organize, and guide them. Her enthusiasm was brimming, leaving Yun Suji somewhat puzzled. "What do you think of the Senate Communist Youth League?" Du Wen asked suddenly. "Very good. We definitely need such a youth organization." Yun Suji thought of the Senate Communist Youth League cadre training class activity he had encountered in Qiongzhou. He had a quite good impression of it. Pragmatic. A good organization must also have good leadership. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will go astray. Yun Suji suddenly understood. Du Wen wanted to extend her influence into the Senate Communist Youth League. That was why she had been reeling him in like this. She thought he shared her philosophy. In truth, Yun Suji did approve of many of her ideas. At least in grassroots work, being grounded was her greatest advantage. In the entire Senate, only the few people in her social investigation department had truly sunk their hearts into running around the grassroots and doing research over these past few years. Some people want to turn the Senate Communist Youth League into Boy Scouts. I cannot agree with this. Du Wen tapped the desk. Holding bonfire parties, camping, hunting a few rabbits, learning several knots, enriching students' lives, exercising their bodies, none of this is wrong. But they have more important things to learn. First and foremost is political study. To avoid listening to a lengthy lecture, Yun Suji hastened to state his position. On this issue, I absolutely support you. A smile appeared on Du Wen's face. Very good, very good. Yun Suji returned to the food factory office in a daze. Du Wen's words left him somewhat uneasy. It seemed that another struggle was inevitable, this time over the leadership and philosophy of the Senate Communist Youth League. He pushed open the office window. His current office was now a small suite on the second floor. Outside the window lay the food factory's earliest production area, Workshop Number 1, the cleaning workshop. These workshops were no longer simple red brick pillars with bamboo and wood trusses under reed mat sheds. The pillars remained brick, but the trusses had become wrought iron, and the roofs had been replaced with corrugated sheets hot-rolled from galvanized iron. Looking out, chimneys emitted smoke of black and white, the scene conjuring up images of old industrial zones from another timeline. The air carried a sweet smell, the scent of paste being boiled to make relief rations in the instant food workshop. Besides dried sweet potato powder, a considerable proportion of bagasse powder was mixed in as filler, which also added some caloric value, since bagasse still retained quite a lot of sugar. Relief ration production had already doubled in scale, while kvass workshop output had been cut by half. On one hand, sweet potatoes, Lingao kvass's main raw material, were needed for relief rations. On the other, the reduction freed up more workers. After all, the mainland campaign still depended on grain, not beverages. Because of the mainland campaign, the food factory's production had entered full combat readiness mode. Product lines had undergone comprehensive adjustment. Currently, apart from products with foreign trade demand whose capacity hadn't been compressed yet, all other products had made way for combat readiness production. A new quota of 5 tons of fruit drops has been issued. Are we learning from the Japanese devils? Yun Suji muttered, looking at the latest military use order delivered. Besides fruit drops, the items listed in the military use catalog were extraordinarily varied. Yun Suji had originally planned to produce canned food for the army. After mass production of galvanized iron sheets, manufacturing all-metal cans still posed difficulties, but producing glass jar cans sealed with tin plate presented no obstacles. The food factory had already carried out small-batch production. However, the Joint Logistics Headquarters believed glass jars were too easily broken and losses too great, vetoing this proposal. Thus, the Army's instant food mainly consisted of dry goods and pickled items. He picked up the latest production progress schedule and plans sent by the dispatch room. He managed not merely a food factory, but a series of food processing enterprises within Lingao County, Heavenly Kitchen Sauce Garden, Marine Products Processing Factory, Grain Processing Factory, and more. There was also a batch of private workshops and trading firms inside and outside the county serving as cooperating units. It amounted to a food trust. He quickly made a few tick marks with a pencil. Soybean arrivals from the Ming Dynasty were far below expectations, which would affect soy sauce production. Potato supply from Jeju Island had been completed on schedule, but beef and horse meat deliveries lagged significantly. Barring the unexpected, the delivery plan would fail for the 3rd consecutive month. Salt delivery progress was normal. End of chapter. Chapter 1695. Food Factory. Yun Suji studied the figures showing lagging delivery progress and couldn't help but sigh. Insufficient soybean deliveries affected not just soy sauce production but also tofu, fermented soya beans, and yellow soybean paste, all flagship products of the food factory. Though broad beans could substitute in some applications, it wasn't the same. On the rails in the factory yard, workers pushed flatbed carts toward the cleaning workshop. The carts bore rattan baskets heaped with white radishes. On another track, dried shredded radish transported from the drying workshop was being sent for packaging. Yun Suji was watching intently when his secretary knocked and reported, "Chief Ziyazhu is here. Ask him to wait downstairs for a moment. I'll come down immediately." Accompanying the new Army Chief of General Staff and Commander-in-Chief of the South China Army was Chen Sijin. This fitness coach and nutritionist had retired from his position as Special Reconnaissance Detachment Squad Leader. He now served in the Ministry of People's Livelihood and Labor, specifically responsible for national fitness and nutrition work. Their visit to the food factory concerned logistical food support for the upcoming mainland campaign. Since the Senate created the Army, it had now entered its 6th year. Army logistical supply had undergone several iterations. However, the daily basic supply standard remained based on what Chen Sijin had formulated when the security regiment was first established. The specific standard: 850 grams of rice, 350 grams of vegetables, 50 grams of soy products, 50 grams of meat or aquatic products, 20 grams of oil fat, and 10 grams of salt. This standard was not high, but it basically met soldiers' needs for daily training and routine duties. When encountering collective labor assignments, field training, or expeditions, the supply standard was adjusted according to circumstances. As Chen Sijin had pointed out many times, the Fubo Army's supply standard could only be said to satisfy calorie and vitamin needs. Protein and fat supplies were seriously insufficient, keeping soldiers' physical fitness levels low. Muscles require large amounts of protein to build. Training alone could not truly solve this problem. The keynote set for the mainland campaign was reliance on local procurement for staple food. But non-staple food supplies still had to come from the Senate's food industry. Though the rich Pearl River Delta wouldn't lack chickens, ducks, freshwater fish, and pigs, the health department maintained a cautious attitude toward local procurement of animal foods. The Joint Logistics Headquarters had sent several official letters to the food factory, requiring them to develop military food that was easy to carry, easy to eat, not easily spoiled, and rich in protein and fat. Looking at these letters, Yun Suji could only smile bitterly to himself. The only thing truly meeting these requirements was canned food, and they had killed glass jar cans themselves. What remained? Salted meat and dried meat. Setting aside whether these things were healthy enough, they couldn't meet the easy-to-eat criterion on their own. Such foods were typically either rock-hard or heavily salted. They were difficult to swallow without secondary cooking. Ziyazhu and Chen Sijin had both served overseas for extended periods, developing the muscular, dark-skinned look of seasoned soldiers. Seeing Yun Suji, Ziyazhu extended his hand with a broad grin. "Factory Director Yun, long time no see. The dry sausage you gave Joint Logistics for trial was excellent, delicious even eaten straight." Yun Suji shook hands. Unfortunately, the raw materials for dry sausage are too scarce to produce more. He had wanted to say even scrap meat isn't enough, but swallowed those words. "We came this time to see if we can find more substitutes," Chen Sijin said. "Soldiers' protein and fat intake is insufficient. I estimate that during the mainland campaign, soldiers' daily caloric needs won't be lower than 5,000 kilocalories. Rice alone won't do. We've already given this considerable thought." Despite spending half a month in the countryside, and still having heaven and earth society work besides, Yun Suji had never set aside new product development for the food factory. Over recent years, whenever supply conditions permitted, he had trial-produced small amounts of various foods. Even if mass production wasn't possible, he wanted to test feasibility. Accumulating over time, quite a few products could now enter production. Some were manufactured in small batches to supply the Senate's special supply shops and Violatron businesses in Guangzhou. Come, let's go to the workshops. I'll explain as we walk. Tell me which products seem suitable. As long as raw materials can be supplied, production lines can be adjusted. Excellent. Zayaju's eyes lit up. Yun Suji led them into the production area and entered the first workshop. This is the poultry egg pickling workshop. He gestured around. Watch your step. The most eye-catching features were large pools lined with porcelain tiles, one after another. Wooden frames suspended over the pools carried rows of large bamboo baskets submerged in the water. This was the first time either Zayaju or Chen Sijin had visited a food factory workshop. Despite the unpleasant smell and the wet floors, they were fascinated. These pools mainly produce salted eggs. The eggs are in the baskets. The production process is simple, and as long as the shell isn't broken, they can be preserved for considerable periods. Yun Suji continued, poultry eggs are one of our more abundant protein sources now. High salt content can also replenish salt in soldiers' bodies. Zayaju was curious. I thought pickling salted eggs required yellow mud slurry. Yellow mud works too. But saltwater pickling is simpler. Just test the ppm concentration of salt in the pool daily. If it's low, add salt directly. With mud slurry, you need extensive stirring after adding salt. Besides, salt water has better fluidity. You simply submerge the eggs directly, no need for manual mud coating. What's in those big cloth bags? Zayaju pointed at several cloth bags floating half-submerged on the pool surface. Red chili. It makes salted egg yolks sandy and oily, Yun Suji said. I've also thought about transportation. We'd use egg trays for packaging, just like the common kind in supermarkets, 12 to a group made of molded paper pulp, matched with relatively thick paper boxes. Packed into standard shipping crates, they can withstand long-distance transport. Chen Sijin shook his head. Salted eggs won't work. The preservation period is too short. Even fighting in spring when temperatures aren't high, raw eggs only keep about a month. Moreover, your saltwater pickled ones probably won't last a month once separated from the brine. Zayaju shook his head as well. He knew the transfer efficiency of joint logistics. Shipping from Lingao to Hong Kong, transshipping to Guangzhou, then distributing to the front lines. This process wouldn't technically exceed 30 days, but these salted eggs would become fresh perishables. Warehouses at all levels couldn't store them. They'd have to be distributed the moment they arrived. Obviously unrealistic. If salted eggs must be issued, the yellow mud pickling method is relatively more feasible. But they'd still need to be transported in sealed baskets. If packaged individually, they won't survive once the mud dries. Chen Sijin studied the baskets of eggs in the brine. To issue eggs to the army, egg powder is still the best option. Zayaju asked, can egg powder be produced? There's no difficulty in the technology, but production quality is very unstable. Yun Suji had considered this long ago. We can't do spray drying, only hot steam mixed drying. They entered the second workshop. Because cooked food was produced here, Yun Suji had a naturalized worker bring 3 white cotton lab coats, hats, masks, and oilcloth high-tube water boots. The clothes have all been cleaned and disinfected, he explained. Mainly, don't touch any equipment. The moment the workshop door opened, the rumbling of machinery filled the air. Zayaju noticed power overhead shafts running along the ceiling. This was mechanized production. This is the meat product workshop. Yun Suji's voice was somewhat muffled by his mask. Dry sausages are made here. Yes, but only sausages are produced here. Making them into dry sausages requires additional air drying and smoking stages. Steam filled the workshop. Zayaju didn't smell fragrance. Instead, there was an indescribable odor. What's being mixed is sausage filling. Yun Suji pointed to a device resembling a concrete mixer in both appearance and shape, driven by a belt from the overhead shaft, rumbling as it mixed. Raw materials are processed into different specifications in the crushing workshop, minced meat and meat cubes. Then they're mixed here. Starch must be added as filler, of course. then salt, spices, various flavoring agents, and finally a small amount of sodium nitrite. Sodium nitrite, Zayazhu started. That's toxic. Correct, it does have toxicity, so dosage must be carefully controlled, but it's an important additive in processed meat products. Besides color development, it has a flavoring effect. This stuff plays a big role in why you find sausages delicious. Of course, the more important use is as a preservative. A worker tossed a full bucket of green plant fragments into the mixer. That's basil. This batch is Italian-style herb sausages, Yun Suji said. Different flavored sausages can be produced according to the spices and flavorings added. While talking, the worker engaged the gear lever, stopped the machine, and opened the discharge port. Chen Saijin regarded the filling being released with a slightly uncomfortable expression. To be honest, I really don't want to know what meat this is made of. Sausage, colloquially called creamy offal tube. Yun Suji cracked a joke. After Germans slaughter a pig, nothing is left over, all chopped up and made into sausages. The ones sold in Nanhai shops, Zayazhu asked hurriedly, those are good meat, right? His stomach felt a bit unsettled. Naturally, starch is still added and a portion of chicken or duck meat as filler, but rest assured, whatever meat is used, it's quality meat. Especially the fat cubes, those are genuine hard fat. What about this? Chen Saijin asked, indicating the filling before them. End of chapter. Chapter 1696 Food Factory continued. The quality of this batch is comparatively lower. Yun Suji weighed his words carefully. The meat used isn't exactly respectable. As for what not respectable meant, the ingredients could be imagined. Roughly the same category as roadside stall dumpling fillings in another timeline, collectively termed scrap meat. Blood neck was considered premium. Heaven knows what else went in. After becoming food factory director, Yun Suji had come to fully appreciate why German sausage claims that not a single drop of blood is wasted. Let's move on. Zayazhu's appetite had suddenly diminished. Chen Saijin, however, was intrigued and asked, is the dry sausage prepared for the troops made from this kind of filling? The nutritional indicators still seem acceptable. Which specific sausage gets supplied to the troops depends on their needs and joint logistics procurement quotation. Of course, it also depends on raw material supply. Meat has always been the bottleneck. Old Yun, just be straight with us. Exactly how many kinds of meat are in these so-called sausages? Zayazhu frowned. Theoretically, any meat works even, and I guarantee you can't taste the difference. Yun Suji laughed. All joking aside, pig, cow, sheep, horse, donkey, mule, fish, chicken, duck, goose, I've used them all here, including animal organs and blood, of course. Can it be customized? Chen Saijin asked. Yes, different raw material proportions can be adjusted in the filling based on procurement price and supply conditions. The simplest adjustment is starch content. I think we could order more ham sausages. They look like meat, taste like meat. No, ham sausage is meaningless. The main component is still starch, just with more grease. Chen Saijin rejected this categorically. Right now we need to supplement soldiers with more protein. If meat supply were sufficient, we could directly produce pemmican, very simple to manufacture. What's pemmican? I know, it's the so-called Indian meat cake. Chen Saijin had spent many years in America and was familiar with it. Supposedly invented by Indians, North American bison meat roasted dry and ground, then mixed with grease, ground nuts and such, pressed into blocks. Later, white people learned to make it too. It's actually quite good, high fat, high protein, durable storage. Isn't that raw meat? It's all roasted dry, how can it be raw? But as instant food, I imagine it's not very palatable, probably tastes better after cooking. Pity there isn't that much meat. Zayazhu sighed. If we want cheap and plentiful with adequate protein, we should consider fish sausages. Follow me. The next production line was for fish sausages, surimi products in food industry parlance. The product range was extensive. Fish balls, fish cakes, fish paste, chikua, imitation crab sticks, all belonged to this category. Upon entering the surimi workshop, a powerful fish stench assaulted them, perceptible even through masks. In the open area stood baskets of various sea fish transported from the marine products processing factory. Workers in coveralls busied themselves moving raw materials and finished goods. Steam hung heavy in the air. Surimi products typically use trash fish with poor commercial value and low grade, Yunsuji explained, indicating the raw fish in the baskets. But only white-fleshed fish can be used, and the meat can't be too fatty. Chen Saijan and Zayazhu surveyed the baskets of assorted large and small fish, feeling somewhat bewildered. But the last row, neatly arranged on straw mats along the wall, they recognized immediately: sharks. There was quite a variety, at least 7 or 8 species, large and small. Can shark be eaten? Chen Saijan had spent years abroad and was knowledgeable. He recalled the terrifying experience of locals treating him to fermented shark during a visit to Norway. I remember this stuff excretes urine through its whole body. The flesh reeks of ammonia. Because it's not tasty, it's used for surimi. Shark meat contains considerable urea and has a strong ammoniac odor, so it cannot simply be beaten into paste directly. The first step was to cut it into fillets and rinse them in 5% salt water for 5 minutes. After washing clean, the fillets were soaked in acetic acid solution tanks for deodorization, then rinsed again and air-dried. This is the processed shark fillet. Smell it, no odor at all. Yunsuji casually picked up a piece of white fish meat and handed it to Chen Saijan. This can be used for paste. They continued forward. Ahead, a machine rumbled. A worker was pouring a basket of fish into a funnel. Below was a huge stainless steel drum covered with dense perforations. Fish remains already squeezed nearly to mush but still roughly recognizable rolled across its surface. What's this doing, making paste? This is meat separation or meat squeezing. The holes on this drum are sieves. Through continuous rotation and pressure, fish bones and skin are excluded, leaving only pure meat. Damn, really advanced. Zayazhu was visiting a food factory for the first time and was fascinated. He stared at the machine for a long while. Does this mean the problem of spitting out fish bones when eating fish is solved right here in the factory? If you're not pursuing the integrity of whole fish or the texture of fish meat, there are many mechanical methods to remove bones, Yunsuji said. Otherwise, how would people say the power of industry is infinite? Chen Saijan suddenly shouted, "Wait, that's not sea fish, that's catfish. Correct, catfish." Yunsuji explained that catfish were very common in Guangdong and Hainan. Among the ricefish polyculture promoted by the Heaven and Earth Society, catfish farming featured prominently, mainly walking catfish and largemouth catfish. They grew quickly and tolerated poor water quality and low oxygen. The disadvantage was mediocre flesh quality. But they produced abundant meat with no troublesome intermuscular bones. The food factory used them as filler for surimi products. I remember this fish has a strong muddy taste. Just raise them in clean water for a few days. Besides, there's post-processing. If even shark meat can be used, catfish is hardly a problem. After meat separation, the fish was poured into a grinder and run through 2 or 3 passes with a spiral cutter. Then several types of ground fish were combined in a large stone mortar. The worker engaged the clutch, and a belt began driving a machine with 3 stirring rods to mix the paste. Controlled by planetary gears, the rods rotated and revolved simultaneously, easily churning large quantities of minced fish into surimi. This is a silent cutter, specifically for making surimi paste. Manual work is possible, but naturally far less efficient. While he spoke, a worker continuously ladled small amounts of water into the mortar. That's salt water which increases the surimi's viscosity. Adding salt is key to making surimi products. Watching the paste grow stickier with stirring, stickier than kneaded dough, the worker added cooking wine and seasonings, then poured in a bag of white powder. Sweet potato starch, also a filler, generally not exceeding 25%. However, depending on procurement prices, 50% or even higher can be added or none at all. By the way, surimi products this factory supplies to special supply shops contain absolutely no filler. I think 25% is sufficient for military use, adding more is pointless. Chen Saijin said. How do you preserve them? Things like chikyua need refrigeration. Same method as sausages, cooked, dried, smoked. Next they toured the dried fish and fish floss workshops. Yun Suji indicated that all these products could be listed as military food. He especially recommended various roasted dried fish as portable rations. What about dried meat? Very easy to make, I have finished products. We can also produce items like dried pork slices. No, we can't make it too delicious or soldiers will snack on it. Zayazhu shook his head. It must be easy to swallow but shouldn't be tasty. Yun Suji had originally intended to show them other workshops, but both men, having suffered enough visual and olfactory assault, declined further education. He led them instead to the Product R&D Institute. The R&D Institute was actually another workshop, just much smaller in scale, containing various small processing equipment. Yun Suji took them directly through a corridor to a large room at the back. Against the wall stood a row of heavy gas refrigerators and display cabinets containing all manner of foods. These are all trial products, items our current production capacity can manufacture. Yun Suji opened a cabinet and removed a paper box. This is experimental military biscuit. Give it a try. The biscuits were small blocks, extremely hard. Zayazhu knew military biscuits were generally baked quite dry for preservation purposes. The disadvantage was needing large quantities of water to wash them down. He took a bite. The texture was extremely hard. After chewing a few times, sesame aroma emerged. It seemed sugar and salt had been added. Not bad to eat and not as difficult to chew as expected. I think they're fine, Chen Saijin said. The taste is acceptable. That's about right, Yun Suji nodded. Many things can't be made without wheat flour. Actually, quite a lot of rice flour is mixed in here. He explained that besides rice flour, the biscuits contain potato flour, sesame, and hops. Both preservation and palatability were adequate. The product is decent, but it's worthless if it can't be mass-produced. Zayazhu said, What other good things do you have? Chen Saijin suggested, These could be issued in small quantities to scouts. They need this kind of food. Yun Suji pointed to a glass display cabinet. These are the dehydrated vegetable series, all suitable as military non-staple food. The varieties were impressively diverse. Chen Saijin identified at a glance more than 10 types: cabbage, white radish strips, carrot strips and slices, eggplant, potato, cowpea, pumpkin, lotus root, spinach, calabash. We still can't do low-temperature vacuum drying, unfortunately. This will have to suffice. The nutritional value is considerably lower, of course, but dehydrated vegetables are light and keep well. Better than hauling pickles and salted vegetables. Though not instant eating, they're fine for boiling soup or making vegetable rice when camping. End of chapter. Chapter 1697, New military uniforms not bad at all, but it doesn't mean much for the Guangdong campaign, Chen Saijin remarked. Fresh vegetables are available year-round in Guangdong. Zayazhu shook his head. You can't think of it that way. Remember the total annihilation of the Danju work team back in the day. Local procurement of vegetables carries its own risks. Besides, the Navy can use these too. Yun Suji then had the naturalized workers bring out numerous boxes and bags of various sizes, placing them all on the large table in the center of the room. This is dried meat. Yun Suji opened a box, revealing neatly stacked rectangular paper packages. 5 varieties in total: horse, pork, poultry, fish, and squid. Each block weighs 50 grams. Packed in standard shipping crates, they can be transported with the unit's heavy baggage for use by field kitchens. Why give squid its own category? Zayazhu asked. Don't squid and cuttlefish count as seafood? They're technically not fish, and the texture and cooking methods for field rations differ considerably, Yun Suji explained. Based on my experience, dried meat is best suited for making soups or rice dishes like curry rice and rice bowls. Transported with heavy baggage, these can't be eaten directly by soldiers, right? The Joint Logistics Command instructed us to use these products to prepare camp quick rations. Each crate contains a full meal for a company: dried meat, dried vegetables, and seasonings pre-portioned. When making camp, you simply dump it all into a pot and cook. Zun Suji pointed at the wooden boxes of various sizes. These are all standard military packing crates. Different sizes are used depending on the unit being supplied and the specific dishes. Very convenient, Zayazhu nodded repeatedly. Much better than the grassland ration paste we used to cook back in the day. By the standards of this timeline, our supply provisions can truly be called the best in the world. He then proceeded to introduce all manner of military foodstuffs: soy sauce powder, fruit candy, rice crackers, pickled sour plums, dried rice balls. There's even toffee, Chen Sijin suddenly exclaimed as if he discovered a new continent. This is something we've planned as a quick energy boost for the troops. Roughly equivalent to chocolate, Zun Suji said. Our cocoa plantations aren't yet sufficient to support a chocolate industry. I thought toffee required cream. Do we have that much milk? This isn't real toffee. Zun Suji produced one piece. It's made from blackstrap molasses, the waste molasses left over from sugarcane processing shipped from Lizhu and Taiwan. We melt it down, mix in peanuts and sesame seeds, then pour it into molds to set and cool. And there you have Lingao toffee. Blackstrap molasses contained substantial amounts of sugar, enough to quickly replenish physical energy. It also possessed a certain nutritional value, and with the addition of nuts became a rapid energy supplement for the Fubo army. Before he could finish speaking, Zayazhu let out a cry. It stuck to my teeth. Next, they sampled quick-cook rice, cooked rice that had been flattened and then dried in a drying room with hot air. Add water and simmer, and it would reconstitute in very short order. In emergencies, it could also be eaten directly. The drawback is that chewing and swallowing can be difficult. You probably couldn't eat it without water. Then came the stir-fried flour. Of course, it contained no actual wheat flour. This was something Zun Suji had developed inspired by the fried flour used by Chinese volunteers during the Korean War, except the main ingredient was rice flour, mixed with nuts, dried vegetable powder and salt, all stir-fried in bone marrow oil, a byproduct from the bone glue factory. Compared to the similarly composed but compressed grassland rations, the fried rice flour contained a certain amount of fat, had a better taste when eaten dry, and required less water. It was easier to chew and swallow. In actual practice, the grassland compressed rations had earned the nickname teething sticks and were generally boiled into a paste. Unless absolutely necessary, few people ate them directly, which rather defeated their original purpose as quick food. In comparison, Zun's fried flour was far more convenient to both carry and consume. Zayazhu was a man who had led troops, and he immediately recognized that this item was more valuable than all the other things Zun Suji had shown him. No matter how flowery your product descriptions, what mattered was whether you could produce sufficient quantities, and whether soldiers could conveniently carry and consume it. That was the crux of the matter. This fried flour is good, very good, he nodded emphatically. We need to focus production on this. Now try this one. It's also something I've newly developed. When they emerged from the food factory, both men felt their stomachs heavy and stuffed with various military foods. Come with me to check on the garment factory, Zayazhu said. I can't. I need to get to the special reconnaissance team and take the new recruits through their 5-kilometer ocean swim. Otherwise, I'll gain at least 3 kilograms by tomorrow. Chen Sijin was someone who paid extreme attention to weight management. The two parted ways at the intersection. Zayazhu boarded his official carriage and drove straight to Mao Fortress. This was the garrison of the 1st Infantry Battalion. The 1st Battalion not only bore the responsibility of defending the capital, but also shouldered the duties of the Army's training cadre. The entire Army's recruit training brigade, as well as the Army's NCO and officer training schools, were all located here. Consequently, the barracks construction was the most complete. The bamboo fence marking the boundaries of Mao Fortress enclosed the entire Mao Peninsula. As the first pilot site for the military's base consolidation deployment, Mao Fortress contained not only troop barracks, training grounds, mess halls, offices, and warehouses, but also supporting living and cultural facilities. The Joint Logistics Command had established repair shops, stables, a hospital, and a whole series of logistical support institutions here. The sentries at the main gate checked their credentials, and the carriage quickly entered Mao Fortress Base. Following PLA barracks traditions, the base was extensively planted with various trees, and the roadsides were shaded by greenery. Red brick buildings nestled among the foliage. Soldiers in neat uniforms shuttled to and fro along the cinder-paved roads. As their carriage, flying a one-star Major General's flag, passed proudly along the road, passing soldiers and officers all stopped to salute. Zayazhu lowered the window curtain and looked with satisfaction at the crisp creases of the wool uniform he wore. 5 years already, and he had finally made it to a general officer's wool dress uniform. The uniform he wore was the Year 5 pattern, which had been issued for limited trial use since Operation Engine. Its primary purpose was to replace the crude Year 1 pattern uniform. With the mainland campaign now underway, the Fubo Army needed to present an entirely new military image before the people of all China. For a new-style army that wore neither armor nor battle robes, a distinctive and splendid uniform would not only boost morale, but also serve to display military might. The old Year 1 pattern uniform, while having rank insignia, featured a simple and identical design, with the only distinction between officers and soldiers being the number of pockets. The cotton fabric wasn't stiff enough, and the garment factory only made 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. Without a belt, many soldiers looked like they were wearing flour sacks. Now the Yuan Council was in a far different position than before. 6 years of the transmigrator's arduous labor, blazing trails and building from nothing, had brought about a tremendous leap in productivity. They were no longer the paupers who had to consider whether making shorts for the security army might save fabric. Coarse and fine woolens, cottons and linens, shipped in large quantities by the British and Dutch, filled the Yuan Council's warehouses. The previously vexing dye shortage had also been resolved. Although the chemical department couldn't yet supply chemical dyes on a large scale, through trade the Yuan Council's dyeing and weaving industry had secured enough natural dyes to outfit an army of tens of thousands in new uniforms. Though among the uniform enthusiasts, there were quite a few advocates of the gorgeous uniforms of the age of line infantry, indulging in fantasies of multicolored plumes, striped trousers, gold braid, decorative cords, pompons, horsehair tails, Minerva-style helmets, and bearskin caps, and some had even privately made so-called personal uniforms, such as a certain transmigrator cavalry officer on Jeju Island. Most people recognized that excessive ornamentation was not only wasteful, but also impractical beyond the parade ground. After a hard march or fierce battle, no matter how splendid the uniform, it would end up a dirty grayish-brown. In combat, uniforms would lose various accessories, become ragged, and be stained with blood, dust, and mud. Therefore, the design philosophy of the Year 5 uniform was to adopt a simple, practical style while choosing relatively splendid colors, supplemented by minimal accessories, balancing appearance and utility. The carriage stopped before a red brick building. The guard on the footboard jumped down, quickly unfolded the folding steps, and opened the carriage door. Zayazhu stepped down from the carriage in measured strides, entered the main door with head held high amid the sentry's salutes, his boots clacking and his sword chain rattling. He didn't go upstairs, but went directly into the conference room to the right of the small building. Several officers were already waiting in the conference room. With a shout of attention, all the military personnel present snapped to attention. At ease, Zayazhu called out with feigned authority. Several transmigrator officers were present, so he couldn't put on too much of an official air. He unfastened his command sword and handed it to his orderly. We're all comrades here, so let's not stand on ceremony. Let's get straight to business. The transmigrators present included Zhu Mingxia, commander of the 1st Mixed Brigade, still wearing the old Year 1 pattern uniform, and Huang, a transmigrator from the Joint Logistics Command, who had already changed into the Year 5 uniform. It had to be said that the Year 5 uniform looked quite imposing on transmigrators with larger bellies. Apart from them, everyone else was naturalized, both officers and civilians in cadre attire. In the conference room stood several wooden mannequins dressed in uniforms, their height and build set according to the current average measurements of Fubo Army personnel. Transmigrator Huang produced a folder, cleared his throat, and said, "Comrades, I will now introduce the new version of the Year 5 uniform. Actually, this uniform isn't an entirely new design. During Operation Engine, the Shandong detachment was already using this type of uniform, at that time as a trial winter uniform for northern regions." End of chapter. Chapter 1698, New Military Uniforms, continued. Zhu Mingxia nodded slightly. Whether in agreement or appreciation was unclear. Hong Huangnan continued. This uniform was previously known as the Type 31 Northern Region Army Field Force Winter Dress. The Shandong detachment's overall feedback during use was quite positive. The new winter uniform not only provided good thermal insulation, but also had excellent waterproofing and moisture resistance. The Shandong detachment conducted continuous marching, combat, and field bivouacking in temperatures of -10 degrees Celsius or lower without suffering serious frostbite casualties, fully demonstrating its success. The Type 31 Northern Region Army Field Force Winter Dress was displayed on a mannequin, a double-breasted short overcoat style made from fine English wool, featuring a high-standing collar and waterproof hood, paired with woolen riding breeches and deerskin boots. Although the Shandong detachment's response had been favorable, this garment was designed as an overcoat or windbreaker. In actual use, troops basically wore it over the Year 1 pattern uniform. It couldn't simply serve directly as a winter service dress. Considering that our Army's winter operations span a great range, from Guangzhou, where temperatures generally remain above freezing, all the way to Liaodong, where they can drop to -20 degrees or more, all fall within our projected operational areas. The new uniform's design must take the whole picture into account, so this time we've created an entirely new design. The Year 5 uniform drew upon various uniforms from the 19th and 20th centuries. The final decision was to design only one type of service dress. Service dress was divided into spring, autumn, and summer versions, with greatcoats issued additionally for winter. The Army spring-autumn service dress used thin wool fabric in a blue-gray color with red piping. The uniform was a single-breasted standing collar design. The jacket continued the tradition of 2 pockets for enlisted men and 4 for officers. Officers and NCOs had shoulder boards and collar tabs. Enlisted men had only collar tabs. Different branches were distinguished by collar tab color. In addition to collar tab colors, officers and NCOs had branch insignia patterns on their shoulder boards. For field units, regardless of rank, the left collar tab bore the embroidered Arabic numeral of their battalion. The upper left sleeve featured an embroidered shield-shaped arm patch indicating their unit or branch. Both sleeves from the elbow down to the cuff could display merit stripes based on the individual's commendations and awards. The sleeves themselves were a focal point of decoration. According to different units and branches, Hong Huangnan planned to adorn them with stripes, cuffs, and decorative buttons of varying colors and shapes. Regardless of rank, trousers were riding breeches with red stripes, convenient for movement and easy to put on and take off. Senior officers were issued tall boots. Others received regulation ankle boots or military shoes, which must be worn with integral canvas gaiters. Because wool was difficult to wash, additional linen or cotton over trousers were issued to be worn over the wool breeches. When the weather warmed but summer uniforms hadn't yet been issued, the overtrousers could be worn on their own. Military caps came in two distinct styles. One was the traditional peaked cap, but with a greatly reduced crown ring and a flat top instead of an upturned one, reverting to the classic style of the early 20th century. The army used a red cap band. This cap was worn only at parades and when in garrison during peacetime. For combat and training, a German-style mountain cap was used, convenient for wearing steel or tropical helmets. The cap badge was a stamped metal Morning Star emblem. The combat cap was modified to suit East Asian head shapes. Conditions permitting, the combat cap band could feature decorative cords of different colors, as well as pompons or feathers. Regarding the wearing of decorative cords, pompons, and feathers, specific regulations haven't been finalized yet. I'm currently working on compiling relevant materials. The general idea is that apart from distinguishing different branches and regiments, they can also serve as honors. Please note the buttons on this jacket. Huang pointed to the spring-autumn service dress on the mannequin as he explained. At first glance, the metal buttons on the jacket seem identical. But if we look closely, they can be arranged in single rows, groups of 3 or groups of 5, different arrangements to distinguish different units. In the British, in the Royal Guard Brigade of the Great Song Australian Expeditionary Court, the various regiments are distinguished exactly this way. What material are the buttons made of? Currently they're turned from hardwood. For formal production, we're considering stamped alloy buttons. Have we become so prosperous? Zayazhu frowned. What about the planning board? Stamped metal buttons are far more durable, and when uniforms wear out, the buttons can be salvaged and reused. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. That's good, that's good. Huang continued explaining that when the spring-autumn uniform was worn in winter, additional greatcoats, cotton caps, padded vests, gloves, and warm sock liners would be issued depending on the posting's climate. For troops stationed in extreme cold regions like Liaodong, specialized Arctic uniforms would be issued. The summer uniform was largely the same as the spring-autumn version, except the jacket was a small Western-style lapel design. The fabric used was linen or hemp. These were more breathable than cotton, absorbed moisture quickly, and dried quickly as well, ideal for summer use. Linen and hemp fabrics were also stiffer than cotton and more imposing when made into uniforms. If we consider future army expansion and the high cost of wool uniforms, spring-autumn dress can also be made from linen or hemp fabrics. Compared to cotton, these materials are warmer in winter and cooler in summer. The drawback is that linen is more easily torn than cotton. That alone makes it unsuitable. Zhu Mingxia frowned. Soldiers train daily and perform labor duties. If it tears easily, how can it be used? And all those bits and pieces on the cap, plus all the stripes on the sleeves, they'll easily get damaged during training and work. The time soldiers would spend mending and patching would be too much. That's why we call it service dress, Huang replied, fully prepared for this objection. You can think of this service dress as a simple dress uniform for displaying martial bearing at major events or military operations. For daily training and labor, soldiers will continue wearing the current Cotton Year 1 pattern uniform. The Soviet out-of-garrison uniform, right? Correct. Huang nodded repeatedly, not forgetting to flatter. Chief of Staff Zai is truly learned and professional. We've considered that the Year 1 pattern uniform has been in use for years, and we have large stockpiles. And it would be a waste to discard the Year 1 pattern templates the garment factory has accumulated. So we plan to convert the Cotton Year 1 pattern uniform into a training uniform for the Year 5 system. It would be worn for daily training and labor, while the service dress would be worn only for going out, parades, collective activities, and combat. Won't linen be too thin? Zayazhu asked. His impression of linen cloth was the lightweight, cool Dutch fine linen that Weymouth Company had imported in large quantities from the trading company for making shirts. A characteristic of linen fabric is that it can be made very soft, or thick and stiff. Many of the splendid, crisp uniforms from the Napoleonic Wars era were actually made of linen or hemp. I have a question. Why use blue-gray as the army uniform color? Zhu Mingxia asked. Currently, the dye colors that can be industrially produced on a large scale are first indigo, but that conflicts with the Navy's blue and white color scheme. Second, black, but black has already been designated for police uniforms, so we recommend dyeing the uniforms a lighter blue-gray using indigo to differentiate from the Navy. A naturalized cadre from the textile and dyeing department spoke up. Red is also possible, but cochineal dye is much more expensive, and linen fabric doesn't take colors well except for indigo. So in reality, what will ultimately be issued to the troops is linen blue-gray service uniforms, correct? I can only say that equipping our infantry, artillery, cavalry, and other main branches entirely with wool uniforms is not a problem at present. Whether that will hold if we expand further, I can't say. Huang said. Although imported coarse wool isn't expensive, it still costs more than cotton. Is imported linen cheaper? Actually, it's more expensive than cotton, but the advantages of linen I've already mentioned. It's an inexpensive yet relatively crisp fabric. Zayazhu carefully examined the Year 5 Army infantry private's uniform on the mannequin. From a purely visual standpoint, it was already quite splendid. Even the webbing belt was white. He leaned closer to examine it, curious about what material the white belt was made from. Huang seemed to read his mind. That wasn't dyed, it's canvas bleached directly to white. Zayazhu nodded. Though not as magnificent and imposing as he'd imagined, it was still quite impressive. Here's a little surprise. Huang clapped his hands mysteriously, and two soldiers carried in another mannequin. The color immediately brightened everyone's eyes. Lobsterback, Huang said. The mannequin before Zayazhu and the others wore a standard Year 5 Army uniform, but the jacket was bright red while the riding breeches remained blue-gray. The cap was a black and white bishop's mitre decorated with ornate brass plates and cords. Our soldiers average only 1.6 meters in height. Add this cap and they'll be 1.8 meters, Huang joked. I intend to outfit the grenadier companies with these. Zayazhu and Zhu Mingxia both knew that each battalion's grenadier company was composed of carefully selected tall, sturdy men over 1.7 meters. Combined with this cap and the scarlet uniform, the visual impact would be unprecedented. Why not use bearskin caps? Zayazhu exhaled softly. There are bears in Hainan too, and even if there aren't enough, we could buy some from Hongtaiji. Partly due to cost, and partly because bearskin caps have always been the hallmark of the Guard, I don't think any of our current units deserve to be called the Old Guard yet. Huang said. Let war tell us which battalions earn that cap. End of chapter. Chapter 1699. The training cadre in a barracks dormitory at Mao Fortress. Tan Xiaoqin gazed silently out the window at the parade ground. The trees surrounding it were now over a zhang tall. When she and the villagers from the salt fields had come here to plant them, the saplings had been only as tall as a 7- or 8-year-old child. Now it was winter. Though the leaves on the trees were still green, they looked dusty and gray. The vegetation wasn't as lush as in other seasons, and the parade ground stood empty. Her heart felt just as hollow. After the new year, she would be 24. Tan Xiaoqin thought to herself, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Tan Xiaoqin had never had much education and naturally couldn't compose verses lamenting the seasons. But her mood was the same as that of any literary-minded young woman throughout history who had enough to eat, full of melancholy. 24 years old. Village women at this age had already become mothers several times over. Even those without children were already married. If any daughter remained unbetrothed at this age, she was truly an old maid. Ever since Tan Xiaoqin entered the training program at the Mao Peasant Training Institute and became a women's cadre, she had come to understand many Australian principles. When the transmigrators trained her and the other indigenous students, they not only used words, but also demonstrated through their actions the concepts of modern civilization. So she knew that 24 was still a prime time of vigor for a woman, the time for building a career. She still remembered Chief Du telling them earnestly, "You've caught a good era. When I was your age, I could only stay at home reading and writing. I couldn't do any practical work, let alone take charge of things independently like you. You new era women cadres must cherish this opportunity." The words were true enough. Since Tan Xiaoqin had followed the dragon, she had steadily risen in rank. From a small women's committee member in the Salt Field village, she had advanced all the way up. Now she was the head of the Industrial Economics section for Chengmai County. Young in age but senior in experience, and a graduate of the Peasant Training Institute, she had been marked for priority cultivation. For this northern expedition, the organization department had selected cadres from across Hainan to go north and take over governance, and she was among the first batch chosen. Rumor had it she would be given important responsibilities. She might even become a county magistrate. Her father and relatives were all beside themselves with excitement. The Tan family had been bitter laborers hauling water and sun-drying salt for generations, and now they were about to produce a county magistrate. Although she was a girl, she was still a Tan. With one person achieving the way, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. This was precisely how her family's elders were thinking. But her mother didn't share the men's thinking. Before Tan Xiaoqin was selected to join the northbound Cadre training unit, she had been given leave to visit home. After all the festive commotion and congratulatory words had died down, her mother pulled her into her room and whispered, "What about her marriage prospects? You're getting on in years. You're a proper old maid now. In the old days, a woman your age could only hope to become someone's fill-in wife." She said the old days because nowadays there were far too many able-bodied men in Lingao without wives. Your father and your uncles all hope you'll be promoted. You're the one from the Tan family who's risen fastest, and they're all counting on you to make it big so everyone benefits. They haven't given a thought to you. Year after year you've been putting this off. Are you going to wait until you're 30 to marry? A girl can't wait forever. Once you're old and faded, you're worthless. Don't think I don't know what your father has in mind. He's hoping that as an official, you'll get more face time with the chiefs, that maybe a chief will fancy you as a concubine. But he doesn't think about it. If a chief wanted a concubine, wouldn't he take a young one? Who'd want an older woman? Her mother's words made Tan Xiaoqin's face burn. In truth, this idea had occurred not only to her father and uncles but to herself at one point. But in the end, no chief had taken a fancy to her. Of all the transmigrators, the one who valued and liked her most was Chief Du, but she was a woman. Then her mother began matchmaking, speaking of a relative's child on her natal side, also 28, a locomotive fireman on the Lingao City Rail. In Lingao, this was a genuine skilled trade with considerable income. His family is quite well off and he's a decent-looking fellow. I've watched this boy grow up since he was small. His parents aren't picky people and the two families are related. You won't suffer if you marry him. At the time, she had actually been somewhat tempted. These past few years working as a cadre away from home, as her age crept up, even if her heart was indifferent, the hormones in her body constantly reminded her of her physiological needs as a normal woman. Especially those long nights alone at her posting in other towns, sleeping alone in her dormitory. She inevitably felt empty and lonely. Besides, the man's circumstances were quite good. Naturalized skilled workers were very much in demand on Lingao's marriage market. But then she remembered how, during the organization department's interview, her superiors had made it abundantly clear. Regardless of gender, no one could marry before departure, and female cadres could not become pregnant. Any violation would result in immediate suspension and assignment to a study class for re-education. Becoming a county magistrate held no great interest for Tan Xiaoqin, but violating discipline was a matter of utmost gravity. The consequences, needless to say, were severe, not just for her personally but for her entire family, even the whole Salt Field village. They couldn't afford it. In the end, the matter came to nothing. Her mother sighed in disappointment, and Tan Xiaoqin felt terrible herself. Who knows when I'll be able to return? Tan Xiaoqin thought about her marriage prospects and couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. Xiaoqin, what are you saying? The dormitory door pushed open, and in came Lu Cheng, her roommate, someone she'd met during this training program. From what they'd covered in training, she guessed that Lu Cheng would have a similar assignment to hers once they reached the mainland. Lu Cheng was somewhat younger than her but quite mature for her age. She was meticulous to a fault. Tan Xiaoqin had heard that Lu Cheng used to work in the tax and revenue department. No wonder she had a maturity beyond her years. We have a few days off. Aren't you going to browse around Eastgate Market? Training had concluded yesterday. Starting today, the northbound Cadre training unit had a week's leave. Team members could go home to visit family or buy things they might need after landing on the mainland. After that, they would enter a combat-ready standby status, prepared to depart at any moment. Can't be bothered, Tan Xiaoqin said listlessly. I don't want to buy anything. Besides, we've been issued everything we need. Not going home to visit either. My home is right here in Mao. Step out the base gate and it's right there. What Tan Xiaoqin didn't want to mention was that going home meant enduring nagging from her parents and other elders. After working as a cadre away from home for several years, she felt very estranged from the Tan family's people and affairs, even somewhat impatient. How convenient for you. For me to go home, even after the city rail, I still have to transfer to a horse carriage. Lu Cheng pulled out a package wrapped in large leaves. I bought melon seeds freshly roasted. Have some. Eating melon seeds was a custom that the transmigrators had helped popularize. In the past, few people in Lingao ate melon seeds. It was a pastime for the well-off leisure class, and most common folk couldn't even fill their bellies. Now that living standards had improved, melon seeds had become popular among the naturalized population. The two sat on the bed cracking melon seeds. Tan Xiaoqin, wanting to change the subject, asked, "What was all that commotion about last night? I saw the ambulance come." Lu Cheng was the training unit's little loudspeaker, well informed about everything. Someone in the 4th Company mutilated himself, Lu Cheng indeed knew. Didn't want to go to the mainland. During evening self-study, he hid at the training ground and stabbed his own foot with a training bayonet, claiming it had fallen and pierced him. Way too fake. They didn't even need a doctor. The nurse took one look and said something was wrong. He confessed everything before they'd even finished stitching him up at the infirmary. That's serious. He'll be dismissed from his post, won't he? More than dismissed. I heard he'll be exiled to the south for hard labor, Lu Cheng sighed. His family will be devastated. I heard he'd only been married half a year. Who knows how his wife cried when she found out. Tan Xiaoqin's heart stirred. After a long pause, she said languidly, "So that's how it was. No wonder he had a moment of foolishness." "Isn't that the truth?" Lu Cheng said. "A bright future ruined in an instant. He's actually one of the clever ones. At least he thought to use self-harm to escape. The one from the 2nd Company last time. He was crying and shouting that he wouldn't go, and his whole family came and knelt weeping before the chief's door. Now that was stupid. Since the training unit had started, undercurrents had been flowing among the cadres mobilized for the northern expedition. Though most were eager for the imminent mainland campaign, hoping it would be their chance to leap through the Dragon Gate, quite a few harbored negative attitudes. They didn't doubt the Yuan Council's ability to win. They simply didn't want to leave their families and familiar surroundings. And they feared losing their lives in the mainland campaign. They'd barely had a few years of good life yet. So since the course began, there had been all manner of feigned illness, deliberate exam failures, pulling connections to find transmigrator patrons, and having wives and children come weeping to the training unit, and so on. Short-sighted, Lu Cheng scoffed. My father also kept droning on about how a young lady shouldn't be tossing about like this. Better to settle down as a small cadre and live a quiet life. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Neither continued the conversation. Every naturalized cadre in the northbound cadre training unit knew that this northern expedition was the beginning of the Yuan Council's conquest of the realm. Never mind what would become of those who followed the dragon in the future. Right now, at a minimum, everyone arriving in Guangdong would be promoted at least one rank. Once all of Guangdong was secured, those who had been mere clerks or village heads in Hainan could very well become county magistrates. Positions by the hundreds were waiting for them. For these people, most of whom, just a few years ago, had been starving and dressed in rags, to have encountered such an opportunity was fortune that couldn't be cultivated in several lifetimes. With the transmigrators changing dynasties and ascending the throne, all of them naturalized citizens would be meritorious servants of the realm. Their own glory was assured, and their children and grandchildren's prosperity was secured. End of chapter. Chapter 1700. Letters home take the Li family right here in Lingao County seat. They'd held the exclusive right to collect nightsel from the entire town for hundreds of years, sitting back and collecting money. Wasn't that all because their ancestors had followed the old Zhu family when they founded their dynasty? Besides, these northbound cadres, didn't have to risk their lives on the battlefield like common soldiers to make their way. Yet Tan Xiaoqin felt somewhat uncertain. She was a woman who would eventually marry. This glory and status, whose would it ultimately be? The Tan families or some yet unknown future husband's families? Never mind, she thought, no point worrying about that now. Better to focus on preparing for the days ahead. On her bed lay the recently issued equipment. The weather in Guangdong would be several degrees cooler than Hainan. During the Little Ice Age, extreme temperatures in Guangdong could drop to 0 degrees, so warm clothing was essential. The equipment issued to the northbound cadres included a waterproof and cold-resistant wool short overcoat, the military version with all decorations removed, as well as oiled canvas ankle boots and woolen socks, cap and gloves. These were all rare items seldom seen in Hainan. Although Hainan was much colder nowadays than during her parents' childhood, occasionally even snowing, most winters, a padded jacket with a thin layer of cotton was sufficient. As for boots, in Hainan only soldiers wore those. A thin wool blanket and a dogskin sleeping pad. When laid on the ground, it insulated against cold and moisture. A godsend for anyone who needed to sleep outdoors, were rolled together in a canvas carrying bundle. A canvas backpack held personal changes of clothing. A canvas satchel contained emergency rations, a first aid kit, and a complete set of stationery. Dip pen, ink bottle, nibs, and specially issued notebooks and letterhead bearing the Yuan Council Guangdong Military Control Commission header. Everyone had been issued a personal round name seal, kept in a matching case with built-in ink pad. Since they were heading to a war zone, the northbound cadres were issued the new model revolver and 20 rounds of ammunition. The holster and ammunition pouch hung from Y-shaped canvas webbing, along with a bamboo canteen. The issued equipment was comprehensive in every way. Even toilet paper wasn't overlooked. Female cadres were additionally issued hygiene supplies. After Tan Xiaoqin checked off every item on the list, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The chiefs are truly so thoughtful. What are you writing? Lu Cheng noticed the paper and pen spread out on her desk. Didn't the chiefs instruct everyone to write a letter home? Though the stated reason was, you'll be away for quite some time. If there's anything important to say or do, discuss it with your family. Everyone knew that discussing important matters was really a euphemism for writing a will. You haven't written a single word. I can't think of what to write. Tan Xiaoqin felt somewhat vexed. These past few years she had grown estranged from home. Family affairs seemed to have little to do with her. In fact, the family only told her about things when they needed her help. Over these years, her younger sister getting married, her brother taking a wife, building a new house. She had contributed money to all of it, but as for how these things were actually handled, it seemed to have little to do with her. Write at least a few lines. This trip will be half a year or a year at minimum, Lu Cheng advised. Even with leave, round trips take several days. Tan Xiaoqin asked in return, "Have you written yours?" "I wrote mine long ago, just a few sentences, no big deal." Lu Cheng looked relaxed. "What worries me more is how to carry out work in a new area. It's all uncharted territory." "Ah, perhaps I should think about the same thing." Tan Xiaoqin sighed. "I'll just write all is well, don't worry." Not far from their barracks building stood another dormitory, where Tian Liang, newly appointed commander of the 3rd Line Company, 10th Infantry Battalion, sat staring blankly at his desk. He chewed on a pencil, scribbling and scratching on the paper before him, having started over countless times. He still wore the old Year 1 pattern uniform. The newly issued Year 5 uniform hung on the wall behind him, freshly brushed by his orderly. New equipment lay spread on his bed. Though Tian Liang was poorly educated and had mediocre military aptitude, with no outstanding performance throughout his years of combat service, truly the embodiment of mediocrity, his consistently cautious and unobtrusive conduct, while unimpressive, had kept him from making mistakes. His seniority had accumulated to the point where, as a senior 1st lieutenant in the 1st Battalion, he rode the expansion wave to become a captain company commander. Though he was a step behind his peers, becoming a battalion-level officer was no small thing. Naturalized officers at the major level were still rare. Tian Liang, plodding along like a slow horse pulling a broken cart, had caught up with most of his cohort. With his promotion, Tian Liang found his thoughts turning restless once more amid his satisfaction. He had never stopped thinking about Guo Fu, yet he had lost contact with her long ago. He had gone to Baron General Hospital looking for her without success. The gatehouse said Nurse Guo had been transferred to Sanya. Later he had written her several letters, but not knowing her exact address, they either vanished without response or came back stamped, address unknown. During this latest expansion, before his promotion to company commander, he attended the officer training program and met a naturalized officer who had served in Sanya. From him, he learned Guo Fu's whereabouts. As it turned out, Guo Fu was no longer in Sanya. She had returned to Lingao for advanced studies. Tian Liang wrote to Baron General Hospital and soon received a reply from Guo Fu. "Brother Liang, reading your letter is like seeing you. I received your letter. After years without exchanging letters, knowing you are well gives me great comfort. You mentioned old times in your letter. Thinking back to those days, it was like a nightmare. Now when I reflect on it, the kindness shown to us by the transmigrators exceeds even that of our parents. We can only repay a fraction of this debt through diligent study and work, striving to serve the Yuan Council. Regarding your proposal to meet, the hospital work is very busy, and I am still continuing my advanced studies with no free time. Perhaps we can meet again when opportunity allows. All is well with me. Don't worry. Surgery is about to begin. I must go bathe and change, so I'll end here. Wishing you peace in your service, Guo Fu." Though the reply contained only a few brief lines and didn't agree to meet. For Tian Liang, who had long harbored feelings for Guo Fu, these few lines were like sweet rain after a long drought. Some words he didn't understand, but he didn't want to show the letter to anyone else, so he copied them out and asked around. He kept the letter hidden in his officer's ID wallet, carrying it close to his body. In idle moments when he was alone, he would often take it out to look at, caressing this crumpled piece of Baron General Hospital letterhead with the same tenderness one would use to touch a maiden's skin, breaking into a foolish smile. Now, spread before him was a letter to Guo Fu. He had no relatives in this world. The letter the chiefs had instructed him to write to family, he had no one to write to. After much thought, only Guo Fu remained. Yet compared to Guo Fu's beautiful penmanship with her dip pen, Tian Liang's handwriting was too poor to present. His education had always been a struggle. To write a letter, at this parting that might mean no return, he had too much to say. Conveying his feelings to Guo Fu through ink and paper was too difficult for Tian Liang. At first he didn't dare use a dip pen, using pencil instead to draft and redraft until he finally pieced together a letter. "Younger sister Fu, may you be well. Today we received formal orders and are about to move out. The chiefs told us to write letters home to speak of important matters. Thinking it over, you're the only one I can write to. Younger sister Fu, we are both orphans. When we fled the famine together, we walked together, shared what food we had, shared what water we had. When it rained and we found a broken umbrella, you gave me one shoulder, I gave you one shoulder. We could only shelter our heads. You said the past was a nightmare, but thinking back, there were many happy moments too. Do you remember when we caught grasshoppers in the fields and roasted them in that ruined temple? Though we suffered back then, we depended on each other, helped each other along the way, and survived. In Hainan, you at the hospital, me in the army, we never had a chance to meet. Years have passed and I still think of you often. You must know my feelings. When I write, I always think of you. I wonder what you look like now, surely even prettier than before. We're both getting on in years with no elders to arrange things for us. If you're willing, when I return from this expedition, I'd like to meet and discuss our future together. You know what kind of person I am. Slow-witted, not clever. Becoming a company commander was all thanks to the chief's cultivation. But I have no bad intentions. I'm a decent man. I would never mistreat you, and I would never fool around with other women outside. If I can keep serving in the army, this salary is enough to support a family. If I'm injured and can't continue, the chiefs will find me a way out when I'm discharged. At worst, I'd still be a local cadre. If I don't come back, don't be too sad. War always takes lives. The chiefs say everyone dies eventually. If you hadn't cleaned out my festering sores and washed my wounds back then, I probably would have died on the road. I never would have met the chiefs or become this company commander. Living this long is already more than I deserved. As for repaying the chief's kindness, giving my life wouldn't be enough. I only hope to live a few more years, to fight more battles for the chiefs, to protect the Yuan Council's rule. If I don't come back, I've already written my will, leaving my accumulated pay and a few sets of uniforms to you. When you marry someday, you'll need money. The clothes are old but good fabric. They can be worn by your future husband. That's all I'll say. I need to go inspect the company's preparations now. My military mail number is 9417. Write to me when you have time. Tian Liang finished copying the last character in his crooked dip pen script, then examined it once more carefully. He blew the letter dry, placed it in an envelope stamped Military Post, wrote the address of Baron General Hospital, and finally, to Comrade Guo Fu. End of chapter. Chapter 1701. The Oath. It was a fine, clear day. Military flags snapped and fluttered in the crisp winter wind that swept across Mao Fortress. Tian Liang had risen before dawn, as was his custom, running through his routine again and again. He followed every regulation to the letter, terrified of missing a single item. A week had passed since the order came. Pack your gear and stand ready for departure. Every company, every battalion had completed its preparations. Officers from brigade down to company level, along with staff from the general staff and joint logistics, had conducted endless inspections. Every soldier, every piece of equipment examined and re-examined, each man anxious that something might slip through. Materiel had accumulated in mountainous heaps. Not only supplementary supplies for the expedition, but weapons too had been updated based on ordnance inspections. Every soldier's personal equipment, heavy baggage, light baggage, had been checked repeatedly to prevent omissions while ensuring nothing exceeded weight limits. The 3 categories, 4 specifications, regulations governing what soldiers carried for wartime, peacetime, and training were enforced with unprecedented rigor. General staff officers had arrived with scales, weighing each man's load individually, not a jin over the limit. Tian Liang was run ragged. His company was newly formed. Though experienced soldiers had been distributed proportionally when the unit was organized, the ratio of new recruits remained too high. Worse, these conscripts were the first batch under the mandatory service system, and their morale was complicated. Life in Hainan had grown steadily better over the past few years. With prosperity came a marked decline in enthusiasm for military service. No matter how generous the treatment or elevated the status, once fighting started, there was danger to life, and the good days had only just begun. The new recruits arrived at barracks with wildly fluctuating moods. As an officer, Tian Liang not only had to conduct ideological work, but also ensure there were no deserters. Each squad had designated assistance targets, with veterans assigned to man-to-man supervision. The Yuan Council's civil administration could now guarantee that any deserter would be recaptured so long as he didn't flee to the mainland or deep into the mountains. But a single desertion could devastate morale. Those who had been wavering might see an example and make up their minds to flee as well. Catching a deserter takes time. Transmigrator Wei Awen from the General Staff Political Department had explained during officer training. Before he's caught, your company's morale will waver because of that one man. Those who had been undecided, seeing someone set an example, might decide to desert too. Preventing desertion and boosting morale had become Tian Liang's primary task. For someone slow-tongued and inarticulate, this was a difficult assignment. Fortunately, the expansion had brought a batch of student officers, the Army's first class to complete the full 3-year officer training program. These men had finished 2 years of lower primary education at FiveYear before transferring to the Army training class for 3 more years. Their education and military aptitude far exceeded that of existing officers. What they lacked was practical experience in leading troops in combat. Tian Liang's company had received one such young officer, and he gratefully delegated these matters to him. With no training scheduled, most of the time was spent in meetings, mobilization meetings, reminiscence meetings at every level, in constant rotation. The newly arrived student officers were articulate, full of new terminology and skilled at motivation. The propaganda department's materials were filled with descriptions of famine, plague, rapacious taxes, refugees selling their children, cannibalism, Eastern barbarian incursions, roving bandit hordes, and gentry tyranny. None of it required embellishment. Anyone who had fled from the mainland had either experienced or heard of such things firsthand. Beyond propaganda materials, organizing soldiers to share bitter memories and bringing in special speaking teams proved equally important. Testimonies from real people were more vivid and moving than dry written materials. Tian Liang recalled the figures his company clerk had summarized from yesterday's reminiscence meeting. 95 had experienced fleeing famine and begging, 100 had gone hungry, 70 had lost one or both parents, 91 had lost siblings, 14 had been sold into bondage, 31 had sold wives, children, or siblings, 9 had been sodomized. And finally, a cold, terrible number, 10 had eaten human flesh. His company had only 100 men total. The peaceful times in Hainan had buried the terrifying memories of their past. Now the political mobilization meetings summoned those horrible memories from the depths, transforming them into immense rage and igniting fierce fighting spirit. Tian Liang walked past the company bulletin board. Besides the ever-present copy of the Lingao Times, determination statements from every man in the company now covered the wall, handwriting of every style, not a few in red ink, startlingly vivid. He was about to read some of them when weeping suddenly rose from the soldiers' recreation room. 2 men emerged supporting a third, who had apparently fainted. Tian Liang was accustomed to such scenes by now. Most soldiers here had escaped from the brink of death, whose family didn't carry a bellyful of misery. Usually it remained buried, but now that it had been stirred up, the emotional upheaval often proved more than their nerves could bear. Thinking of his own past, Tian Liang's eyes grew hot. Fearing someone might see, he quickly turned away, rubbed his eyes, composed himself, then continued toward the cookhouse. The company kitchen was busy. The cooking squad and soldiers on kitchen duty hurried about, preparing lunch. Since entering combat-ready status, each company had handed over its pigs and sheep to the Tiandahui cooperative in exchange for fresh meat. Daily rations from joint logistics had also improved. Now there was chicken, duck, fish, and meat not just every day, but at every meal. Looking at the steaming dishes piled on great platters, Tian Liang remembered a soldier remarking these past days that they were eating last meals for the condemned. An indescribable emotion surged through him. Suddenly, a rapid drumbeat sounded across the entire camp. Tian Liang started, the emergency assembly signal. He immediately seized the whistle around his neck and blew it hard, shouting at the messenger running toward him. "Quick! Assemble the whole company." Throughout the camp, emergency drums were sounding in unison. Officers and soldiers who had been preparing for deployment for months felt their hearts jolt. Almost as one, a single thought flashed through their minds. It's here. The 4 infantry battalions training at Mao Fortress, along with Army and Brigade direct support units, rapidly assembled on the main parade ground. At ease. The duty officer gave the command, then shouted, "Commander of the Southern China Army, please speak." "Comrades." Zayazhu stood on the wooden reviewing stand, speaking into a freshly installed loudspeaker. "I will now read you the orders." He unfolded the document in his hands. After a brief pause, "Order of the Chairman of the Yuan Council." The moment these 7 words left his mouth, the entire assembly snapped to attention with a collective whoosh. Every eye fixed on his tightly closed lips, awaiting what followed. The Southern China Army and its subordinate units, Infantry Battalion 1, Infantry Battalion 8. Zayazhu recited a long string of unit designations in a single breath. Our armed forces under the leadership of the Yuan Council, the Australian Expeditionary Court of the Great Song, have achieved great victories in the Revolutionary War against the puppet Ming reactionary government. The enemy's aggression against us has met with ignominious defeat, and the lair of the warmongers has been severely punished. All of Hainan has been liberated. This is the result of the united effort and heroic struggle of all our officers and men. I extend to you my warmest congratulations and thanks. But our combat mission is not yet complete. The puppet Ming still oppresses the vast people across the Chinese lands. The corrupt and incompetent puppet Ming regime not only fails to protect the people, but intensifies its cruelty against them. The land of Cathay is engulfed in fire and flood. I hereby order, all personnel of the Fubo Army are to resolutely execute every command of the Yuan Council, cross the sea on the northern expedition, sweep away the puppet Ming's reactionary forces, and liberate the homeland. At the same time, they shall exterminate bandits, eastern barbarians, and roving rebels, and suppress all resistance and sabotage by reactionaries. Chairman of the Yuan Council and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Wang Liubin. Long live! The moment Zayazhu's voice fell, several thousand soldiers shouted in unison. 3 cheers of "Long live" rolled across the formation. Everyone knew the chiefs were about to contend for the Central Plains and seize all under heaven. After reading the Northern Expedition Order, Zayazhu swept his gaze over the blue-gray formations below and called out, "Bring out the colors," the political commissar shouted. A standard-bearer emerged from the rear ranks, raising high an eagle banner. The flag was visibly worn, its once crimson field faded to grayish red, but the iron fist, wheat, and cogwheel design, along with the ornate SSAE Latin letters beneath, remained clearly visible. Tian Liang knew this was the military banner that had flown atop the earthen rampart during the second counter-encirclement campaign. He had participated in that battle. As memories of the close combat atop the rampart flooded back, his blood began to boil. "Please raise your left hand, place it over your left chest, and face our banner as we take the oath." The instant Zayazhu finished speaking, Tian Liang was so overcome with emotion that his muscles went taut, his ears rang, and he could barely control himself. He repeated after the oath leader, word by word, "For the Yuan Council and the people, I am willing to sacrifice myself to press ever forward to fight bravely." The military band struck up, broadcast from the camp's loudspeakers, the strains of the march of the Fubo Army echoing across the grounds. Shouts of "Long live! Long live!" rolled across the entire Mao Peninsula. Tian Liang gripped the hilt of his command sword, his whole being filled with strength. If he could die on the battlefield for the Yuan Council at this very moment, how happy that would be. End of chapter. Chapter 1702, setting forth after the oath-taking concluded, the order came. Return to barracks, pack up, immediate mess call. Tian Liang returned to his company and was about to instruct the cooking squad to hurry with the meal when he found them already hard at work. Since they would soon be marching out, the cooks had prepared all the remaining provisions, a feast rivaling New Year's. Platter after platter arrived. Roasted sausages, braised chicken, cabbage stewed with pork slices. The dishes kept coming, all you could eat. Even the rice was different today, no longer brown rice but real polished white rice steaming hot. The cooking squad leader was an old soldier, kept behind with the rear echelon due to his age. As he ladled out portions, he spoke earnestly. Brothers, eat your fill. Once we've crossed the sea, who knows when we'll get a meal like this again. His eyes had reddened as he spoke. Tian Liang felt a tug at his own heart. Sensing the soldier's solemn mood, Tian Liang was about to say something when the cooking squad leader produced a bottle of rum and poured a little for everyone. The squad leader was a Shandong native. He raised his bowl and said in new speech tinged with a thick regional accent, "Brothers are about to go to war and see battle. I won't bother with fancy words, just a few auspicious ones." Raising his bowl high, he declared, "May you triumph at every turn, may your horses bring you to victory, may you live 100 years and your posterity rise to rank and nobility for 10,000 generations." He drained his bowl in one gulp and showed it was empty. Tian Liang raised his glass. "For the Yuan Council and the people, for victory, cheers." The entire company raised their cups together and shouted, "For the Yuan Council and the people, for victory, cheers." At last the time for departure arrived. The gates of Mao Base swung open. The color guard, bearing the newly bestowed eagle banner of the Southern China Army, emerged first. The crimson standard fluttered in the sunlight. A silver double-headed eagle perched atop the flagpole, which was adorned with magnificent golden cords and black and white ribbons. Beneath the eagle banner, Zai Yazhu rode forth in full regalia. Behind him came his cavalry escort, composed of former Japanese mounted warriors, followed by company after company marching to the beat of drums and the wail of fifes. Infantry, artillery, engineers, logistics troops. Hooves clattered and wagon wheels rumbled. In the fields beside the base, along the irrigation ditches, farming laborers straightened from their work to watch the splendidly renewed army march out, column after column, seemingly endless. From the slogans splitting the sky, they had long known the troops were setting out on campaign. Now, seeing the army emerge, they dropped their tools and crowded onto the road embankment. Soldiers' families who lived nearby had received word that the troops would be marching out. They waited by the roadside, hoping to catch a glimpse of their loved ones. Now, seeing the army coming, they rushed to the road's edge, anxiously scanning the passing soldiers. Tian Liang marched beneath his company's guidance. He saw the family of Lin Fu, newly appointed commander of the 10th Battalion, parents, wife, and 3 children, the youngest still held in arms, waiting eagerly by the roadside, clutching Lin Fu and saying something to him. Though the battalion commander kept a straight face, feigning indifference, he couldn't stop stroking his children's heads. Tian Liang suddenly couldn't bear to watch. "At least I'm unencumbered," he thought to himself, "with nothing to weigh me down. You all come back safe, you hear? I'll burn incense for you every day." An old woman whom the troops often looked after had struggled up onto the embankment, calling out loudly. "Farewell, neighbors, wait for us to return," shouted a soldier. "Army, go well." The old farmers wept. The neighbors wept. The villagers all wept. Men, women, old and young, all shed tears of reluctant parting. From somewhere among the companies rose the song "Farewell to Our Loved Ones," set to the tune of "Farewell of Slavianka." The Yuan Council calls us to battle. Warriors leave their homes, board the ships. This song accompanies their march. In Holy Year 4 we sang it defending Chiang Mai. In Holy Year 8 we'll sing it entering Guangzhou. Comrades, arise as one, through wind and rain, through hardship all these years. Forward, comrades, bravely forward. We rise for our motherland into sacred war. Forward, comrades, bravely forward. We rise for our motherland into sacred war. Rice waves roll across the fields, our homeland strides ahead. Vanquish the enemy, praise the Yuan Council, defend our happiness and peace. Vanquish the enemy, praise the Yuan Council, defend our happiness and peace. The singing grew ever louder, soaring to the heavens. Under the blue sky, the blue-gray army stretched like a great serpent from Mao all the way toward Bapu. Bapu Harbor stood fully prepared for the army's departure. Masts crowded the docks like a forest. To ensure safe transport, all troop ships were T-800 class large sailing vessels. Even galleons captured from the Spanish had been pressed into service. The Great Whale, a flat-decked barge that rarely operated due to fuel shortages, had also been refurbished to carry war horses and artillery. Materiel and cannons had already been loaded and lashed down with ropes. The sailors waited on deck beneath a fine, clear sky. Along the streets of Bapu, from far outside the town, crowds of soldiers, families, and civilians lined both sides, a sea of humanity. The streets were decorated with festive lanterns, streamers, banners, and flags. Groups of uniformed students waved small paper Morning Star flags, cheering. 1, 2, 3. Dozens, hundreds of military banners flew and snapped in the wind. These flags varied in design and pattern. Blue Morning Star national flags, the Fubo Army banner with its cogwheel, wheat sheaves, and iron fist, battalion colors embroidered with insignia and ribbons marking battle honors, personal flags of transmigrators. All manner of banners danced in the clear sky. Beneath the flags, marching in three-column formation to military songs, came the soldiers in brand New Year 5 uniforms, packs and weapons on their backs, striding in step along the streets toward the docks under their officers' lead. The Army's 4 infantry battalions, the 1st, 8th, 9th, and 10th, along with the Southern China Army headquarters and logistics and attached units, had marched on foot from Mao Fortress. Here they would board ships bound for the first destination of the Northern Expedition, Hong Kong. Amid flags, ribbons, and cheers, Tian Liang marched with head held high, basking in the fervent gazes and cheers from both sides of the street. He felt almost dizzy. When had he ever received such glory? His whole body seemed filled with strength. He noticed an officer striding boldly forward in the column ahead, by rank also a company commander. Beside him, a handsomely dressed naturalized woman walked hard to keep pace. She must be the officer's wife, come to see her husband off. Watching her figure as she kept alongside the marching column without falling back, Tian Liang couldn't help but be moved by her devotion. Make sure you come back alive, he thought silently. Otherwise you'll be letting your wife down. In Eastgate Market, an hour after the troops had left their barracks, Wang Liuobin, the newly appointed chairman of the Yuan Council, dressed in an unranked Year 5 Army uniform, rode in an open carriage to the Eastgate Market Stadium, temporarily converted into a venue for this occasion. Not only were most of Lingao's transmigrators gathered here, but the assemblymen of county advisory councils from across Hainan had also been summoned to attend. The carriage was escorted by 36 splendidly attired cavalrymen. Heralds carried the Morning Star national flag, the chairman's flag, and Wang Liuobin's personal transmigrator banner. The procession trotted along the main road. Every house along the route displayed the national flag. Streets and lanes were packed with excited crowds. Laughter and shouts mingled as wave after wave of cheers rolled toward the procession. Wang Liuobin's carriage arrived at a cleared cargo yard near the docks, prepared as the site for the departure ceremony. A great festooned arch stood in the center of the grounds, with a temporary reviewing stand erected beside it. When the carriage stopped below the stand and Wang Liuobin stepped down to wave to the crowd, a shout of "Long live the Yuan Council" suddenly erupted from the masses. Then everyone began shouting "Long live." as countless small flags waved like a surging tide. He mounted the reviewing stand. The principal officials of the Yuan Council had already arrived. Wang Liubin exchanged greetings with them, then waited for the troops led by Zai Yazhu. The Southern China Army's banner approached from the distance. The column halted below the stand. Zai Yazhu rode up, dismounted with a swing, tugged at the hem of his uniform and strode up the steps with his hand on his command sword. Before Wang Liubin, he snapped to attention with a crack, saluted and reported in a loud, measured cadence. Fubo Army, Commander of the Southern China Army, Major General of the Army, Zai Yazhu. Reporting, request permission to depart. Wang Liubin answered loudly. Permission granted to depart. Zai Yazhu turned, descended the stand, mounted his horse, and gathered his reins. At that moment, Wang Liubin took up a great horn and blew the departure call. Woo, the deep, resonant note echoed over Bapu. The chairman himself is sounding the horn. This news rolled through the crowd like a wave across the sea. They're going to conquer the realm, the thought flashed through everyone's mind. Advance! Zai Yazhu raised his riding crop. The troops began to pass in review before the reviewing stand. From the loudspeakers came the march of the Fubo Army warriors setting forth. The whole nation takes up arms, all march out together, see the great banners flying in splendor. Whence comes this host? From Qiongzhou at the ends of the earth. Soldiers and civilians united as one, leading the charge to save the nation. This caused the whole country answers. Now we cross the strait, we'll wipe the enemy clean. Now we cross the strait, we'll wipe the enemy clean. Able generals lead elite troops, martial prowess unmatched in the world. Under the red banner stands our leader, the Yuan Council. Reconquer Bayanliang, then take the lands of Yaoyan. Exterminate the roving rebels and enjoy peace. Exterminate the roving rebels and enjoy peace. March out the passes and strike the eastern barbarians. Restore our Cathay's fair rivers and mountains. Drive back the Tartar soldiers. March together to Liaodong. The people cheer for us, their soldier sons. The toiling masses shall be liberated. The Chinese Revolution shall succeed. The toiling masses shall be liberated. The Chinese Revolution shall succeed. At first it was the choir over the loudspeakers. Then all the troops and the crowd seeing them off joined in. The singing grew louder and louder like rolling thunder, echoing across the southeastern sky. End of chapter. Chapter 1703. The 4th Battalion ever since construction had begun on Guangzhou World. 1 or 2 paddle-wheel tugboats set out from Hong Kong each day, towing long trains of barges. They would enter the Pearl River estuary, steam upriver, and arrive right beneath the walls of Guangzhou. The vessels with their turning paddle wheels, puffing black smoke and steam, were already conspicuous enough on the Pearl River. But the fact that they could also tow a train of boats upstream against the current was an unprecedented marvel to the people lining the river banks. Every day, crowds would squat at whatever point was closest to the shipping lane, waiting to watch the tow pass. Others, finding the view from shore unsatisfying, would take small boats out onto the river for a better look. Some came too close and were swamped by the waves churned up by the passing tow, drowning the curious onlookers. The barges heading upstream carried mostly construction materials. These vessels, covered with oilcloth and riding low in the water, transported not only steel bars, cement, and glass produced in Lingao, but also sand, bricks, tiles, and lime procured from various sources. Besides these bulk goods, there were carefully packaged items wrapped in grass rope and wooden crates, Australian goods, that made everyone's eyes turn green with envy. These cargoes were unloaded at the Guangzhou World docks, while the ships were loaded with goods already stored at the dock warehouses, commodities the Australians had purchased from across Guangzhou Prefecture and all of Guangdong, to be carried downstream to Hong Kong for transshipment onto large vessels bound for various destinations. By now most people's curiosity had faded. Though shipping had grown more frequent and cargoes more varied, Guangzhou's natives had become accustomed to the Australians' fire-wheel ships, belching billows of black smoke, producing a tremendous roar audible even outside Guangzhou's North Gate, capable of traveling against both wind and current. Anyone who rushed to gawk at them was surely a newcomer from elsewhere. It was now the year-end season. The markets were quiet. People struggling through the waning year had no mood for idle sightseeing. On this dusk, with New Year's firecrackers popping all around and sulphurous smoke drifting through the air, no one, save for the fishermen who lived hand-to-mouth and the children who chased every steamship with curiosity, paid any attention to yet another fleet arriving on the Pearl River. In the months before the new year, a dozen or more tow trains had been arriving daily from Hong Kong, loaded with equipment and supplies for Guangzhou World's imminent grand opening. So this particular fleet attracted little notice. The fleet consisted of 3 tugboats. Each tug towed 6 or 7 barges covered tightly with oilcloth. Yet their brisk speed and shallow draft indicated these boats were not carrying particularly heavy cargo. Guangzhou World, which had completed its merchant recruitment before the holiday, had announced a 3-day work stoppage for New Year's, supposedly in preparation for the grand opening after the festival. All local hires, including dockworkers, had 3 days off. After collecting their pre-holiday wages and year-end gifts, the workers had happily gone home to celebrate. At this moment, not a single dockworker remained at the Guangzhou World Pier, and no one seemed concerned about how the cargo would be unloaded without them. The barges docked one after another at an unhurried pace. With low, suppressed shouts, the cargo hatches opened one by one, revealing cargo that was anything but ordinary. The holds were packed with column after column of fully armed soldiers. Commands passed down in hushed tones, and the soldiers filed out, crossed the gangplanks between boats, walked up the jetty, formed up, and marched toward the docks in orderly fashion. A reception party was already waiting at the pier. Though only a handful of people, those in the know understood this was already the highest level of local welcome. Everyone present was a transmigrator or senior naturalized cadre from the Guangdong operation, not a single local native. Damn, it's cold here too. Wang Ruixiang tugged his wool overcoat tighter and adjusted his dog fur cap. After confirming his appearance, he stepped off the ship with head high and chest out, in no particular hurry. Wang Ruixiang held no military rank. Though he had long been close to the military and worked on various weapons development projects, his actual position was in the machinery department. His naturally restless personality meant he was frequently seconded for outside assignments. For this trip accompanying the Southern China Army to Guangzhou, his official title was Chief Mechanical Supervisor. In other words, the Yuan Council's chief engineer in Guangdong. From ship boilers down to bayonet catches on Mini-A rifles, any problem the naturalized technicians couldn't solve was his responsibility. He was also in charge of supervising the installation and maintenance of all the machinery about to be shipped to Guangdong. A demanding and fiddly job, but Wang Ruixiang was quite pleased with the appointment. He was not someone who enjoyed a quiet life. The columns of soldiers, guided by naturalized work personnel, had already begun entering the warehouse district behind the docks. The district was a large courtyard enclosed by brick buildings several hundred meters in circumference, ideally suited for billeting troops. Guangzhou World's dual-use military-civilian storage facilities were designed to accommodate at least 2 full-strength infantry battalions plus several companies of artillery, engineers, and logistics troops. Standing at the gate of the warehouse district, watching the troops file in, was Guoye. The first to arrive was the Army's 4th Battalion. This unit had been stationed in Hong Kong for years and was intimately familiar with local customs and conditions. Most of its soldiers, even if they couldn't speak Cantonese, could at least understand it. Over the past few years, the 4th Battalion's officers had conducted extensive staff tours throughout the Pearl River Delta under guidance from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, collecting vast amounts of information and running battalion and company-level combat exercises at numerous coastal locations. Of all battalions, it was the best prepared for operations in Guangdong, hardly surprising that it should lead the vanguard. As one of the Yuan Council's earliest battalion-level formations, the 4th was thoroughly well-equipped and trained. Even this simple march in full kit projected an intimidating presence. Guo Yi struck a match. The cold weather and his nerves made him fumble. The match only caught after several tries. He lit his cigar and took a deep drag. As senior official in charge of Guangdong affairs, Guo Yi had spent months preparing for the troops' arrival. Besides assisting the Joint Logistics Department with logistical support, he was also responsible for collecting and organizing intelligence on social conditions, local customs, and geography in Guangzhou and the surrounding areas. Militarily, there would be little suspense in Guangdong. The key question was how to govern it. That was the real challenge. Guo Yi gazed at the glowing tip of his cigar. The river wind blew cold against him. At least he wouldn't have to bear this burden much longer. He had heard from friends in the Guangle faction back in Lingao that his next appointment would likely be as county magistrate of some Hainan county, preparation for moving up to a senior regional post. Rumor had it the Yuan Council's next target would be Jiangnan. Jiangnan was the Ming's richest region, densely populated and commercially developed. Once they swallowed that up, they would certainly need transmigrators familiar with Ming urban and economic life to take charge. Wang Ruixiang had caught up with the marching column and now spotted Guo Yi standing alone by the gate, lost in thought as troops passed by. He approached to greet him. "Have the others all gone in?" "They've all gone in." "You're the last." Guo Yi glanced back. "Quite a crowd arriving this time. I'll say, today and tomorrow a complete full-strength battalion is arriving, over 1,000 men." Wang Ruixiang stepped through the gate. "How do you like their kit? Pretty sharp in the new uniforms, eh? They all looked like this up north. I once led over 1,000 people myself up north, but those were pathetically weak refugees. 30 men on horseback with swords could have slaughtered several thousand of them. But now," he turned, straightened his front buttons and struck a pose. "Now they're all warriors under the Yuan Council's rule." Wang Ruixiang swept his arm dramatically toward the darkening sky. "Within a few years, we'll swallow this entire Guangdong, poor or rich, great or small, good or evil, in one gulp. This place is about to become our turf." The inner sanctum of Guangzhou world, the transmigrators' term for the rear courtyard closed to natives, had prepared everything for the troops. Naturally, arrangements had been made to welcome the transmigrators accompanying the army. On the upper floor of the main tower in the rear compound, a sumptuous banquet had been laid out. Every transmigrator from the Guangzhou station and all transmigrators currently in Guangzhou attended, many of them having not seen each other for years. When Wang Ruixiang spotted Lin Baiguang, he realized that aside from appearances at plenary meetings, this man was practically invisible in Lingao. No one knew exactly what Lin Baiguang had been doing, but from his attire and the traditional topknot he wore, he was apparently active in Ming China, either in trade or some kind of covert work. These past few years, Lin Baiguang's footsteps had covered every corner of Guangdong, Guangxi, and Fujian. He had even traveled to Jiangnan and Shandong. His work was supposedly intelligence gathering, but his focus was unusual. Roads, livelihood, local products and customs, the social and economic aspects, to provide reference for the Yuan Council's future governance. In his spare time, he read and reread Huang Zongxi's Tianxia, Yongyualibing Shu, and various magistrate handbooks, from the Mingqing period that the Great Library had brought from the future timeline, chief among them Fuhui Quanshu. Combining these with his experience as a county office director, he had written guidelines for county government administration, which had been selected by the Yuan Council as one of the textbooks for the Cadre training program. Lin Baiguang had just received his appointment, Deputy Director of the Military Control Commission, managing the day-to-day work of the Guangdong Military Control Commission. In his mind, he had already made his plans. The priority would be the 15 counties and one department of Guangzhou Prefecture. The first step in annexing Guangdong was the Pearl River Delta, and Guangzhou Prefecture covered virtually all of it. Only by digesting this region could it become the base for annexing the whole province. The weight of responsibility and the scale of the challenge made Lin Baiguang eager for action. End of chapter. Chapter 1704. Hong Kong. The banquet was not lavish. With a major campaign imminent, word of feasting would not sit well back in Lingao. Transmigrator Lin, having been out of sight for so long, caused quite a stir when he appeared and had to exchange greetings with all the transmigrators present. Naturally, he remained tight-lipped about what he had been doing these past few years. What had arrived with him at Guangzhou World was the fruit of his and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's years of labor. Several thick crates containing a comprehensive survey of Guangdong Province. This compilation included not only materials on key military installations in Guangdong and Guangxi that the Great Library had brought from the future timeline, copies and reorganizations, as well as records of major weather events and earthquakes from the past 3 years, but also the intelligence they had gathered over these years, ready for immediate reference. But this was not the main reason he had come to Guangzhou so early. He bore an even more important mission, to execute a series of decapitation strikes. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau had compiled a roster of the commanding officers at every strategic checkpoint and barrier from the Pearl River estuary to Guangzhou. Before the offensive was formally launched, specialists would be sent to persuade them to cooperate when the time came. The inducements on offer included guarantees of personal and family safety, substantial bribes, and safe escape routes, everything one could wish for. Based on the intelligence in hand, Lin Baiguang was confident that the southern China army advancing from Hong Kong would encounter a path as unobstructed as the American forces entering Iraq, rolling straight to Baghdad. But once we reach Baghdad, we can't make the same mistakes the Americans did, he thought, casting a cold eye over the guests of honor at the banquet, all those being showered with well wishes of swift success and eternal glory. Zayazhu was smugly self-satisfied, Zhu Mingxia brimming with ambition, Yuliahu's face aglow with excitement. Transmigrator Lin blended in with the revelry for a time, watching coolly. Then, as the banquet reached its peak, he slipped quietly out the door. The 2 guards at the entrance saw he was a transmigrator, snapped to attention and saluted. Lin Baiguang said, "I'm just going for a stroll," and descended the stairs slowly toward the topmost observation deck. On the observation deck, apart from a Lingao-made single-tube telescope, there was only the sentry on duty. Lin Baiguang waved him to be at ease and stood gazing at Guangzhou, not far away. By the standards of this timeline, the city's lights could be called brilliant. In many places he had visited, after nightfall only a handful of spots showed any light at all. Everywhere else was pitch-dark silence. The brilliant lights limned the silhouette of Guangzhou's walls and towers as a dark shadow. This was the largest city in southern China, indeed in all of South Asia, and within its nearly 1 million inhabitants was accumulated incalculable wealth. Even by future-era standards, it was a dazzling metropolis, such a tempting prize. And yet the Yuan Council had endured 5 years, toiling away in silence in a desolate little county, until this day. Lin Baiguang did not fault the Yuan Council's tortoise strategy of development. To him, it was a prudent and rational approach. The only problem was that it took too long. He had been 36 when he crossed into this timeline. Now he was unmistakably middle-aged. By the time they achieved the goals of national unification and dominance over East Asia, he would probably be nearing 60. Yet these past few years he had noticed no decline in his stamina or energy. In his mid-30s, he had felt the deterioration of his physical faculties quite distinctly. But now, having crossed into his 40s, both his stamina and energy actually seemed better than they had been on D-Day. To attribute it simply to his healthy lifestyle these past years didn't seem entirely right. He had noticed this because, when he returned to Lingao for plenary meetings, he saw several female transmigrators he hadn't encountered in years, and their appearances had changed remarkably little. When people see each other daily, gradual changes in appearance are hard to notice, but after years apart, the changes should be striking. Could there be something strange going on? He lit a cigar. Less than 100 kilometers offshore from Guangzhou, 3 H-800 transport ships and an escorting patrol boat were sailing in formation. This was part of the 10th Infantry Battalion from Lingao and elements of the Army and Brigade Headquarters units. Tian Liang and his company were aboard one of these ships. The soldiers had boarded with their rifles, bayonets, and personal gear. Many in the unit had mixed feelings about these familiar ships. It was vessels like these that had carried them out of a living hell, giving them a new life. But the rough voyages and the relatives who had died en route, their bodies thrown directly into the sea, had also left them with somber memories. Tian Liang inspected each squad's accommodations one by one. The space allotted to the soldiers was minimal. Berths were divided into upper and lower tiers, and once you crawled in you could only sit. Each man had roughly 1 square meter of space. Setting down personal gear left almost no room. If you wanted to lie down and sleep, you had to use your pack as a pillow and unroll your blanket. The holds had been scrubbed down before the troop transport, so conditions were reasonably clean. But the space was cramped and dimly lit. Only the berths near the deck hatches could catch some light through the grated covers. Everywhere else relied on lanterns hung along the passageways. Tian Liang supervised the soldiers in stowing their gear. Each squad was issued a lidded tin bucket, the so-called vomit bucket. The company medic made rounds distributing anti-nausea medication, ordering the soldiers to lie down and rest to prevent seasickness. Tian Liang's quarters were slightly better than the enlisted men's. He and the company's 2 other officers shared a 3-tier bunk and a small fold-down table mounted on the wall. After inspecting the troops, he went up on deck. At the bow, equipment for transporting personnel and livestock had been rigged, a fan-shaped canvas awning to catch fresh air, which was then funneled through a fabric duct into the ship's interior. Standing on deck, he could see the scenery on both sides of the Qiongzhou Strait clearly. Villages and towns along the coast showed scattered points of light. Overhead, the rigging creaked and groaned and the sails made a soft flapping sound. As the ship advanced, the lights of Bapu town, shrouded in twilight, gradually receded into the distance. Tian Liang stood by the gunwale, gripping the rope railing tightly. A wave of heat surged in his chest, and he couldn't speak a word. He could only stand there in silence. The next day Tian Liang woke early, having slept poorly in the cramped, pitching ship. He put on his jacket and came up on deck, where quite a few soldiers and officers were already breathing fresh air and attending to bodily needs. There were no toilets aboard. Fortunately, a solution had been devised back when the ships were carrying refugees. Wooden structures extending beyond the gunwale's outer railing, assembled from sturdy planks. No roof, no walls, just 2 planks spaced just right for the floor. For safety, a grab rail was installed nearby, and anyone using the facilities had to loop a rope tether around their Y-strap webbing so that if they fell, there was a chance of rescue. The latrines were crude but sanitary, no cleaning required. The drawback was that the concentrated discharge of human waste attracted sharks, so falling overboard meant certain death. Freshwater aboard was limited, and with so many soldiers crowded on, each man was allotted 1 teacup's worth. Tian Liang first rinsed his mouth, then poured the rest onto a towel and scrubbed his face haphazardly. By then the mess bell was already clanging. The ship's galley crew had begun serving breakfast. Since the Navy provided the soldiers meals aboard, Tian Liang had expected gruel, the fare he'd eaten on many previous crossings. But to his surprise, what arrived were tinplate mess tins of steamed rice made from quick-cook rice, topped with large slices of fish cake and shredded pickled radish. Hot soybean paste soup with kelp and radish came in insulated buckets. After finishing the meal, a bowl of soup made one feel warm all over. Tian Liang didn't get seasick and ate with relish. After breakfast, each man was issued another mess tin of water to wash his utensils. To maintain morale and for health reasons, all personnel except the ill had to assemble on deck after breakfast for group calisthenics, followed by 3 cheers of "Long Live" to the Morning Star flag. And so the fleet pressed on. After several days, it arrived safely at the Hong Kong anchorage. The morning sea breeze was cool and refreshing against the face, the air pure and invigorating. Cranes on the docks roared and groaned, their black steel arms swinging in the dazzling sunlight. On the grounds piled high with military supplies like small mountains, steam locomotives shrieked and hauled their cars past, making the very ground tremble underfoot. Central Pier was like an anthill with its top removed, a scene of feverish activity. The transport fleet lay moored in the harbor, parked in a row amid light smoke along the jetties. Large Hexi-class vessels, galleons, and all manner of large guangships and fuships crammed together, busy with personnel transfers and cargo loading. On decks and docks, in practically every corner, people were moving and bustling. Machinery roared, rumbled, and shifted. Over nearly every stretch of water, cargo was being hoisted up and down. Off the great blockhouse at Central, on the near side facing the open sea, a few small patrol boats cruised outbound. On their decks, sailors in white uniforms skimmed across the mirror-calm green water, leaving small V-shaped wakes. The Navy's warships Lichun, Chedian, Yangbo, and Zhenyang lay in 2 imposing rows, white smoke rising from their stacks and dispersing, fires lit and waiting for orders. Farther out clustered patrol boats and utility launches, their white sails and masts in dense bunches. On the large warships, white awnings had been rigged, and they rested in quiet readiness. Here the Southern China Army's units would complete their final assembly and rest, then transfer to riverine craft and enter the Pearl River to launch the offensive. The newly arrived 10th Infantry Battalion and portions of the Army and Brigade Headquarters units were now unloading. Though advance ships had been sent ahead with the large equipment and heavy baggage, the personnel and accompanying light baggage would still take half a day to finish disembarking. End of chapter. Chapter 1705. Bayonet training. The men of the 10th Battalion, packs piled high on their backs, shuffled slowly in line as they disembarked. The headquarters troops waited patiently on deck in orderly squad formations. Under the white sun, a morning mist-like haze hung over the waters of St. Girl Bay. The patrol steamships shuttling in the distance were indistinct, only faint gray-white shapes moving about. The thrum of their engines drifted over on the cool, biting wind. Temporary barracks had been set up near Central Pier. Troops arriving in Hong Kong, along with northbound cadres from the Qiongzhou detachment, were quartered here temporarily, awaiting the order to move out. After the 10th Battalion completed its assembly and roll call at the pier, the entire battalion marched to the bivouac area. Hong Kong had few inhabitants, only a small number of farmers and fishermen living under military-style management at agricultural reclamation outposts. Apart from them, there were only soldiers and the military laborers who served the armed forces. These military laborers not only handled cargo loading and unloading, but also worked in the island's joint logistics factories. Taking advantage of Hong Kong's role as a transshipment hub, they imported raw materials from outside to produce food, clothing, vehicles, and ships for the military. It was the Joint Logistics Command's largest supply point in the south. Little commercial atmosphere existed here. Apart from the shops and warehouses in the commercial port district, everywhere else was under martial law. Everyone walking the streets wore some kind of uniform. Being here, one could feel the pre-battle tension even more acutely. After the 10th Battalion had settled into its camp, the entire battalion, excepting those 2 seasick, assembled on the drill ground for afternoon exercises. Already on the drill ground was the 1st Infantry Battalion, which had arrived earlier. This battalion's corps had grown from the Mao Security Regiment, the Yuan Council's earliest armed force. Its history was long, and it had participated in a series of major campaigns including the First and Second Counter-Encirclement Wars. Its eagle banner bore more honor ribbons than any other. It was the Yuan Council's bedrock unit. The battalions established after it had all been seated with officers and cadres drawn from the 1st Battalion. Having long guarded Lingao, the 1st was virtually the Yuan Council's guard, and so the pride of every man in the battalion ran high, and their tactical proficiency was the best of all battalions. The bayonet is a good fellow, the bullet is a fool, the drill instructor was saying as he addressed the troops before exercises began. Shooting, grenades, bayonet fighting, demolition, and field fortification. These are the 5 basic skills of every infantryman. They are necessities of the battlefield and requirements for every man in the Fubo army, officer or soldier alike. It's not enough just to know them, you must master them. 2 instructors wearing specialized protective headgear were using the time before boarding to demonstrate and explain bayonet combat techniques, narrating as they demonstrated. 2 armies facing off, soldier against soldier, man against man in direct confrontation. This could not be simulated on paper. When actually facing a bayonet, most people's legs would turn to jelly. Tian Liang still remembered one training session when a transmigrator officer picked up an SKS with fixed bayonet and went down the line, thrusting it at each man in turn. Crack! The blue-white gleam of the cruciform spike would stop right before their eyes as he demanded to know their feelings. Tian Liang clearly remembered his reaction. Violently dizzy, limbs weak, a chill running down his spine, barely able to hold his bladder, feeling completely drained in an instant, sweat breaking out all over his body in a single rush. One by one the officer went, asking each man's reaction. Every response was the same. Some wet themselves on the spot with fright, others fainted outright. After a brief lecture, the 2 battalions cleared a space in the middle and began pitting their top bayonet fighters against each other in sparring practice. Bayonet sparring meant 2 soldiers fighting face to face. Both wore special protective gear and face guards of iron mesh that hid their features. Each wielded a training rifle, like knights clad head to toe in armor, an imposing sight. The rule, whoever first scored a thrust to the opponent's chest won. The sparring was fierce, thrust against thrust, lunging and leaping, battle cries like thunder. When experts took the field, the bout often lasted only seconds, a dozen at most, then suddenly one would land the first blow. A clean hit the instructor called stop, and the opponent was finished. The intense clash would halt abruptly, victory and defeat clear. As one instructor said, that was how it was on the battlefield, hard against hard. Whoever was harder put one thrust through the other. No hesitation. 1,000 pairs of eyes around the perimeter fixed on the comrades dueling in the ring. Sometimes the silence was so complete you could hear a pin drop, only the heavy breathing of the fighters and the thwack-thwack of wooden rifles colliding. Then suddenly a cheer would erupt, applause like thunder, as men roared themselves hoarse in support of their battalion. Every company prized unity and honor. No one could afford to lose face here, lest they be mocked about it forever. The 10th Battalion was newly formed. Though it had veterans, most were still new recruits. Compared to the 1st Battalion, which had a higher proportion of veterans, they looked outclassed. Before a full meal's time had passed, the 1st began to dominate, winning 3 bouts in a row. The victors clapped and cheered with redoubled enthusiasm, and taunts began to drift across. 10th Battalion softies, go home and practice. The 10th officers couldn't sit still. Several caps huddled together for a whispered conference. Then Lin Fu called out loudly, "First Company Commander Huang, you're up." The 1st Battalion stirred. 1st Company was the Grenadier Company, the battalion's elite. Anyone commanding that company was a senior officer marked for promotion. Moreover, Company Commander Huang had the longest seniority of any company commander in the entire army. He had followed the dragon since the Yuan Council's founding, and had been a Bazong in the Jizhu garrison, boasting that his saber and spear work had been passed down in his family since childhood. He often showed off his moves in front of everyone. Yu Zhiqian of the 1st Battalion naturally objected. He glanced at one of the instructors, fair-skinned and solidly built, and yelled at Lin Fu, bullying greenhorns who have barely held a rifle for a few months. "Battalion Commander Lin, how about you come up yourself? Knowing we'd beat anybody in the 10th, you want a few more months to train and get used to losing. No. After today, we won't have time to waste." The officers of both battalions, afraid of seeming timid in front of their men, refused to back down and fell to bickering on the sidelines. The stout instructor started, rubbed his chin, and drew a detached bayonet. He surveyed everyone and said, "Hurry it up, let's continue." "You brats," the instructor raised the bayonet high. "What is our most loyal and dependable companion?" "The bayonet." "You bunch of sissies, I can't hear you. What is our most loyal and dependable companion?" "The bayonet," a roar like a tidal wave. "What can face an enemy charging straight at you without fear?" "The bayonet." "What proves courage and makes the enemy's heart freeze at the critical moment?" "The bayonet." Soon the two battalions reached agreement. Each would send one representative, seniority no bar, best of 3. Naturally, the 10th champion was 1st Company Commander Huang, their bayonet expert. Yu Zhiqian called out in a deep voice, "Fu Fu, step forward." Fu Fu wasn't tall, stocky, and square-headed, but he had long since outgrown the frail look he'd had when he joined the security regiment. Armored and masked, he was ready. This man, who had once aspired only to make lieutenant, was now a first lieutenant and company executive officer. The match began at once. Sparring needed no speeches. The stout instructor commanded. "Begin!" The bayonet bout commenced. Both men lunged forward, rifles thrust out, closing the gap with rapid shuffling steps. When they were about 2 meters apart, clack! The two wooden rifles crossed in an instant, and so they fought. They advanced and retreated across the field, sometimes the tall Huang advancing, the shorter Fu Fu retreating, sometimes the short man advancing, the tall one retreating, or else both pivoted around the point where their rifles crossed, moving clockwise or counterclockwise, their steps now fast, now slow. Neither spoke, no war cries, no actual lunges, and the drill ground fell so silent it made one's heart race. Under the glaring sun, the distant steamship whistles faded, and all you could see was the two of them locked in combat. All you could hear was the constant, violent clash of wooden rifles. Thwack, thwack, a sound none of them had ever heard before, dull and abrupt. The sound made one's heart tremble. They worried the wooden rifles might break. This was the testing phase. Experts often opened this way. Whoa! All at once the crowd erupted in massive applause. Amid the clapping, the stout instructor shouted, "Stop!" Instantly Fu Fu recovered his stance to attention. Huang seemed to have been shoved hard. He staggered backward several steps, braced with his rear leg to stop, still gripping his rifle. After barely a pause, he snapped to attention. Some onlookers hadn't seen clearly. They shook their heads and asked the men beside them. A moment later, the instructor commanded, "Begin!" Both thrust their rifles forward and advanced rapidly, again locking wooden rifles, the second round underway. No one dared let their attention wander. All eyes stayed glued to the pair. Now Huang seemed to extend his arms deliberately. With his long reach, his thrust had greater range, his rifle tip wavering right before Fu Fu's face. Fu Fu deliberately crouched lower, thrusting beneath the tall man's waist, a classic low dig. Huang had a counter. Whenever Fu Fu edged closer or tried to strike, Huang used his height to smash downward with his rifle, beating the shorter man's weapon down so he couldn't raise it or close the distance. They called this press-beat thrust. Suddenly, Huang lunged with a big step and thrust. Fu Fu hopped backward 3 times to evade the blow. Then both resumed their advancing, retreating, sidestepping, and mutual thrusting. For a moment the drill ground rang with battle cries, though neither had scored a hit. You could hear them panting heavily. Clearly Huang was looking for an opening to flash and close. In the standoff, Fu Fu suddenly executed a left parry thrust, but there was no loud clash of wooden rifles. All you heard was Huang fierce kill, overlapping with a dull, powerful thump, the sound of a rifle tip striking a chest guard. The instructor called, "Stop!" Fu Fu stumbled backward several steps, nearly sitting down. By then Huang had already recovered his rifle and stood at attention facing the instructor. Another wave of tremendous applause. What happened? What happened? Whispers ran through the ranks, many looked equally baffled. End of chapter. Chapter 1706. The deal in the third round, both fighters' tempo clearly quickened. Their range of movement expanded markedly. The two men advanced and retreated across the field in great sweeping arcs. Attack and defense alternated between them. The wooden rifles clashed violently. War cries rose one after another in fierce confrontation. Everyone could see that Huang had stepped up the pace and force of his assault, driving Fu back toward the spectators on one side. It looked as though Fu would soon be stepping on the watching soldiers. Move back, someone warned the men behind, making room. Suddenly a crack rang out like a thunderclap. They spun around to see Fu standing at attention in rifle-ready position at the edge of the field, while Huang was sitting on the ground, still gripping his rifle, but the tip was gone. The broken tip lay on the ground, a good foot or more of it. Another wave of tremendous applause. The bout was over. Both removed their head guards. They looked like they'd just climbed out of the ocean, drenched in sweat. The collars of their protective gear were soaked through. Both kept wiping their eyes with their fingers. Under the late morning sun, Fu tilted his face skyward with eyes closed, his expression radiant, grinning like a fool. The final result of the sparring went to the 1st Battalion. The companies fell back into formation and began hill march training. A sea breeze blew, setting the banners rippling as the song "Fix Bayonets" accompanied them. Fix bayonets. Rage burns in our chests, advance orders sweep like storms, we stand at the vanguard. Our hatred runs deep, our conviction runs high. If the usurper Ming dares block our way, give him a bayonet. Fix bayonets. Rage burns in our chests, Cold Star rifles forged by workers and peasants. We follow the Yuan Council's command. Pierce that Qiongzhou lout, root out the poisoned weeds, aim straight at those pigskin yellow-cap rebels, give them a bayonet. Kill, fix bayonets. Rage burns in our chests, savage feudal reactionaries most fear this move. Our hearts embrace the world, our rifles grip firm, any enemy under our blades cannot escape. Kill, Guangzhou City. In a private room at the top of the Ximing Tower, the intimate performance had just concluded. The half-naked Persian dancer gave a graceful bow and was about to step down to pour wine. Xin waved her off gently. Understanding that the two gentlemen had business to discuss, she curtsied again, threw on her cloak and withdrew. From somewhere in the room came the languid strains of stringed instruments, complementing the lavishly decorated surroundings, hidden from daylight, and the cloying scent of fruit. It all produced a sense of decadent, dreamlike unreality. On the wide, soft sofa, a middle-aged man sprawled back with limbs splayed. Though ensconced in this den of drunken frivolity and sensual indulgence, his face showed little sign of enjoyment. His attire was neither rich nor poor. His build was powerful and martial, his expression commanding, not the manner of a scholar, merchant, artisan, or farmer. He was clearly a military man. Xin beamed and reached for the wine pitcher to refill the man's cup. Commander Liu, about that matter I mentioned last time, yes or no, you've got to give me an answer. The man addressed as Commander Liu did not take the cup. He drew a deep breath. This business, perhaps we should wait and see. Oh, come now. Xin's smile was obsequious, the practiced look of a pleasure house hanger-on who made a living toadying to patrons. This isn't like picking out a girl where you can browse at leisure. This is an affair of state, it won't wait. Commander Liu grew irritated. I know it's an affair of state and that means heads roll. That's exactly why I said wait and see. Xin's smile didn't falter. Look, I wouldn't presume to comment on the state of the empire at large, but the situation in Guangdong is plain for everyone to see. You've been guarding the gates at Humen these years, and the Australians haven't exactly been stingy with you, though, as you know, they weren't obliged to be generous, were they? This Commander Liu was the Qiongzhou garrison commander of Humen Fortress. Ever since the Guangzhou campaign, when the Fubo army smashed through Humen, and burned the Wyang courier station. The defensive perimeter along the Pearl River estuary had essentially collapsed. When Xing Wenken took office, he had cast cannons, built ships, recruited soldiers, and rebuilt Humen fortress along with some of the gun emplacements the Fubo army had destroyed, patching together what passed for a defensive network from the Pearl River mouth to Bayonet. But this defensive system was completely open to the Australians. After experiencing the Battle of the Pearl River breakthrough, local officials, gentry, and soldiers all knew that their fortifications were paper and clay before Australian might. Ships flying the Yuan Council's colors sailed openly up and down the Pearl River, unchallenged by any warship or checkpoint. At first only cargo vessels and merchantmen came. Then even patrol boats began brazenly cruising up to Bayonet. Having served several years as commander of Humen Fortress, Commander Liu knew the score. Seeing his silence, He Xin said softly, "Commander, he who understands the times is a true hero." Commander Liu looked uncomfortable. "Brother Ren, it's not that I don't understand the times, it's just too enormous a matter. This is rebellion." He lowered his voice on the word rebellion. "I have a family, wife, and children. If something goes wrong—" He fell silent for a moment, then said, "How about this? Tell the Australians that I won't openly declare and join up. But whatever the Australians do on the Pearl River, I'll pretend I saw nothing. I'll shut the camp gate and not send a single soldier out. What do you say?" He Xin laughed coldly. "Commander Liu, that's a fine abacus you're working. You think your Humen fortress could stand against Australian cannons? Let me be frank. If you won't join, the Australians will just spend a bit more powder and shot. The chance to switch to the winning side comes only once, don't miss it." Commander Liu thought it over, then said through gritted teeth, "Fine, I'll join. The Ming's mandate is clearly running out anyway. Now that's a hero." He Xin raised his cup. A toast to Commander Liu. Both drained their cups. Commander Liu frowned. "But Humen Fortress has several hundred men. The soldiers are easy so long as there's pay. It's a few of the Beihu that are troublesome." He Xin recognized the bargaining had begun. He considered, then asked, "How much is the garrison owed in back pay?" "We haven't received full pay in half a year. Bits and pieces add up to about a month and a half." In truth, Commander Liu was sandbagging. 3 months' pay had been disbursed, but he'd pocketed half. Of the remaining month and a half, layer upon layer of deductions meant that, aside from officers and personal retainers, most men had received at best 1 month's wages. Pay is easy. He Xin was magnanimous. "The Australians have plenty of money. Don't you think they can cover it? There'll probably be a bonus too." "What's the trouble with the Beihu? The others are manageable, but 2 of them are descended from Tartar auxiliaries. They're tricky." These Tartar Beihu were Mongol and Hui soldiers whose ancestors had surrendered from the Yuan dynasty. Their families had lived in Guangzhou since the Yuan era, genuine local fixtures, loyal to the Ming. Because of their shared background, the Tartar officers had always stuck together, and as native sons they formed a powerful faction within Humen Fortress that didn't entirely take orders from Commander Liu, an outsider. If he tried to revolt, these men would certainly object. They each had their own retainers, and quite a few garrison soldiers hailed from local military households with ties to them. If these men raised a cry, his own retainers might not be able to suppress them. He Xin's smile turned sinister. "Commander Liu is a fighting man who earned his post blade by blade. Those willing to follow you will receive their share of Australian favor. Those who refuse, well, there's a place for them." "What place?" Commander Liu was momentarily confused. "A hangmen banquet," He Xin said viciously. "Just make sure you don't wind up being Qiongzhou commander." Commander Liu nodded silently, apparently calculating something. He said, "Still, their men aren't easy to deal with. They're neighbors and kin, some of them relatives. That's where your skill comes in, Commander." He Xin nodded. "If the Australians did everything for you, how would you demonstrate your merit?" Commander Liu clenched his teeth and nodded. "I understand." "You're right, Brother Ren." Then he added, "When the time comes, what's the signal? There has to be some sign or we'll have friendly fire incidents. The warships will fly the five-color flag as a marker. As soon as you see it raised, you can act, Hizin said. Then you hang out a blue flag over your camp. The Fubo army will see it and send someone to liaise. A blue flag. Commander Liu scratched his head. We don't have one. I'll have someone fetch some blue cloth. No need for the trouble. Hizin poured him more wine. The blue flag is already prepared in your camp. When you give the order to defect, someone will present it. You just sit back and enjoy the fruits. Ha ha ha. Commander Liu forced a few laughs along with him, but his back was already damp with sweat. If he tried to turn traitor or failed to act when the signal came, whoever delivered that blue flag would be the one to take his head. At the thought of defecting from the Ming, this old soldier felt rather conflicted. He too had won his officer's cap through hard fighting against the 8 Pai Yao. To just throw away his Ming commission and serve the Australians, part of him still regretted it. But the Ming's mandate was clearly exhausted, tottering on the brink. The Australians were rich and formidable in battle. When General He had mobilized the province's entire military strength against them, the result had been catastrophic defeat, and then the Australians had advanced to the walls of Guangzhou, only withdrawing after a negotiated settlement. The balance of power couldn't be clearer. If he insisted on opposing the Australians, he'd be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It couldn't end well. But if he simply submitted to the Baldies, what did his future hold? He'd heard their ways differed from the Ming. As he wrestled with himself, Hizin pulled a slip of paper from his coat and pressed it into his hand. Take this. It's drinking money for your retainers from the Australians. Commander Liu didn't even need to look. The feel and size of the paper told him it was a DeLong Bank draft. He glanced at it, a very satisfying figure. His conflicted feelings evaporated instantly. He murmured, I am willing to serve the Yuan Council with all my humble efforts. Hizin smiled. Excellent, excellent. His spirits high, he clapped his hands. To the attendant who entered to wait on them, he said, Go fetch your 10 best foreign girls for Commander Liu to choose from. Put it on my tab. End of chapter. Chapter 1707. The new currency system. Lin Baiguang listened to Hizin's report, nodded to indicate he could leave, and marked a symbol in his deerskin notebook with a pencil. From Hong Kong to Guangzhou by water, nearly every Ming military checkpoint and garrison along the route had already reached a defection agreement with them. Even officers unwilling to openly submit to the Australians had stated they would never stand in the Yuan Council's way and seek their own destruction. On this eve of the coming storm, betrayal had become fashionable. The Guangzhou campaign a few years earlier had broken the backbone of Guangdong's government troops, causing every soldier in the region to turn pale at the mention of the Baldies. Whether or not they believed the Australians capable of contending for the realm, very few were willing to die for the Ming in the face of Australian gunboats and cannons. That was a fact. The more someone was a beneficiary of the current court, the less willing they were to die loyal to it in a crisis. Lin Baiguang had felt this acutely in his enemy work operations. These people possessed too much wealth. When facing danger, they would do everything possible to protect their persons and property from harm. The Guanning army, raised with tax revenues wrung from the people's very bones and marrow, had officers grown so fat they had entirely lost the courage to fight for the throne. Though the Ming forces in Guangdong were not the Guanning army, the military situation was much the same. Officers at each level seized what they could in proportion to their rank and power, embezzling military pay and exploiting their troops. Apart from maintaining their own personal retainers, they cared nothing for the lives of their subordinates. The army was rotten to the core. Once the Fubo army launched its attack, it would sweep them away like dead leaves. But Lin Baiguang and the transmigrators about to take over Guangdong were also well aware that, however rotten the government forces were, they were nevertheless local serpents entrenched for years. Many garrison soldiers came from local military households. They had been born and raised here with deep attachments to their homeland. Under pressure from a powerful enemy, There was no telling if they might fight to defend the country for the sake of protecting their homes. During the First Opium War, the 8 banners and green standards were already decrepit and collapsed at the first blow from the British. Yet when the British attacked Zhenjiang, the local banner garrison had fought to the death. Destroying the enemy troops would not be difficult. But wherever the flames of war spread, lives and property would suffer great destruction. Moreover, routed soldiers scattering into the countryside would immediately turn into bandits, causing secondary devastation to rural areas and adding to the Yuan Council's law and order burden after taking power. Therefore, the Military Control Commission's overall policy toward Guangdong's government troops was to use peaceful means as much as possible, to induce whole units to defect, then gradually reorganize and absorb them. At worst, they could be shipped off to Hainan to fill the labor brigades. In inducing them to defect and accept reorganization, genuine willingness is best, but half-heartedness is acceptable too. When Dacey summarized at the Transmigrator meeting of the Military Control Commission, as long as they accept peaceful reorganization, whether they want to stay or run off, we can let them do as they please. Paying a little bribe is no problem either. Buying off a few Beihu or Qiongzhou is cheaper than the military expenses and pension payouts of actual fighting. Once the troops accept reorganization, the rest is out of their hands. Under this overarching principle, Lin Beiguang directed the intelligence network in a flurry of activity, essentially clearing the path for the Fubo Army's entry into Guangzhou. He wasn't worried about officials reneging. At every critical node he had planted sleeper agents. If officials changed their minds, there would be someone to incite unrest among the troops. The soldiers, years behind on pay and oppressed by their superiors, were full of grievances and could easily be stirred into mutiny. Entering Guangzhou would not be hard, and even occupying all of Guangdong wouldn't require much effort. The Ming army's feeble resistance could be treated as air, but Guangdong had a long reputation for the fiercest feuds under heaven. The security situation facing the new Greater Guangdong government would be extremely complex. Historically, the prevalence of armed feuds in Guangdong was inextricable from the powerful economic and mobilization capabilities of the clan landlord system, with its compact village settlements. This was especially true in the Chaoshin region to the east. Not only were clan forces stronger, but the local culture was even more bellicose. Whenever Guangdong faced military conflict, the Qiongzhou militia was always the first local armed force to be mobilized. Successive dynasties had leveraged Chaoshin men to balance against Guangzhou natives as a time-honored divide-and-rule tactic. So the Fubo army's real adversaries were not the Ming soldiers, but the militia bands scattered across the countryside under the control of various local gentry. Lin Beiguang had never served as an official in Guangdong, but back when he was on exchange programs, he had heard plenty from Guangdong local officials about these matters. Many villages were already at the point where government authority couldn't be enforced without deploying armed police, and that was in the 21st century, with its unprecedented state capacity. Roll back to this 17th century, where government stopped at the county seat, and the countryside was essentially countless independent little kingdoms. Without the backing of Fubo army bayonets, the gentry wouldn't give a fig for any law. This won't be easy to handle. Lin Beiguang gazed at his notebook in silence. Simple, brutal mass killing would certainly be the easiest and most effective approach, but a high body count had many aftereffects. If mishandled, they might find themselves mired in a counterinsurgency quagmire, especially now when they were short of both troops and cadres. The Working Conference had proposed tempering strictness with leniency. Easy to say, hard to do. Chief, here's the proof of the proclamation. His secretary walked over and handed him a large rolled sheet of paper. He unrolled it. Printed in beautiful Song-style typeface was the proclamation against the Zhu Ming. On the slightly yellowed white paper, the black characters stood out crisp and clear, very handsome. This proclamation, a symbolic declaration of war, had been drafted by the Great Library with the help of several transmigrators well-versed in classical Chinese. They had originally wanted Liu Dalin, that Jinchi scholar, to review and polish it, but ultimately decided not to provoke him. If this model figure they had worked so hard to cultivate should take it into his head to commit suicide in a moment of despair, all their prior efforts would have been wasted. "Has it been proofread?" he asked. "3 proofs have been done. Print 500 copies." Lin Baiguang signed the print authorization. "Yes, Chief." This was the headquarters of the Guangzhou Intelligence Station, now located inside Guangzhou World. Lin Baiguang and his staff worked around the clock here, directing secret operations across Guangdong Province. The current focus was preparing for the takeover of Guangzhou. Months earlier, a secret printing facility had been set up here. Various printing plates shipped from Lingao were used to produce the documents, forms, leaflets, pamphlets, notices, and credentials that would be needed by all levels of the Military Control Commission. In the warehouses, occupation printed matter was piled high. Even several dozen crates of the soon-to-be-issued new banknotes, silver dollar reserve notes, had been shipped in. According to plan, after the occupation of the Pearl River Delta was complete, the new currency system would be fully implemented. Before that, DeLong Bank had already begun gradually withdrawing the food circulation vouchers in circulation in Guangdong. Of course, this paper currency had never circulated widely anyway. It was mainly used in Guangzhou in small quantities, primarily by enterprises under the Zhejian label, so the recall work was not difficult. Economic work was the first priority after the takeover. Public order was closely linked to economic conditions, and issuing the new currency and implementing the new monetary system was the Yuan Council's foremost task after taking over Guangdong. In the past, the Yuan Council had ruled only Hainan Island, and the money in circulation had a very small scope. Commodity flows were under strict controls, and the relationship between circulation vouchers and silver was governed by a mandatory exchange system. Silver entering the island had to be converted into circulation vouchers to be used in the market, and the vouchers had no external payment function. Foreign merchants who made profits in Hainan either spent them by purchasing local goods or reconverted to silver. Once Guangdong was occupied, they would hold the second-largest commodity market in 17th-century China. Both the volume and range of commodity circulation would far exceed Hainan's. Continuing the food circulation voucher system could no longer meet economic needs, and so adopting a new currency system was officially placed on the agenda. The new currency system would use a silver standard. This decision was made after comprehensively considering local natives' habits, their capacity for acceptance, and the demands of commodity circulation. Silver was a precious metal universally recognized by natives. Unlike paper money, it did not require extensive time and effort for promotion and propaganda. Moreover, existing silver stocks were substantial, and coinage material was plentiful. With the Yuan Council's metallurgical and machining capabilities, they could easily produce silver coins that were low in silver content, yet exquisitely crafted and looked genuine. Merely by collecting circulating weighed silver and reminting it, the seigniorage revenue would be considerable. The finance department's proposal to issue silver coins had additional advantages. Through the issuance of silver coins, they could also issue bearer notes, so-called silver dollar reserve notes. With physical silver dollars as backing, paper money would be more readily accepted, laying the groundwork for an eventual transition to purely fiat currency and full paper money circulation. Hundreds of kilometers from Guangzhou, in Lingao, an intense technical meeting was underway. Though most present were transmigrators from the machining and metallurgical departments, a few from finance were speaking at length. The meeting concerned the long-delayed issue of the new currency. In Lingao, the only consensus reached in the currency debate was that a new monetary system must be adopted to replace the current food circulation vouchers. Beyond that, there had been extensive arguments over whether to use a precious metal standard and what material to use for coinage. The debate had roughly three factions. One advocated a silver standard with silver coins. One firmly demanded abolishing coinage altogether in favor of a pure paper fiat currency system, and the last advocated coining money from base metals, the so-called mithril faction. However, since the metallurgy department could not produce stainless steel or industrially smelted aluminum, this last faction had already faded. End of chapter. Chapter 1708 Coinage Technology and Truth. The State Council, including most people in finance, largely agreed with the mithril faction, but objective facts couldn't be changed. So the final approved plan was still to mint silver dollars and implement a silver standard. Once the basic approach was settled, construction of the mint formally began. Previously, the various paper securities issued by DeLong had all been printed at the printing works. Now that they would be producing coins, simply adding a workshop to the printing plant as before would not do. A separate facility had to be established. In finance's view, the new mint should be located in Hong Kong. Whether for the market where the coins would circulate or the source of the coinage metal, Hong Kong, adjacent to Guangzhou, was obviously more suitable than Lingao on Hainan Island. Finance projected that once they landed on the mainland, demand for the new currency would be enormous. If the mint couldn't supply enough nearby and a currency shortage arose, it would be deeply embarrassing. Though Hong Kong lacked resources, transport was convenient, and transshipment of various materials was easier than from Hainan. As for security, there was nothing to worry about. After consultations between the planning board and the industrial department transmigrators, the basic scale and required equipment for the mint were finalized. The Hong Kong mint was to be built in 2 phases, with separate facilities for coining and printing, to form a complete design and production capability for negotiable instruments, paper money, and coins. Due to time constraints, and since the Lingao printing works already had the capacity to print banknotes, Phase 1 would be the coinage plant. The coinage plant included a small metal smelting workshop, a coining workshop, a metalworking shop for designing and manufacturing stamping dies, and independent supporting facilities, steam power, factory buildings, security, and other ancillaries. A preliminary estimate indicated that the main equipment to be newly manufactured included smelting furnace, plate rolling press, punch press, washing machine, edge rolling machine, stamping press, and reducing lathe. Aside from a few pieces, most had to be designed and built from scratch. But machinery manufacture was no longer a problem for the current machine works. Virtually everything could be made in-house. After several months of construction, the factory buildings and equipment were now largely installed. At present they were gathering coinage metal and fuel. Workers had also begun arriving in succession. All was ready. In the Finance Ministry conference room in Lingao, the final working meeting before formal operations was being held. Though called a working meeting, it was actually very important. The final details of the new currency, from the coins themselves to the manufacturing process, would be settled at this meeting and then put into action. Minister of Finance Cheng Dong rose and cleared his throat. Comrades, recently our new monetary reform plan was approved by the Central State Council and the Yuan Council. The Ministry of Finance solicited opinions from the Industrial Department on manufacturing our own coins. After receiving your affirmative replies, we formalized your proposals into the memorandum you now have before you. Cheng Dong's gaze swept across the faces of those assembled. Some were listening intently, others were studying the documents in hand. He continued with satisfaction. With State Council approval, we will now formally commence manufacture of the new coins. Within 1 month, we will have the capacity for mass-producing stamped metal coins and will produce the first batch ready for circulation. A murmur of agreement rose in the conference room. Below, I will offer a brief explanation of the memorandum. please raise any questions at this meeting. The mainland offensive is about to begin. As you may already know, our new banknotes are being printed in volume and have already been shipped to Guangzhou awaiting issuance. However, without coins to back them up, this paper money will have great difficulty circulating, so we must produce finished coins as quickly as possible. No one present had ever worked at a mint, but they had a general idea of the coinage process. Strictly speaking, modern coins are not cast, but stamped. They are produced by stamping metal sheet on steel dies using a punch press, a cold-working process. Hence the precise weight and beautiful designs. Before modern coinage, silver coins, whether Chinese or Western, were cast, a hot-working process. This included the Spanish silver dollars that flooded into China in this timeline. The cross and shield cob was also a cast coin. The difference was that on Chinese coinage the design and characters were directly cast from the mold, whereas most European coins were first cast as blank discs and then struck with hard dies to impress the pattern, so-called struck coins. Because cobs were struck coins, although fineness and weight were nominally regulated, in actual production debasement and short weighting occurred frequently, much like Chinese bullion silver. For that reason, despite nearly 200 years of flowing into China, cobs had always circulated on a by-weight basis and never functioned as counted coins. The Yuan Council had received large quantities of cobs through war and trade. Much of the silver paid by Ming merchants had been cobs cut into fragments for use as broken silver. It was not until the 18th century, when machine-struck pillar dollars from Spain began to arrive, that things changed. Their uniform fineness and design, their convenience, and the raised patterns and milled edges that made clipping and filing nearly impossible all ensured a reliable weight. Coins could finally be counted rather than weighed. It was no exaggeration to say that the pillar dollar's widespread circulation in the Qianlong era, displacing weighed silver as the accounting standard along the coast, was an epoch-making achievement. Chengdong advocated machine-struck silver coins largely because he saw the success of the pillar dollar in China. The populace was not without demand for counted silver coins. They simply lacked the conditions. The pillar dollar's success through purely commercial circulation fully demonstrated the superiority and feasibility of machine-struck silver coins. The Ministry of Finance's coinage plan called for 3 denominations of silver coins: 1 yuan, half yuan, and quarter yuan. Paper notes of equivalent value would also be issued. All small denomination subsidiary currency would be paper notes, denominated in fen, in denominations of 10, 5, 2, 1, and half fen. 1 yuan was equivalent to 100 fen. The reason for issuing a half fen subsidiary note was that on the current market, 1 tael of silver exchanged for several thousand copper cash. Even for good cash such as Song or Yongle coins, the rate was 7 or 800 cash. If the smallest denomination had too high a value, it couldn't function as subsidiary currency. The benchmark currency, the 1 yuan coin, would be struck from an alloy of 87.5% silver and 12.5% copper, weighing 27 grams with a diameter of 31. The size and fineness roughly matched the pillar dollars, Yuan Shikai, Fat Man dollars, and Mexican Eagle dollars that had circulated widely in China in the original timeline. As for the half yuan and quarter yuan, in addition to proportionally smaller sizes, silver content was also reduced, 60% for both denominations. The reason subsidiary coins had lower silver content was that their minting cost, aside from the metal itself, was about the same as for the 1 yuan coin, yet their circulation value was discounted. The silver and copper used for coinage would be 99% pure material refined by the Lingao non-ferrous metals smelter using electrolysis to ensure precise alloy formulation. The proportions and dimensions are fine, said Liang Xin, who was responsible for die making. But how do we make the dies? I've never done coin dies. The designs are quite intricate, not quite micro-engraving but still pretty small. On the table lay coin designs drawn by a transmigrator with an art background. The obverse read 1 yuan in regular script, encircled by a FiveYear motif, with the year of issue in small Arabic numerals below. The reverse showed the morning star shining over the globe. Around the globe ran a ribbon bearing 4 Latin letters, SPQM. Senatus Populusque Magnus, the Great Senate and People. The other denominations, half yuan and quarter yuan, had identical obverses except for the denomination. On the reverses, the half yuan featured the Holy Ship, while the quarter yuan bore the national emblem the transmigrators privately called Iron Fist Bursting Chrysanthemum. You don't need to worry about the engraving. We have skilled craftsmen for that. We'll make it large first, then use a reducing lathe to scale it down. Although Wang Liuobin had become chairman of the Yuan Council, he still couldn't resist the itch to get involved in technical matters and had come to attend the meeting in person. Once the coin design was finalized, engravers would create a 3-dimensional plaster model. The plaster model was enormous, typically between half a meter and a meter in diameter. This large scale allowed the coin design to be extremely fine. Once the pattern was complete, a reverse mold was made in plaster. The reverse mold was then carefully covered with extremely thin gold leaf by naturalized craftsmen. This gold-leafed reverse mold was then electroplated with a thicker, sturdier copper layer. The copper-plated reverse mold was placed on a reducing lathe, which transferred the pattern onto a steel master die matching the coin's actual size. The reducing lathe used a lever principle, with a 4-bar linkage controlling a platform that held the die. The reverse mold was mounted on a rotating frame, and a stylus traced closely along its surface. As the mold turned, the stylus rose and fell with the contours of the pattern. The stylus's motion was transferred via lever to a small-diameter hard-tipped milling cutter rotating on the other side of the lathe. For each full rotation of the stylus over the mold, the cutter carved a corresponding ring of pattern onto the steel workpiece. By the time the stylus had traced every part of the mold, the cutter had carved a proportionally reduced master die. After finishing, this master die was used to stamp coin dies. Because the die steel was quite hard, stamping could not be completed in one pass. After every 1/5 of the required depth, the die had to be removed and tempered in an annealing furnace. Once the material softened, stamping resumed until fully complete. Each finished coin die could stamp approximately 100,000 coins. Merely 20 dies were enough to stamp 20,000 coins a day. Within a few weeks, all the Yuan Council's gold and silver could be coined. End of chapter. Chapter 17, 09 Coinage Technology, continued. The group offered various opinions on the entire process and the coinage specifications. Someone suggested that coins of this specification were too thick. In fact, the Yuan Shikai dollar was 39 in diameter and 2.3 m thick. If reduced to a 31 m diameter, the coin's thickness would become 3.64. Moreover, it wouldn't ring properly. The blow-and-listen test was a key method for laypeople to check whether a silver coin was genuine. If the coin was too thick, it would actually make counterfeiting easier. He proposed changing the 1 yuan specification to 25 grams per coin, 2.5 m thick, with a diameter of 35.2 m. The advantage was that coin dimensions would be completely standardized. A stack of 40 coins would be exactly 10 cm high and weigh exactly 1 kg, easy to count and package. Subsidiary coin dimensions should be adjusted accordingly. The metallurgy department pointed out that electrolytic silver and copper were not strictly necessary for coinage metal. Fire-refined silver and copper could also achieve 99% purity. The trace impurities in fire-refined metal mainly affected conductivity, but had no impact on coin stamping. Regarding subsidiary coins, one transmigrator suggested that the concept of 1/4 yuan was not intuitive enough for natives. It might cause confusion in use. Better to mint 20 fen and 10 fen silver subsidiary coins instead. Changing 25 fen to 20 fen poses no production problems, but we'd lose some seigniorage, Cheng Dong mused. How would we lose? The production cost of a 25 fen coin and a 20 fen coin is nearly identical. Even if we reduce size and weight slightly to cut costs, the savings are minimal. It's as if every 20 fen coin we mint loses us 5 fen in revenue. By the same logic, we can't mint 10 fen coins either. Why not? The margin is too small. From a coinage standpoint, it's a loss. Cheng Dong explained that the face value difference between 10 fen and 20 fen was only twofold. Setting aside the negligible difference in minting cost, the metal cost alone for two 10 fen coins was actually higher than for one 20 fen coin. In the Republican era, Guangdong had issued large quantities of silver subsidiary coins in 20, 10, and 5 fen denominations, but the widely minted and circulated coin was the 20 fen double dime. The latter two were rarely issued and even less used because of high cost and rapid wear. If we cut metal costs too far, the fineness will be too low. Frankly, if silver content drops below 50%, the coins become meaningless. Why not issue a 10 fen copper coin? That way the cost would work. The copper coin could be made from brass with a small amount of lead. Copper content could be held at 60%. The demand for subsidiary currency is enormous. How much copper would it take to meet that demand? We're issuing paper notes of equivalent denominations, aren't we? Mint fewer copper coins, issue more paper notes, problem solved. As for copper reserves, the planning board actually held quite a lot. Years of near-obsessive copper hoarding had built up considerable stocks. However, demands from the electrical, refrigeration, telecommunications, and some mechanical industries meant copper was not exactly in surplus, and minting silver coins itself consumed large quantities of copper. The memorandum also proposes using electrolytic silver and copper. Our production capacity is already stretched to meet that. If we had enough electricity now, I wouldn't object to using electrolytic silver and copper across the board. After all, electrolytic refining of nonferrous metals leaves behind anode slime containing many rare metals that are otherwise hard to obtain. But our power shortfall is still large, and there's barely enough copper for the electrical industry. The representative from metallurgy looked pained. Then another transmigrator raised the point that the coins lacked an issuing institution, which seemed improper. Though modern coins generally bore neither the country name nor the issuing bank, in this timeline it seemed appropriate to add the relevant markings. I have a suggestion. Right now, SBQM is meaningless not only to Chinese, but to foreigners too. At least Spanish coins have a mint abbreviation. Even if we don't add the country name, we should at least include an issuing bank, so people know where these coins come from. Wang Ruixiang proposed. Using carbide tooling to cut dies every time is too wasteful. Our domestic tooling is a weak point. Low output, poor quality, short lifespan. How about this? Use carbide tools to cut copper, make a copper master of the coin, then electroform once to produce matching male and female dies. After that, we just keep electroforming from the master. After all, chemical batteries and metals are easier to come by than carbide tooling. Wang Liubin shook his head. Each die has to last a long time. Your process has extremely high cost, extremely low efficiency, and the die surface chips too easily, especially against steel. And the base of the electroformed die deforms too readily, insufficient strength. Besides, if we want to build an industrial base, we have to clear the tooling alloy hurdle. There's no way around it. The sooner the better. If we can't do it well, that's fine, keep trying. Our conditions now are much better than before. After much discussion, the final decision was to modify the coin specifications to fit a standardization approach. Additionally, the issuing bank would be printed on the coins, Central Reserve Bank of the Yuan Council. As for the coinage metal, the requirement for electrolytic silver and copper was dropped. Only 99% purity was mandated. It was also decided to change the 25 fen denomination to 20 fen. Minting of 10 fen coins would be shelved for now, with only paper notes issued in that denomination. How long until we have finished samples? Cheng Dong asked, seeing that broad consensus had been reached. With equipment ready, 2 weeks to produce samples. Adjustments afterward will take some time. A month should be enough, Liang Xin said. The question is whether the coinage metal can be supplied in full. Don't worry about that, Cheng Dong said. Once the new monetary system was decided, we began remelting all the silver in our inventory, casting it into 99% silver bars, 1 kilogram each. What I don't know is the mint's monthly production capacity. Design capacity is 40,000 coins of various types per day, Liang Xin said. At full capacity, 80,000 per day is achievable. It all depends on whether the metal supply is sufficient. That figure is actually quite low. In the early 20th century, the Nanjing Mint could produce 120,000 yuan shikai dollars per day, or double that with overtime. At 1.2 million coins per month, our silver reserves would be exhausted after 1 month, Cheng Dong thought with a start. All the silver in the planning board's warehouses, ignoring fineness, amounted to only 700,000 tael at 37 grams per tael. Even after remelting and adding copper, zinc, and other alloys, that was only 1 month's production. Would 1.2 million assorted coins be enough to meet circulation needs? The Yuan Council's monetary reform was, in plain terms, abolishing the tael and adopting the dollar, a huge shock to the old weighed silver plus copper cash standard. What kind of reaction would appear on Guangdong's markets? Would there be some kind of currency war or financial struggle? He had no idea. What worried him most was that someone might hoard silver dollars, or worse, that the coins produced simply couldn't meet circulation demand. The Ministry of Finance could only release a limited number of silver dollars onto the market. Though war spoils might provide a supplement, he couldn't expect too much from the treasuries of Guangdong's various government offices. As for tax revenue, that wouldn't come in until summer. The transmigrators of the Ministry of Finance were, in fact, all counting on striking down the local tyrants. But that income was completely unpredictable. The meeting ended with Cheng Dong still worried. Afterward, Liang Xin and several other transmigrators from the machinery department immediately set to work making the dies. Given that the Hong Kong plant lacked sufficient naturalized technicians, and its equipment and materials were not as complete as Lingao's, the steel dies for all coin types were manufactured in Lingao, then packed in special cases and brought by Liang Xin to the Hong Kong Mint. The Hong Kong Mint was located near Central. This new facility was temporarily under Liang Xin's management, to be handed over to the Ministry of Finance after formal operations began. According to the organizational chart, the Mint Director and Chief Accountant would be appointed by the Currency Bureau of the Ministry of Finance. The factory was divided into General Affairs and Production sections. General Affairs comprised a secretarial office, cashier's office, materials warehouse, coal depot, metal warehouse, and calibration station. Additionally, special police, employed by the Ministry of Finance and dispatched by the National Police, served as factory guards. The coining section had a technical office with workshops for power, smelting, rolling, stamping, polishing, pickling, die making, weighing, and embossing. Though each workshop was small, the whole operation was a sparrow, small but complete. Apart from a few laborers, nearly all Hong Kong Mint workers were skilled technicians trained by the Yuan Council itself. Due to the special location and the sensitive nature of mint work, worker selection was extremely careful. Not only did technical skills have to be up to standard, but political ratings had to be high, family backgrounds clean, and each worker had to have immediate relatives living in Lingao. Those with no ties were rejected outright. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, Liang Xin immediately began calibrating machinery and training workers on the process, awaiting only the arrival of coinage metal to begin production. The greatest difficulty in coin manufacture was die making. Once qualified dies were produced, manufacturing the coins themselves involved little technical challenge. Virtually any machining enterprise with a punch press of adequate tonnage could make coins. Before long, the first shipment of coinage metal arrived in Hong Kong. This was material specially smelted by metallurgy for the mint, 99% pure 1 kilogram metal bars. Besides silver and copper, there was a small quantity of zinc bars. The zinc was added to improve coin durability. The coinage metal, apportioned by coin type, was charged into dedicated crucibles and smelted in a reverberatory furnace. By rights, such smelting should have used an electric furnace. If using crucibles, at least coke should have been the fuel. But Liang Xin had neither electric furnaces nor sufficient coke, so he made do with high-quality Hongji anthracite coal. Fortunately, the reverberatory furnace and blowers together could provide adequate temperatures for alloying. End of chapter. Chapter 17:10. Rescue on the river during smelting. Workers continuously stirred the molten alloy in the crucible with mixing rods. Once thorough mixing was confirmed, the liquid was poured into steel molds to form the silver bars used for coinage. Because silver was denser than copper or zinc, during the mixing process, silver tended to sink to the bottom while the other metals floated. Without thorough mixing, the first bar would be deficient in silver while the last bar would have excess. Therefore, a small amount of powder was ground from the end of the first bar and the top of the last bar of each batch and sent for assay to ensure consistent alloy ratios. The cast silver bars could not yet serve as stamping material. They were still castings, not yet forged. The finished bars were sent to the rolling workshop to be rolled into sheets of the required dimensions for stamping. Compared to processing steel plate under high temperature and pressure, making uniformly thick, flat sheets from the highly ductile silver alloy was already routine for Lingao's industrial system. Next came stamping. The punch press stamped out circular blanks from the sheet, the embryo of each coin. The leftover scraps were collected, remelted, and pressed into new sheets. The stamped silver blanks were buffed on an edge-grinding machine to remove burrs, then sent to the pickling workshop for cleaning to remove oils. The washed and polished blanks were stacked neatly into the edge-rolling machine. This device held each blank and forcibly squeezed its edge, forming a raised rim. This rim, common on modern coins, protected the coin's design from wear. Of course, in this timeline such a design was highly advanced. The mint also impressed fine patterns during edge rolling. Under normal use, the wear on these patterns was imperceptible to the naked eye, but a single pass with a file would leave obvious marks. This was to discourage the clipping fraud so popular in this era. Edge-rolled blanks were fed one by one into the stamping press. Fitted with steel coin dies, the press stamped the silver discs into coins. Stamped coins still had to be weighed. One feature of stamped coinage was weight precision, but in actual production, making every coin weigh exactly the same was nearly impossible. Tolerances had to be controlled. After discussions between industry and finance, it was agreed that with their current technical capabilities, tolerances could be held within 3. Coins were weighed on a continuous scale. The scale operated like a balance. As coins landed on the platform, if the counterweight's oscillation stayed within a certain range, the coin passed through to the exit. If it exceeded tolerance, the greater swing opened another gate and ejected the coin. Stamped coins were inspected again by hand, then wiped clean. Wrapped in mulberry bark paper, 100 to a package, sealed with a Ministry of Finance stamp, they were locked in sturdy money chests and sent to the Central Reserve Bank's vault in Hong Kong to await disbursement. In early spring, Guangzhou still bore traces of winter's chill. A spell of wretched wind and cold rain had just passed, and the sky remained overcast, adding 3 parts of gloom to the heart. At this moment, on the Lion Ocean at the mouth of the Pearl River, an Australian self-propelled vessel trailing smoke and vapor was steaming upstream. By the rail, Meng Xian gazed at the somber gray surface of the river, looking preoccupied. It was now the 7th year after D-Day, 1635 by the Western calendar. Even by the Datong calendar prevalent in the Ming, time had crossed into the 8th year of the Qiongzhou era. Since the first year of Qiongzhou, calamities had struck the Ming's north without cease. Drought in the first year, great famine in the third, great famine again in the fifth, great floods in the sixth, autumn locusts and great famine in the seventh. From the central plains to the northwest, 1,000 li of scorched earth, not a blade of grass. The people were displaced, and corpses of the starved littered the land. Ma Maokai, the Shanxi investigating censor, wrote in his memorial on the Great Famine, "The common people fought over wild artemisia in the mountains. When that was gone, they stripped bark from trees. When the bark was gone, they ate guanyin clay, and then died with swollen bellies." Meanwhile, the later Jin in Liaodong raided the frontier year after year. The court not only failed to relieve the disaster areas but redoubled its tax levies. Officials drove the people to revolt. Countless desperate, starving peasants rose in arms. The north was engulfed in smoke, ruined for 1,000 li, and the people perished. In the 11th month of Qiongzhou 6, masses of northwestern peasant armies crossed the Yellow River and burst into Henan. In the 7th month of Qiongzhou 7, the later Jin invaded a second time, ravaging the regions around Xuanfu and Datong. In the 1st month of Qiongzhou 8, Gao Yingxiang, Zhang Xianzhong, Old Hui Hui, Luo Rukai, Ji Lian, Hun Qiwan, Jiu Tiolong, Zhu Jinwang, Gai Shiwang, Heng Tianwang, Shun Tianwang, Gu Yanzing, Shitat Yan, and other leaders, 13 houses and 72 camps of peasant armies, gathered at Xingyang. Li Zicheng, a subordinate of Gao Yingxiang, proposed the strategy of dividing forces by direction, attacking on 4 fronts. Afterward, Gao Yingxiang, Zhang Xianzhong, and Li Zicheng led their forces south to Fengyang, where they dug up the imperial ancestral tombs, burned the Huangju temple where Zhu Yuanzhang had once been a monk, killed over 60 eunuchs, beheaded the Zhangdu garrison commander Zhu Guoxiang, and carried off countless treasures. Court and country were shocked. Many men of Onsite sighed privately. The great Ming was surely finished. As floods of refugees, gentry, and wealthy families fled south, Guangzhou's harmonious peace acquired an almost grotesque prosperity. The Yuan Council's enterprises, Ximing Tower, Zicheng Records, Guangzhou World, thrived. At the same time, batches of destitute refugees were shipped to Lingao by sea to enjoy the Yuan Council's benevolence. The fruit was rotten through. Strike while he's sick. The Yuan Council's launch of the Guangdong campaign at this juncture was like plunging another knife into a dying man. In his heart, Meng Xian rather pitied the Qiongzhou emperor in the Forbidden City. The agony of knowing the situation was hopeless, yet still struggling to hold things together, was something ordinary people couldn't appreciate. Yet Meng Xian could take no pleasure in it. As president of Delong Bank and concurrently president of the Central Reserve Bank's Guangdong branch, he was the Yuan Council's financial general in this new territory. Maintaining fiscal and financial stability in the new region was his inescapable responsibility, and he felt the weight of the pressure. In this ship's hold lay the new currency he had just drawn from the Ministry of Finance warehouse in Hong Kong. 200,000 yuan in assorted silver coins, mostly half yuan and 20 fin subsidiary coins. 1 yuan coins were few. These were mainly for military and administrative expenses after entering Guangzhou. After all, each 1 yuan coin contained over 7 kaian of silver, rather too valuable by Guangdong's current market standards. Besides the silver, there were 20 crates of banknotes, again mostly subsidiary notes, totaling 1 million yuan in face value. This money was the startup fund for the Yuan Council's greater Guangdong government. Not only that, it would also have to somehow maintain financial stability in the market. The Hong Kong Mint was still striking silver coins. The presses in Lingao's printing works were still running. Yet he knew resources were limited. He had to find revenue sources for this freshly minted regime as quickly as possible. That worry for the nation and the people expression got something on your mind. A teasing voice came from beside him. West, I'm carrying a heavy load that's suffocating me. Not worrying about any nation, Meng Xian turned around. The speaker was Liu San. He had been dispatched by the Ministry of Livelihood and Labor to oversee health work in the new territory. The choice of a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine was probably because the Yuan Council didn't have much modern medical material to spare for the new region. Better to start with TCM, which could make do with native methods. Liu San nodded. We're both being sent to cook without rice. Meng Xian was about to reply when he suddenly heard sailors shouting in alarm. He turned to look. Several crewmen were pointing at a black speck ahead in mid-river. Liu San was slightly nearsighted. After squinting for a while, he barely made out that the dark shape was probably a person. Meng Xian, who trained with the shooting team, had excellent vision. He could see the figure clinging tightly to a plank, drifting downstream, bobbing up and down, unresponsive to the sailors' shouts. Dead or alive, who could say? Just then the captain came over to ask. There was someone floating in the river, should they rescue him? Because the ship was carrying special-grade materials. The captain dared not decide on his own whether to slow down for a rescue. Meng Xian noted that the ship had progressed to near Yuzhou Islet, not far from Guangzhou World. This was Yuan Council territory, and security had always been good. There were no suspicious circumstances nearby, no problem. He authorized the rescue. The captain ordered the ship to slow. Several experienced sailors jumped into the river and pushing and pulling, hauled the man aboard. Liu San came forward to examine him. The rescued person was a young man of about 20. Apparently he had been in the water for quite some time. His skin was blue-purple, his jaw clenched, his expression pained, his body ice-cold, already unconscious. With many hands helping, they carried him into the hold. Liu San saw that his breathing was unobstructed and he had not swallowed water. He had them pry open the man's mouth and force down half a bowl of hot water. The young man gradually regained some awareness. In a daze, he pressed his hand to his right lower abdomen, moaning in pain. Liu San ordered his 2 young apprentices, orphans he had recently taken in. Fu Wubin was now a famous TCM physician in Lingao, Liu De and Liu Quan to strip off the man's wet clothes and examine his symptoms. There was no external wound on the abdomen, but his face was flushed, eyes red, lips dry, breath foul, tongue red with yellow coating. Feeling his pulse, it was floating, full and taut. Internal yang depleted, yin cold, extreme pathogenic evil driven deep, the abdomen shrouded in yin miasma. This was the critical sign of intestinal abscess, acute appendicitis with perforation leading to diffuse peritonitis. The situation was quite serious. Liu San hesitated. With the evil having entered the blood level and yin-yang on the verge of separation, a single thread of yang about to slip away, the patient was at death's door 9 chances out of 10. Standard TCM treatments like Da Huang Mudenpi decoction or Da Chenqi decoction would likely not take effect in time to save him, but surgery was impossible on board this ship. What was to be done? This man's life is in danger, very critical. Liu San said, surgery is needed, but we don't have the conditions, alas. If he can't be saved, so be it. Meng Xian had no interest in someone half dead. They had rescued him casually. Whether he survived afterward was beyond his control. After years living under Ming rule, having witnessed countless human tragedies and separations, he knew that individual compassion could not change most people's fates. His heart had grown hard. End of chapter. Chapter 17:11 Surgery. At that moment, the young man's eyes fluttered open, weak and unfocused. Seeing someone taking his pulse, he summoned what little strength remained to speak. Sir, please, don't trouble yourself. This intestinal abscess is an old ailment of mine. I won't survive it this time. I only beg that my benefactor grant me a proper burial rather than leaving my body exposed to the elements. For such kindness, I shall repay you in my next life as a beast of burden, tying grass and bearing rings of eternal gratitude. Liu San knew that without surgery, there was nothing to do but prepare for the worst. He was searching for words of comfort when a crewman arrived to report that they were approaching the Guangzhou World dock. Guangzhou World has a clinic, Meng Xian said. "They can perform minor surgeries there." Liu San remembered. Guangzhou World did indeed have a small clinic, not open to the public, but established to safeguard the health of transmigrators stationed in Guangzhou and senior naturalized cadres. After all, Ming-era medical standards hardly inspired confidence among those who had crossed over from the future. More recently, the Ministry of Health had begun planning to use it as the foundation for a provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, monetizing medical services to generate local revenue under the official justification of meeting transmigrators' health needs after the Northern Offensive. Considerable equipment and materiel had been shipped to Guangzhou World as a result, leaving the clinic quite well equipped. With such resources at hand, saving this man's life should be possible. Liu San hurriedly ordered the sailors to fetch a stretcher, loaded the young man onto it, and rushed to Guangzhou World. Zhang Yikun, the facility's manager, came to the gate personally to receive them. Liu San had no time for pleasantries. After a brief greeting, he asked directly whether Guangzhou World had the conditions for surgery. Zhang Yikun nodded. "There's a small operating room. Who requires surgery?" Liu San quickly explained the situation. Zhang Yikun's expression grew troubled. "Saving lives is certainly the right thing to do, but this person you've rescued is a complete unknown and you want to use controlled materials. This. His life hangs by a thread," Liu San said urgently. "We have the ability to save him. I cannot simply stand by and watch him die." Like most transmigrators posted abroad, Zhang Yikun had long grown accustomed to the casual cruelty of medieval society. The life or death of a non-naturalized native meant little to him. Despite Liu San's plea, he still hesitated. "How about this?" Liu San proposed. "I guarantee I won't use a single piece of Class 1 controlled material. Only instruments, equipment, and a small amount of consumables, all of which I'll pay for at cost." "Will that work?" Put that way, Zhang Yikun could hardly refuse. Without further discussion, he led Liu San to the clinic. Liu San surveyed the instruments and medicines in the cabinet. They would be adequate for the procedure. The operating room contained a single surgical table but no shadowless lamp. However, the available lighting equipment would suffice. Though Liu San specialized in pharmacology, he was a proper medical school graduate and could handle routine surgical procedures. At this point, all he could do was try everything. He enlisted the clinic's medic and nurse as assistants. First, they washed and sterilized their hands and changed into surgical garments. His 2 apprentices also scrubbed in and changed, prepared to observe. The clinic had no modern anesthetics. Even if any had remained, they would be long expired. Instead, he used nitrous oxide for anesthesia, one of the easiest anesthetic gases to produce in the Yuan Council's inorganic chemical industry, synthesized by heating ammonium nitrate powder to decomposition. It was typically administered mixed with oxygen, but since producing pure oxygen remained difficult, they used a mixture of nitrous oxide and air. Once the anesthesia took effect, Liu San picked up the scalpel and made the incision. He had neither EKG nor blood pressure monitoring available. Moreover, because the abdominal situation remained unclear, he foregone the standard McBurney's incision in the right lower abdomen in favor of a large opening along the right rectus muscle. Since the patient was for all intents a John Doe, a failed rescue would bring no family to storm the hospital demanding compensation. Thus transmigrator Liu operated with comparative boldness, while the patient lay unresponsive beneath the anesthesia. He operated while explaining to his apprentices, opening the muscles and peritoneum layer by layer, suctioning out the pus, lifting the cecum to find the appendix, already severely inflamed and gangrenous. He first clamped it with hemostatic forceps, ligated with number 4 thread, and made a purse-string suture on the cecum wall about ½ an inch from the appendix base before cutting. The stump was swabbed with povidone, then inverted and buried within the purse-string suture. As the suture was tightened, the mosquito forceps were withdrawn, and finally the suture was tied off so the appendix stump was completely buried. A few reinforcing interrupted stitches of number 1 thread secured the ceremuscular layer. After irrigating and suctioning all pus and exudate from the abdominal cavity, he replaced the cecum, inserted a drainage tube through an opening below the incision, used absorbable thread for continuous closure to seal the cavity, irrigated the wound with saline to prevent infection, applied number 4 non-absorbable thread for interrupted sutures on the external oblique aponeurosis, and finished with no. 1 non-absorbable thread for interrupted sutures on subcutaneous tissue and skin. Though a minor procedure by modern standards, Liu San was drenched in sweat by the end. His 2 apprentices, who until now had only studied traditional Chinese medicine under him, were clearly awed. They gazed at their master with admiration and wonder. Liu San had little confidence in the outcome. The postoperative hurdle was infection. Without antibiotics, recovery depended entirely on the patient's immune system, and the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Having promised not to use controlled materials, he couldn't administer the antibiotics brought from the original timeline. He could only use those produced by the health department's pharmaceutical plant, of limited purity and considerable side effects. Every year, patients treated by the health department died from adverse drug reactions. Go ahead and give it to him. He wrote a prescription and handed it to the nurse. Is everything in stock? All these drugs are available, the nurse said respectfully. Chief, your surgery was truly brilliant. It was passable, Liu San replied. I'm somewhat out of practice. Zhang Yikun came over to chat and complimented him on his brilliant technique and boundless virtue. The weary transmigrator Liu accepted the praise with quiet satisfaction. Over the following days, Liu San departed to attend to official duties elsewhere. He returned only once a few days later to remove the drainage tube, take out the stitches, and handle other follow-up care. He instructed Liu De, who was staying behind, to administer tongmycin decoction daily, followed by restorative treatments with Huangqi Jianzhong decoction and Gipi Yongxin decoction. Zhang Yikun also assigned an attendant to look after the patient. The young man had possessed a strong constitution to begin with. With proper rest and adequate nutrition, he gradually recovered over the following days. By now he had grown quite familiar with Liu San's apprentices. Upon learning that the man who had saved his life was one of the Australian song transmigrators whose renown shook the entire South, he pressed his hands to his forehead again and again, overwhelmed with gratitude. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, the Shaanxi festival, Liu Du informed him that transmigrator Liu had returned. The young man immediately asked to be taken to pay his respects. Upon entering Liu San's temporary office, he found the cheerful physician chatting and laughing with Zhang Yikun. The young man immediately prostrated himself and kowtowed, thanking him for saving his life. Liu San had his apprentices help him to his feet and inquired about his condition and background. The young man spoke in Mandarin accented with Shanxi tones and answered respectfully, I am honored that my benefactor inquires. My health has greatly improved. My surname is Yu, given name Qing, courtesy name Zecheng. I hail from Suoid in Shanxi province. Because my hometown has suffered years of disaster, I had no choice but to leave. Along the road of exile, both my parents perished. He paused, collecting himself. I drifted through hardship across Hunan and Hubei, where I heard that people in Guangzhou were recruiting refugees to farm in Qiongzhou, providing 3 meals a day of white rice, all you could eat, with no worries about food or clothing. I received this glad news and came specifically seeking a way to live. That day, as my boat was about to reach Guangzhou, who would have thought we'd encounter a white dragon patrolling the river? Toward dusk, the sky and earth suddenly changed color. The wind rose, waves surged, and a white dragon whose head touched the clouds and whose tail hung down to the middle of the river came twisting toward us. In an instant, the boat capsized. Every passenger drowned. After I fell into the water, I was fortunate enough to find a floating plank and thus escaped with my life. But then my old intestinal abscess flared up again. Amid the storm and rain, suffering from both cold and pain, I was certain I would die. His voice wavered. I never imagined that heaven would be so merciful as to send a transmigrator benefactor to rescue me from the road to the Yellow Springs. Otherwise, I would long since be food for the fishes. And my benefactor further healed my grave illness with divine skill. Such kindness, high as heaven and deep as the earth, I can never repay even a fraction in my lifetime. As he spoke, the memories stirred up old sorrows and he wept uncontrollably. Liu San comforted him with kind words. Yu Qing gradually stopped weeping and dared not cry further. Zhang Yikun, however, asked with keen interest, "That white dragon you encountered, that must have been a tornado." "They're rarely seen in southern China but common in the Americas. There's nothing supernatural about it. Tell us in detail what it was like." Yu Qing clearly had no wish to revisit that terrifying scene, but he dared not refuse to answer. "At the time I was panic-stricken, my soul fleeing my body. I only vaguely saw the white dragon stretching from sky to river. Then the boat capsized. What happened afterward I cannot remember." Zhang Yikun smacked his lips with apparent regret. Liu San offered comfort. "You've only just recovered. Go and rest." But Yu Qing spoke again. "My benefactor's kindness in saving my life is like a second birth. You are to me as a reborn parent. I have nothing to repay you with. I possess nothing of value except a volume of medical writings passed down in my family, the livelihood of my ancestors for generations. I wish to present it to my benefactor. I beg you to accept it." As he spoke, he pulled an oilcloth bundle from his breast, unwrapped it to reveal a thread-bound book and presented it with both hands. Liu San took it. The book had a wax-streeted cover bearing the 4 characters Qingniu Yifeng, medical prescriptions of the blue ox, written upon it. It appeared to have been water-damaged. The characters were somewhat blurred. Inside, the pages were hard yellow paper, all handwritten, a collection of medical formulas. He closed the book and said solemnly, "A gentleman does not covet another's treasures. Since this is your family heirloom, you should keep it yourself. I am a physician. When I encounter peril, how could I not lend a hand? Saving lives is my calling. I seek no repayment. As for my medical skill, even if the highest officials and nobles of this Ming Dynasty came begging, I might not be willing to treat them. That you and I should meet is simply fate. Healing your illness brings me satisfaction enough." Half of Liu San's words were sincere truth. The other half were the elevated notes of virtue, meant to demonstrate an Australian song transmigrator's magnanimity. Yu Qing pleaded again. "I know my benefactor's medical art surpasses the divine. Even Hua Chu reborn or the medicine king revived could not equal it. But I beg my benefactor to consider my heartfelt gratitude and accept this book. If it might fill even one gap in your knowledge, it would repay a small portion of my debt." End of chapter. Chapter 17:12. Cannot accept disciple Liu San firmly refused. Just then, Zhang Yikun, standing nearby, uttered an "oh" and said, "Isn't this the book you dried out the other day?" Yu Qing thanked Zhang Yikun as well. "Exactly. I must also thank Master Zhang for preserving this piece of my ancestral heritage." It turned out that on the day Yu Qing was rescued, all his luggage and valuables had been lost to the water. When the nurse was stripping off his wet clothes, she found this oilcloth-wrapped book tucked in his bosom and handed it to Zhang Yikun for disposal. Master Zhang had paid it little mind and simply ordered it dried and returned. Liu San, happening to be present and having once taken an interest in restoring ancient books, intervened. "It can't be sun-dried." Although it was wrapped tightly and didn't take on much water, exposure to sunlight will cause the pages to stick together, the paper to crinkle, and the ink to blur. If this book has any value, wouldn't it be a pity to ruin it like that? Use fine cloth to blot the water, place it in a dry box, weight it down, and surround it with quicklime to absorb moisture. Change the lime daily, and in 2 days it will be dry. The maid followed these instructions, and the book was indeed saved. Zhang Yikun laughed and said to Yu Qing, You'd better keep this book as a memento. Your benefactor Liu has no need for it. He took a book from Liu San's shelf and handed it over. Look at this one. How does it compare to your family heirloom? Yu Qing accepted it. The title was Collection of Folk Remedies, and the line below read compiled by Liu San, Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Academy of Sciences, Australosong Temporary Court. He flipped through it quickly and found that the formulas in his own hand-copied volume were mostly present, with only minor differences in combination. He was both astonished and embarrassed, stammering and unable to speak. My book is clearly an ancestral secret volume, he thought, never shown to outsiders. I thought it priceless, but who knew this benefactor is a grandmaster of the medical arts? He knows 10 times more wondrous prescriptions than my family ever possessed. My attempt to offer parsley, to show off before an expert, has only made a fool of me. His face flushed crimson with dejection. Liu San couldn't help shooting a glare at Zhang Yikun. This fellow still has no social grace. Can't I see his treasure isn't worth much, but why expose it and embarrass him? He comforted Yu Qing aloud. An ancestral heirloom has special value to you. Keep it safe and don't let it be damaged. Besides, since your family also practices medicine, you must be a colleague. I'll give you this book as well. But Yu Qing knelt and kowtowed again. This humble one is now homeless. Having met such a divine physician as my benefactor, I beg you to accept me as a disciple. I wish to follow at your side and serve Master for the rest of my life, to repay the grace of my rebirth. Liu San saw his sincerity, and noting that he seemed clever and capable, was quite inclined to accept him. But then he remembered the recent security education lectures given by the Political Security Bureau and their various warnings. This Yu Qing was of unknown origin, and the Bureau lacked the capacity to investigate his true background. Taking him in rashly would pose a significant hidden danger. He hesitated. Seeing Liu San's reluctant expression, Yu Qing knew he was in a difficult spot and dared not make a sound. Zhang Yikun stepped in to smooth things over. Dr. Liu here doesn't accept disciples lightly. How about this? We're going to open a pharmacy in Guangzhou world. You can serve as the resident doctor there. First, it gives you a livelihood. Second, it allows Dr. Liu to instruct you from time to time. Though not a formal apprenticeship, this would allow him close contact and frequent instruction. Yu Qing was overjoyed and declared that since Liu San was like a reborn parent to him, he wished to take his master's surname and change his name to Liu Qing as a show of loyalty. Liu San demurred. That won't do. Ancestral surnames cannot be changed lightly. But Yu Qing insisted. Finally, Zhang Yikun mediated, suggesting he change his name to Liu Yuqing. Both parties agreed. Liu Yuqing then paid respects to his fellow apprentices, and the matter was settled. Liu San ordered his apprentices to take him away to organize his things. Once they were gone, Zhang Yikun said, "This man's background is unclear. You'd better be careful." Liu San dismissed the concern. Even if he is a spy, surely his appendicitis wasn't faked. That spy Wang Qisuo captured in Lingao didn't intentionally take a knife for Emperor Zhao either. This fellow is from Shanxi too. Who knows if he's been sent by Li Zicheng or Zhang Xianzhang? You're seeing soldiers in every bush. Does Li Zicheng possess such capability? Liu San expressed his disbelief. Besides, he's tens of thousands of li away from us. What use is planting a mole here? Sending a message back and forth would take a year. You're just careless, a naive romantic. Zhang Yikun shook his head. You don't know the twists and turns in the bellies of these Ming people. They're much trickier than we are. Enough, enough. Liu San hurriedly changed the subject, and they returned to their interrupted conversation. He smiled and said, Runshitang is a small business, unlike you, Boss Zhang, with your great wealth and power. Please look after our business in Guangdong in the future. About opening a branch here. Runshitang currently had no direct branches in Guangdong. The outlets there were all joint ventures cooperated through Yang Run Kaidang, selling proprietary medicines, essentially just counters. Now that they were launching the Guangdong campaign, and had the ready-made base of Guangzhou world. Liu San had urged the bigwigs in the health department to support Runchitang's advance into Guangdong by opening a Runchitang traditional Chinese medicine hospital. This would promote the efficacy of various TCM drugs and also serve to recruit Guangdong's TCM talent. Unfortunately, the bigwigs in the health department were mostly TCM skeptics. Fortunately, TCM and acupuncture had proven fairly effective and had solved many medical problems after D-Day, so Liu San still had a place in the department. But on the matter of opening a Runchitang branch with the nature of a TCM hospital, Dr. Shi and others were less than enthusiastic. After all, this would squeeze resources from the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital. Section Chief Deng, who handled administrative affairs, dragged his feet in every possible way, leaving Liu San helpless. Finally, the Commerce Department expressed strong interest, and the project was approved. However, because it was a commerce project, it could only be a pharmacy with a resident doctor. Zhang Yikun patted his belly and laughed. Easy, easy. My word still carries weight on this patch of ground at Guangzhou world. He had done well for himself in Guangzhou over the past few years, full of ambition and living a life of luxury. He already had the airs of a standard Ming wealthy merchant. We're not strangers. Brother Liu's business is my business, no question. However, though I bear the title of a rich man, in reality all assets belong to the Yuan Council. I'm just the maid holding the keys, managing the house but not the master. Don't be fooled by all the storefront staff and silver I have here. If I want to spend money or use resources, I have to apply to my superiors first and move only after approval. Of course, since Brother Liu has asked, I will do my utmost to help where I can. It's all service to the Yuan Council, haha. Liu San saw his slippery speech, a torrent of words without one solid commitment, and felt a bit annoyed. Old Zhang, when we first met a few years ago, you were a straightforward fellow. How have you become so reeking of copper cash now? Has the corrupt feudal atmosphere of the Ming crushed you? Indeed, once a man has money, he changes, haha. Zhang Yikun was displeased to hear this, though his face remained beaming with spring warmth. Little Liu, your words wrongfully accuse me. If you don't run the household, you don't know the price of firewood and rice. If you were out here bearing some responsibility, you'd understand our difficulties on the outside. Take the preparations for Guangzhou world these past few years. Though we relied on the lingering prestige of our attack on Guangzhou and had the support of the special reconnaissance teams, kill but don't bury tactics, it still took immense effort. Don't pretend who's wronging you. You, my friend, have a greatly troubled conscience. Seeing the conversation going off course, Zhang Yikun changed the subject to discuss the Guangdong campaign. So many transmigrators have come this time. It looks like the Yuan Council is going to make a big move here. Although there's no specific plan yet for this offensive on the mainland, it's different from previous attacks. Before, attacking Guangzhou or Xiamen was hit and run, kill but don't bury. This time, landing on the mainland means staying. Establishing effective rule is much harder than simple destruction. It's not like we lack experience. Aren't government production and construction proceeding impressively on Hainan, Taiwan, and Jeju? It's different. In those places, we had overwhelming superiority in military, organizational, and manpower terms. Bluntly put, those were marginal areas of Ming society. Ruling power was weak, and the populace wasn't strongly attached to it. Once on the mainland, we'll face 100 times more feudal subjects and deeply entrenched feudal forces. It won't be as easy as imagined. I don't see what the big deal is. Did the Manchu Tartars have more people than us when they entered the pass? Were their production relations more advanced? Their whole system of total slavery was worse than the Ming's, yet didn't they rule China in the end? Don't forget they were the most successful dynasty in feudal society. Why? Because a hard fist is truth. I feel the time isn't right yet. We should plan for the long term. I strongly disapprove of launching a war now, listening to the adventurism of those military types. If we wait another 10 years, until the Ming, the Manchus, and the roving bandits have fought each other to exhaustion, No, until all three are ruined and all of China is plunged into misery. Wouldn't it be easier and win more popular support if we went in then as liberators and saviors to pick the peaches? That was the original idea. The problem is, we can't wait another 10 years. Zhang Yikan rubbed his head, sighing with emotion. Though people can live to 70 or 80, how many years can one truly work? I was over 30 on D-Day. Now I'm over 40. How many 5 or 10 years are there in a life? Liu San opened his mouth, intending to mention Project Nanchen that the health department was researching, but realizing the project was classified and mentioning it rashly would put great pressure on the department, he decided against it. Still, he couldn't help dropping a hint. You say you're over 40, but how is your energy compared to the past? Actually quite good. I don't feel any signs of decline. Zhang Yikan didn't catch his meaning. Maybe it's because our natural environment is good, we eat organic food and live disciplined lives. End of chapter. Chapter 17:13. The people in Guangzhou City. Liu San said no more. Since Zhang Yikan hadn't sensed his meaning, it was better not to elaborate. That evening followed the usual routine of a welcome dinner, and the next day Liu San began preparing for medical and health work in Guangzhou. As more transmigrators arrived to prepare for the takeover of power, the atmosphere inside Guangzhou World's inner world grew steadily heavier. Troops already on site were quietly billeted in temporary barracks, passing the time with indoor calisthenics. Officers replayed invasion and takeover plans over and over on maps and sand tables. Lin Beiguang's intelligence system, now formally renamed the Urban Work Department of the Greater Guangdong region, saw a ceaseless, furtive stream of people of every description entering and leaving day and night through several small side doors. The arrival of the Special Reconnaissance Battalion from the General Reconnaissance Bureau heightened the tension further. Active by night and resting by day, using dedicated channels for entry and exit, they became the most mysterious presence in the compound. Around the large merchant houses, gentry estates, and government offices in Guangzhou City, many peddlers and beggars had appeared since the end of last year. Disturbing news circulated everywhere in tea-houses and taverns. The great event of the roving bandit army capturing the central capital and burning the imperial mausoleums in the first lunar month had arrived here even earlier than through official government channels, and was filled with all sorts of terrifying yet blood-pumping details. Then various pamphlets began to circulate again, detailing one by one the wretched events that had befallen the Ming everywhere in recent years. Most frightening of all, memorials on military chaos, natural disasters, and famine, documents ordinary people rarely saw, along with court deliberations and even private correspondence between officials, were being printed and circulated in a booklet named Wen Chun, Literary Spring. This booklet was no different from others already circulating in Guangzhou, printed on poor-quality rough paper, except that it was distributed periodically, with a new issue every 7 days. Its content was explosive. Not only these primary source materials, but also many court secrets, filled with stories of atrocities and scandals involving court officials and local gentry everywhere. The Guangzhou prefectural government and the 2 county yamens had conducted multiple raids, catching quite a few unlucky souls distributing or copying them, but never the actual printers or editors. Not a single person truly responsible for releasing the booklets had been apprehended. The local bigwigs knew in their hearts that 9 times out of 10 these were the work of the Australians, or at least had their backing. For the literate, Wen Chun and other pamphlets not only satisfied their curiosity, but gave them endless topics for conversation. The news spread at 100 times its normal speed. Though Guangzhou citizens had always possessed a carefree temperament of drinking tea while tea is available, the danger of descending chaos inevitably caused worry. Those with money and property showed expressions of ceaseless panic. The great Ming is finished. This atmosphere of dread spread quietly through every social stratum. The illusory sense of security created by geographic distance and delayed news had been punctured by these news reports. The bureaucrats in the city, high and low, were especially terrified. They knew perfectly well where the rumors originated and what the goal was. The bald thieves, who had been lying low since their last incursion into Guangzhou, were obviously emboldened by the current situation and preparing to make a move, and the target was very likely Guangzhou itself. Such speculation was by no means baseless. Guangzhou's officials were not deaf. What happened on Hainan Island was no secret to them. Over the years, officials departing or transferring from Hainan would always stop in Guangzhou to rest, meet superiors or classmates, and chat about what they had seen at their posts. Everyone knew that Hainan was already to all intents an enemy state. Every departing official said the bald thieves had disloyal hearts, and that a great change would happen sooner or later. But talk was only talk. Who could go and destroy their lairs? When Governor-General Qiongzhou took office to pacify them, everyone had wanted to see if he had the skill to turn the bald thieves into a second Zhang Zhilong. But after Zhang Zhilong's lair was destroyed by the bald thieves, and he himself died in battle, officialdom in Guangdong had lost hope entirely. Qiongzhou stopped mentioning it too, intensifying preparations to defend against the enemy instead. However, in the eyes of officials who had more contact with the bald thieves and understood them better, Governor Qiong's preparations were mostly useless, and Qiong probably knew it himself. The Governor-General's headquarters had moved from Zhejiang to Guangzhou only a few years ago, but he had recently petitioned the court to move back to Zhejiang on some pretext. Amid suspicion, pessimism, and tension, Guangzhou's officialdom watched Guangzhou World outside the Great East Gate. There, commercial recruitment was proceeding busily with no sign of impending war. But sharper officials had long sniffed the scent in the bald thieves' recent moves. The bald thieves were using their local agents to buy up and stockpile grain, and traffic of vessels on the Pearl River was much heavier than usual, all suggesting disturbing intentions. For Zhang Yu, this news did not affect his mood. Ever since his family won the order for walnut cookies from the Great World Tea House and became a special authorized supplier, the anxious, gloomy atmosphere in his home had been swept away. The orders from the Great World weren't especially large, at most the volume of 1 or 2 tea houses. But obtaining the plaque from Zhang Yikun reading, designated supplier, to Guangzhou World, caused a sensation throughout the entire Guangzhou tea house and bakery world as soon as word got out. Retail sales multiplied 7 or 8 times overnight. Many wealthy households sent servants clear across the city just to buy walnut cookies at his shop. Tea houses that had never ordered from them before began placing orders too. Overnight, this obscure little shop became a famous establishment in Guangzhou. Zhang Yu's parents beamed every day. Not only was business booming, but the yamen runners and public servants, who used to come frequently to shake them down, had all vanished. Naturally, the shop stopped using old walnuts. They hired more staff and added an apprentice. His father had a craftsman enlarge the plaque design onto a large board and hung it in the center of the shop hall, dark and glistening with gold, quite out of proportion to the tiny shop. Zhang Yu's status in the community school rose instantly as well. Previously, scions of large merchant families or those with scholars in the family rarely associated with a small merchant's son like him. The arrogant ones wouldn't even offer a greeting. The mean ones would sneer. What's a shop boy studying books for? Recently, everyone seemed like a different person. At the very least, they would speak politely when meeting him. Some even brought money specifically to ask him to buy walnut cookies for them. The teacher, originally a snob, stopped making things difficult for him at will. Even the ruler slap punishment for failing to recite a new text could be spared. While his few close friends in the community school were happy for him, they couldn't help feeling some jealousy, especially Zheng Huan. His family also ran a small shop, and his circumstances had been much like Zhang Yu's. Now Zhang Yu's family had turned their fortunes around, while his family remained poor strugglers. He couldn't help feeling the unfairness. As for Li Ziyu, he was unreconciled to seeing his own limelight greatly diminished. He constantly cited divine weapons from the Wu Beizhai treatise on armament technology to argue that the Ming was only in trouble because treacherous officials hold power. Otherwise, neither the bald thieves' great world nor their so-called bastion in Lingao would be anything but dregs before the mysterious cannons that could rot the land for dozens of li with one shot. As for the bald thieves' ironclad fire wheel ships, that was only because the Divine Fire ironclad castle ship hadn't been built. If it were, their ironclads would be mere paper, though no one believed this point. The diagram of his so-called Divine Fire ironclad castle ship was effectively a large wooden raft with a battery tower erected on it, mounting cannons on all sides and propelled by sails and 8 large sculling oars. Both Zhang Yu and Zheng Huan deeply doubted whether the thing could move at all. Chen Shixin had stopped coming to school. One day when the teacher was absent, the friends went together to his house. Knocking on the Chen family door, his father answered. Only after inquiring did they learn that their classmate had gone to Lingao. He had been recruited by the Australians as an apprentice. An Australian took a fancy to his paintings, his father explained, gesturing. Said he painted well and took him to Lingao to learn painting. His mother and I talked it over. He's not material for studying books, but he loves painting. If he learns the Westerners' painting techniques, he'll have a way to earn a living when he comes back. You old folks felt safe letting him go, Li Ziyu said in astonishment. That's bald thief territory. Bald thieves or Australians, they wander outside Guangzhou city all day long. They aren't man-eating demons. What's not to feel safe about? I hear the market in Lingao isn't small either. Business might be even better there. I'm thinking of going to see for myself in a while. Leaving Chen Shixin's house, the friends all felt somewhat lost. Li Ziyu muttered. He always liked the Australians' gadgets. Suppose this fits his wish. But to defect to the Baldies just like that. Zheng Huan, however, felt an emptiness in his heart for some reason. Zhang Yu's family had prospered. Li Ziyu's family counted as a minor established household with house and land. His studying was just to avoid being illiterate. Zheng Huan had once felt some superiority over Chen Shixin, but now Chen Shixin had run off to the Australians. Needless to say, he would surely prosper in the future. He alone was unsuccessful in letters, untalented in martial arts, and his family business was meager. For a moment his future seemed bleak. He didn't even have the energy to respond when Zhang Yu suggested seeing the new Australian movie. He muttered, so what if he defected to the Baldies? Better than suffocating to death here. Li Ziyu didn't quite understand, but Zhang Yu knew something of his friend's heavy heart. He comforted him. No need to defect to the Baldies. Why not go to the great world and see if there's any business to be done? Zheng Huan smiled bitterly. Brother Zhang, my family runs an incense and candle shop. Except for wealthy households burning a bit of incense daily, folks only buy when worshipping gods or conducting affairs. The great world doesn't need these things. I went in and looked. There's just a Westerner's church and some new Taoist temple, but they say they don't burn incense there. He sighed. My father says it's lucky incense prices have dropped a lot lately, otherwise the shop really couldn't stay open. Couldn't your family make something else? Li Ziyu asked. Zheng Huan looked helpless. This is the only craft my father knows. What else can he do? End of chapter. Chapter 17:14. Entering the city, the friends thought about it but came up with no good ideas. They talked idly, wandering aimlessly through the streets. It was still early. Guangzhou's leisure class was still sleeping in, and shops along the streets hadn't fully taken down their shutter boards. Only the street food stalls were steaming hot, already selling various snacks and refreshments to the laborers who had come out early to work. What are we doing today? Li Ziyu asked. If not studying, how about looking at Guangzhou? He meant comic books. Zheng Huan felt uninterested. The latest volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms hasn't arrived, and I've read all the earlier ones. Can't you pick some others? Chronicles of the Eastern Zhou Kingdoms isn't bad. The stories don't connect, there are too many people, and the names are hard to remember, Zheng Huan said indifferently. And there are too few stories about stratagems. The strategists just wag their tongues, say a few sentences, and an enemy state withdraws its troops. Fake as hell. That's where you don't understand. Strategy must be viewed from the general trend of the world. It's much more complex than just fire attacks or water attacks. Li Ziyu, being older and having read more, had strong opinions on this and wanted to peddle his insight. Unfortunately, Zheng Huan and Zhang Yu weren't interested. Zhang Yu suggested going to the Great World to see what new gadgets had appeared. Recently, the river has been full of Australian ships. They say lots of fresh things have been brought in. Why not take Brother Zheng to see if there are any opportunities for profit? Zheng Huan was young after all. His low spirits lasted only a moment. Hearing there were fresh things to see, he perked up again. The three walked together toward the Great East Gate, chatting idly. Li Ziyu mentioned Senior Wu from the community school, saying he hadn't come to school for a long time. Rumor had it he had latched onto a noble patron. Him. He's hooked up with a fake Baldy named Master Huang and become a talent in Baldy studies. Not only is he thick with the Yuyuan society people, he's become a guest of honor of Master Liang. They say the Yuyuan society people have already pulled strings for him. He's winning consecutive victories in the child examinations this time. He'll probably bag a Ziyukai degree in this session. Senior Wu hasn't had it easy, Zheng Huan said casually. But his heart felt uncomfortable. Wu Ming's relationship with them wasn't bad. Reasonably, he should be happy for him at this news. Yet his heart felt inexplicably clogged. In this world, you have to cling to powers and nobles. Li Ziyu suddenly became indignant. Moral articles, all bullshit lies. Li Ziyu's sudden cynicism surprised Zhang Yu. But Zheng Huan knew that Li Ziyu's uncle had originally arranged a position for him in the local guard, getting a salary for free. But someone with connections to officials had snatched it away first. Li Ziyu held a grudge about this and had been cursing that the country is finished behind people's backs for days. The three sighed and strolled until they were near the Great East Gate. Suddenly Zhang Yu said, "Strange. Why are there so few people on the street?" Once he said it, they realized the street was quite deserted. They hadn't seen many farmers entering the city to sell vegetables or carry out night soil. Normally this was the peak time for such traffic. While they were puzzled, a commotion suddenly erupted on the street ahead. Someone ran back toward them, looking tense. The street became chaotic for a moment. The three thought some high official was entering the city and the road was being cleared, but there was no gong-sounding soldiers and civilians clear the way. Just as they hesitated, they heard someone shouting in a low voice, "Make way, make way." Then came the sound of chaotic footsteps, quite a few people, it sounded like. Then someone shouted rapidly, "Quick, quick." Zhang Yu understood that voice clearly. It was the new speech spoken by the Australians. In Guangzhou, the common tongue was Cantonese. Officials from outside mostly spoke Mandarin. The only ones who spoke new speech were the Australians and their subordinates. But these few phrases were spoken with perfect accent and enunciation, absolutely not something capable of being uttered by laborers working for the Australians on construction sites or in shops. Li Ziyu and Zheng Huan also realized something was wrong. Their faces instantly turned pale. Li Ziyu reacted fastest, whispering, "Run! Let's hide in the alley." Disregarding scholars' dignity, they hiked up their robes and scurried into a nearby narrow alley. Zheng Huan wanted to run deeper, but Li Ziyu grabbed him and whispered, "Don't run. Hide first." The three crouched down, ignoring the stench of urine, and hid behind several urine buckets at the alley mouth to watch. They saw the hurried footsteps on the street approaching. Listening to the sound, there were at least several hundred people. What was happening? Was it a troop mutiny? Army mutinies were no rarity in the Ming Dynasty. Once chaos started, burning, killing, and raping were all on the menu. Soldiers turned into living demons in an instant. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu felt his whole body trembling. Li Ziyu's hand, touching his, was ice cold. In a moment, the street was empty of people, leaving only abandoned vegetable baskets, night soil buckets, and a few shoes. Then squad after squad of soldiers in blue-gray short jackets ran past the alley mouth carrying bird guns. Bright short swords were fixed to the barrels, flashing chilling light in the sun. The soldiers wore iron helmets. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but to Zhang Yu they all seemed to have fierce eyes, hideous in the extreme. Zhang Yu felt his bladder heavy, desperate to pee. A clattering sound of chattering teeth came to his ears. It was Zheng Huan. Li Ziyu was white as a sheet. It took quite a while for the soldiers on the street to pass. Li Ziyu signaled with his eyes, and the three hunched over and ran like smoke deeper into the alley along the wall base. They ran over 2 li in one breath before stopping, still shaken. Li Ziyu stammered, It's the bald thieves." In his panic he couldn't even speak smoothly. That the soldiers passing on the street were Australians was beyond dispute. The men all had short hair and short clothes. The few commands heard were in new speech, and most critical were the fire guns with bayonets attached, a sharp weapon of war possessed by no other faction. Zhang Yu was still in shock. Australians. Aren't they doing business at the Great World? How? The Australians' burning of the 5 Rams post station when they last came to the city walls wasn't many years ago, but in recent years their image had been one of peaceful, friendly merchants. Now that they suddenly bared their claws and teeth, it was truly hard to adjust. "I saw long ago they had disloyal hearts." Li Ziyu wanted to say more, but Zheng Huan cut him off. "Forget that. What do we do now?" Big soldiers entering the city. The 3 instantly panicked. Once the bald thieves entered the city, there was no guarantee they wouldn't pillage for 3 days, the time-honored method for rebels to reward their subordinates. And what the Australians did in the townships during the Pearl River Estuary campaign years ago could hardly be called leaving the people untouched. Many ships carrying loot and captives seized from the countryside had passed Bayonet. Thinking of the legendary rows of corpses hanging on trees, all 3 lost their courage. Zhang Yu said helplessly, "Maybe we should go home first." Zheng Huan agreed. "Yes. Let's go home first and see which way the wind blows. My dad probably doesn't know yet. He had just taken down the shutter boards when I left." At this, his face turned white. When a city was breached, often the local riffraff would start looting and raping before the incoming soldiers even made a move. Yes, let's go back first," Li Ziyu said, then suddenly remembered his family was a hereditary military household, and his uncle held the title of Thousand Household of the Guangzhou Forward Guard. When the bald thieves settled accounts, wouldn't that mean raiding the house and exterminating the clan? He shook like a sieve, mumbling, "If only Shixin could come back. He's defected to the Baldies." Then thinking that Zhang Yu was the Australians' authorized supplier and must have deep relations with them, he suddenly made a deep bow and implored, "Brother Zhang, save me." Startled, Zhang Yu said, "Brother Ziyu, what's wrong?" "I beg you, brother, for the sake of our fellowship as classmates, save me, save my whole family." Li Ziyu pleaded piteously, so sincere he nearly knelt on the spot. Zhang Yu was baffled. In terms of connections, status, and wealth in Guangzhou City, Li Ziyu was the top among them. Being friends with them carried a hint of condescending to associate. Usually it was classmates begging him, never him begging others. This sudden servile plea shocked Zhang Yu greatly. "Brother knows my family is of the Guangzhou Forward Guard military household." Hearing this, Zhang Yu suddenly understood. He and Zheng Huan were small commoners. As long as they survived the initial chaos, the Australians would never trouble them. But the Li family were hereditary military, and his uncle was a Thousand Household. Once the Australians entered the city, a purge was inevitable. They had all heard of the Australians' methods in the countryside. Brother is a supplier to the Australians now, and is looked upon with favor by the true Baldies. When the Australians enter the city, they will surely leave you untouched. It turned out Li Ziyu wanted to bring his whole family to take refuge in the walnut cookie shop. In the past, Zhang Yu's vanity would have burst, but right now how could he dare agree? After all, his family only supplied the great world and had no special relationship with that true Baldy. He hadn't seen Chief Huang again since that one time. Zhang Yu hesitated. "My family only supplies the great world. We have no deep friendship with the Australians." Li Ziyu wanted to say more, but someone else ran up behind them, shouting as he ran, "Put up the shutter boards! Soldiers on the street!" Before his voice faded, the relatively quiet street instantly fell into chaos. Shops that had opened were in turmoil. Owners stumbled out screaming for apprentices to pack up stalls and put up shutters. Amid a clatter of banging boards, the shutters just taken down were put back up. Scared out of their wits, the three friends forgot all about countermeasures and scattered to run for their lives. End of chapter. Chapter 17:15. Human Zhang Yu ran all the way home. When he reached Huifu Lane, everything looked the same as always. Shops had taken down their shutters and were leisurely doing business. His own walnut cookie shop was open too. His father was kneading dough inside, the oven fire was lit, and the scent of walnut oil wafted out. His parents were busy around the work table. "Old Bean, stop working, close the shop." Zhang Yu burst in, shouting indiscriminately. His father's face instantly darkened. Shopkeepers hated the phrase "close the shop" most of all. At night they only said "putting up the shutters." Business hadn't been good originally, and now that it had finally picked up by a stroke of luck, to have this rash boy shouting like this made him scold. "You plague-stricken thing! What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhang Yu didn't waste time explaining. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Up with the boards, soldiers on the street, the bald, thieves have entered the city, Guangzhou has fallen." His father stood stunned, dropping his rolling pin. "Soldiers passing, city fallen." These terrible words drilled into his ears. Since the Jiajing era, when Guangzhou built the new city wall to protect the riverside commercial district from rampant Japanese pirates, this area hadn't heard an alarm in over 100 years, let alone seen the disaster of war. But to the common people of that time, words like passing soldiers and fallen cities were far from unfamiliar. Terrifying scenes instantly floated into his parents' minds. Streets engulfed in fire, merchants and people running in all directions, soldiers burning, killing, and raping. Their faces turned white. For a long while they couldn't say a word. It was Zhang Yu who reacted quickly, urging them repeatedly to hurry and close the door. "Up with the boards." The people in the shop woke from their daze and rushed to put up the shutters. Zhang Yu's mother cried anxiously, "Quick, put out the stove too." His father said, "Why put out the stove? The cookies were just put in, they'll be undercooked." "This strong smell, are you worried we won't be the first to get robbed?" His mother roared, hands on hips. She picked up a bucket of water and splashed it into the furnace. The flames hissed and instantly went out. Ignoring the shop interior, Zhang Yu jumped outside to take down the shop sign. The sign hung high. Usually a forked pole was used to lift it up and down. Zhang Yu couldn't reach the hook and jumped frantically under the sign, looking quite comical, which made the girl in the tofu shop opposite cover her mouth and giggle. The tofu shop's daughter had been leaning against the door selling early morning tofu. Seeing Zhang Yu running back and the cookie shop in chaos, she was craning her neck to watch the novelty. Zhang Yu tilted his head and saw her standing cluelessly in front of her shop watching the show. Anxious, he roared, "Tell your dad to put up the boards. The bald thieves are in the city. The soldiers are coming." His shout didn't just warn her. The relatively quiet Huifu Lane instantly turned into chaos. In moments, every shop and household was overturned, packing things, putting up shutters, closing doors and windows. Some bumped into things and cried out in pain. Some shouted hoarsely in anxiety. Some slapped their thighs and started weeping and wailing for no reason. The tofu shop girl hadn't recovered her wits before her mother dragged her to the back, smeared her face with ash from the stove, and hid her in the woodshed, forbidding her to come out. "You hide well. No matter what you hear, don't come out." The tofu shop girl shook with fear. She knew the ways of the world and the fate of young girls and wives who fell into the hands of chaotic troops. Terrified, she hid in the straw pile, not daring to move. In a crisis, human potential is limitless. With a few jumps, Zhang Yu actually managed to unhook the sign and drag it into the shop. Just as he came in, the last shutter board slammed shut behind him. A thick crossbar was mounted, and a big padlock clicked home. The shop was pitch dark, lit only by a few rays of light coming through the cracks in the boards. His father lowered his voice. "Everyone stay quiet. Pack everything up and carry it to the back." Everyone lowered their voices and tiptoed around packing things up. Flour, walnuts, sugar. Even the undercooked cookies were put away one by one and carried into the inner quarters by Zhang Yu's father. Still worried, Zhang Yu followed his mother around to check everything, inspecting doors and windows. His mother hid in the bedroom, packing up the family's valuables and burying them under the square bricks in the inner hall. She then instructed Zhang Yu to go watch the hired hand and the apprentice in the front shop. "You watch them. Don't let them do anything bad. Though they were introduced by acquaintances and seem honest, one must guard against others. Who knows if they might get ideas in the chaos." The hired hand and apprentice were from other counties. With soldiers in the streets, they couldn't simply be swept out the door. Usually they slept on the floor in the shop, and now they had nowhere to go. Zhang Yu's mother sent him to watch them so they wouldn't collude with bandits. Zhang Yu nodded. "Mother, I understand. I was thinking, should we hang that special permit outside? The situation outside is unclear right now. Hanging it out might attract attention instead. Better wait and see." Meanwhile, at the central military yamen in Humen Fortress, a dozen fully armored squad commanders and extranumerary officers were gathered. They had been summoned to the yamen for a meeting before dawn, but now the sky was turning pale with the fish-belly white of morning, and Thousand Household Liu still hadn't appeared. They gathered in small groups, whispering. Though they didn't know what Thousand Household Liu wanted to discuss, everyone estimated it had to do with the bald thieves. In recent months, bald thief ships had been frequent on the river. Standing on the peak of Wushan on Yanyangsi Island, looking out over the water, the situation was clear. Tugboats traveling to the Great World were more than double the past number. Though the bald thieves had let out word that this was cargo and decoration materials for the Great World's opening, military intuition told them something was fishy. These ships weren't carrying ordinary cargo. Some said they had seen many booted feet sticking out from under canvas covers. Some said cannons had been unloaded at the Great World Wharf in the middle of the night. Once, an Australian ship traveling on the river suddenly exploded on its own and sank within moments. What the Australians were shipping was a matter of great concern to local officials. The Pearl River was the provincial river of Guangzhou. Simply intercepting and inspecting ships would reveal what medicine the Australians were selling in their gourd. However, since the Australians arrived at Bayonet, the Ming had lost the right to inspect Australian ships. Although a few hot-headed or greedy fools had tried to brave the violence to inspect or detain ships flying the Yuan Council flag, the result was either their whole family dying in a fire at night or the whole family joining hands to jump into the river by day. After a few such incidents, naturally no one was willing to do it anymore. The officers on river defense watched black smoke-spewing Australian firewheel ships pass every day. In private discussions, they all felt the Australians were about to make a major move. But even knowing what the bald thieves were up to, what could people like them do? The battle when the bald thieves first broke into the provincial river and reached Bayonet had left too deep an impression. A sense of total powerlessness made most of them lose the will to resist. What if they really had to fight? Everyone anxiously pondered this question. It would be nothing but striking a stone with an egg, destruction for jade and stone alike. In the despair of being unable to win and unable to flee, no one had any plan for the future. With an attitude of muddling through day by day, many secretly accepted allowances from the Australians, renting their soldiers and ships to the Australians for labor while they themselves lived a life of drunken dreams in Ximing Tower. As the officers whispered, suddenly someone shouted from the back, "Take the hall." The crowd bustled, lining up according to rank to wait. They saw Liu Fengsheng, the Humen Fortress Coastal Defense Mobile Corps 1000 household, emerge from the back fully armored. His expression was cold and murderous, a face that looked ready to kill. The officers were stunned. There was no alarm right now, Why did Thousand Household Liu have this look of going to battle? Had the Australians made a move? While they were suspicious, suddenly a report came from the Yanyangsi battery. Over 20 bald thief warships were moving up the provincial river, approaching the Humen East Channel. Then a report came from the Upper Hengdeng battery. Over 10 bald thief warships had entered the Humen West Channel, approaching the Upper Hengdeng Island battery from the rear flank. Almost simultaneously, inland river vessels flying the Morning Star flag appeared in the Sanmen waterway between Wushan and Humen Fortress. Before they knew it, the bald thief army was at the gates, forming a pincer's encirclement against Humen Fortress. The officers present felt their hands and feet go cold. Many here had personally experienced the Humen battle years ago, and had a deep impression of the ferocity of the bald thieves' cannon fire and their soldiers' courage. Now, this army was at the gates of Humen Fortress again, like iron pincers that could crush the not very hard walnut of Humen with the slightest pressure. In their panic, everyone turned their eyes to the man in charge of Humen Fortress, Liu Fengsheng. Thousand Household Liu coughed and said, "The Australian army is pressing close. You can all see the situation in Guangzhou clearly. If we respond wrongly, not only will Humen Fortress be destroyed with jade and stone burning together, but Guangzhou will not escape the disaster of war." He didn't start by discussing how to arrange defenses or assign troops to resist. Instead, he made this speech. The clever ones instantly understood his mind. Most people here didn't want to fight anyway, so someone immediately echoed, "The general is right. We have only 600 or 700 men and a dozen cannons in total. Fighting the bald thieves head-on won't end well." Seeing that Thousand Household Liu didn't scold him but nodded slightly as if in agreement, everyone grew bolder. One by one, they chimed in, saying the government troops were weak in soldiers and poor in weapons, unsuitable for battle. Others suddenly became soldier-loving commanders, crying that the troops lacked rations and pay, hadn't eaten a full meal in days, and sending them into battle would just be throwing lives away. Liu Fengsheng let them talk for a while. Just as he was about to speak, someone shouted loudly, "Troops are fed for 1,000 days to be used in 1 hour. Aren't you ashamed to speak such words?" End of chapter. Chapter 17:16. Internal strife. The officers looked closely and saw the speaker was an extranumerary squad commander named Gao Zidian. He was originally a hereditary platoon commander in the Guangzhou rear guard, young, and who knew what strings he had pulled or how much silver he had spent to recently fill an extranumerary vacancy in the battalion. He was a sesame-sized official, the lowest of the low. A confidant of Liu Fengsheng coughed. "Brother Gao, you can't say that. When it comes to fighting, none of us brothers has ever slacked off. All these years defending against pirates, fighting the Yao savages, suppressing roving bandits. Which time didn't the brothers grab swords and mount horses the moment the court superiors gave an order? Everyone here, every single one, earned their place through blood and piles of corpses, one sword and one spear at a time." He spoke while looking at Gao Zidian askance. People in the back started to jeer. Arrogant brat still smelling of mother's milk. Never been on the battlefield and dares to brag. Doesn't know life from death. Since Squad Commander Gao is so loyal and brave, how about letting him lead his own men to meet the bald thieves first? If you want to die, don't drag others down as padding. Gao Zidian, a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, shouted loudly, "In that case I am willing to be the vanguard. I ask the general to assign troops and open the powder magazine. I will lead troops to the battery immediately to supervise the battle. I will fight the bald thieves to the bitter end." Someone said sarcastically, "Squad Commander Gao is Yue Fei reborn, loyal heart and crimson gall, talented in both civil and martial arts. The moment Squad Commander Gao rides out, won't the bald thieves kneel and beg to surrender?" Another laughed. "That goes without saying. Once General Gao steps onto the battery and gives a great roar, he can scare off 1,000,000 bald thief soldiers. Who knew our Humen Fortress could produce a Zhang Fei of this generation?" Liu Fengsheng's confidants and the officers who had already decided to surrender clamored together, instantly suppressing Gao Zidian. Most other officers, unwilling to die in battle, stayed silent. Gao Zidian was so angry his face turned red. He was only an extranumerary squad commander. Aside from 3 personal guards, he had only a dozen grunts under him. The only ones who would truly fight to the death were those 3 guards. If Liu Fengsheng didn't assign troops or open the powder magazine, even Zhang Fei Reborn would be useless. He stiffened his neck and argued, "Since we eat the king's salary, we must be loyal to the king's affairs. Humen is the key to Guangzhou. Once lost, Guangzhou will be in imminent danger." "Well said." Someone in the hall, which had been full of laughter and jeers, suddenly roared. The hall instantly fell silent. Even Liu Fengsheng, who had kept a cold face without speaking, was startled. Seeing who stepped out, he gave an anticipated sneer. That this man would come out to block him was within Liu Fengsheng's expectations. It was the hothead Gao Zidian jumping out that had been a bit unexpected. The man who stepped out was also 1,000 household, originally the hereditary commander of the Guangzhou Muslim Guard, named Ma Chengzhu. He was a De Guan soldier. The De Guan soldiers in Guangzhou were mostly transferred from Nanjing during the Chenghua and Jiajing years to suppress Yao uprisings. Their ancestors were Semu soldiers of the Yuan dynasty. Although the De Guan soldiers in Humen fortress were few in number, they were Guangzhou natives and very cohesive. Ma Chengzhu himself was a hereditary commander and battalion 1,000 household, only 1 rank lower than Liu Fengsheng. He had considerable influence in Humen fortress. Fellow soldiers, Squad Commander Gao is right. Leaving aside that we are court officials and many have received imperial grace for generations, just consider this Humen pass. It is the key to entering Guangzhou. If the bald thieves pass easily, Guangzhou will surely fall into their hands. Most of you are natives of Guangzhou. Can you sit and watch the bald thieves kill their way into Guangzhou, plunging your own friends, family, and elders into fire and sword? Think 3 times, gentlemen. He spoke with deep emotion, moving many. Some faces showed signs of wavering. Someone muttered, "We have so few men and the bald thieves are good at fighting. How can we win? We must fight even if we can't win. Every moment we delay here gives the city another moment to prepare defenses. Moreover, we can dampen the bald thieves' spirit. Even if we die here, we will be worthy of the court and emperor above and worthy of our people and families below." Enough! Liu Fengsheng saw the situation turning against him. This glib tongue might pull over the waverers. He slammed the table and shouted, "Ma Chengzhu, this is Humen fortress. I am the commanding general here. It's not your place to gesture and order." Ma Chengzhu sneered. "Commanding general of Humen fortress. You're worthy. You've always made eyes at the bald thieves and colluded in secret. I thought it was just the usual corruption of officialdom. But now that the bald thieves attack, you don't send troops, you don't open the magazine, and you let people trample on the loyal patriot squad commander Gao. Your heart is punishable. I see you intend to surrender to the bald thieves and become a traitor." Audacious! Seeing him tear off the mask without hesitation, Liu Fengsheng went bare-chested too. "Guards, take him down." Many officers in the hall were Liu's partisans to begin with, and below the hall were over a dozen of Liu's personal guards, prepared exactly for this situation. At his order, these men surrounded Ma Chengzhu. Ma Chengzhu showed no fear. "I knew you had this move." His face changed and he roared at the top of his lungs. "Liu Fengsheng has rebelled and defected to the enemy. Serve the country with loyalty. The time is now." As he spoke, he drew a hidden dagger from his waist. Before his voice faded, 20 or 30 soldiers suddenly surged into the previously empty courtyard, brandishing swords and spears and charging toward the hall. These were Ma Chengzhu's personal guards and some De Guan soldiers. The Liu family guards in front of the hall were caught off guard. Scattered by the charge, 5 or 6 were cut down in an instant. The front of the hall plunged into chaos. Liu Fengsheng was terrified. He had arranged for his clan nephew Liu Zhaipai to lead 100 men to secretly surround the Deguan soldiers' barracks and slaughter them if trouble broke out. Now these men had suddenly appeared. He hadn't heard sounds of fighting from the barracks direction, and they didn't look like they had fought their way out. No time to think. Above and below the hall was chaos. Below, Deguan soldiers fought paired combat with various families' guards. Soon bodies covered the ground. The officers in the hall, except for Liu Fengsheng's confidants, were mostly drifters who didn't want to strike old comrades. Ma Chengzhu waved his dagger, forcing back several guards, breaking through the encirclement and rushing toward the eaves. Liu Fengsheng knew that if he escaped and rallied his troops, Humen fortress would spiral out of control, and his promised surrender of the fortress would fail completely. He screamed, "Don't let Ma Chengzhu get away!" His guards lunged at Ma Chengzhu together. Ma Chengzhu showed no fear, backing against a pillar and waving his dagger to resist. But the dagger was short and no match for long swords. Soon he was covered in wounds, barely holding on. Just then, Gao Zidian grabbed a chair and rushed over, swinging it wildly. Young and strong, he wielded the pear-wood chair with majestic wind, forcing back several guards in moments. One guard was swept by mistake, screamed, vomited blood, and fell. Gao Zidian rushed to Ma Chengzhu's side and shouted, "Thousand household Ma, let's break out." Ma Chengzhu had no prior dealings with him. Seeing him disregard life and death to save him, Ma was moved. Ignoring his pain, he grabbed a sword from the ground and shouted, "You clear the way, I'll cover the rear. Break out and rally the men to kill the bald thieves." One in front, one behind, they charged fiercely. Several men couldn't stop them. Just as they were about to reach the eaves, Gao Zidian suddenly took an arrow and fell face forward. The guards set upon him with swords and spears. In an instant, his breath was gone. Ma Chengzhu used this gap to escape the hall. The Deguan soldiers fighting in the courtyard burst into a cheer, morale soaring, shouting, "Kill the bald thieves." They fought with increasing ferocity, and it looked like Liu Fengsheng's side was losing ground. Liu Fengsheng complained bitterly in his heart, cursing, "Where the hell is Liu Zhaipai? If this went on, he would have to run for his life." Watching his guards dying one by one in the yard, gradually being forced up the steps, he was about to flee when a clamor rose outside. Liu Zhaipai's troops had arrived. Liu Fengsheng relaxed and nearly collapsed to the ground. The arrival of fresh troops instantly changed the battle. The Deguan soldiers were surrounded in the courtyard, slashed and stabbed, gradually losing ground. Ma Chengzhu waved his sword to defend while shouting orders for everyone to break out, but more and more enemies arrived, and fewer of his men remained. Ma Chengzhu took several more arrows, stumbled, and barely propped himself up with a spear. Seeing only a few men left around him, and Gao Zidian's head already chopped off on the steps and hoisted high on a spear, he knew there was no hope of breakout. He looked to the sky and sighed. "I have the heart to kill the enemy, but no power to reverse the heavens." Before his voice faded, 2 long spears pierced him simultaneously. Ma Chengzhu could support himself no longer and fell dead. The remaining Deguan soldiers were slaughtered by a flurry of swords and spears. Escorted by guards, Liu Fengsheng walked out of the hall and onto the steps. Seeing the ground covered in corpses, he was secretly alarmed. If Liu Zhaipai hadn't arrived in time, it would have been him in the pile of corpses, not Ma Chengzhu. He hated Ma Chengzhu for this resistance, which had cost him many guards and several confidant officers in vain. He said hatefully, "Ma Chengzhu and Gao Zidian resisted the celestial army, their deaths are not to be pitied. Cut off their heads and display them before the fortress. Yes, search the whole camp. Execute all of Gao Zidian's and Ma Chengzhu's personal guards and the remaining Deguan soldiers. Spare no one," Liu Fengsheng screamed hoarsely. After giving orders, he turned back to look at the officers coming out of the hall. "Gentlemen, we brothers are now men of the Great Song and the Yuan Council. The chiefs have said that as long as we serve with peace of mind, our wealth and rank will not be lacking. But if anyone's heart still turns to the Sojourning, these people are the example." The officers following him were silent as cicadas in winter. No one dared say a word. Seeing no one opposed him anymore, Liu Fengsheng ordered the prepared blue flags to be hoisted on the Wushan Peak and the Humen Fortress flagpole. He ordered some of the officers to return to their camps, restrain their subordinates, and await the Australians' roll call inspection. End of chapter. Chapter 17:17. Occupying Humen, the other officers he deemed unreliable were kept in the headquarters to assist with military affairs, effectively placing them under surveillance. He sent his own trusted men to take over their troops. After finishing these arrangements, he summoned Liu Zhaipai, wanting to understand how the man had allowed the De Guan soldiers to rush out of the barracks and cause such havoc. Unexpectedly, it was not Liu Zhaipai who came but one of his personal guards. Upon asking, he learned that his clan nephew had been killed the previous night. Squad leader Liu ordered the brothers to assemble, but he didn't show up after more than an hour. "We went to check and found him already dead," the guard said. "We didn't know what to do." Later, someone sent a message saying that the De Guan soldiers in the Central Army were rebelling and besieging the general, so everyone hurried over. "Damn him, Ma Chengzhu. So you had planned this all along." Liu Fengsheng lamented the tragic death of his clan nephew. He realized that Ma Chengzhu's call bringing in dozens of men meant he had prepared early. Today's events had been truly perilous. On the river, more than a dozen Daihatsu landing craft were emitting black smoke, chugging past the single-masted sloops in front, heading toward Humen, Upper Hengdang Island, and other positions. The boats were loaded with soldiers of the Marine 1st Expeditionary Detachment. Although the various forts and camps at Humen had already raised blue flags symbolizing surrender, the soldiers remained tense. Following their training, they crouched down, holding their percussion cap rifles with bayonets already fixed, ready to jump out and engage at any moment. The cannons on the single-masted sailing ships had their sights set, muzzles pointing directly at the targets, ready to fire. The landing occurred without any fighting. The forts had originally held only a few garrison soldiers, mostly old and weak. These men didn't even have the keys to the fort's powder magazine. Their daily duty was merely to guard the fort and report any suspicious activity on the river. As the fleet approached, no orders came from Humen Fortress, nor did anyone emerge to command resistance. Seeing the large group of hair-shorn thieves approaching, they scattered in an uproar before Liu Fengsheng's order to stand by and do not resist could reach them. When the Marines boarded the various forts, they were already empty. Liu Fengsheng stood fully armored outside Humen Fortress, leading all the officers. Beside him were more than 10 elders from Taiping Market. It was late winter turning to early spring, and the wind blowing from the river was quite chilly. Several thinly clad elders were already stomping their feet and blowing on their hands, unable to bear the cold. In comparison, Liu Fengsheng's side looked quite orderly. However, compared to the completely numb elders, the feelings of the surrendered generals were even more apprehensive. Regardless of one's view of honor and disgrace, betraying one's master to seek glory was always a dishonorable thing. Moreover, they worried about how the Australians would deal with them after the surrender, despite the many guarantees Xin had made. Watching the Australians in blue-gray uniforms constantly landing from the river, they felt increasingly worried. While their hearts were beating like drums, an Australian soldier suddenly ran over quickly and asked, "Which one is the defender of Humen Fortress, Liu Fengsheng?" Liu Fengsheng hurriedly responded, "This humble officer is he. Senator Shi Zhiki summons you, the generals of Humen Fortress, and the gentry to meet him." Yes, this humble officer will go immediately. It was Shi Zhiki, the commander of the Marine 1st Expeditionary Detachment, who had landed at Humen. At this moment, he was arranging the defense and takeover operations of the Marine Corps in the Yamen behind Ananghoi Fort. Zayazhu had requested that after occupying Humen, he should expand locally as soon as possible and firmly control this key to Guangzhou. He had originally intended to enter Humen Fortress directly to set up a command post. There were many houses in the camp, making it a ready-made garrison. However, The staff member from the urban work department who came to meet him reported that a fierce battle had taken place inside Humen Fortress. The yamen was now flowing with blood and hadn't been cleaned up yet. Shijiki had to abandon this idea and settle here for now. He had already gained a rough understanding of the situation regarding the defenders and garrison in Humen Fortress from the urban work department. He was not particularly interested in these old officers, but right now there was a shortage of manpower everywhere. These old soldiers, who had shown no mercy in killing their former comrades and had submitted a petition of surrender as a token of loyalty, could still be utilized temporarily. Liu Fengsheng and his group entered the courtyard of the fort's yamen under the guidance of the guards. When they were still a rod's length away from the eaves, they hurriedly knelt down. A woman's voice came from inside. "The chief has ordered that everyone need not kneel. Please come in, General Liu." Liu Fengsheng was stunned, thinking to himself, "Do the hair-shorn thieves bring women to war?" Then he suddenly realized his thoughts were greatly disrespectful. They were not thieves, nor even Australians, but proper chiefs. Thinking of this, he hurriedly got up, took a few steps forward, and announced his name. "Humble General Liu Fengsheng pays respects to the chief. No need for formalities. Come into the room." Liu Fengsheng walked in and saw that the room had been tidied up very cleanly. There was only a large table in the center, and something hanging against the wall covered by a curtain. 2 Australian guards stood on the left and right sides of the door, with short guns slung across their chests. The Australian chief was a man in his 30s. At first glance, his clothes were no different from those of the guards. There was also a female soldier beside him. He dared not look too much and hurriedly lowered his head, holding his breath and concentrating, waiting for questions. "You are Liu Fengsheng." Shijiki looked at the middle-aged man in full armor who stood respectfully before him. He had seen Liu Fengsheng's file. He came from a military background, joined the army at 16, accumulated merit to become 1,000 household, won more merit during the Xian Rebellion, obtained the rank of guerrilla general, and after spending money to maneuver for a few years, finally filled the position of defender of Humen Fortress. Yes, this humble general is he. Shijiki thought that it was not easy for him. 20 years of military life, risking his life in battle and spending money to cultivate connections. He had finally climbed to this position with great difficulty. According to the materials, he didn't get a wife until he became 1,000 household in his 30s, and purchasing a residence in Guangzhou was something that had happened only in recent years. The material said he was both greedy and stingy. No wonder the urban work department hadn't spent much effort to persuade him to surrender. "I heard that a fierce battle took place in your yamen today." "Yes." Liu Fengsheng immediately recounted what had happened that morning, how he had prepared to summon the generals to discuss surrendering to the Senate, how Gao Zidian and Ma Chengzhu had launched an attack, and the fierce battle that had taken place in the Central Army headquarters. Gao Zidian and Ma Chengzhu were arrogant and rebellious, attempting to stop a chariot like a mantis, resisting the heavenly army. Today, these scoundrels have been completely exterminated. Their heads are displayed at the camp gate to demonstrate the might of the Great Song and the Senate. Shijiki nodded slightly. He knew of Ma Chengzhu, and such fierce resistance was expected. However, he had no impression of who this Gao Zidian was. For these people to still rise up and resist in a completely hopeless situation showed that the great Ming still had loyal ministers and righteous men. However, he didn't dislike Liu Fengsheng. If there were loyal ministers and righteous men everywhere, the Senate wouldn't be able to make progress. In the final analysis, humans are animals that adapt to the general trend. As long as the Senate led the general trend well, those who understood the times would be the majority, and the world could be taken into the bag. He nodded slightly and said, although they didn't understand the times, refused to submit to the king's transforming influence, and resisted stubbornly to the end, they were after all loyal ministers of the Zhu Ming. Don't display their heads anymore, bury them quickly along with their bodies. Set up a marker so their families can come to collect the bodies later. Liu Fengsheng hurriedly said, "The chief is benevolent. I now appoint you as the captain of the Provisional 1st Battalion of the Guangdong General Detachment of the National Army. Return to the camp now and handle the handover procedures with the people I've sent. You can rest assured, our promises are all valid. You may take all your personal property. For what you cannot take temporarily, I have already instructed the receiving personnel to arrange houses as temporary warehouses for you to store your private property." Liu Fengsheng hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Shijiki frowned. "My Senate does not practice kneeling rituals. You can dispense with this in the future. After the handover, lead your troops to Hong Kong Island for reorganization and training. How specifically to proceed will be arranged. You just need to restrain your subordinates and wait quietly." He glanced at Liu Fengsheng again. "I know there are many bad habits and old rules among the officers and soldiers. Now that you have newly surrendered, I won't haggle with you, but the rule that you absolutely must not disturb the people must be remembered. If there is any act of disturbing the people, I will never show leniency." Liu Fengsheng hurriedly said, "The troops under this humble officer's command are all local natives, and there will absolutely be no disturbance of the people." Shijiki nodded. "I trust you. Restrain your subordinates well and obey orders. There will surely be a great future. You may go." For every sentence Shijiki said, Liu Fengsheng responded in kind. He didn't know how significant the position of battalion captain was, but he understood the part about going to Whampoa Island for training. Logically, whenever troops moved, there should be a starting fee. He had expected the Australians to issue a generous grace reward, but Shijiki never mentioned it even when he said, "You may go." He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Everyone said the Australians were generous, but they were so stingy. However, he dared not mention it, nor reveal disappointment in his expression. He bowed respectfully and retreated. Shijiki then received officers of various ranks above the level of Weiwei from outside Humen fortress in batches, speaking comforting words. The last to be received were the liaison officer and the gentry of Taping Market. To them, the Australians were already old acquaintances. Every year, Taping Market had to pay a reasonable burden to the Australians, so the arrival of the Australians this time did not cause panic. After Shijiki said a few polite words, he dismissed the gentry, leaving the liaison officer to ask about the food issue for the garrison. According to the plan, the Marine Corps would leave a company here to guard Humen Fortress. "Chief, don't worry. The town has already prepared everything," the liaison officer said respectfully. "Right now, there are 30 pickles of grain in the warehouse ready for use at any time. Your place is a key pass on the Pearl River. The Joint Logistics Headquarters will set up a supply station here. You must put in considerable effort." Shijiki saw the liaison officer's brows furrow tightly and smiled. "What, afraid of being eaten out of house and home by us? This small one dares not, dares not." The liaison officer was scared out of his wits and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. End of chapter. Chapter 17-18, Entering the city you can rest assured. For this matter, you are just contributing effort. It definitely won't cost you money. There are benefits too. The liaison officer secretly groaned. Although the Australians were measured in their dealings, when a large army passed through, it meant grass, grain, and firewood would all be exhausted. A few years ago, the Australians had also occupied Humen and garrisoned troops here. Although they paid for requisitioned items after the money increased, prices in Taping markets skyrocketed. Merchants made good profits, but the common people had quite a few complaints. He didn't dare say much. The Fubo army didn't rob or kill and bought and sold fairly. As far as soldiers went, they were already like bodhisattvas. How could he dare haggle over anything else? Shijiki smiled and let him withdraw. This liaison officer wasn't very useful, but unfortunately, they had too few cadres. There were only 10 prepared to be sent to Dongyuan County, so naturally, none could be spared to receive this small Taping market. Subsequently, the Planning Institute's special search team arrived and began a comprehensive inventory and takeover of the official property in Humen Fortress. Shijiki didn't interfere in these matters. He was most concerned about the progress of the various companies advancing along the Pearl River system. He looked at his watch. According to the operation plan, the various detachments of the Reconnaissance Bureau Special Reconnaissance Battalion should have already controlled several city gates in the east and south of the city. The 4th Infantry Battalion, which had infiltrated the Great World beforehand, had also entered the city and started occupying key points. In another 3 hours, the first batch of squadrons of the National Army Guangdong General Detachment from Hong Kong would travel via the Pearl River to the provincial capital, and the first batch of occupied county towns and important market towns. According to the Urban Work Department, the march from the Pearl River estuary to Guangzhou would be an armed parade. The provincial river defense system, barely restored after Qingwenken took office, was very weak. Having experienced the Pearl River estuary penetration campaign, the officers and soldiers were all fearful of the Australian military power and unwilling to fight to the death. There were leading parties everywhere. The Urban Work Department only needed to offer the condition of guaranteeing personal and family property safety, and those wishing to leave Guangdong can be escorted, to make many people agree to cooperate. As the commander-in-chief of the first phase, Shijiki dared not be careless. Plans were never executed 100%. The internal strife at Humen Fortress fully illustrated that having a few high-level leading parties was not enough. In today's events, Ma Chengzhu had actually had a high probability of turning the tables. Although whether he turned the tables or not couldn't change the overall situation, the advance would not be smooth sailing. "Report the progress of each detachment to me every hour," he ordered, looking again at the map of Guangzhou City. Marks had already been made on the city gates. Blue ones were those where work had been done and agreements reached to open gates and offer the city. Red ones were those that might need to be resolved by force. Looking at the map, the several gates in the east of the city, Great East Gate, Civility Gate, and Guide Gate, which served as the boundary between Panyu and Nanhai counties, were all marked in blue. The total number wasn't large, but most were critical points for entering and occupying Guangzhou. There were very few red city gates. Most were ambiguous gray ones. However, once the Fubo army entered Guangzhou, these ambiguous gray ones would follow suit and rise up in uprising at the front. At least that's what Lin Baiguang said. Under normal circumstances, the defender of a city gate was just a squad leader, with 30 or 40 soldiers at most. Without reinforcements sent from elsewhere in the city, they couldn't stir up any waves. Dawn was just breaking, not yet the beginning of the hour of the dragon. Inside the Great East Gate of Guangzhou City, Dai Liacheng carried his full set of mason's tools as usual, preparing to go to work at the construction site of the Great World outside the city. At this time, the city gate hadn't opened yet. A large group of craftsmen and laborers, who also needed to hurry out of the city early, were squatting at the entrance of the Moon City gate chatting and eating breakfast. Various snack stalls catering specifically to these poor folks were lined up along the foot of the city wall, steaming hot. Old Chang didn't go over to join them as usual, but walked straight to the military officer on duty at the gate tunnel and said ingratiatingly, "Officer, why hasn't the gate opened yet today?" He passed through here every day and was familiar with the soldiers guarding the gate. "What's the rush?" "The water clock hasn't finished dripping yet. There's still half an hour." "Still so long," Dai Liacheng murmured in a low voice as if talking to himself. "The tears of the survivors are exhausted in the barbarian dust." The officer on duty heard it, stunned for a moment, quickly glanced left and right, and then whispered back, "Looking south for the king's army is just today." After receiving the code that the city gate was ready, Dai Liacheng retreated while laughing. After waiting a while to confirm that no one had noticed him, he went to the front of the watchtower of the Dongping Great Pawnshop next to the city gate, took out a piece of blue cloth, walked in and asked, "Manager, do you accept this pawn?" The manager of the pawnshop took the blue cloth, looked at it, and said, "Wait a moment, I need to find someone to check it." "No rush. I'll wait here." Not long after, a small blue flag was hung on the watchtower of the Dongping Great Pawnshop. At this time, the heavy sound of iron wheels suddenly rang out from far to near outside the east gate. The people living in this area, and the commoners who often went to the Great World construction site, knew that this was the sound of the Australians' iron rails. This iron track was paved from the entrance of the Great World all the way to the intersection of Union Street. Because the gentry living in the East Gate outpost outside the Great East Gate had opposed it, and the streets were narrow, it was not paved to the city gate. The sound of iron-wheeled carts in the morning light immediately attracted the attention of the officers and soldiers on the gate tower. They stuck their heads out one after another, trying to look at the intersection of Union Street not far away. The sound of iron-wheeled carts disappeared, replaced by a burst of chaotic footsteps. A team of people wearing blue-gray jackets, iron helmets on their heads, leather boots on their feet, and holding muskets ran quickly toward the east gate. "Quick, quick, faster! Behind, keep up!" After the officer in the lead finished shouting, he looked up at the top of the watchtower. It was a blue flag, which meant everything was going smoothly. Proceed according to plan. All company alert. After giving the order, the officer shouted toward the city gate, "Fellow countrymen, open the door. Express delivery." Inside the gate tunnel, the squad leader of the officers and soldiers guarding the gate hurriedly commanded the soldiers to remove the crossbar, open the city gate, and lowered the drawbridge. The Fubo army passed through the city gate and entered Guangzhou city without expending a single soldier. At this time, a group of people in civilian clothes with blue cloth strips tied to their arms ran out of the pawnshop next to the city gate. The leader shouted loudly to the Fubo army officer, "Quick, this way." "Good, the guide is in place. All platoons proceed according to plan." The officer ordered, "First platoon, occupy the drum tower. Second platoon, the bell tower. Third platoon, defend on the spot, ensure the city gate communication line and receive friendly forces. Messenger, here. Report to the forward command, Great East Gate, the King's army has landed." Clang, a wine cup fell to the ground. Sha Jifu, the Duguan squad leader guarding the civility gate, fell to his knees, clutching his stomach in pain. A pair of eyes stared hatefully at Pu Fucheng, and he questioned intermittently with a hoarse voice, You, why did you poison?" "I'm sorry, I was also forced." Pu Fucheng stood up nonchalantly and swept all the wine vessels on the table onto the ground. "I don't know if the great Ming will fall, but Guangzhou city will be broken in an instant. I won't stop you if you want to die for your country, but if you want to die, don't drag us along with you. Since you didn't want to, then why did you agree and even swore an oath?" Pu Fucheng smiled. "If I didn't swear an oath with you, how would you be willing to drink this poisoned wine? What if you went to drag others in?" The Duguan soldiers have been in the city of 5 Rams for several generations, all with families and dependents. Just because you are loyal to the great Ming, we have to go die together. Before his voice fell, Sha Jifu vomited blood and fell on the floor, motionless. Pu Fucheng smiled at the corpse again and said, "I will soon send your family to reunite with you so you can go in peace." He looked at the sky outside the window, took his saber from the wall and shouted, "Someone come!" 2 personal guards entered in response. "Master Sha Jifu has died for the great Ming," he said sternly. "You men encoffin his body." The guards responded. Pu Fucheng walked out of the gate tower. The sky was already fully bright, much later than the expected time to open the city gate. However, this didn't matter. The Australian troops should have entered the city from the Great East Gate and Civility Gate area early in the morning. He just needed to hand over the city gate to the arriving Australians according to the original plan. A trusted aide walked over quietly and reported in a low voice that Sha Jifu's personal soldier nephews at the Civility Gate had all been disposed of. Pu Fucheng nodded slightly and whispered, "Cut the weeds and dig up the roots, dispose of them cleanly." Yes, this small one understands. People have already been sent. You go personally, Pu Fucheng said viciously. Don't let a single one escape. They will be trouble in the future. Yes, this small one will go right away. After sending away the trusted aide, he leaned nervously against the parapet, watching the street. There were no pedestrians, and the shops hadn't opened. The strange phenomenon of the civility gate not opening on time had already alerted the nearby residents. Although they didn't know that Guangzhou City had changed masters, they instinctively decided not to go on the street or open their doors. Pu Fucheng looked at the sky. It was probably past the beginning of the Dragon Hour. The Australian army should have arrived. But he hadn't seen them appear until now, and he couldn't help but worry. He was the defender of the civility gate. Theoretically, the officers and soldiers here all obeyed his command, but the Xia Zhifu family had multiplied here for several generations and had many friends and old acquaintances. If someone refused to obey and started a clamor, whether it could be suppressed quickly was uncertain. The greatest danger wasn't just this. There was a drill ground for the training guerrilla in the east of Guangzhou City, where nearly 1,000 troops of the front and rear battalions were stationed. If the news leaked out, and the training guerrilla general counterattacked directly before the Australians arrived to take over, attacking from both inside and outside, he would instantly end up with no burial place. He had already sent his own trusted aides to lead personal guards and family servants to control various places inside and outside the Great East Gate, but these people were few. Most ordinary soldiers had no bonds of gratitude or loyalty with the officers. The art of command for officers, besides severe punishments and harsh laws, was deception. At critical moments without heavy rewards, they were definitely unreliable. End of chapter. Chapter 17:19. Second Master Huang sojourning in Guangzhou amidst the fear and trembling. The sound of orderly running footsteps faintly came from the morning light. He immediately widened his eyes. Not long after, a team of Australian soldiers ran neatly from the street. Although there were only about 30 of them, their momentum of running in unison carrying rifles with gleaming bayonets instantly awed his mind. He also couldn't help but feel relieved. They had finally come. He immediately instructed, "Quick, open the inner Moon City gate and welcome the Grand Army to take over." All the groups entering Guangzhou from the east of the city did not encounter organized resistance. Sporadic battles only broke out in a few locations. Most were suppressed by local leading parties before the Fubo army even had to act. Lin Baiguang had hinted to the leading parties in the city beforehand, "Don't be afraid to kill people," and the leading parties themselves were anxious to use blood to express their loyalty to their new masters. Therefore, people were killed everywhere, and in many places, incidents occurred where leading parties took the opportunity to kill people to settle personal scores. Sometimes the leading parties themselves had internal strife and killed each other, and the victor finally insisted that the dead person was an undercover agent. Reconnaissance soldiers of the Reconnaissance General Bureau and agents of the Urban Work Department had already controlled various city gates and main high grounds in the city in advance, and arranged personnel to lead the way at various intersections. At 7 a.m. on March 1, 1635, the 4th Infantry Battalion and the 1st Battalion of the Marine 1st Expeditionary Detachment, successfully stationed in all key points inside and outside Guangzhou City according to plan. City gates, government offices, warehouses, bell and drum towers, docks, all established sentry posts and began martial law throughout the city. Of the 18 city gates in the whole city, only 4 were opened for citizens and people from the 4 villages to enter and exit. Members of the public security team of the Urban Work Department cooperated with Fubo Army soldiers to check pedestrians at these 4 city gates. The Teaching Battalion and the 1st and 2nd Squadrons of the National Army Guangdong General Detachment, departing from Hong Kong, subsequently entered Guangzhou. After entering the city, they immediately patrolled the streets under the leadership of Urban Work Department staff to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to rob. Just past 7 o'clock, the gunboat Zhenhai from the Hong Kong base stirred up rolling waves, and under the escort of more than a dozen Daihatsu landing craft, sailed into Bay Tan along the Pearl River. This was the first time a steam warship had penetrated deep into the Pearl River to the foot of Guangzhou City. Compared to the steam tugboats that Guangzhou citizens were already familiar with, the appearance of this towering, giant ship caused a panic among the surrounding commoners. While spewing black smoke, the Zhenhai dropped anchor at Bay Tan. Its heavy body turned together with the giant cannons flashing with cyan light, pointing the muzzles toward the city of 5 rams. The yacht Octopus, belonging to shopkeeper Guo, whom everyone in Guangzhou was very familiar with, paddled the river water with its paddle wheels, blew its whistle, and sailed over from behind, slowly docking at the Tianzi Wharf on the east embankment of Bay Tan. From Tianzi Wharf to Huang Post Station in Nangyuan, the road was densely covered with soldiers armed with live ammunition. Bayonets flickered with cold light in the spring sunshine, and the Morning Star flag fluttered in the chilly early spring river wind, creating a solemn scene. Next to the reception pavilion, Guo, the station chief of Guangzhou, was waiting. He had already cut off the hair bun he had kept for many years, changed out of his long gown, shaved his beard, and restored his appearance from years ago. From the first day he arrived in Guangzhou, he had imagined the day he would leave office many times. 6 years was not a short period in the journey of life. Now, his successor was coming. The boarding gangway was lowered from the Octopus. A bugler wearing a white sailor uniform stood beside the gangway and blew the bugle. As soon as the bugle sound fell, the new director of the Guangzhou Military Control Commission, Liu Xiang, appeared proudly under the gaze of everyone. As soon as he stepped onto the gangway, a military band trained from blowers and drummers on the pier began to play "Salute to You, Comrade Commander." The march played by noisy suonas and gongs and drums had a unique flavor. Liu Xiang reached out to Guo, who had already come forward, and the two shook hands tightly. Liu Xiang had originally prepared a set of words, but at this moment he only said one sentence. "You have worked hard. I will have to trouble you from now on," Guo said. Although he was the pioneering ox, the situation he faced was far less complicated than Liu Xiang's. If there was only one advantage, it was that Liu Xiang was now the local emperor here. The two stopped exchanging pleasantries. The new Guangzhou municipal government naturally couldn't be located on Huifu Street. In fact, the Senate had no intention of establishing administrative institutions in the old city of Guangzhou, but intended to build a new city elsewhere. The administrative center was also planned to be located there. The temporary headquarters of the Military Control Commission was located in the Great World. However, considering that the Military Control Commission had considerable external liaison work, the window for outside contacts was set up at the Huang Post Station outside Tianzi Wharf. Liu Xiang and his team would also be temporarily stationed here to facilitate nearby work arrangements. This post station had been burned down by rockets during the Pearl River campaign a few years ago and was later rebuilt. By now, the post station had already been taken over and swept clean, waiting for the arrival of the new owner. During this period of time, Second Master Huang's mood was extremely depressed. As the saying goes, missing relatives all the more during festive seasons, and it was truly not wrong at all. When he came out from his home in Lingao, he had also thought that there would be a situation where he had a home but couldn't return. However, when the New Year festival actually came, watching friends go home for the New Year one by one, and seeing people on the street making new clothes and buying New Year goods, the bitterness in Second Master Huang's heart became harder to bear day by day. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about disguising himself and returning to Lingao to see his elderly parents. However, he had been away for a long time, disregarding his family's opposition, and had achieved nothing. If his words and deeds in Guangzhou were known by the hair-shorn thieves, his family would be greatly implicated. Having a home he couldn't return to, He could only hole up in Guangzhou as a lonely man. One or two friends had invited him to their homes for the new year, but after all, he was an outsider and felt quite uncomfortable. He also feared that those who didn't know his background would see him not returning home and start frightening gossip. Master Huang, Master Huang. Urgent voices came one after another. Huang Bingkun turned over, feeling vaguely that someone was pushing him. It seemed to be his young servant. He grunted a few times and fell into a heavy sleep again, because his hangover from last night hadn't worn off, and his head was groggy. The sun was 3 poles high, yet he was still sleeping in his lodging. Second Master Huang had been out for so long that originally his purse was gradually becoming empty. Fortunately, friends from various quarters gave some assistance, so buying some good wine and small dishes every day during the new year was not a problem. With the young servant sent by Lin Zengxiu serving him, life was passable for the time being. Before the new year, he had agreed with everyone that when the weather turned warm and the roads were passable, he would go north, either to Nanjali or straight to the capital, to see if he could lobby court officials to make plans early against the hair-shorn thieves. Someone had already promised to write letters to their teachers and peers asking them to take good care of Second Master Huang. Also, Lin Zengxiu and others promised to donate some money for his use in pleading for the people. Since the plan was settled and it was the New Year festival right now, Second Master Huang had nothing to do and nowhere to go. So he sent the young servant every day to prepare wine and dishes for him, so he could hole up in his room and drown sorrows with wine only to make them worse. Brother Huang, get up quickly. The voice changed, becoming even more urgent. He forced his sleepy eyes open and vaguely saw a man in front of him looking at him anxiously. He shook his head, rubbed his eyes again, and recognized that this was Wu Ming of the Yuyuan Society. Brother Wu, what's the matter? Why such panic? Something big has happened this time. The hair-shorn people have entered the city. Hair-shorn people. Second Master Huang shuddered and sat up from the bed. Is it true? I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? The hair-shorn soldiers entered the city in the middle of the night. It was actually bloodless, occupying the whole city without a sound. Now there are hair-shorn soldiers everywhere on the street. Huang Bingkun took a moment to understand the meaning of the other party's words. Suddenly he felt his hands and feet turn ice cold, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was exactly like a punch splits the top of the skull, half a bucket of cold water pours down. Good thieves. Huang Bingkun's voice was also trembling. Young Master Lin invites us to go to his place to discuss major plans together. Brother Huang can wash up immediately and we will go together. That's very good. Only with those hair-shorn soldiers on the street, how do we travel? The hair-shorn people didn't strictly enforce a market ban. The streets are very quiet now. As long as you don't leave the city, pedestrians coming and going are not questioned. Huang Bingkun thought about it. The hair-shorn thieves consistently acted loose on the outside but tight on the inside. On the surface, that stable and peaceful situation always had to be maintained for a while. He nodded immediately. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Wu. Allow me to wash and change clothes. Immediately, he washed and changed clothes hurriedly, not even caring to eat breakfast, only instructing the young servant, just watch over here, don't go out. Exiting the room door, he saw the monks in the temple were like ants on a hot pot, running around everywhere but not knowing what to do. Seeing Huang Bingkun wanting to go out, the guest-greeting monk hurriedly said, Benefactor, the situation on the street is unclear now. Better not go out. Wu Ming said, It doesn't matter. There is no market ban outside, otherwise how did I come over? The Australians sent troops to patrol the streets and the market is also very quiet. No villains are making trouble. Seeing they were determined to go, the monk opened the small door in the side alley to let them out. Walking onto the street, they saw pedestrians were scarce. Every household along the road closed their doors and no shops were open. The street was desolate. Huang Bingkun slightly regretted being reckless. Walking on the street like this was too conspicuous. If they encountered a patrol team of hair-shorn thieves questioning them, how would he answer? However, after walking along the street for a distance, they didn't encounter the hair-shorn thieves' troops, and his heart settled slightly. Wu Ming was an old local of Guangzhou and was very familiar with the streets and alleys here. They walked through small alleys and secluded streets all the way, avoiding the main roads. When they saw the figures of the hair-shorn thieves' patrol team, they would hide in the alley before leaving. Stopping and going like this, they reached a small alley without much effort. Huang Bingkun saw that there were no households in this alley, only high walls on both sides, with some small doors on the walls. He knew this was probably the backyards of wealthy families. He saw Wu Ming knock a few times on one of the doors. The door opened and they slipped in cleanly. The person who opened the door inside was a man wearing a green headscarf, a tortoise slave. He couldn't help but be startled and asked, "What is this place?" Fangchun Courtyard. End of chapter. Chapter 17:20. Call to arms. Huang Bingkun hesitated. The Huang family had always passed down farming and studying, boasting of a legacy of poetry and etiquette, and was most upright and rigidly moralistic. They never allowed their children to set foot in places like brothels. Just as he was hesitating, Wu Ming pushed him from behind. "Quick, it's not suitable to stay on the street for long." Huang Bingkun thought this could be considered acting expediently in an emergency. The two slipped into the courtyard. Behind them, the tortoise slave closed the back door and bolted it, whispering, "Two masters, please follow this small one." Huang Bingkun had originally thought that this professional establishment would be a forest of meat and a pool of wine, full of debauchery. Unexpectedly, this was a quiet, secluded courtyard. He followed the tortoise slave all the way forward and saw a unique world here, with sparsely spaced flowers and trees, a deep courtyard that was actually very quiet and elegant. He couldn't help but feel secretly ashamed. His own knowledge was truly meager. The Fangchun Courtyard was a large establishment in Guangzhou City. High-level establishments in the Ming Dynasty were not simply brothels, but actually comprehensive complexes combining dining, entertainment, and fashion centers. Not only were there courtesans, helpers, and musicians, but also a large group of service personnel such as tailors, jewelry craftsmen, chefs, and so on. Wealthy people stayed here for leisure, more often not out of the need for sex. Every one of them had delicate wives and beautiful concubines at home, but closer in nature to modern private clubs. Young Master Lin had patronized a courtesan here. He often came for romantic outings and banquets. He was a great patron, and he also met guests and discussed confidential matters here. The tortoise slave took them to the entrance of a small courtyard and left. A maid welcomed them in. A table of fruits and snacks had already been set up in the central hall. Quite a few people had arrived. Huang Bingkun glanced around and saw that besides acquaintances from the Yuyuan society, there were also a few unfamiliar faces. Young Master Liang, however, was not among them. Probably because of his noble status, it was inconvenient for him to come out in such chaos. Because most were acquaintances, they didn't exchange greetings one by one and sat down. Someone served tea. Everyone at the table was talking with fervor. The high means of the Australians, we probably don't need to discuss anymore. Just looking at the piece of this market, this Guangzhou city is undoubtedly the world of the Australians. This mountain of gold and silver that is Guangzhou, the Australians have probably coveted it for a long time. Entering the city was also peaceful. I originally thought there would be a disaster of blood, fire, and blades. Someone seemed to be rejoicing. It's rare that their military discipline can be so strict. I heard that the hair-shorn thieves treat their subordinates most generously, but the discipline is strict. Even the petty criminals in the city dare not move recklessly. The suppression is very effective. We people with families and properties are most afraid of market turmoil. The speaker seemed to have lingering fears. When I came over just now, I saw a rack already erected at the intersection, with several bandits hanging on it. I heard they were all beggars who took advantage of the chaos to loot. Killed well. These scoundrels are used to extorting money in the market, and even scholars and gentry have been harassed by them for a long time. The Australians have always been unyielding. I only don't know what they will do next now that they have occupied Guangzhou. It would be good if they asked the imperial court for peace talks and amnesty. If they wanted amnesty, they could have been granted amnesty in Lingao. How can the imperial court let it go after they fought into the provincial capital like this? I am only worried that the imperial court will gather a large army to suppress the rebellion. This flourishing city of 5 rams, I'm afraid, will be turned into flying ash, someone said worriedly. These words resonated with everyone. Common people feared war the most. Once a siege battle occurred, the common people would be the unluckiest. At that time, let alone a small scholar like you, even the gentry masters couldn't avoid the fate of family destruction and death. The siege of Guiyang during the Xian Rebellion was only a few years ago. Guiyang was besieged for several years. The grain in the city was exhausted, people ate each other, and even the daughters of officials were dragged away by the defenders to be cooked and eaten. The entire city almost turned into a ghost domain. Before the siege, besides the original soldiers and civilians, there were also refugees pouring in from everywhere, totaling hundreds of thousands of people. By the time the siege was lifted, only 600 people survived. The scholars and citizens of Guangzhou had also heard of this terrible news, thinking that in case the imperial court's grand army came to encircle and suppress, wouldn't this Guangzhou become the second Guiyang? Everyone showed expressions of uneasiness. I think brother is worrying too much, Wu Ming said. Not to mention that the imperial court is currently stretched to the limit. Whether it can gather troops to encircle and suppress is a question. Even if it can mobilize the grand army of several provinces, I don't think there is much chance of winning. He looked at the people present. When Governor Wang encircled and suppressed Lingao, how many troops did the Australians have? Now the Australians have many more troops than at the beginning. So, even if the imperial court wants to suppress, I'm afraid they can't fight to the foot of Guangzhou city. Wu Ming nodded. The Australians have strong soldiers and sturdy horses, combined with sturdy ships and sharp cannons. Even if the imperial court can send troops from several provinces to attack, I see the chance of winning is very slim. Huang Bingkun originally wanted to reprimand Wu Ming, asking, "Where did your stance go?" But on second thought, what he said was completely reasonable. He knew better than Wu Ming how the military power of the Australians was. Expecting the weak official troops to defeat the hair-shorn thieves in one fell swoop was probably like the sun rising from the west. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel secretly disheartened. At this time, he heard someone whisper, "That's good." Before he could think more, he heard someone say, "Now that the Australians are advancing to take Guangzhou, the prefecture cities in the province will naturally be hard to protect. Our families and lives are all here, and from now on we can only let the Australians mold us as they please. Since we have to bow our heads under the eaves, we still have to befriend some Australian high officials to protect ourselves." Speaking of Australian high officials, I heard that Prime Minister Wen is the head, but we small people have no door to see him. Originally, it would be excellent to see shopkeeper Guo, but that Gao Ju is hateful. Brother Shi, speak cautiously. That person is hot right now, not someone you and I can discuss. Exactly. Maybe we will have to rely on Master Gao in the future. Second Master Huang observed everyone's expressions carefully and found that no one showed a strange expression. Instead, quite a few had secret joy on their faces. These drifting and illicit people, could it be that they want to be rebels? His face became darker and darker. These people read the books of sages and received the grace of the monarch, but when things came to a head, what they thought and said was all about how to maneuver for self-preservation. Maybe they would even seek personal gain in the future and make a fortune under the hands of the hair-shorn thieves. He sneered and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Gentlemen, the martial arts of the hair-shorn thieves are first class in the world, so there is no need to worry too much about the disaster of war. I think the imperial court is definitely no match for them. Gentlemen can rest assured. Many people's faces felt slightly hot, remembering that they still held titles like Ziyukai or Jiansheng of the Great Ming. Then they heard him add, "What is most worrisome for everyone is, how will the scholars conduct themselves? Why does Brother Huang say this? The hair-shorn thieves always use the fake hair-shorn they taught themselves. When employing fake hair-shorn, they love to use those from poor backgrounds and ignorant commoners. Where is there a place for us scholars?" As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Everyone shook their heads, most with looks of disbelief. Someone said, "The Song dynasty always shared the world with scholar officials. We don't need to worry. Today he trusts the muddy-legged fake hair-shorn only because scholars still don't trust him, so he has to do so. If the Australians want to compete for the world, they must be courteous to the worthy and condescend to scholars, open the imperial examinations, and select famous scholars. The muddy-legged fake hair-shorn are merely an expedient measure." As soon as this statement came out, it immediately received the approval of the majority. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Second Master Huang smiled bitterly in secret and didn't say anything more. He had no confidence in these people to begin with, and now he just treated it as them talking to themselves. While they were talking, a family servant hurriedly came in from outside and whispered a few words in young Master Lin's ear. Lin Zongxiu's face changed, and the servant took out a paper scroll from his bosom and handed it over. Young Master Lin unfolded the paper scroll and looked at it a few times, his face turning pale. Everyone asked anxiously, "What is it? Could it be the Australians' proclamation? What does it say?" "This is a notice just posted on the street. The servant copied it," Lin Zongxiu said, handing the paper scroll to young Master Shi. Denouncing Zhu, young Master Shi only read 2 words and dared not speak further. Everyone around was moved, presumably understanding what kind of document he was holding. Huang Bingkun hurriedly took it over and looked. Sure enough, it was a treasonous manifesto. Manifesto denouncing the Zhu Ming. The former Song was unfortunate, repeatedly suffering from Tartar captives. First meeting the Jingkang incident, Wan Yan deceived the benevolence of Hui and Qin. Then encountering Yashin, the Meng Yuan bullied the young monarch and orphans. Alas, the virtue of Song, though the community was far from the Central Plains, overseas migration preserved the ancestral temple still in Australia. The Yuan administration was without the way, and heroes rose up. The black-headed commoners strove forward. The Hu barbarians had no luck of 100 years. The divine land was recovered, and the central summer uniquely possessed a sage monarch. As for Zhu Yuanzhang, the Taizu of Ming, he rose from the ranks of soldiers, setting his heart on the divine artifact. He murdered the Prince of Ming, killed colleagues. Yuliang, Guozhen, Shicheng, and others were all slaughtered. Expelling the Tartars was originally the common enterprise of the heroes of Central Summer. When the merit reached magnificence, how could it be the sole power of a single man from Huai West? Yuanzhang's administration, the tyranny all followed Hu customs. Strong and unreasonable, the rank odor of mutton was still in the central ridge. When the rabbits died, the dogs were cooked. Liu Jai and Song Lion lost their lives. When the birds were gone, the bow was hidden. Shancheng and Lanyu lost their lives. Those on the road of Longyu, none could endure it. The founding of the false dynasty was like this, and passed to the second generation it was even worse. The uncle seized the nephew's throne, having the nature of jackals and wolves, being intimate with the eccentric and depraved, harming the loyal and good. Something God and man both hate, heaven and earth do not tolerate. Reaching the middle period, it was even more absurd. The king loved border exploits. The Tiger Guard division was lost at Tumu. Ministers hated communication with the sea. Japanese pirates poisoned the southeast. Such various things cannot be fully counted. The people of the central country all turned their backs on virtue. Since Shenzong, the court administration has declined daily. Being close to the evil and far from the good, the innocent children are like grass and trees. A crowd of clowns are in power. the flesh-eaters are nothing but eunuchs. With the single whip method, 10 rooms have 9 empty. The white silver has been collected, the people's spirit has declined. Yin and yang are not in tune, parents fall on the roads, the 5 grains do not ripen, and the innocent children cry for food. Until recently, the breath is gasping. With the 3 cases of the inner court, the harmony of the court and the wild is lost. The Wanggong explosion, heaven took away its kingly qi. Eunuchs confuse and create chaos, way the eunuch can be called 1,000 years. Roving bandits run rampant, post-soldiers may be called Chuang Wang. Internal worries and external troubles precarious and imminent. Stirring up whale waves, the red barbarians breed in the sea. Iron horses and carved bows, the Jurchen are rampant at the border. Dragons and snakes rise from the land, the purple myrtle star completely reveals killing intent. Chasing the deer and asking the tripod, the Zhu Ming's fate is exhausted. This dynasty originated in the southern wilderness, inheriting the business of the ancestors, looking north from the South Sea, with the ambition to pacify the people. Receiving the grand mandate of heaven, widely opening the imperial foundation, here raising the banner of righteousness to clear away evil spirits. The 6 armies will pacify southern Yue. Yao, Shun, Yu, and Tang will reappear in the present. Returning to Qiongzhou from 10,000 li, it is expected that the carriages and books of the 4 seas will be unified. Now distributing this manifesto to the 2 capitals and 13 provincial administration commissions and 400 prefectures. The mandate of heaven lies with Song. The date of Ming's demise can be counted. The heavenly army will arrive. Officials and people should look out for themselves. Do not say that you were not warned in advance. End of chapter. Chapter 1721. Nantou City Huang Bingkun tossed the manifesto aside with a sneer. What crude drivel! The language is rough, the reasoning forced and illogical. Since ancient times, only 2 dynasties have held legitimate claim to the throne, Emperor Gaozu of Han and Taizu of our own Ming. And what is this great Song they invoke? Song Taizu usurped power from orphans and widows. Taizong murdered his brother in the infamous Axin the Candlelight affair. Huizong squandered the realm away. Gaozong executed loyal ministers on false pretenses. Yet they dare criticize our dynasty. A village schoolteacher could write better than this. Wu Ming spoke in measured tones. Whether the Australians are truly descendants of the Song is doubtful at best. Looking at their conduct, I see no reverence for the Song whatsoever. This is merely pretense. As the saying goes, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The others nodded, passing the manifesto around once more. They cared little for the quality of the prose. What mattered was the substance of the proclamation itself. After everyone had read it, young Master Lin said gravely, "It seems the Australians are nothing more than Eastern barbarians wearing a different mask." A heavy sigh escaped him. The room, which had been somewhat animated moments before, fell silent. Those present seemed to finally grasp the enormity of what had happened, and the mood for debating notions of sharing the world evaporated entirely. Their ancestors had lived under Ming rule for generations, enjoying comfortable lives. Now, seemingly overnight, the dynasty was changing hands, and the usurpers had come from across the sea. The earlier liveliness gave way to gloom. "Young master," she sighed, "we are but fish on the chopping block. What right have we to speak of loyalty or treachery, right or wrong? In times of chaos, preserving one's life and property is the greatest fortune one can hope for." "They won't make everyone shave their heads, will they?" someone muttered. Some recalled the rumors that wherever the Jurchen barbarians occupied territory, they forced surrendered officials, gentry, soldiers and civilians alike to shave their heads. The Australians had already spread their influence throughout Guangzhou long before the battle. Their goods had become ubiquitous. Now that they were masters of the city, they would act with even greater impunity. Would they impose these barbarian customs as well? How would one respond? Probably not. If head shaving were mandatory, wouldn't all of Lingao have been shaved bare by now? And young Master Huang himself still has his hair. Huang Bingkun nodded. Those who shave their heads are the fake hair-shorn collaborators who beg for scraps from the queue-wearing bandits. They don't impose it on ordinary people. This brought some measure of relief. Yet another concern arose. The discipline of the hair-shorn bandits may be strict regarding looting, but Guangzhou is the richest city in the realm. In their hands, won't they exact crushing levies? Don't forget how they destroyed many great households in the 4 villages. That was against those who opposed them. Those who submitted faced only reasonable contributions. They weren't harmed otherwise. Huang Bingkun listened to the endless back and forth, noting that not a single person mentioned loyalty to the monarch and serving the country. Everyone was concerned solely with their own affairs. Feeling stifled, he was about to find an excuse to leave when another servant entered, whispered something, and presented a rolled-up paper. Everyone examined it. This was a vernacular pacification notice. Its contents reiterated the laws in strict terms. Regardless of military or civilian status, anyone who robbed, set fires, or committed rape would be executed on the spot. A curfew was imposed, prohibiting movement after nightfall. The notice also stated that current officials and gentry residing in Guangzhou City, provided they did not organize resistance against the Heavenly Army, would certainly not be harmed. "What's the situation outside?" young Master Lin asked. "The hair-shorn bandits have troops patrolling, a different kind of unit, wearing gray cloth jackets." The servant gestured as he spoke. "Each of the 4 walls now has one gate open for traffic, and some shops have opened for business. Only the area around the Tianzi Wharf outside the south gate is completely closed off. Word is that a high Australian official arrived on a giant ship. Most likely the new Guangdong commissioner, at the very least the new prefect of Guangzhou. I'd wager it's shopkeeper Guo. If so, that might be for the best." "What about the government offices? What of the lords?" Lin Zongxiu pressed. "Everything is quiet. There are rumors of suicides, but nothing confirmed." The servant continued, "The officers and soldiers in the city are concentrating at the training camp in the eastern quarter. Apparently there's to be an inspection. You may go." After the servant left, the gathering chattered on aimlessly. Seeing that it amounted to nothing but talk of resignation and passive acceptance, Huang Bingkun rose to take his leave. Lin Zongxiu didn't ask him to stay, but personally escorted him to the small courtyard and whispered, "Come here again at this same time tomorrow. There's someone important who wishes to see you. Tell no one." Huang Bingkun paused, then nodded. "I understand, but how do I get in to find you?" "I'll send someone to meet you." Leaving through the back door of the Fangshan courtyard, Huang Bingkun retraced his steps, but being unfamiliar with the area, after 7 or 8 turns he found himself lost. Wandering onward, he eventually reached the main street. The markets had recovered, and most shops had opened their doors. Though foot traffic was sparse, the panic and tension from earlier had dissipated. He saw common households lighting incense at their gates, the characters "obedient subject" pasted on their lintels. A pang of grief for his fallen nation struck his heart. Is the great Ming truly to perish like this? No. He absolutely refused to accept his father's philosophy of adapting to the times. He would continue fighting the hair-shorn bandits. With renewed determination, he quickened his pace toward the temple where he was staying. By full daylight, the Xinan county seat, not far from Humen, presented a different scene entirely. Every household had barred their doors and shuttered their windows. Officers and soldiers with swords and spears, along with civilian militia, ran through the streets in an atmosphere of grim martial preparation. On the spirit wall of the county yamen, more than a dozen severed heads hung in a ghastly row. Among them was the head of the local 1,000 household commander. The others were his trusted aides and personal guards. This place was also called Nantou City. As a strategic coastal defense position, a Dongyuan Guard 1,000 household office had been established here in the 14th year of Hongwu, 1381. In the first year of Wanli, 1573, it was expanded into the Xinan county seat. Nantou's geographical importance was considerable. Foreign ships bound for Guangzhou had to round Lantau Island and enter Humen via Nantou to reach the Pearl River. Hence Nantou was known as the gateway to all Guangdong. Yet during the Senate's previous Pearl River invasion, Nantou had played no role whatsoever. The cannons on its walls couldn't reach the sailing ships, and in naval combat they were hopelessly outmatched. They could only watch helplessly as the Pearl River detachment passed beneath their walls. This time, the garrison remained equally powerless against the invading Senate fleet. But unlike elsewhere, the city did not open its gates in surrender. The leading party elements in Xinan County had encountered a formidable opponent. Magistrate Wu Guangzhou had been in office for only a short time. Young and ambitious, he had observed the Australians' steady advance and sensed the wavering morale within the city. Having never witnessed Australian military power firsthand, his conviction to loyally serve the country remained strong, so he had prepared in secret. When the Thousand Household, already turned collaborator, invited him to a banquet intending to spring a Humen feast trap, the prepared magistrate instead seized and beheaded him. Wu Guangzhou had transferred from Shanxi, where roving bandits were most rampant, and possessed extensive experience in resisting thieves. After killing the Thousand Household and his confederates, he forced the city's wealthy households to contribute funds for military pay and rewards to stabilize morale. Simultaneously, he conscripted able-bodied men to barricade the four gates and prepared lime bottles and stones for defense. When materials ran short, he ordered civilian houses torn down for supplies. By full daylight, the walls were manned and ready for battle. Thus the National Army, originally prepared to station in Xinan County without resistance, found itself blocked outside. When the gates refused to open, when calls for surrender went unanswered, and when several severed heads were thrown from the walls in response, the naturalized citizen county office director leading the force knew something had gone wrong. He immediately dispatched a messenger to report to Shiziki at Humen. Knowing the National Army lacked heavy weapons and sufficient training for siege warfare, Shiziki sent a marine platoon and 3 double-masted patrol boats as reinforcement. Nantou City stood right on the Pearl River's edge. The patrol boats sailed to shore, dropped anchor, and opened fire on the city with their 12-pound cannons. The 2 naval guns on each boat fired together, and within minutes the gate tower at the southern Ningnan Gate was riddled with holes and ablaze. Magistrate Wu Guangzhou remained calm. While directing the militia to extinguish the fire, he ordered the 2 cannons on the wall to return fire. The walls of Nantou City were 1 zhang thick at the top and 2 zhang thick at the base, rammed earth wrapped in gray brick. They offered reasonable protection against solid shot. With only 6 naval guns total on the patrol boats, superiority in firepower wasn't achieved. After several exchanges, though many battlements and checkpoints on the wall were destroyed, the defense remained unshaken. Seeing that artillery alone couldn't break the defense, the Marine platoon leader prepared to assault the walls directly. Though he had only 30 men, the Marine Corps was renowned for its training and equipment. They had drilled this kind of fortification assault countless times: fire suppression, smoke grenade cover, explosive delivery. A single crate of high-density black powder would blow open most city gates, but the naturalized citizen county office director opposed storming the walls. After all, a forced breach would cause tremendous destruction to both public property and private lives within the county town. He advocated attempting to negotiate surrender once more, striving to open the city without bloodshed. The cannon fire had ceased. Wu Guangzhou ordered the soldiers to eat breakfast in shifts. Beyond the Ningnan Gate stood an outer barbican called the Ying'an Gate, where the magistrate now directed the defense. His forces were meager. The combat soldiers and support troops absorbed from the Thousand Households command numbered no more than 500, and the mobilized militia brought the total to under 2,000. Though the numbers seemed adequate, the hair-shorn bandits outside possessed excellent firearms and superior training. He dared not sally forth to counterattack. From time to time, the enemy outside called out encouragement to the defenders, urging them to bind the magistrate and surrender to avoid a massacre. Many National Army soldiers had been conscripted from the Hong Kong Reclamation Regiment and frequently traveled this area, knowing the local people well. Despite their proximity, the militiamen and local garrison soldiers on the walls held their fire. Occasionally, when the magistrate's personal guards weren't watching, some would peek over the battlements at the National Army below. The bold ones even exchanged words with those outside. Chapter 1722. Public Opinion. Magistrate Wu knew he was trapped in a besieged city with no hope of breaking out, so he resolved to defend to the death and await reinforcements from the prefectural capital. He refused to believe the enemy's shouts claiming Guangzhou had already fallen. A city that size, even if the hair-shorn bandits could take it, surely it would require 10 days or a fortnight. Besides, from nightfall until now, not a single cannon shot had been heard from that direction. Yet he also knew the common people were not of one mind with him. The officers and soldiers defended the walls only because he spent silver lavishly and without hesitation. So he issued a stern proclamation. Anyone caught secretly colluding with the bandits outside would have their entire family beheaded. Their property would be confiscated and distributed as rewards to the soldiers and civilians defending the city. He hoped this would stiffen the defenders' resolve. At the same time, he strictly forbade the militia on the walls from speaking with the righteous army outside. Most soldiers in the city, however, were acquainted with the locals and feared retaliation should the city fall. When they saw people on the wall conversing with those below, they cursed and waved their sabers menacingly, but never actually struck. When Wu Guangzhou observed the defenders chatting with the enemy, he worried they would be seduced by hair-shorn rhetoric. Seeing quite a few enemy soldiers approaching the walls, he immediately ordered the cannons to fire. The gunners hesitated, reluctant to act. Wu Guangzhou flew into a rage. "Fire the cannons!" Then he roared again. 5 taels of silver for each shot fired. This time, the 2 cannons on the south pass discharged together. The cannonballs flew wide. The gunners had deliberately aimed too high. One splashed into the river. The other thudded harmlessly into a mudflat. The patrol boat's naval guns answered immediately. 6 cannons fired in unison at the wall. Wu Guangzhou saw the muzzle flashes and waved frantically for everyone to scatter and take cover. The barrage destroyed 2 more battlements and cut 3 crouching militiamen in half. 1 ball sailed into the city, demolished a thatched hut, and set it ablaze. Then from below the walls, several large tin loudspeakers were set up. Soldiers with powerful voices began shouting. "Officers, soldiers, gentry, and commoners inside, hear this. Capture the magistrate immediately and open the gates to surrender. Otherwise, when we take Xinan, every living thing in this city shall be slaughtered. Not even chickens or dogs will be spared." Commotion rippled along the walls. Wu Guangzhou, gripping his Japanese saber with bloodshot eyes, roared, "Don't be afraid. These are empty threats. They have only a few hundred men and a handful of boats. They won't touch a hair on Xinan's head. Drive off the hair-shorn bandits, and every soldier and civilian who defends the city will receive 50 taels, double for those who die in battle." The several dozen soldiers and militiamen around him, those he had personally fed with silver, roared along with him, occasionally brandishing their weapons. They temporarily quelled the unrest, but Wu Guangzhou sensed the wavering morale. Scanning the walls with fierce eyes, he spotted a militiaman not far away sneaking glances outside, apparently making some kind of gesture. He pointed his saber and bellowed, "Seize him!" His personal guards rushed over, twisted the man's arms behind his back, and shoved him before the magistrate. The militiaman looked bewildered and terrified, shouting, "Why are you arresting me?" Wu Guangzhou spoke grimly. "I saw everything. You were talking to the hair-shorn bandits on the wall, and just now you were signaling to them. You must be a spy. Take him and strike off his head." The militiaman protested his innocence. The guards dragged him down the ramp, and at the foot of the wall, they raised their blade and severed his head. "Display it at the city gate," Magistrate Wu roared. Let this be the consequence for anyone who dares collude with the enemy or shirk their duty in defense. The execution established his authority and temporarily cowed the populace. But at that moment, more than a dozen whistling arrows arced over the walls with notices attached. Fearing the people would retrieve them and lose heart, Wu Guangzhou sternly commanded, "Don't touch those arrows." His guards hurried to collect them, but some were snatched up by quicker hands first. He opened one of the notices. It had been hastily inked, giving the soldiers and civilians 1 hour to open the gates and surrender. The Grand Army would not harm a single person, and all lives within the city would be preserved. Only the magistrate would be executed upon the army's entry into Xinan County. Despite his best efforts to suppress the news, the gentry in the city saw the notices, as did some soldiers. Private discussion spread like wildfire. The gentry and civilians all wanted to surrender rather than fight. The Australians had long been known for keeping their word and leaving the submissive unharmed, but they were equally renowned for ruthlessness toward those who resisted. Everyone felt that regardless of whether the prefectural capital had fallen, surrendering now to preserve lives and property was paramount. The gentry felt this especially keenly, having already been forced to contribute large sums for the city's defense. Feeling their interests had been damaged, they had no desire to accompany Magistrate Wu in his martyrdom. Wu Guangzhou was acutely aware of the instability within the city, particularly the gentry's ambiguous stance. This alarmed him greatly. During his service in Shanxi, he had repelled bandit assaults multiple times by relying precisely on the wholehearted support of local gentry. But the hair-shorn bandits here seemed different. Neither gentry nor commoners regarded them with hostility or fear. He summoned the county's officials to discuss the situation. No one offered useful suggestions. Instead, they urged him to stop resisting. The educational director of the county school spoke plainly. The hair-shorn bandits had long enjoyed prestige locally, and neither commoners nor gentry would support armed resistance. He added, "The hair-shorn bandits have always been lenient to the submissive and harsh to the defiant. As of now, there has been no major battle and no significant casualties. If the magistrate surrenders by leaving the city, the bandits will surely not harm you." Wu Guangzhou dismissed them and remained alone, pacing in anguish, unable to conceive of a solution. Cannons boomed again from the river. He stamped his feet and sighed, circling the pillars, muttering to himself, "Alas, I never imagined I would end like this." Near midday, the officials, gentry, and elders of the city came to the county yamen requesting an audience. Wu Guangzhou received them in the flower hall. The atmosphere was starkly different from his arrival 3 months earlier, when the gentry had hosted a welcoming banquet and he had basked in their respect. Just that morning, after suppressing the 1,000 households' attempted mutiny, he had convened these same men to discuss strengthening the defenses, and they had been deferential, praising him as a capable official. Now, suddenly, the flower hall was filled with anxious faces. After everyone was seated, a leading gentleman spoke first. "We officials, gentry, and elders come before the magistrate today for one purpose only, to ask that you find a way to preserve the lives of everyone in this city, officials, gentry, soldiers, and commoners alike." He understood their intent but still tried to persuade them. "I am doing everything possible to defend this city. I am prepared to fight the bandits to the death. This is how we preserve the lives and property of all." Another gentleman countered, "Fighting to the death cannot win, and there is no certainty in holding the walls. If we persist, we will not only fail to preserve anyone, we will invite a massacre." "Has the magistrate considered this?" Wu Guangzhou replied. "Surrendering without a fight might preserve lives temporarily, but we would become fish on the chopping block. Once the hair-shorn bandits enter the city, whether they burn and kill is entirely at their whim. Even if they refrain from slaughter, which of you doesn't have a family, property, wives, and concubines? If the bandits demand military contributions and beautiful women, will you comply or refuse? You should understand that by then, you will have no choice." His argument was reasonable and persuasive. In any other place, such words would have sufficed. When he had served as magistrate in Shanxi, similar speeches had repeatedly rallied the gentry to his side, but they carried no weight here. A gentleman responded, "The Australians have always kept their word. They are neither greedy for wealth nor lustful." The gentry knew full well what the Australians had done during their previous incursion into the Pearl River. Towns and villages that submitted and handed over grain were left unharmed. The reasonable contributions levied were quite light. The Australians had even destroyed scattered pirates along the way, temporarily stabilizing local security. Those who organized militia resistance were severely punished, their gentry and powerful families annihilated. Everyone feared suffering the same fate, so they strongly advocated opening the gates. Even for your honor personally, though you may have been momentarily misguided, we will speak on your behalf to the Australians and do our utmost to protect you." Another gentleman hastened to add, "Even if the Australians don't remain here long as your honor doesn't accept a false position, the Australians will never force you. In this urgent moment, you should adapt to circumstances rather than cling stubbornly to the word loyalty. After they withdraw, we will continue guarding this territory for the court. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Even if the court wishes to investigate, we gentry of this county will speak in your defense." Wu Guangzhou seethed inwardly, silently cursing them as shameless. He restrained his anger and said slowly, "Since my youth, I have studied the classics. The words loyalty to the monarch and love of country have been engraved upon my heart since childhood, and I dare not forget them. Having received the emperor's salary and grace, there is absolutely no justification for surrender." The educational director, who had preferred to stay silent, now felt compelled to speak since the standoff between the gentry and the magistrate had reached an impasse. "I implore the magistrate to reconsider. Men's hearts today lack steadfast resolve, and an isolated city without reinforcements must eventually fall. I too am a court official, assigned here with responsibility for this territory. Does the magistrate alone possess loyalty? Am I not loyal as well? I am a tribute student who has received the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. What is at stake now is the safety of an entire city's population. If your honor thinks from the perspective of the people, a temporary surrender to save them is itself a virtuous act." Wu Guangzhou sneered, "Since you are a Jurin, one who has received